Chapter 1. Scaling. On the continent of Jiuyo, at Binding Dragon Ridge, a woman clad in blood-red garments struggled to drag her battered form forward, her every movement a testament to her exhaustion. Behind her, a group of individuals rode upon spirit beasts in hot pursuit. The distance between them gradually diminished. The pursuers laughed uproariously, the leading woman seated atop a silver wolf, bow in hand, drawing the string taut, aiming directly at the fleeing girl. Her gaze was shrouded in darkness, and with a sudden release, an arrow composed of spiritual energy shot forth like a bolt of lightning. This arrow was imbued with an intense spiritual force. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced her shoulder, causing the girl to lurch forward, collapsing onto her knees. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. Moments later, two streaks of sword energy followed, slicing directly towards the girl's hands. A piercing scream shattered the night, sending the creatures of the forest fleeing in terror. The sky was thick with dark clouds, resembling a vast black curtain, casting a pall over the daylight as though it were night. Lightning slithered through the clouds like a colossal serpent. A resounding boom echoed. A silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, revealing the bloodied girl crumpled on the ground, her wrists severed, only a thin layer of flesh remaining, blood gushing from the gaping wound on her shoulder. Before her, 5 young men and women wielded swords, their faces twisted in malevolent glee. Look, the wounds on this wretched creature are beginning to heal. If she can heal from such injuries, what would happen if we submerged her in a poison pit? Monsters are simply disgusting. I say we should burn her to ashes in a public execution. Ha ha! I think dismembering her to feed the beast would be amusing. The only purpose of these monsters is to entertain us. I'm not finished, yet once her flesh grows back sufficiently, they'll slice it off piece by piece. Sounds delightful. I love watching it. Just like in the arena when beasts tear apart their prey, such a thrill. Each of them chimed in, viewing the girl as nothing more than a worthless beast rather than a human being. I care not how you have your fun, but this face must remain unmarred. A voice, tinged with indifference, broke through, drawing the attention of the other 5. They turned to see a woman clad in a pale yellow gown, her face obscured by a veil, accompanied by a massive silver wolf. Sister Yi, what do you want with this wretch's face? Among the 5, 3 were male and 2 female, the speaker being the youngest, Ji Fufu. Oh, Ji Fufu responded vaguely, not delving further into the matter. At this moment, she was at the end of her tether despite her flesh still regenerating. She had already been severely injured by Yi Yuan during her escape. Zhi Ning gasped for breath, enduring waves of pain coursing through her body, straining to lift her gaze towards the 5 before her. It seemed she was trying to imprint their faces deeply into her memory. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Yi Yuan. Once a legitimate daughter of the Yi family in the imperial capital, she had been betrayed by her uncle at the tender age of 1, who seized control of the family. From that moment on, she had been reduced to a being lesser than the servants of the Yi household. Her uncle confined her in a dark chamber, publicly declaring her to have died of illness in her infancy. Yet, every 15th day of the month, he sent someone to extract half of her blood. This cycle continued for 14 long years. As if that were not enough, Yi Yuan frequently brought these individuals to the dark chamber, proclaiming that she was a captured monster. Due to her innate self-healing ability, they treated her as a source of amusement, tormenting her every so often. Zhi Ning had previously been oblivious to why her uncle's family treated her with such cruelty until last night, when her uncle took Yi Yuan to the dark chamber and forcibly extracted her spiritual vein, transferring it to Yi Yuan. In that moment, the truth dawned upon Zhi Ning. Because she possessed a Ancient Millennium celestial spiritual vein, all those years of blood extraction had been to facilitate a blood transfusion for Yi Yuan, enabling their spiritual veins to merge. Now that their goal had been achieved, they sought to eliminate her to prevent any future threats. Zhi Ning felt both regret and hatred, yet the drugs that had controlled her for over a decade rendered her incapable of cultivation. Her escape to this point was solely driven by her instinct for survival. Now, gazing at the group before her, who resembled beasts of prey, Zhi Ning knew she had no avenue of escape. You shall meet a most wretched end. She glared at them, her voice piercing and laced with resentment. Ah, she has awakened. Since she's awake, let the festivities continue. Ji Fufu clapped her hands, as though awaiting a grand spectacle, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The wails of agony echoed incessantly until only the faintest breath remained in Zhi Ning, marking the end of the torment. Very well, it's getting late, Yi Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the roiling clouds above. The man administering the torture ceased his actions, swiftly withdrawing the sword embedded in Zhi Ning's chest, releasing a few droplets of blood that splattered onto a nearby stone tablet. As the blood fell, the stone absorbed it instantaneously. The others, oblivious to this detail, stepped back, satisfied, as they beheld the grotesque state of Zhi Ning. A faint smile crept upon Yi Yuan's lips beneath her veil, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Yi Yuan approached Zhi Ning with deliberate slowness, her gaze laden with malice. Zhi Ning, I shall claim this face as my own. Yi Yuan spoke in a tone only the two could hear, as a dagger materialized in her hand. In the blink of an eye, before the others could comprehend what was happening, Yi Yuan had skinned Zhi Ning's entire face. As she turned, the veil fell away, revealing her exquisite features. Sister Yi, Ji Fufu gasped, her eyes wide with shock at the sight of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gently caressed her own face, her gaze flicking over the expressions of those around her, a rush of triumph swelling within her. This is my true visage, Yi Yuan declared, her tone light and filled with undeniable joy. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied and mutilated Zhi Ning, scoffing, "This monster once invaded the Yi family and stole my beauty, only to be captured by my father, who spent over a decade purging the remnants of its foul essence from my countenance." Upon hearing Yi Yuan's one-sided narrative, the others displayed expressions of sudden understanding. So, Sister Yi has worn a veil for so long because of this? Yi Yuan nodded, her face beaming, indeed. At last, I can be myself. Despicable. This monster deserves to die. Ji Fufu exclaimed, raising her hand to unleash a blade of sword energy that severed Zhi Ning's arm. Seemingly unsatisfied, Ji Fufu shouted angrily, "I will dismember her for Sister Ye's sake. Enough. She has no chance of survival. Now, soon the beasts of Binding Dragon Ridge will devour her entirely, which will serve as her retribution." Yi Yuan intercepted Ji Fufu, fearing that she might actually dismember Zhi Ning and uncover the truth of her spiritual vein being extracted. "Humph. Sister Yi, you are far too kind. Were it me, I would certainly chop her into pieces." Ji Fufu, barely 13, was the youngest among the group, an age that should be filled with innocence. Yet her every word was drenched in the desire for bloodshed. Yi Yuan said nothing more, shaking her head as she led the group away from Binding Dragon Ridge. No sooner had they departed than the stone tablet beside Zhi Ning began to tremble violently, followed by the earth splitting open, revealing a rift from which dozens of vines emerged, ensnaring Zhi Ning and dragging her downward. Simultaneously, the dark clouds above began to churn violently, as if stirred by an unseen force, forming a massive vortex. With thunder and lightning, the wind howled, resembling the roar of countless ferocious beasts. What is happening? Could it be that a divine artifact is emerging? No, it is the dragon trapped within Binding Dragon Ridge. Is it attempting to break free? Uncertain, we should leave this place at once. She could not discern whether she was alive or dead, her consciousness lingering on the moment of the helicopter's explosion. At this moment, she realized she could feel pain, struggling to open her eyes, yet they would not budge. Suddenly, an invisible force pulled her into an ethereal realm, and as Zhi Ning surveyed her surroundings, she found herself utterly alone. Zhi Ning. At that moment, she heard someone calling her name. "Who? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I am but one fragment of your soul now that the main soul has returned. I shall merge with you." Zhi Ning regarded the suddenly appearing red orb of light with suspicion. The voice continued, "The residual soul lacks sufficient power. You must quickly find the other two souls to merge and regain your spiritual strength. Zhi Ning, you still bear a mission upon your shoulders. Do not forget." "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Hey. Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Zhi Ning shouted anxiously, yet in the next moment, a torrent of foreign memories surged into her mind. On the continent of Jiuyao, in the Yuan Kingdom, She was the legitimate daughter of the prominent Yi family, imprisoned in a secret chamber by her uncle since childhood to extract her blood, solely to provide a transfusion for his daughter, while he sought to exploit her spiritual veins. Ultimately, she met a gruesome fate, flayed alive by a group of merciless individuals. In this world, strength is revered above all, and the presence of spiritual veins within humans allows for the cultivation of spiritual power. The original owner of this body possessed a rare heavenly spiritual vein, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon, brimming with infinite potential, and the most promising candidate to transcend into divinity. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The original owner's parents, who could have protected her, passed away early, leaving her vulnerable to the machinations of treacherous individuals, reducing her to a mere pawn, eventually leading to her demise in the wilderness. As she attempted to process this overwhelming influx of information, a crimson orb of light surged into her being, and in an instant, darkness enveloped her as she slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Return of the Main Soul. In the external world, within the mountains of Fulong Ridge, a colossal shadow began to shift slowly. What is this creature? A deep voice shattered the silence, and moments later, a sleek black dragon, its scales glistening, spiraled down from the stalactites overhead. Inside the vast cave of Fulong Ridge, darkness prevailed, illuminated only by a few glowing gemstones embedded in the stalactites, which radiated a soft light as the massive dragon descended, casting its brilliance throughout the cavern. Which foolhardy bandit has dared to offer a lump of rotten flesh as a sacrifice to me? The dragon's cursing echoed loudly, its enormous head nearly overshadowing Zhi Ning entirely, as it tilted its head, scrutinizing the bloodied mass on the ground with its glass-like eyes. Is this a person? The dragon's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in its gaze. It was impossible to determine was it human or some simian creature. Just as the black dragon pondered the nature of Zhi Ning, tendrils of vines moved again, dragging her toward a nearby pool of water. The dragon's scales bristled with fury as it roared, "My spiritual spring." In a fit of rage, the dragon ceased to coil atop the cavern and soared to the spring, exclaiming, "It's contaminated. My spring is sullied." Yet, regardless of the dragon's agitation, the tendrils relentlessly pulled Zhi Ning into the depths of the pool. Suddenly, wisps of red spiritual energy began to converge from all directions above the spring, coalescing on the surface, lingering for an extended period. The dragon, captivated by this phenomenon, fell silent, its curiosity piqued. As time passed, the red spiritual energy above the spring accumulated, shifting from a pale crimson to a deep, rich scarlet. The dragon, hesitant to approach recklessly, crouched low, its gaze fixed intently on the spring enveloped in crimson mist. Meanwhile, Zhi Ning, still in a state of unconsciousness, continued to absorb the memories that were entirely foreign to her, until her consciousness settled on the moment of the original owner's horrific dismemberment. The excruciating agony seemed to seep into her very soul, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. At the bottom of the pool, Zhi Ning suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze glowing with an otherworldly red light, her pupils reflecting an intense ferocity. The ethereal voice dissipated with the ripples of water, and once more, Zhi Ning's mesmerizing red eyes closed. In the next moment, all the radiant energy gathered above the pool surged into her body, gradually restoring her mangled form to its former glory, leaving no trace of scars. Had the black dragon not witnessed the transformation firsthand, it would scarcely have believed that the breathtaking woman before it was the same as the bloodied mass from moments ago. Yet, despite her beauty, the dragon was adamant that its spring must remain untarnished. The black dragon resumed its tirade. "You have sullied my spring, and I shall devour you." A dragon's visage loomed directly before her. Bang! Before Zhi Ning could discern what lay before her, her hand instinctively struck the black dragon's head with a resounding slap. Ouch! So hard. Zhi Ning's palm throbbed with pain. The black dragon was utterly caught off guard by the unexpected blow. It did not hurt, but it certainly left it momentarily stunned. Its colossal head tilted slightly, eyes wide with bewilderment, frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Zhi Ning rolled to the side, only to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, preparing to draw her weapon in defense. All right, it wasn't a dream. By all that is sacred, she had truly crossed over. You foolish human, how dare you lay a hand on me? Watch as I consume you whole. With that, the black dragon charged towards her with a roar. Upon realizing it was indeed a dragon, Zhi Ning's heart raced. While she was adept at dealing with humans, confronting such a creature was beyond her capabilities. As the dragon opened its gaping maw, she hastily called out, "Wait, dragon brother." The dragon skidded to a halt, momentarily perplexed. "What do you call me?" Zhi Ning grinned. "What I call you is irrelevant. What matters is that you pause for a moment." The black dragon genuinely halted, stating seriously, "If you wish to leave a final message, I shall grant you the opportunity." Zhi Ning forced a smile. "You won't be satisfied with just me. I wouldn't even fill your teeth." The black dragon replied, "No matter, I have a small appetite." Zhi Ning found this absurd. Realizing that this back and forth was futile, she quickly adjusted her approach. "How about this? If you spare me, I will take you out, and you can feast on whatever you desire." To her surprise, the black dragon scoffed dismissively. "If I could leave, why would I endure a millennium of confinement? I have a way to get you out," Zhi Ning asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, the dragon's interest was piqued. It shrank its form slightly and floated in midair, inquiring, "Is that truly so?" "More genuine than gold," Zhi Ning assured, patting her chest. "Very well. If you can break the seal here, I shall spare your life." The black dragon mused. This woman had been inexplicably dragged down by the vines and had astonishingly been pulled into the spring, indicating she must have some connection to this place. Moreover, even if she deceived it, with her current meager strength, she could not hope to survive outside. For now, it would be prudent to observe what she had in store. Chapter 3. The foolish dragon acquired for free urgently. She needed to escape from this place, as for the black dragon, relying on the memories acquired through the fusion with the remnants of its soul. It swiftly identified the location of the seal. Before her lay a dark, narrow cave entrance, barely wide enough to crawl through. To be frank, it resembled a dog hole. Why? Zhi Ning twitched the corner of her mouth as she looked at the entrance obscured by vibrant green vines, which were adorned with fine thorns. The black dragon was well aware that this was where the seal resided. It had witnessed its mother personally establish it long ago. However, the problem lay in the fact that, despite its knowledge of the location, it could not approach, which was precisely why it had been trapped here for 3 millennia. Nevertheless, the fact that Zhi Ning had accurately found this place sparked a flicker of hope within the black dragon's heart. Perhaps she was indeed the one that its mother had instructed it to wait for. "Why do you not move?" the black dragon inquired, observing Zhi Ning standing motionless at the cave entrance. The black dragon was uncertain of her thoughts, and, after a moment of contemplation, it posed another question. "Are you contemplating what conditions to propose to me? Is that correct?" "Back when my mother took me out for walks, she always discussed terms beforehand." Why? Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, gazing at the seemingly fierce dragon with a hint of exasperation. "So, it turns out that this fearsome dragon is rather foolish, since it had broached the topic. If she did not present some conditions, would it not make her appear foolish as well?" Narrowing her eyes slightly, she tugged at her almost indecently short dress and, with a benevolent smile, declared, "Indeed, I do have conditions." The black dragon inched forward, and despite having reduced in size, the pressure it exerted remained considerable. Why? Zhi Ning took a slight step back. "Speak," the black dragon commanded. After contemplating her situation, Zhi Ning realized that without her spiritual meridians, she was unable to cultivate for now. Since she needed to escape, it was only prudent to find herself a bodyguard. This dragon, though foolish, appeared quite formidable. "Form a contract with me. You must guarantee my safety until I attain the status of Xianshang," Zhi Ning stated without batting an eyelash. The black dragon was momentarily taken aback, and upon grasping the implications of the contract, it immediately bared its teeth. "You wish for me to become your contracted beast? What a fool's dream! What? Are you unwilling?" Zhi Ning replied, arching an eyebrow and spreading her hands in a gesture of indifference. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may devour me, and then wait several millennia to see if anyone will assist you in breaking the seal." The black dragon's whiskers bristled in indignation. The IT glared at Zhi Ning for quite some time, Internally wrestling with the dilemma of devouring her versus forming a contract, Zhi Ning remained unhurried. Leisurely finding a stone to sit on, swinging her legs like tea this moment, it was a matter of who would yield first. When it came to mental fortitude, she was far superior. Indeed, before long, the black dragon relented. With a huff, it exhaled 2 breaths of air from its nostrils, reluctantly bringing its head closer to Zhi Ning. "Give me your heart's blood," it demanded. Zhi Ning was taken aback, perplexed. Why must it be heart's blood? Isn't essence blood sufficient for a contracted spirit beast? The black dragon bared its teeth in indignation. "Do not compare me to those lowly beasts unworthy of mention." Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning rubbed her nose, pondering if this black dragon might be a divine beast or even a holy beast. However, in the 9-day continent, divine beasts were exceedingly rare, let alone holy beasts. Will you form a contract or not? The black dragon urged. Yes, yes, yes. No need to rush. Zhi Ning spun around, realizing she had no dagger or similar object. I don't have a knife. The black dragon cast a disdainful glance and then extended its foreclaw to grasp Zhi Ning, muttering, "Bear with it," before using its sharp claw to pierce her heart. A sudden, piercing pain coursed through her body, and Zhi Ning's face turned pale as she cursed, "Damn it!" Instantly, a crystalline blood droplet, glimmering with a reddish hue, flew from the wound, vanishing into the black dragon's brow in the blink of an eye. Following this, a complex and mysterious array materialized between them, with runes emerging like chains entwining them. As the array dissipated, the contract was complete. That moment, Zhi Ning felt a transformation occurring within her body. The once empty meridians began to flow with a gentle and abundant power, and the pain in her heart swiftly subsided. The wound healing at a visible rate, she noticed that the residual divine energy within her had also intensified. Furthermore, a bond had been established between her and the black dragon, allowing her to clearly perceive the other's cultivation level and whereabouts. Zhi Ning was inwardly astonished. This black dragon, though foolish, was entirely inscrutable to her. Was it due to her own weakness, or was the black dragon simply too powerful? She felt a surge of defiance. That cursed desire for competition drove her to yearn for greater strength. Meanwhile, after the contract was formed, the black dragon sensed Zhi Ning's unique constitution. Its eyes widened in exasperation as it bellowed. "Your spiritual veins have been excavated. How will you cultivate?" At that moment, the black dragon felt utterly deceived, trapped in a lifelong servitude. For once a contract was established, unless the master actively dissolved it, the contracted beast could only submit that not fret. My spiritual veins can regenerate, Zhi Ning reassured. The black dragon, do you think I'm a fool? Regenerating spiritual veins? Now that the contract was formed, Zhi Ning began to contemplate how to dissolve the seal. Yes, she cleared the vines at the cave entrance. She remarked, ordinary spiritual veins won't suffice, but a celestial spiritual vein will do. Celestial. The black dragon abruptly halted, its eyes widening as it observed Zhi Ning, who had already crawled halfway into the cave. Celestial spiritual vein. The black dragon was secretly astonished and quickly connected with their bond to examine it closely. Although Zhi Ning's spiritual veins had been excavated, remnants of the celestial spiritual veins aura still lingered. The rarity of celestial spiritual veins was well understood by the black dragon. The master of its mother had once possessed a celestial spiritual vein and ultimately ascended to divinity, leading its mother to become a divine beast as well. While the black dragon bore divine beast blood, it still needed to break through realms to become a true divine beast. Observing Zhi Ning, who had already squeezed through the cave entrance, its eyes sparkled with excitement. Its mother was right. It did possess a touch of fortune, and this foolish dragon had encountered the celestial spiritual vein. As Zhi Ning crawled deeper into the cave, she utilized the bond to decipher the black dragon's thoughts. See, one must be cautious when teaching a child. Look, it has become foolish, and yet it is still being compensated. Zhi Ning silently shook her head and continued onward, soon spotting a stone tablet standing before her, surrounded by dozens of iron chains. Before the tablet lay an open space, above which stood oddly shaped square stones arranged in a particularly familiar pattern. The more she gazed at the arrangement, the more it resonated with her. She stroked her chin, glanced at the intricately intertwined iron chains behind the stone tablet, and then focused on the square stone formation before her. Isn't this just the pattern lock of a modern smartphone? Zhi Ning exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the one who set this seal is also a transmigrator like myself? Just as she pondered this, the black dragon, anxious, leaned at the cave entrance and inquired, "How is it? Can this seal be broken?" Each point of the square lock could not be repeated and formed a continuous line. For Zhi Ning to successfully unlock the seal, she needed to identify the starting and ending points of the pattern. After careful observation and silently attempting various routes in her mind, she ultimately pinpointed the starting stone and leaped onto it. She stood upon it. The previously dull stone illuminated with a radiant glow, indicating that the starting point had been activated. Taking a deep breath, she followed the route she had mentally traversed, jumping from stone to stone accordingly. Due to the restrictions, the black dragon could not enter the cave and could only watch anxiously as Zhi Ning moved about like a monkey. Upon completing the final stone, the light that had gathered on the stones coalesced into beams, connecting along her path and ultimately forming a pattern identical to that of the iron chains. The immense light array ascended, intertwining with the chains, and the stone tablet began to crack and crumble, revealing a bracelet sealed within. The bracelet was translucent and white, resembling jade, yet not quite jade. Before Zhi Ning could react, the jade bracelet seemingly possessed a will of its own, zipping over and clasping itself on her wrist. Immediately, all the information about the bracelet flooded Zhi Ning's mind. It was named Feng Suan Jian, capable of containing all things that Zhi Ning gazed in astonishment at the radiant bracelet adorning her wrist. Could this be the so-called golden finger often mentioned in transmigration novels? How remarkably clever! Zhi Ning marveled as the stone tablet shattered. The seal was undone. The ground beneath her began to tremble, and outside, the black dragon shouted anxiously, "Hurry out! This cave is going to collapse." "I'm coming," Zhi Ning exclaimed, swiftly turning and climbing out of the cave. Just as she was about to leave, she abruptly pivoted and dashed toward the spiritual spring. "What are you doing?" the black dragon called out. "This spiritual spring is a valuable treasure. I must take it with me," Zhi Ning declared as she approached the spring, raising her hand and commanding, "Obedient bracelet, collect it." Upon catching sight of the Fankenjian on Zhi Ning's wrist, the black dragon felt another wave of astonishment wash over it. Who exactly was this woman, that even the artifact of its master accompanied her? In a flash of light, the spiritual spring was absorbed. Only then did Zhi Ning contentedly rush back to the black dragon. "Let me ride on your back. Carry me out." With that, she grasped the black dragon's mane, using both hands and feet to climb up. He Lung bit his teeth. "Am I your slave?" "I am. After all, an ancient black dragon. Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Right now, I am your master," Zhi Ning proclaimed with righteous indignation. The black dragon, infuriated yet powerless against Zhi Ning, could only resign itself and lower its body, allowing her to climb onto its back. "Make yourself comfortable," the black dragon said, and in an instant, its body soared into the air, breaking through the mountainside. That moment, nearly hundreds of cultivators had gathered at Dragon Binding Ridge, all drawn by the allure of divine artifacts, upon witnessing the black dragon ascend from the mountain. Their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. "It's the evil dragon. Run!" someone shouted, igniting chaos among the crowd. In midair, Zhi Ning, seated upon the black dragon's back, looked down at the panicking throng. Bewildered, what did you do to instill such fear in them? Chapter 4. A great supplement is required. The black dragon raised its head, prideful, and said, "In the past, my mother sought out this treasured place for me to protect the spiritual spring. She was likely concerned that someone might harbor malicious intentions, so she revealed her true form, disrupting the entire Juyo continent. With her strength alone, she slayed 100 spiritual masters who had reached the Xiansheng realm, thus amplifying my infamy. Later, she orchestrated a play to suppress the dragon, ultimately convincing the world that the evil dragon was sealed within this mountain. Henceforth, this place was named Dragon Binding Ridge as a warning to future generations." Zhi Ning's eyelids twitched. She had assumed that those who suppressed the black dragon were self-proclaimed righteous beings, but never would she have imagined it was the work of its own mother. Moreover, according to the information she possessed, the highest cultivation realm in the Jew continent was indeed Xiansheng. For the black dragon's mother to single-handedly slay 100 Xiansheng, that was rather formidable. "Ah, what a fortuitous windfall I have stumbled upon," the black dragon exclaimed. "This mountain bears my name." With its head held high, it appeared immensely proud. Why, Zhi Ning, too occupied to question how a dragon could utter such words, retorted, "Is this truly something to be proud of? The name given to this mountain serves as a reminder for people to stay away." The black dragon fell silent, sulking. "All right, let us move on. Your display is too ostentatious." Zhi Ning gently patted the black dragon's head. The black dragon glanced at the crumbling mountainside, twisted its body, and flew deeper into the mountains. The cave that sealed the black dragon was located deep within the dragon-binding ridge, which itself constituted the largest mountain range traversing the Juyo continent. The mountain stretched for thousands of miles, cleaving the entire Juyo continent in two, resulting in a stark divide between the north and south. The black dragon, carrying Zhi Ning, darted swiftly through the valleys. Suddenly, it halted, turning its gaze towards the south. "What is it?" Zhi Ning asked, puzzled. The black dragon raised its head, observing the direction of the south, and replied, "There are treasures to be found there." Why, Zhi Ning followed the black dragon's gaze and spotted a multitude of birds and beasts flying towards the south. "Treasures?" Zhi Ning's interest piqued. "Let us go take a look. That aura suggests spiritual herbs are nearing maturity." The black dragon continued, "Your body is severely depleted. You need to find some spiritual herbs to replenish your strength. Otherwise, with your fragile physique, when will you ever ascend to Xiansheng?" "Indeed, indeed. I must supplement, and it must be substantial." Zhi Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the black dragon carried her southwards, Zhi Ning glanced down at her tattered clothing. Although the bloodstains had been purified in the spiritual spring, the fabric was barely holding together. With a thought, a set of deep azure robes appeared before her. Wow. Without further contemplation, she quickly donned the dress. The style was simple, yet the fabric was soft, indicative of superior quality. "If only I had a mask to conceal my face," Zhi Ning murmured to herself. In a flash of light, a half-carved floral mask materialized in her hand. "Wow, you're truly remarkable. Is this a treasure chest?" Zhi Ning exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the small, wondrous item on her wrist. Her fingertips gently caressed it, feeling a faint sense of familiarity. Thereafter, Zhi Ning practiced harnessing the divine energy within her, while perched atop the black dragoness head. Her fingertips gradually enveloped in tendrils of red spiritual energy, from clumsiness to proficiency. She soon mastered the ebb and flow of the spiritual power, observing the vibrant red glow in her palm, which seemed almost alive. Zhi Ning secretly marveled. So this is the era of spiritual energy. As a person and a dragon soared southward, a throng of cultivators also rushed in that direction. Upon nearing their destination, Zhi Ning instructed the black dragon to shrink in size and concealed it within her sleeves before donning her mask, masquerading as a wandering cultivator to proceed. Before long, she stumbled upon a large gathering. Before a precipice, hundreds of cultivators had amassed, all greedily eyeing a blood-red plant poised to bloom atop the steep cliff across from them. Zhi Ning stood at the periphery of the crowd, her gaze locking on several familiar faces at the forefront. Yi Yuan and her elder brother, Yilong the Yi family stood as the foremost among the 5 great clans, with their patriarch, Yi Zhong, having reached the Xianzong realm, also serving as a national general appointed by the royal family. Both in status and identity, they were exceedingly privileged at that moment, aside from the Yi family. Several members of other clans were present. Zhi Ning gazed intently at them, a plan forming in her mind. The resources of these noble families were abundant, their disciples numerous, and their strength formidable. With the Yi family leading the charge, all 5 great clans had congregated. Yet Yi Yuan was the only familiar face, which disappointed Zhi Ning. Dressed in a flowing moon-white gown, Yilong clasped his hands in greeting to the assembly, saying, "Esteemed guests, my younger sister was injured by a demonic beast in her youth, leaving her with lingering wounds. She now awaits this final medicinal ingredient, the blood-red vine. I humbly thank you all and hope you can grant it to the Yi family. Yi Yuan stood beside him, a gentle smile adorning her face, exuding an air of innocence. I, Yi Yuan, express my gratitude in advance. The favor of this herb will surely be repaid in the future. Yi Long was strikingly handsome, having reached mid-Xianling at merely 17, making him one of the most talented youths among his peers. Moreover, as the heir of the Yi family, his words carried weight. Yi Yuan, having usurped Zhi Ning's beauty, adorned with an exquisite visage and a seemingly harmless demeanor, spoke in a soft, delicate voice that garnered pity from the crowd. Why, young master, you flatter us. Such spiritual herbs are beyond our humble reach. We have merely come to catch a glimpse of the herb, nothing more. Indeed, young master, please take the herb. We shall not interfere. Lady Yi possesses celestial grace and beauty. Should she have a desire, it should be fulfilled. Among those present, aside from the 5 great clans, most were wandering cultivators. Lacking powerful backgrounds and abundant resources, they naturally dared not offend a family like the Yi clan. Even if some harbored intentions toward the spiritual herb, they would not dare to reveal them easily. Listening to the flattery, Yi Yuan's heart swelled with pride. Yi Long, with a warm demeanor, did not become conceited by the praise. Rather, he sincerely thanked each individual. Zhi Ning observed from a distance, her gaze fixating on Yi Long, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. Black Dragon, take advantage of the chaos to seize the herb. Zhi Ning toyed with a leaf in her hand, her eyes glinting coldly. Injured by a demonic beast, it was clearly Yi Yuan's inability to fully merge with the celestial spirit vein, necessitating the blood-red vine as a catalyst. At this moment, Yi Yuan must regret having killed the original owner so early. The black dragon peeked out from her sleeve, gazing towards the precipice. There lies a 4th-tier snake beast at the bottom of the cliff. They are delusional if they think they can harvest the herb. Is that so? Zhi Ning smirked mischievously. Then let us find a good spot to enjoy the show. Zhi Ning climbed an ancient tree, settling into a comfortable position to watch the unfolding drama. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, Yi Yuan sensed a familiar aura in her surroundings. Casually scanning the area, she ultimately spotted Zhi Ning perched atop the ancient tree. Zhi Ning made no effort to hide, smiling brightly as their eyes met. Turning away, in a moment of solitude, a flicker of terror crossed her face. That pair of eyes. It's Zhi Ning? No, impossible. That wretched girl cannot still be alive. Yi Yuan suppressed her rising panic, glancing back at Zhi Ning, only to find her looking elsewhere. Comforting herself internally, Yi Yuan thought, that woman's clothing is exquisite. Her entire demeanor vastly different from Zhi Ning. She cannot possibly be from an ordinary family. Yuan, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Yi Long's concerned voice reached her ears. Yi Yuan quickly composed herself, offering a delicate smile to her brother. I'm fine, just feeling a bit uneasy. Yi Long gazed at her with compassion, gently patting her head. Do not worry. Once I procure the blood-red vine for you, your wounds will heal. Yes, I knew brother cares for me the most. Yi Yuan smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. Yi Long's gaze softened at the sight. As moments passed, the petals of the blood-red vine began to unfurl, and all that remained was for the other 6 petals to blossom, signaling the herb's maturity. Every single person fixated on it, hardly daring to blink. The blood-red vine was ripening, as the 7th petal unfurled slowly. A sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Almost immediately, dozens of leaves sliced through the air like sharp blades, hammering down upon the rising cliffs and creating several deep craters amidst the thunderous roar. Large boulders tumbled down. Run, someone yelled, and chaos erupted among the crowd. The members of the 5 great families, who had just moments ago vowed not to compete for the spirit herbs, now descended into madness, resorting to fratricidal violence in their pursuit of the precious medicine. Yuan, brother is going to gather herbs. You must be careful. In the midst of the turmoil, Yi Long instructed, then swiftly leaped forward. With considerable cultivation, Yi Long quickly broke through the encirclement with the aid of other families and flew straight towards the cliff's edge. Yet, just as he was about to approach the crimson blood vine, A chilling aura surged from the depths of the cliff. In the next moment, a thick serpent's tail shot up from below, viciously striking at Yi Long in midair. His expression changed dramatically, forcing him to abandon the easily attainable crimson blood vine and swiftly evade the tail's assault. The onlookers, struck by fear, halted their actions, witnessing a snake head adorned with intricate patterns rising slowly from the cliff's base. Its crimson eyes glowed with malice, and its massive head nearly obscured half the mountaintop. Staring coldly at those who had come to gather herbs, continuously flicking its blood-red tongue, that it was a fourth-tier serpent beast. Chapter 5. Those who dare to harm her shall die. The appearance of the fourth-tier serpent beast abruptly shifted the dynamics of the situation. Everyone gazed at it with gleaming eyes, greed unabashedly evident for this spirit beast. A fourth-tier spirit beast was equivalent to a spirit master of the Xianling realm, if one could forge a contract with it. The Master S cultivation would not only increase, but would also gain a servant of the Xianling realm. The Nine Radiance continent is a low-tier realm. Despite the prevalent cultivation environment, the thin spiritual energy means that only a handful can break through the Xiansheng realm and ascend to the higher realms. Currently, most cultivators across the continent are merely at the Xianling realm, and to progress further, they must rely on large families or inter-academies to obtain cultivation resources. Otherwise, a practitioner of mediocre talent may never step into a higher realm in their lifetime. Thus, people risk their lives to tame spirit beasts, forging contracts that benefit both parties. Ordinary spirit beasts are ranked from 1 to 9 tiers. The higher the tier, the more precious the beast. Above the 9th tier are the sacred beasts, which must endure tribulations of thunder to ascend to divine beasts after breaking through the 9th tier. Spirit beasts are already scarce, let alone those capable of independently cultivating to the 4th tier. Thus, when the serpent beast emerged, the crimson blood vine was cast aside by the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, spirit herbs may be relinquished, but spirit beasts are rare. From this point on, let each rely on their own abilities. As the words fell, everyone surged forward towards the serpent beast, igniting a chaotic battle between humans and serpents. Yi Long, who initially intended to gather herbs, felt excitement swell within him upon seeing the serpent beast. He too desired the 4th-tier serpent beast. However, the crimson blood vine was of utmost importance to Yuan, as her father had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of acquiring it. After a brief internal struggle, Yi Long ultimately chose to prioritize gathering the herb tea that moment. A shadow darted swiftly towards the crimson blood vine. Before Yi Long could discern what it was, he realized that the crimson blood vine had vanished from the rock face. Yi Long was taken aback, quickly pursuing the shadow in hopes of reclaiming the herb. Yet the shadow moved with such speed that it disappeared from view in an instant, with the vine snatched away. The serpent beast roared in fury that it had been waiting patiently for the crimson blood vine to ripen, longing to consume it for a breakthrough to the 5th tier. Now, not only had a human dared to steal it, but it also failed to ascertain what had taken the vine. Roar! The serpent beast bellowed, sweeping its tail to crush those foolish enough to approach it. With the beast in a rage, it was clear to all that unless they wished to perish, they should join forces against it. You speak well, but after we unite against it, the question of who claims the serpent beast remains. Indeed, it is easy to speak from a position of safety. 4th-tier spirit beasts are already rare. Whether one lives or dies is left to fate. Each should rely on their own capabilities. That why Zhi Ning held little interest in the serpent beast, as she possessed the black dragon. At present, she was far more inclined to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. After ordering the black dragon to seize the crimson blood vine amidst the chaos, Zhi Ning plucked several leaves and aimed them directly at Yi Yuan. Having been trained from a young age, she excelled in the art of hidden weapons. Now, with spiritual energy augmenting her abilities, even a single leaf could become a lethal weapon in her hands. Moreover, Zhi Ning wielded divine soul power, not mere spiritual energy. The leaves, imbued with rich spiritual energy, soared through the air like arrows, aimed squarely at Yi Yuan's face. "Miss, be careful." A retainer shielding Yi Yuan sensed danger and immediately leaped in front of her, conjuring a small barrier of spiritual energy. Yet in the next second, to the horror of the onlookers, the leaves shattered through the barrier, sending the retainer flying. Dozens of retainers, without even a glimpse of their adversary. Met their end in an instant. Yi Yuan's face paled as she swiftly drew her spirit sword, warily scanning her surroundings. Who dares to ambush this young lady? Yi Yuan, uninterested in the fourth-tier serpent beast, could only retreat to a safer area with her retainers, unable to locate the one who had plotted against her. Zhi Ning observed her move toward a less populated area with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, today I shall collect some interest. As for the principal, we shall settle it slowly. With a slight smirk, Zhi Ning leaped down from the ancient tree and blended into the crowd. Her agility allowed her to weave through the throng like a specter, heading directly for Yi Yuan. The scene was chaotic, with everyone blinded by the desire to seize the fourth-tier serpent beast. As Zhi Ning fended off those attempting to ambush her from behind, she stealthily approached Yi Yuan. Having acquired the heavenly spirit vein, Yi Yuan's cultivation had significantly improved, now reaching the pinnacle of the Xianxing realm, just a step away from the Xianling realm. Even so, she struggled to evade Zhi Ning's relentless attacks. Initially, she managed to defend herself, but as the number of leaves increased, Yi Yuan began to falter. Seeing her remain relatively unscathed, Zhi Ning felt a surge of dissatisfaction and swiftly gathered dozens of leaves to launch at Yi Yuan simultaneously. The leaves converged in the air, forming a colossal net that struck Yi Yuan directly. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Yi Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "Miss!" Her retainers cried out in alarm. This sight. A satisfied smile finally graced Zhi Ning's face. Yet in the next moment, a voice echoed in her mind, the black dragon exclaiming, "Stupid girl, be careful." Zhi Ning froze, sensing a powerful aura surging towards her from behind. The one drawing the serpent beast's attention was none other than a member of another family. Damn it. Zhi Ning cursed inwardly, lamenting her inability to fly, just as she thought her demise was imminent. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly into a clear embrace. "Oh, not be afraid." A soothing voice whispered in her ear. Zhi Ning looked up to find herself gazing into a strikingly handsome face. Momentarily taken aback by the sheer beauty of the man, she found herself captivated. It wasn't until she was safely removed from the chaos that he gently set her down. "Are you unhurt?" he asked, his warm gaze filled with concern at why. Zhi Ning blinked, taking a few steps back to create distance between them. Observing her retreat, a flicker of obscurity passed through the depths of his eyes. "She does not remember me?" He kept his gaze fixed on her, unblinking. When Zhi Ning met his eyes, she felt as if he were looking through her, searching for someone else. "Thank you for saving me," she said, quickly masking her astonishment, her voice soft. "And no need for thanks. It is good that you are unharmed," he replied, his voice melodious, akin to a mountain stream, pure and untainted. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhi Ning felt an inexplicable familiarity with this man. Biting her lip, she gazed into his eyes, attempting to uncover any traces of recognition within her memories. However, despite her efforts, she found nothing. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again," gathering her thoughts. She prepared to depart upon receiving a message from the Black Dragon. The man made no attempt to detain her, merely standing still as he watched her go. Once she was out of sight, the warmth in his expression vanished, and he turned to face the serpent beast still entangled in battle with the others. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. His lips parted, the words emerging like a chilling winter's breath. "Those who dare to harm her shall die." Chapter 6. I must return to seek vengeance. As the spiritual energy erupted, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings, scattering leaves. The overwhelming aura knocked some cultivators of lower realms to the ground, causing them to spit blood. Only those of the Xianling realm and above managed to remain upright. Before anyone could react, the energy pierced through the serpent beast's vital spot. Roar! The serpent beast let out a pained howl, and in the next moment, its enormous body plummeted from the air, crashing down to the cliff's base. Its massive head resting precariously on the precipice. The crowd stared in horror at the now lifeless serpent beast. The profound silence enveloped the mountain top, as no one dared to move. All eyes turned towards the figure of the man who had subdued the beast. Clad in a dark robe intricately embroidered with golden clouds, his hair danced in the wind, and his robes billowed gracefully that he stood tall and regal, exuding an air of nobility. I at the imperial master? After a while, someone could no longer contain themselves and whispered a remark. Zhi Ning cast a cold glance over the crowd, his gaze ultimately lingering on Yi Yuan for a fleeting moment. He was no stranger to the heavenly spirit vein within her, for it belonged to his elder sister, but a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passed through him. When he had arrived earlier, he had just witnessed Zhi Ning attacking Yi Yuan. Had he not been concerned about the serpent beast harming her, he would not have appeared so hastily. Nevertheless, the enemy of his sister would be left for her to handle personally, lest she scold him otherwise. Zhi dispelled the thought of eliminating Yi Yuan and transformed into a wisp of residual shadow as he departed. As he vanished, the oppressive atmosphere around dissipated, allowing the others to finally take deep breaths. Why would the Imperial Master appear in such a place? Could it be that he also came for the serpent beast? The Imperial Master had long surpassed the realm of Xianshang. Do you truly believe he would covet a mere fourth-tier spirit beast? Was it for the blood-red vine? This they turned their gazes toward the rocky wall, where the blood-red vine had vanished without a trace. Upon realizing this, they shifted their focus to Yilong. Yilong had been closest to the serpent beast, and had also been injured by Yin's spiritual force, but he clutched his chest, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, and gritted his teeth, stating, "The blood-red vine is not in my possession." Seeing him so severely injured, coupled with the fact that someone had witnessed Yilong's inability to approach the blood-red vine before the serpent beast became enraged, they began to trust his words that it appeared that the Imperial Master had indeed come for the blood-red vine. Now that the serpent beast was dead and the blood-red vine was gone, everyone should disperse. Alas, yet another fruitless endeavor. Not necessarily. Although the serpent beast is dead, its scales and armor are valuable commodities. Had the Imperial Master not directly shattered its spiritual core, it could have fetched a good price. The crowd meticulously divided the remains of the serpent beast, leaving only its severed head. Yuan, how did you sustain such injuries? Upon seeing Yi Yuan in a disheveled state, with only 6 out of the 30 attendants left to protect her, Yilong was taken aback. Yi Yuan pressed her hand to her chest, her complexion somewhat pale. She was merely at the pinnacle of the Xianqing realm, first injured by Zhi Ning, and now suffering greatly under Yin's oppressive presence. "Brother, someone plotted against me just now." Yi Yuan grasped Yilong's hand, her voice tinged with weakness. Even without identifying her assailant, she could still sense the targeting directed at her. Yilong's expression grew serious as he stepped forward to support Yi Yuan, inquiring, "Do you know who it was?" Yi Yuan shook her head. "It was too chaotic earlier. I couldn't pinpoint where that person was." Yilong furrowed his brow. In his heart, Yi Yuan had always been gentle and kind, never having made an enemy. If the assailant was not her enemy, it was highly likely they were targeting the Yi family. Meanwhile, on another mountain peak, Zhi Ning had reunited with the Black Dragon and had obtained the blood-red vine. Where shall we go next? The Black Dragon shrank its form, lazily resting on the ground. Zhi Ning glanced in the direction of the imperial capital, a glimmer of dark light flickering in her eyes. She had come to understand why she had appeared before her in such a bloodied state initially. The original host had endured so much. How could it be resolved so easily? Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, memories of the original host's experiences from the past decade flashing vividly in her mind. The torture of flesh slicing, the raw extraction of the spiritual vein, the agonizing pain of skin being flayed from her face, still fresh in her memory, now compounded by 14 years of blood resentment. Even if it was merely a fragment of her soul. Rounding up, it was still her. Thus, the cruel slaughter inflicted upon her by Yi Yuan and the other disciples from noble families must be avenged. Furthermore, that mysterious voice had mentioned that she bore mission. Although the words were left unfinished, since she had come this far, it was unavoidable. In light of this, her current tasks were twofold: to settle accounts with those noble family disciples and to seek a means to regenerate her spiritual vein. Hastening her rise in power, as for everything else, she would take it one step at a time. The girl and the dragon waited in the mountains until dusk fell. Unbeknownst to them, Zhi Ning had been concealed nearby. gazing at her with an infatuated expression. Once night fully enveloped the sky, the black dragon carried Zhi Ning towards the imperial capital. The binding dragon ridge lay to the east of the imperial capital, over 100 miles away. For practitioners, such a distance was hardly daunting. They could reach it in half a day's time. As an ancient divine beast, the black dragon naturally flew at an accelerated pace. In less than half an hour, the girl and dragon arrived at the imperial capital. That moment, the entire city was shrouded in night. Lanterns lining the streets, emitting a soft glow, and only a few figures hurried along. Zhi Ning instructed the black dragon to find an uninhabited corner to enter the city, only to discover that all the inns had already closed. She stared at the tightly shut doors of the inns. Lost in thought, Black Dragon, how about we take shelter at that dilapidated temple we pass by outside the city? The Black Dragon, with a displeased expression, curled up on the hairpin atop Zhi Ning's head and shook its head disdainfully. That shabby temple is not even comparable to my binding dragon ridge. I refuse to go. It does not befit me. Why, Zhi Ning's eye twitched. This dragon had quite the standards. Then let us see if there are any inns that haven't closed. After wandering the city alone for a while, Zhi Ning finally found a shop still lit. Miss, would you like to stay? The shopkeeper, stationed at the counter, immediately rose with a warm smile upon seeing Zhi Ning outside the door. Yes, do you have any available rooms? Yes, indeed. Please come in. Mississippi. Zhi Ning nodded lightly, taking a couple of steps forward, only to suddenly remember that she seemed to have no money on her. She hurriedly inquired of the Black Dragon. Money? Are you referring to spirit stones? As a dragon, where would I acquire spirit stones? Zhi Ning was once again rendered speechless. Looking at the shopkeeper, who awaited her with a cheerful expression, she awkwardly removed the hairpin from her head. Sir, I seem to have lost my spirit stones while traveling. May I use this hairpin to offset the lodging fee? The shopkeeper was initially taken aback, his gaze lingering on the hairpin in Zhi Ning's hand for a few seconds. That would be splendid. Thank you, kind sir. After handing over the hairpin, Zhi Ning joyfully followed the shopkeeper upstairs to her guest room. The shopkeeper meticulously explained various matters, and, as he departed, he specifically instructed her to call him if she needed anything. After seeing the shopkeeper off, Zhi Ning quietly sighed, thinking how kind he was. Downstairs, the shopkeeper approached the door, walking toward the figure exuding a cold and noble presence. Imperial Master. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully. Mo Chenin turned, casting a glance at the distant inn, and, after a soft hum, inquired, Has everything been arranged? The shopkeeper replied, All has been arranged according to your instructions, and that young lady is settled and comfortably. That is good. Mo Chun Yin's gaze softened as he looked at the eye in by the way. The shopkeeper continued, producing Zhi Ning's hairpin from his robe and presenting it to Mo Chenin with both hands. The young lady has no spirit stones, so she used this hairpin as collateral. Chun-Yin glanced at the hairpin. While it was not particularly valuable, it was sufficient for a night's stay. However, upon realizing that the most valuable item Zhi Ning possessed was this trinket, his brow furrowed deeply. In the next moment, a pouch of high-quality spirit stones appeared in the shopkeeper's hands, and he calmly stated, Keep these spirit stones. They will cover her stay in your establishment for several years. During this time, if she requires assistance, do your utmost to help her. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Also, I do not wish for her to know that I am overseeing these arrangements. You understand what to say, correct? The shopkeeper, holding the pouch of spirit stones, was somewhat taken aback. Understood, understood. Rest assured, Imperial Master, I will treat that young lady as an esteemed guest, as soon as the words left his lips. The figure in front of him had already vanished. The shopkeeper weighed the pouch in his hands, his eyes crinkling with delight. Not far away, Mo Chun-Yin stood atop a rooftop, and Xinya suddenly appeared beside him. Puzzled, Master, that it does not have a good environment. Why did you let Missy stay there? Our Lanhua Pavilion also has vacant rooms. Mo Chun-Yin lowered his gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he replied. Ning Ning has always been perceptive. Now that she has just returned from her tribulations with no memories of me, if she were to stay at Lanhua Pavilion, it would only raise her suspicions. Speaking of Zhi Ning's lack of memory regarding him, a hint of loneliness surfaced in Mo Chun-Yin's eyes. After 15,000 years, he had waited so long, and at last he had her back. Chapter 7. A Narrow Path for Enemies in the Guest Room. Zhi Ning found herself wide awake. She sat on the bed, carefully examining the space within the square inch. Unlike before, when she merely extracted items from it, this time, Zhi Ning stepped directly into the square inch. Once inside, she was utterly astounded. She had expected it to resemble a dark storage room, yet it unfolded into a realm of its own. Verdant mountains and clear waters, a sight to behold. The spiritual spring she had collected harmonized with this space, transforming into a pool of clear, emerald waters. Zhi Ning walked upon the soft grass, and at the edge of the grass, a delicate wooden house came into view. The wooden structure was adorned with climbing vines, blooming pale yellow flowers that exuded a soothing fragrance. Standing outside the wooden house, Zhi Ning tentatively called out, "Is anyone there?" The only response was the rustling of the swaying vines. With a creak, the door of the wooden house slowly opened. As Zhi Ning stepped inside, she found that the furnishings were modern in style. A sofa, a bookshelf, and an excessively large bed. Holding her breath, she was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable emotion. A gentle breeze carried a note, which floated towards Zhi Ning. She gently grasped it, revealing elegant handwriting that read, "Darling, Mommy has prepared many things for you. When you arrive here, it means you have successfully returned from your tribulations. Mother is uncertain if she can wait for you, so she can only leave the gift here, but I hope you will like it." Upon finishing the note, Zhi Ning felt a slight tremor in her heart, her eyes uncontrollably becoming dry, and a hint of sourness rising in her throat. She carefully tucked the note away and began to scrutinize the wooden cabin. Indeed, it housed an abundance of items. An entire bookshelf filled with cultivation techniques and methods, an inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as beautiful dresses that catered to all her girlish fantasies. The cabinet was brimming with garments for every stage of life, from childhood to adulthood. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhi Ning gently touched the sumptuous fabrics that were clearly exquisite. Having been an orphan since childhood, no one had ever cared for her except for her master. Now, witnessing that someone was so profoundly concerned by their mother, she felt a pang of envy. Unsure of the true owner of the bracelet, Zhi Ning refrained from carelessly touching the items within. Instead, she glanced down at the dark blue gown she wore and lightly brushed her fingers over the mask on her face. It seemed this ensemble was intended for the cabin owner's daughter. With this thought in mind, Zhi Ning spoke into the void. "I inadvertently intruded. I hope for your forgiveness. The items borrowed today will surely be returned in the future." Aside from her clothing and mask, Zhi Ning did not disturb anything else inside, instead placing the note carefully on the table. Subsequently, she arranged a small area for herself, intending to store her belongings there. The identity of the bracelet's owner remained unknown, and although it had come into her possession, Zhi Ning was not the type to claim others' belongings without permission, until she found the rightful owner. She could only use it temporarily without disturbing the contents. After a restful night, Zhi Ning awoke when the sun was high in the sky, discovering the black dragon curled up at the foot of her bed, still soundly asleep. "Get up! What kind of dragon sleeps in this late?" Zhi Ning playfully nudged the black dragon with her foot. The black dragon drowsily opened its eyes, stretching its 4 claws and yawning. Muttering, "Who says dragons cannot enjoy a lazy morning?" Zhi Ning chuckled and shook her head before rising to freshen up. Afterward, she pushed open the window to gaze outside. The sun was now at its zenith, and the streets were bustling with passers-by and vendors calling out their wares. Zhi Ning stretched lazily, donned her mask, and took the now shrunken black dragon with her as she stepped outside. The first floor of the inn was filled with tables occupied by guests. The innkeeper stood at the counter, calculating, and upon seeing Zhi Ning descend, he hurriedly approached her with enthusiasm. "My lady, I trust you have rested well? Our humble establishment offers some delightful dishes. Would you care to try them?" The innkeeper's excessive enthusiasm struck Zhi Ning as peculiar, prompting her to regard him with suspicion. Perhaps sensing his overzealousness, the innkeeper quickly added, "Please do not misunderstand. I noticed your accent is not from the imperial capital, and I thought it might delight you to venture out and enjoy yourself." Zhi Ning was not an inexperienced girl, and she found it hard to believe the innkeeper's words. However, she was curious as to why he was being so attentive, given that she had no spiritual power or spirit stones. The innkeeper, feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, wiped his brow and explained, I merely noticed your splendid attire and assumed you must be a young lady from a noble family, hence my extra attention. This explanation was indeed more plausible than his previous remarks. Why Zhi Ning chose to accept his words for the moment and smiled, saying, I am so short on funds that I have to use a hairpin for lodging. Are you not afraid I am just a con artist? The innkeeper chuckled. When traveling, one often encounters difficulties. I only hope that you will remember this humble establishment's small kindness in the future. Zhi Ning found some sincerity in his words and decided not to dwell on it further, smiling as she moved to an empty table. Then please bring me 2 of your best dishes. Certainly, I shall fetch them right away. While waiting for her meal, Zhi Ning contemplated how to acquire some spirit stones. Just then, she overheard some patrons at the next table discussing the auction house, sparking an idea in her mind. After finishing her meal, she approached the innkeeper to inquire about the auction house. Upon hearing her question, the innkeeper felt a sense of relief. You have come to the right person. I'm acquainted with the manager of the largest auction house in the city. Whatever you need, just let me know that I wish to consign something for auction, that if you could assist me in making the connection. I assure you, the benefits will not be lacking. Such a statement is unnecessary. I will inquire on your behalf shortly. Thank you. Later, the innkeeper headed straight to the Imperial City auction house. He presented the token given to him by Mo Chun-in the previous night to the attendant at the entrance and was promptly led to Mo Chun-in. Inside, Mo Chun-in sat languidly in a chair, his long hair cascading down his back, draped in a loose robe, appearing as if he had just bathed. What is it? He asked, his gaze coolly resting on the innkeeper. The young lady wishes to consign items for auction. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun-in lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well. Chinya appeared suddenly, startling the innkeeper, returning to the inn. The innkeeper led Chinya directly to Zhi Ning's door that he knocked lightly. My lady, the auction house has sent someone with me to inquire what you wish to auction. Zhi Ning opened the door and immediately spotted Chinya standing behind the innkeeper. Clad in a fitted blue outfit, Chinya was tall and elegant, exuding a sharp aura and profound cultivation. Greetings, Miss. I am Chinya, he said with a friendly nod. Zhi Ning smiled and stepped aside. Please, come in. Chinya blinked, ready to step forward, but the image of his master's face flashed in his mind. His master had instructed him to be cautious, as Miss Ye's memory had yet to return, and they should not approach too recklessly. Chinya sighed inwardly. Having awaited this moment for countless years, it was indeed tragic that he could not meet her now that she had returned. He felt compelled to do something for his master. Miss, as I am a man, and the innkeeper is also, it would be improper to enter your room. How about this, if you do not mind? Would you accompany me to the auction house? He proposed, feeling quite proud of his responsible suggestion. Very well, lead the way. Zhi Ning agreed. A.S. Chinya guided Zhi Ning into the auction house. Mo Chun-in, who had been meditating in his room, immediately sensed her presence. His eyes snapped open, gleaming with joy, and in the next moment, he vanished like a flash of light on the 3rd floor's private room. As Chinya and Zhi Ning entered, they noticed an additional figure behind the screen. Zhi Ning caught sight of it and looked at Chinya with curiosity. Do not be afraid. That is my master. Chinya reassured her quickly. Zhi Ning nodded thoughtfully, but felt a strange familiarity with the aura in the air, reminiscent of the man who had saved her previously. Miss, it is fortunate my master is present. May we first examine the item you wish to consign? As you know, not all items are suitable for auction. With that, he retrieved the blood-red vine from his spatial pouch and placed it on the table. As the ice box containing the blood-red vine was unveiled, potent spiritual energy filled the room. Chinya squinted, smiling as he remarked, a 200-year-old blood-red vine. A fine item indeed. Is it sellable? Zhi Ning asked, still unfamiliar with the value of items in this world, relying solely on the fragmented memories left by her 3 remnants of soul. Of course, it is worth quite a few spirit stones. Chinya replied, maintaining a cheerful facade while secretly musing. His previous words were merely to assuage Zhi Ning's suspicions that in truth, whether she presented a blood-red vine or a mere stone, his master would accept it and ensure it fetched a high price. Does your auction house require any agreements or procedures? For instance, handling fees or other costs? We only charge a 20% handling fee, which includes finding buyers for you and collecting spirit stones on your behalf. Additionally, we will keep the seller's identity confidential to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from attempting to seize the spirit stones afterward. Zhi Ning was pleasantly surprised by the thoroughness of the auction house's services. When can it be sold? Typically, auctions are held every 3 days. The venue is nearly full during the events. And we cannot auction just one item. We need at least 5 items to proceed. 3 days. Why? Zhi Ning bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she looked at Qinya. Could I possibly receive an advance of spirit stones? Just enough to cover 3 days of lodging. Upon hearing this, Qinya nearly burst into laughter but managed to restrain himself. He raised his hand and waved lightly, causing a bag of spirit stones and a golden token to appear on the table. You may take these spirit stones for now. As for this token, it identifies you as the seller, but if you're interested on the day of the auction, you may enter the venue with it, and someone will guide you inside. Thank you. Zhi Ning accepted the spirit stones and token without hesitation. Qinya glanced at Chen behind the screen, noting his lack of reaction, indicating that his master had no intention of making an appearance. I shall escort you. Master, Missy has already departed. Qinya called out. Chen ignored him, waiting until Zhi Ning was out of sight before finally turning around. Didn't you go to Ning as place to talk? Why did she have to come all the way here? Upon hearing this, Chen Yin's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Well done. Meanwhile, after leaving the auction house, Zhi Ning, now with some money in hand, contemplated purchasing some new clothing for herself. She inquired along the way and arrived at a well-reputed ready-to-wear shop in the city. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she was surprised to find Ji Fu there as well. That a subtle smile curved Zhi Ning's lips, and her eyes narrowed slightly. A murderous intent swiftly flooding her gaze. Tisuke, what a narrow path for old foes. Chapter 8. If only you had been a little more restrained, you wouldn't have found yourself in my grasp. Zhi Ning lingered at the entrance of the shop for a moment before proceeding inside. The shopkeeper was attentively assisting Ji Fu in selecting garments, surrounded by several maidservants holding dresses that Ji Fu had tried on. Why are your clothes becoming increasingly hideous? Not a single one is presentable. Ji Fu's spoiled voice rang out. The shopkeeper's smile faltered, and somewhat flustered, he replied, Miss Ji, these are all the latest styles. Latest styles? Ha! These are fit for beggars at best. Ji Fu slammed the garments onto the shopkeeper's face, her attitude exceedingly contemptuous. Observing this, a cold glint flashed in Zhi Ning's eyes, yet she feigned indifference as she continued to browse for her own clothes. She had initially considered teaching Ji Fu a lesson, but upon realizing it was someone else's shop, she decided against ruining their business. However, just as Zhi Ning dismissed the thought, Ji Fu approached her directly. Ji Fu's gaze fell upon Zhi Ning's dark green dress. Zhi Ning tilted her head slightly to glance at Ji Fu, choosing to ignore her as she casually picked a few reasonably nice fabrics and walked to the counter. Shopkeeper, I'd like to settle my bill. Seeing Zhi Ning disregard Ji Fu, the shopkeeper turned pale with fright and hurried over to Zhi Ning, lowering his voice. Miss Ji is speaking to you. Zhi Ning coldly replied, I do not know her. This statement instantly ignited Ji Fu's fury. She raised her hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards Zhi Ning, exclaiming, Who is this wild girl? It would be your fortune to be acknowledged by me, yet you dare to treat me with such disdain. Expecting to teach Zhi Ning a lesson, Ji Fu watched in disbelief as her spiritual energy vanished upon contact with Zhi Ning. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhi Ning remained composed, her half-masked face adding to her air of mystery. Although she had not detected the presence of spiritual energy earlier, her demeanor commanded respect. She regarded Ji Fu with a cool gaze, her lips curling into a slight smile as she raised her hand and gestured toward Ji Fu. This simple motion made Ji Fu believe an attack was imminent, prompting her to hurriedly shield her head. After a moment of waiting, when nothing happened, Ji Fu lowered her hands and found Zhi Ning looking at her with mocking eyes. realizing she had been played. Ji Fu's face flushed with rage. "You vile creature! How dare you toy with me?" Ji Fu, enraged and humiliated, summoned her spiritual sword and charged at Zhi Ning. However, just as Ji Fu was about to strike, a white ribbon shot through the air, ensnaring her. "The Ji family is quite arrogant," a clear and ethereal voice echoed. Why, Zhi Ning discreetly withdrew the spiritual energy she had been gathering at her fingertips. Her gaze faintly directed toward the entrance. Ji Fu, glancing at the woman at the door, felt a surge of bitterness. "Your Highness," the princess she referred to was by Ruo Wei, the third princess of the royal family. 16 years old and at the mid-level of her cultivation, a frosty expression adorned by Ruo Wei's beautiful face as she slowly entered, tugging at the white ribbon, which effortlessly disarmed Ji Fu of her spiritual sword. "Ji Fu, do not assume that a bit of cultivation allows you to bully others. This is the capital, not your Ji family's Fuqing." And by Ruo Wei's eyes, Zhi Ning appeared to lack spiritual energy, presumably an ordinary person unable to cultivate. Upon witnessing Ji Fu attacking someone devoid of spiritual power, she could not hold back her indignation. "Clearly, she provoked me first." Ji Fu pointed at Zhi Ning, her voice laced with fury. Why? Zhi Ning's thin lips curled into a smile, her cool voice flowing forth. "You speak without thought. Your barking skills are commendable. You little, who are you calling a dog?" Ji Fu fumed, her shrill voice grating on the ears. "Whoever fits the bill," Zhi Ning retorted, her tone dismissive. Seeking death, Ji Fu roared, preparing to strike. The entire imperial capital was aware of Ji Fu's tyrannical disposition. Anyone who incurred her wrath was subject to her violent retaliation, ranging from a few slaps to potential death. Bai Ruo Wei stepped forward, positioning herself between them, her icy gaze fixed on Ji Fu, her tone firm. "What? Do you wish to commit murder before the princess?" Ji Fu ground her teeth in frustration, her youthful face marred by an uncharacteristic malice. She glared at Zhi Ning, sheltered behind by Ruo Wei, and threatened, "Today, I shall spare you due to the princess's presence, but do not let me see you again." With that, she stormed out of the ready-to-wear shop, accompanied by her maidservants. Zhi Ning, feeling somewhat bored, tugged at the corner of her lips, having anticipated an opportunity to teach Ji Fu a lesson, only to be thwarted by Ruo Wei's timely intervention. "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhi Ning said with a smile, acknowledging the princess for her intervention. Bai Ruo Wei responded with a curt nod, advising as she departed it would be wise to avoid her in the future. Though well-intentioned, Zhi Ning chuckled lightly and chose not to respond further. "Humph. Let us see who can help you next time." Ji Fu glared malevolently ahead before instructing her coachman, "Accelerate and aim for that woman in the green dress." The coachman, unwilling to disobey Ji Fu's orders, steered the carriage toward Zhi Ning, cracking the whip with determination. The horses, feeling the sting, neighed loudly and bolted forward, prompting pedestrians to scatter in terror. "Watch out, miss," a kind-hearted bystander shouted. Yet, Zhi Ning appeared oblivious, continuing her walk as though nothing were amiss. It was only when the carriage was about to collide with her that a flash of red light erupted, causing the entire carriage to disassemble in an instant. Aside from the horse, all occupants were suspended in mid-air, as if frozen in time. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the red light swiftly coalesced, forming a vast spherical barrier that encased both Ji Fu and Zhi Ning. However, their spiritual energy dissipated upon contact with the barrier. Inside, Ji Fu was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Glaring at Zhi Ning with a mix of rage and disbelief, Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, using her spiritual energy to grip Ji Fu's throat, lifting her effortlessly while smirking coldly. "If it weren't for someone intervening earlier, I wouldn't have bothered to wait this long to act. Had you been just a little more composed, you wouldn't have found yourself in my grasp." Ji Fu clutched her throat with both hands, struggling to speak. "You had no spiritual energy just now. It was all an act. Indeed, it was merely a charade." Zhi Ning's smile deepened, and her words sent Ji Fu into a frenzy of terror. "I hear you have a fondness for Yi family's young master. Yi Long, tell me, If you were to appear disheveled in the bustling marketplace today, do you think Yi Long would ever glance your way again? Chapter 9. If one must hide, then so be it. There is no shame in these words. Ji Fu's pupils dilated, her expression shifting from malice to panic. You wouldn't dare, she shouted in a frantic tone. What is there that I would not dare? Zhi Ning replied defiantly, I could easily teach you a lesson, or even take your life if I wished. Her words fell. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air. Ji Fu's dress erupted into a myriad of fragments, scattering like confetti. Enjoy the sensation of being the center of attention, Zhi Ning said with a malicious chuckle. Ji Fu had no time to react before Zhi Ning vanished in a flash of red light. The next moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd that on the street, passers-by and vendors alike. Even patrons from nearby inns and taverns rushed to the windows to witness the spectacle. In the midst of scattered carriage debris, Ji Fu stood naked at the center, desperately attempting to shield her modesty with her hands. Do not look. None of you are permitted to look, she screamed, her voice tinged with hysteria. Turn around. All of you, turn around. Look again, and I will gouge out your eyes. Ji Fu's frantic cries fell on deaf ears. Human curiosity prevailed. Instead of dispersing, more and more people gathered, their laughter and whispers penetrating Ji Fu's ears. Overwhelmed with shock, panic, and rage, she squatted down, attempting to cover her exposed body as best she could. By the time the Ji family escorts arrived, Ji Fu had been exposed to countless eyes. And within mere hours, a plethora of rumors had begun to circulate about her, Ji family's young lady, deprived of modesty, shamelessly undressing in public to seduce Ji family's young lady, utterly debauched, engaging in lewd acts with a man inside a carriage in broad daylight. Even rumors of Ji family's young lady shamelessly enticing a married man, only to be reprimanded by the rightful wife in the streets. Every malicious rumor capable of shattering a woman's reputation spread throughout the city, becoming the talk of the town. Yet, not a single soul came forth to defend Ji Fu. It is evident how much she is despised in daily life. Why Zhi Ning listened to the rumors circulating from the Black Dragon stroll outside the inn, a cold smile creeping across her lips. This is merely the beginning. Those individuals will find no escape. The diminutive form of the Black Dragon perched upon the table, its tiny head dipping into the teacup, slurping several sips of tea. You are far too reckless during the day. Presently, you lack a spiritual vein, relying solely on the remnants of divine power, which makes you susceptible to backlash. It would be wiser to let me take action. Since forming a bond with Zhi Ning, the Black Dragon has come to understand that her divine soul is incomplete, and her ability to wield spiritual energy hinges entirely on the scant remnants within her soul. It's fortunate that Ji Fu has limited cultivation. Had she encountered someone of greater prowess, Zhi Ning would have faced dire repercussions. Asking you to take action is too grand a target, likely to attract unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Why Zhi Ning leisurely sipped her tea, her thoughts beginning to wander. In truth, she had felt the strain during her earlier confrontation. While the Black Dragon's influence is reliable, its reputation leaves much to be desired. Coupled with her current frailty, attracting powerful figures could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, it is imperative that she swiftly discovers a means to regenerate her spiritual vein. Until then, it is best to endure quietly. There is no shame in it. After quenching its thirst, the Black Dragon lazily soared to perch upon Zhi Ning's shoulder. I have heard that the Bayou Academy houses a library. Perhaps there are texts there detailing methods for the rebirth of spiritual veins. Why Zhi Ning's eyes brightened. We should seek an opportunity to investigate. Meanwhile, Mo Chun-in was listening to Qing Ye's report regarding Zhi Ning's reprimand of Ji Fu. Upon hearing that she had directly shattered the girl's clothing, Mo Chun-in chuckled lightly, his voice laced with affection. She is still as mischievous as in her youth. Qing Ye could not help but click his tongue. This was hardly mischief. Had it been another respectable woman, she would have suffered greatly. However, in an instant, Mo Chun-in's expression darkened. The Ji family, it seems a lesson must be imparted. By the way, my lord. The headmaster of Bayou Academy sent word that in 5 days there will be an enrollment examination and inquired whether you wish to attend as an observer. Not interested. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Chun-in declined. 3 days swiftly passed, and news of the Qi Shui Tong being auctioned had already spread, drawing countless eager cultivators. Ever since Zhi Ning injured her, Yi Yuan had been recuperating at home until servants delivered news of the auction's Qi Shui Tong, prompting her to insist that Yi Long accompany her. I won't go. Last time, my brother promised to fetch it for me, but ultimately it was not obtained. Why Yi Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. The Tianling vein had never fully integrated with her, and the instructors from Lingshan Academy were soon to arrive in the imperial capital to seek disciples. She must merge with the Tianling vein before their arrival, for only then could she gain special admission without participating in any enrollment examinations. His handsome features darkened slightly, a hint of desolation creeping into his expression. That Wai Yuan realized she had misspoken and hurriedly grasped Yilong's hand. Brother, I am not blaming you. It is my impatience. Fearing my injury might never heal. Brother, I am sorry. I should not have said such things. As Yuan spoke, she immediately donned an expression of self-reproach. Over the years, Yi Yuan had been pretending, disguising herself as one injured by demonic creatures. Her body ailing. Wai Long genuinely believed her to be wounded and was indulgent and doting towards his beloved younger sister. Upon seeing her on the verge of tears from guilt, Yi Long's heart softened. Not all. This time, brother will definitely help you acquire the Qi Shui Tong. Wai Yi Long gently ruffled Yi Yuan's hair, ultimately agreeing to take her to the auction. The following day, Yi Long escorted Yi Yuan to the auction house. Upon arrival, they encountered several acquaintances with whom they shared a good rapport. That Ji Fu had shed her usual flamboyance, donning a hood that concealed her entirely. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, she immediately approached and linked arms with her. The incident involving Ji Fu had already stirred considerable gossip, and Yi Yuan felt a twinge of resistance towards her proximity. However, mindful of the onlookers, she suppressed the urge to push Ji Fu away for the sake of maintaining her image. Yuan, is your health improving? One of the young men approached, his tone filled with concern. This individual, named Zhao Qingzhu, was the second young master of the Zhao family from Yucheng, 16 years old, and at the mid-level of Xianqing cultivation. Ever since Yi Yuan had seized Zhi Ning's beauty, she had not donned a veil when venturing out. At that moment, her complexion bore a hint of illness, distinctly marking her as a delicate beauty. She offered Zhao Qingzhu a faint smile and softly replied, "Thank you, young Master Zhao. I am feeling much better." Zhao Qingzhu's gaze lingered on Yi Yuan with infatuation, his smile tender as he said, "A few days ago, I had matters at home and could not accompany you to Balong Ridge to gather herbs. But upon hearing of the auction, I rushed here immediately. Yuan, do not worry. I will certainly acquire the Qi Shui Tong for you." Zhao Qingzhu spoke earnestly, while Yilong appeared slightly displeased. "My Yi family has not fallen so low as to require others to spend their money on medicine." Zhao Qingzhu's smile faltered, and he humbly cupped his hands toward Yilong. "I beg your pardon, Yuan. Come, let's go upstairs with brother." Wai Yilong cast a dismissive glance at Zhao Qingzhu before leading Yi Yuan into the auction house. Before departing, Yi Yuan offered Zhao Qingzhu an apologetic smile. The group entered the auction house in succession, guided by a servant to the VIP room on the second floor. Zhi Ning had been assigned to the most advantageous box on the third floor, where she sat by the window, observing the throng below. The black dragon, having shrunk in size, lounged on the windowsill, wrinkling its nose slightly. "That woman down there is the one who extracted your spiritual vein, is she not? I can detect a scent on her that is reminiscent of you." "Indeed." Why, Zhi Ning replied softly. The black dragon clicked its tongue, lazily swishing its tail. "Once your Tianling vein is reborn, hers will gradually wither away." Why, Zhi Ning paused, surprised, and looked at the black dragon. "Is that so?" The black dragon explained, "The Tianling vein cannot be nurtured by just anyone, even with your blood coursing through her. She cannot fully merge with it." "I see." Why, Zhi Ning smirked, her gaze gradually filling with murderous intent as she regarded Yi Yuan and her companions. Chapter 10. I will no longer sell the Qi Shui Tong. Knock, knock, knock. The fruit was crystal clear and crimson, unlike anything Zhi Ning had ever seen. "Miss Yi, this is a gift from my master for you. Please enjoy." Qingya gestured for the servant to place the food on the table. Zhi Ning, "Thank you." Once Qingya and the servant departed, the black dragon flew onto the table and seized a fruit, tasting it. The flavor was delightful. It was a fourth-grade spiritual fruit, capable of replenishing your depleted body. Initially disinterested in the food, Zhi Ning's appetite was instantly piqued upon hearing the black dragon's praise. She grabbed one and popped it in her mouth. The fruit's refreshing aroma instantly filling her mouth with a lightly sweet and invigorating taste. Incredibly delicious. The spiritual fruit settled in her stomach. Zhi Ning distinctly felt the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians. Excellent, she squinted in satisfaction and consumed another. Before long, the atmosphere outside grew lively. Aside from the third floor, the second and first floors were teeming with people. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence." An ethereal feminine voice resonated through every corner of the auction house. Zhi Ning looked up to see a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown gracefully ascending to the central stage on the first floor. Hong Wan, the auctioneer of the establishment, possessed an enchanting and seductive appearance. Her fox-like eyes filled with allure. A mere glance in her eyes would ensnare one within her illusion. Upon Hong Wan's appearance, the men in the hall erupted into excited cheers, calling out her name, creating an atmosphere akin to a modern celebrity meet dash and dash greet. Zhi Ning smacked her lips, perching by the window, just like the black dragon, gazing at the vibrant figure in red. Hong Wan was exceptionally skilled at her trade, standing on the stage as she introduced each auction item, detailing their attributes and qualities. Zhi Ning found little interest in the items for sale and began to feel drowsy as she awaited her qi shueting. Finally, it was her turn. Hong Wan accepted a tray covered with red cloth from a servant, beaming at the audience as she announced, "Today's final item for auction is a 200-year-old top-grade qi shueting, with a starting bid of 10 million top-grade spirit stones." The moment the base price was declared, the auction house erupted in gasps of astonishment. 10 million spirit stones. Who can afford that? You see, you are unaware. Ancient texts record that qi shueting is an essential herb for the Ancient Du, which can refine one's essence and marrow, transforming an ordinary cultivator into one with exceptional potential. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed this, raising their bidding paddle and shouting, 1,100,000. As others joined in, the bidding quickly escalated to 20 million. Zhi Ning leaned against the window, resting her chin on one hand, pondering, why is it that they are so wealthy, while I am the only one in need? On the second floor, Yi Yuan watched as so many people competed for the qi shueting, her eyes reddening with anger. She began to resent Yilong for not exerting more effort back at Balong Ridge to help her gather that herb. 25 million. Unable to sit still, Yi Yuan, fearing she might leave without the qi shueting, called out a bid without consulting Yilong. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhi Ning's lips curved into a slight smile, a glimmer of brilliance crossing her eyes. She cleared her throat and, adopting a youthful tone, declared, 26 million, 27 million. A deep, cool male voice emerged from another room on the second floor. As the last words resonated, Zhi Ning immediately recognized the voice belonging to the man who had saved her life on Dragon Binding Ridge. Yi Yuan gritted her teeth, twisting her handkerchief with fervor, as though it were the very same handkerchief that contended with her for the Crimson Blood Vine. 28 million. Yilong called out his bid. He gently patted Yuan in a gesture of reassurance. 30 million. The man added once more. Zhi Ning was undeterred. 32 million. Yi Yuan clenched her teeth. 35 million. Upon reaching this price, Zhi Ning was confident of her assured profit. Just as she prepared to relinquish her bidding, the man's voice echoed again. 50 million. A sharp intake of breath swept through the crowd. Within the private room, upon hearing the man's high offer, Yi Yuan's complexion drained of color. Although the Yi family was the foremost of the 5 great clans, with numerous offspring, resource allocation was always conducted with utmost prudence. Even she and Yilong could not casually produce 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the next bidder. Brother, Yi Yuan looked helplessly at Yilong. Yilong had not anticipated that a single crimson blood vine could fetch such a high price, and thus had not brought many spirit stones with him today. Zhao Qingzhu, observing Yi Yuan's anxious demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, not worry. Yuan. I am here, he said, before announcing 55 million. Expecting the other party to persist, they were instead met with a soft sigh from a man, who remarked, your persistence suggests that the crimson blood vine holds great significance for you. Thus, I shall refrain from coveting what is dear to another. Upon hearing this, anyone with a modicum of sense realized that the Yi family had been outmaneuvered. The Yi siblings, alongside Zhao Qingzhu, turned pale. The crimson blood vine, which could have been purchased for a maximum of 15 million, had been escalated to a staggering 55 million, several times its original worth. While Zhao Qingzhu was willing to spend on Yi Yuan, he was not about to be taken for a fool. You did this on purpose, he erupted, springing to his feet, releasing his spiritual consciousness to discern the identity of the other party. Huffed, Zhao Qingzhu's consciousness was met with backlash, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, startling those present in the private room. Subsequently, a frost-laden voice accompanied by a sense of oppression reached them. Should there be a next time, you shall perish. In an instant, several individuals of lower cultivation levels in the auction house collapsed under the pressure. Yi Yuan and the others had not anticipated the formidable strength of their opponent, and they dared not utter another word. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Red Luan inquired. If not, this crimson blood vine belongs to young Master Zhao. Completely disregarding the recent events, she spoke with a beaming smile. The auction house fell silent. After all, not everyone could readily produce such a sum of spirit stones. After a brief pause, as no one raised their bid, Red Luan struck her small hammer. Congratulations, young Master Zhao, on acquiring the crimson blood vine. With that finality, the crimson blood vine became Zhao Qingzhu's possession. Once he had stabilized his chaotic energy, the group followed him to the trading room. Located on the third floor, they encountered Zhi Ning just as they ascended. Itsu. Ji Fufu shouted sharply upon recognizing Zhi Ning. Zhi Ning halted, slightly turning towards Yi Yuan and her companions. Beneath her mask, her deep black eyes regarded the group, her red lips curling into a mischievous smirk. Miss Ji, we meet again. How have you been of late? You vile creature, it is you who has sullied my reputation. I demand your life. Ji Fufu's ire had intensified in recent days, with countless individuals pointing fingers at her in disdain. Consumed by rage, she drew her sword and charged at Zhi Ning with fierce momentum. Her speed so swift that others could hardly intervene, as her companions silently lamented the impending disaster and prepared to intervene. Several crimson vines materialized, ensnaring Ji Fufu completely. Qinya then appeared, his expression one of disapproval as he regarded Ji Fufu. Do you dare to act recklessly in an auction house? Do you seek death? Everyone understood that fighting was prohibited within the auction house due to its association with the Imperial Master, and no one dared to cause a ruckus on the territory of the Imperial Master. Yet Ji Fufu disregarded this rule and drew her sword. Ji Fufu's pupils constricted, her composure swiftly fading as she gazed in terror at Qinya. Upon seeing him, Yi Yuan and her companions felt a wave of reverence wash over them. Yilong stepped forward first, respectfully stating, Great Protector, please do not be angered. We meant no offense. Qinya cast a disinterested glance at them before finally fixing his gaze upon Ji Fufu, coldly declaring, Given that you are from a noble family, I shall spare you this once. With that, Qinya waved his hand, releasing the crimson vines binding Ji Fufu. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, and thereafter chose not to utter another word, obediently trailing behind Yi Yuan. The group followed Qinya to the trading room, and before they could inquire about the crimson blood vine's whereabouts, Zhi Ning spoke up unexpectedly. Please inform your master that I shall no longer sell the crimson blood vine. Chapter 11. Kneeling in apology, Zhi Ning's words struck Yi Yuan like a thunderclap. Even Yilong and Zhao Qingzhu looked at her in astonishment. You are the seller of the crimson blood vine? Zhao Qingzhu inquired. Qinya, not daring to contradict, could only affirm, until the spirit stones are delivered. You are indeed the seller, and it is your prerogative to sell or not. Very well, I shall not sell it, Zhi Ning replied. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi Yuan stepped forward anxiously, her tone laced with incredulity. Why won't you sell? We have already bid for it. To say you will not sell now is to toy with us. Zhi Ning tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. Miss Ji is acquainted with you, is she not? Do you know that she has offended me 3 times in total? I am displeased, hence I shall not sell. Yi Long frowned slightly upon hearing this. Miss, the Crimson Bloodvine is truly vital for us. Could your grievances with Miss Ji be resolved privately? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Zhi Ning's gaze turned frosty, her tone becoming ice. Yi Long was taken aback by the question. Having been flattered throughout his life, he felt a stark contrast in Zhi Ning's presence, and his displeasure began to simmer. However, given their urgent need for the Crimson Bloodvine, he swallowed his dissatisfaction, and I apologize for my previous words. I hope you do not take offense. The Crimson Bloodvine is crucial for my sister's injury, and I implore you to sell it to me. Yi Long's evident concern for Yi Yuan surprised Zhi Ning. She studied this man who was willing to lower himself for the sake of his sister, her eyes reflecting a deeper sarcasm. I may sell it to you, but I require her to kneel and apologize first. If it pleases me, then I shall sell the Zhi Ning shifted her gaze to Ji Fufu. Having chosen her as her first target for revenge, Ji Fufu had always been arrogant. Her demeanor haughty. To force her kneel would be a punishment worse than death. Zhi Ning's intention was to first trample upon Ji Fufu's pride. As expected, Ji Fufu erupted in fury at these words. Who do you think you are to demand that I kneel? Zhi Ning chuckled lightly, her tone casual. I have laid out my conditions. You may decide how to proceed. Yi Long pursed his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Zhi Ning. He was curious about her identity, as she displayed such audacity despite knowing they were from the 5 great clans. Moreover, as he scrutinized her, he was astonished to find he could not discern her cultivation level nor detect a hint of spiritual energy about her. Deep within, Yi Long was alarmed. Could it be that her cultivation was so advanced that he was unable to perceive it? If so, he had all the more reason to remain cautious. Observing Qingya's treatment of Zhi Ning, Yi Long promptly dismissed any thoughts of later snatching the medicine. He turned to Ji Fufu. Yi Long had always been aware of Ji Fufu's admiration for him, but he harbored no feelings for her, viewing her simply as a neighborly younger sister. However, since the news of Ji Fufu's public scandal had reached him, his attitude toward her had shifted. Were it not for his sister's close relationship with her, he would not even wish to glance her way until present. Yi Long had no choice but to persuade Ji Fufu to apologize to Zhi Ning. Miss Ji, Yuan is waiting for the Crimson Bloodvine to treat her injuries. You and Yuan share a sisterly bond. This matter arose because of you. Would you kindly, for Yuan's sake, apologize to this young lady? Yi Long's request bore a semblance of politeness, yet it carried an undercurrent of firmness. Ji Fufu stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the man she had long admired would compel her to kneel before another. So, you want me to kneel to her? Ji Fufu's voice trembled slightly. Yi Long's expression remained cold as he clasped his hands in a bow towards Ji Fufu. The young master, thank you in advance. Ji Fufu stumbled back a step, momentarily unsteady. She surveyed her surroundings, seeking the eyes of those she considered friends. Zhao Qingzhu's expression was impassive, and upon receiving Ji Fufu's gaze, he remarked coldly, This is a predicament of your own making. It should not fall upon Yuan to bear the burden. With no one to speak on her behalf, Ji Fufu felt a chill in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to sever ties. You want me to kneel? In your dreams, what does this Crimson Bloodvine have to do with me? With that, Ji Fufu turned to leave, but Yi Long would not allow her to depart so easily. Before she could take more than a few steps, he appeared in her path, blocking her way. Brother Yi, Ji Fufu looked at Yi Long with wounded eyes, her heart aching. This was the man she cherished, yet he was now forcing her to kneel before another. Ji Fufu, this concerns Yuan's injury. I hope you can understand why Yi Long gazed expressionlessly at Ji Fufu and spoke to Ji Fufu's hands, which hung at her sides, clenched tightly, and her gaze, locked onto Yi Long's eyes, began to glisten with tears. After a prolonged silence, she seemed to resign herself to despair, turning woodenly to glare fiercely at Zhi Ning. Subsequently, Ji Fufu knelt upright before Zhi Ning, gritting her teeth as she said, It was my fault before. I implore this young lady to forgive me and not to trouble them because of me." Observing the unwillingness and resentment in Ji Fufu's eyes, Zhi Ning smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Since you have knelt to apologize, I shall sell you this blood-red vine." Upon hearing Zhi Ning's words, Yi Yuan, who had been tense all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried forward to support Ji Fufu, speaking softly, "I am sorry, Sister Ji, for the distress you have endured." Thereafter, Yi Yuan and her companions paid the spirit stones and departed with the blood-red vine. At this moment, the Yi siblings were riding in their carriage back home. Inside the carriage, Yi Yuan felt somewhat unsettled. In truth, from the very first glance at Zhi Ning, Yi Yuan recognized her as the woman she had seen at Long Binding Ridge, due to the uniqueness of the mask she wore. However, this time was different from the last. Yi Yuan could no longer sense that familiar aura. Previously, she had thought that Zhi Ning had not perished. But just moments ago at the auction house, when she had secretly probed, she had found nothing. She reassured herself that perhaps she was overthinking it, now that she had obtained the blood-red vine. Once she merged it with the heavenly spirit vein within her, she would be admitted to Ling Mountain Academy, without reservation at that time, far removed from the imperial capital. Even if Zhi Ning were alive, she would pose no obstacle to her. With such thoughts, the unease in Yi Yuan's heart gradually dissipated to the Ji family mansion, after Ji Fufu was forced to kneel before Zhi Ning. Her self-esteem suffered a severe blow. "Grandfather, I demand 10 peak Xianling realm assassins." Ji Hung, who was meditating, opened his eyes and, seeing his beloved granddaughter's face filled with grievance, felt a pang of heartache. "What has happened? Who has bullied you?" "Grandfather, do not concern yourself with who has wronged me. I wish to seek vengeance now. Please send me 10 assassins." Ji Hung had always indulged Ji Fufu, granting her every wish. "Very well. I shall provide them for you at once." As he spoke, Ji Hung retrieved 10 life tokens from his storage ring and handed them to Ji Fufu. These tokens were used during the training of assassins, infused with the soul consciousness of cultivators to exert control over them. In addition to life tokens, great families also possess soul tokens, which contained a fragment of a cultivator's soul consciousness. Soul tokens were typically kept in the family home, safeguarded by the family head or ancestors. As long as the soul token existed, it signified that the person was alive. If the soul token were destroyed, it indicated the person's demise. After Ji Fufu received the life tokens, she immediately set off with the 10 assassins to confront Zhi Ning. That night, just as Zhi Ning was preparing to rest, the black dragon sensed someone approaching. It lifted its head to look outside and said, "Ning Ning, someone is coming." Having just climbed on her bed, Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, instantly guessing who it was. Ji Fufu, accompanied by 10 assassins, had followed her scent all the way. Before long, Zhi Ning arrived at a hillside outside the city and stopped. With Ji Fufu trailing closely behind, Ji Fufu surrounded Zhi Ning with the assassins, her gaze cold as she declared, "Humph, let us see what you can run." In Chapter 12, the forest was alive with tension as Ji Fufu led 10 Xianling realm assassins to encircle Zhi Ning. Standing amidst the assassins, she regarded Zhi Ning with a malevolent glare. "You cannot escape now. How dare you compel me to kneel and apologize? Tonight, you shall die without a corpse." Zhi Ning turned around, and beneath her mask, her eyes brimmed with murderous intent, her crimson lips curling into a faint, bloodthirsty smile. "Run? I am here awaiting your arrival. Where could I possibly flee?" Upon hearing Zhi Ning's words, Ji Fufu's expression momentarily froze. She quickly scanned her surroundings, and upon confirming that only Zhi Ning stood alone, her anxiety dissipated. Although she was uncertain of the woman's cultivation level, the Ji family's assassins were not to be trifled with. Moreover, with 10 assassins at her disposal, killing this woman would be more than sufficient. "Prepare to die. I shall now grant you the lesson of crossing me." After delivering her threat, Ji Fufu commanded the assassins to attack Zhi Ning. 10 Xianling realm assassins posed a formidable challenge for Zhi Ning at that moment. However, she had her dragon, just as Ji Fufu waited with a sinister smile for Zhi Ning to fall to the assassins. An overwhelming aura surged forth that a dense spiritual energy enveloped Zhi Ning, and a shadow burst forth from her sleeve, instantly transforming into a massive black dragon hovering behind her. Ji Fufu's smile froze, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight. A black dragon. Due to the massacre of 100 Xian Sheng realm spirit masters by the Black Dragon's mother 1,000 years ago, the Black Dragon had since been regarded as an omen of misfortune throughout the entire Jiuyao continent. Ji Fufu had heard her grandfather recount the tales of how the Ji family's ancestors perished in battle against the Black Dragon, instilling a deep-seated fear of the creature within her. Yet for a millennium, people had known that long, binding ridge sealed the Black Dragon, but no one had ever witnessed it. Ji Fufu could never have imagined that the Black Dragon would appear here. My little black has been imprisoned for thousands of years. It is time for a stroll. Why? Zhi Ning's tone was lighthearted, yet it carried an unmistakable undertone of bloodlust. As her words fell, Zhi Ning channeled her spiritual power, instantly erecting a red barrier, leaving Ji Fufu no chance to escape. Black Dragon, it is your turn to perform. Kill! Quickly slay that woman! Though terrified, Ji Fufu's bravado remained intact. She shouted commands to the assassins to charge forward while she herself retreated. Yet how could the Xianling realm assassins stand a chance against the Black Dragon, with a mere flick of its tail? The foremost assassin was sent flying, crashing to the ground and creating deep craters in the earth. Roar! The Black Dragon let out an exhilarated cry, swooping down from the sky to pounce on the remaining assassins, its front claws seizing one as if it were a cherished new toy. Instead of killing the assassins outright, it treated them as playthings, delighting in their struggles. Why? Zhi Ning turned her gaze towards Ji Fufu, her lips curving into a smile that sent shivers down Ji Fufu's spine, and she slowly said, "Now, it is time for our game." Ji Fufu, witnessing the Black Dragon entangled with the assassins, steeled herself and summoned her spirit sword. Die! Ji Fufu growled fiercely, her eyes filled with malice. The sword energy, imbued with spiritual power, surged towards Zhi Ning, yet halted merely half an inch from her face, unable to advance any further. Ji Fufu's expression hardened, and just as she intended to retreat, the red spiritual power ensnared her sword. Before Ji Fufu could react, the overwhelming force sent her flying, crashing heavily against the barrier wall. Puffed. Ji Fufu coughed up a mouthful of blood, followed by a crash to the ground. Although she had reached the Xianqing realm, her talents were not particularly exceptional among her peers. The remnant divine power within Zhi Ning was equivalent to that of a peak Xianling realm mid-stage cultivator. More than enough to deal with her. Why? Zhi Ning gathered the red spiritual power into a long whip, wrapping it around Ji Fufu and suspending her in mid-air, rendering her a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ji Fufu struggled to break free from her bindings, yet the more she fought, the tighter the restraints became. You recall the first time we met. You gifted me a whipping, leaving me bloodied and barely clinging to life. Zhi Ning's tone remained calm as she tightened her grip on the spiritual power, continuing, "Then let us begin with that whipping." As Ji Fufu gasped for breath, her airway constricted, she stared wide-eyed at Zhi Ning. Who exactly are you? Do not fret. You will soon find out. Why? Zhi Ning chuckled lightly, her gaze darkening as she conjured another spiritual whip, striking fiercely at Ji Fufu. With one lash, Ji Fufu's skin split open, blood streaking from her jaw to her chest. The sounds of her agony echoed repeatedly as the whip fell mercilessly, leaving her body marred with wounds. Crimson blood flowed from her injuries, dripping like rain and staining the ground beneath her. TSK. And here I thought you would endure longer than 15 strikes. Why? Zhi Ning paused, observing Ji Fufu's current state, her mind drifting to the memories of the original host enduring torment in the dark chamber. The original host, only 6 or 7 years old, frail and tiny, had been suspended by iron chains, subjected to whips that various families use for interrogating criminals, each strike laced with sharp barbs. With each lash, flesh and blood scattered, akin to countless blades tearing at her skin. The louder she screamed, the more the tormentors reveled in her suffering, their laughter growing more boisterous. Just as her wounds healed halfway, they would douse her with salt and pepper water, continuing their cruel game. Why Zhi Ning suppressed her emotions, her gaze towards Ji Fufu growing even colder. Ji Fufu struggled to prop herself up. Glaring fiercely at the masked Zhi Ning, her teeth ground together, and the resentment within her seemed to have killed Zhi Ning hundreds of times over. Yet she understood that now was not the moment to confront her. Zhi Ning cast her eyes downward, disdainfully regarding the scowling Ji Fufu on the ground, her lips curling into a mocking smile. That aren't you going to run? No sooner had she spoken than Ji Fufu mustered all her strength, dragging her battered body towards the direction of the imperial capital. However, she had not fled far when a spirit arrow, forged from spiritual power, shot forth, piercing her shoulder bone. The force of the arrow was immense, driving Ji Fufu to her knees. Too slow. Behind her came Zhi Ning's nonchalant voice. If you do not run faster, you shall die. Lowering her bow, Zhi Ning's smile turned malicious as Ji Fufu's fingers dug into the earth, her gaze brimming with the desire to tear Zhi Ning apart. She suppressed the fury raging within her, once more rising from the ground, her body on the brink of collapse as she continued to run forward. Zhi Ning sat languidly atop the black dragon, observing Ji Fufu, who was exerting every ounce of her strength to escape, reminiscent of the original owner in despair that fateful night at Long Binding Ridge. Ning Ning, do you truly intend to spare her? The black dragon inquired curiously, noting Zhi Ning's inaction. How could I? I am no saint, Zhi Ning replied with a light chuckle, her fingers gesturing subtly to the side, sending dozens of leaves hurtling towards Ji Fufu. The leaves struck her as though they were iron ingots, shattering her meridians and leaving her crumpled on the ground like a broken doll. Ji Fufu did not wish to die. She gazed at the city gate so near, forcing herself onward, step by painful step. Why, Zhi Ning watched, somewhat impressed by her determination despite her grievous injuries. Yet, she showed no mercy. Just a step away from the gate, Zhi Ning unleashed 4 streams of spiritual energy, severing Ji Fufu's limbs. Ji Fufu fell to the ground, reduced to crawling. Zhi Ning leapt down from the dragon's back, approaching her with a smile, her foot poised to step on her. Just one step away. What a pity that you're toying with me. In that instant, Ji Fufu realized the truth. The person before her had no intention of sparing her, but rather saw her as mere prey to be played with. Chapter 13. Ji Fufu. Die. Toying, you say? Zhi Ning leaned down slightly, pressing her foot against Ji Fufu's, her voice low as she whispered in her ear, I'm merely playing a game with you, just as you did with me before. At her words, Ji Fufu's pupils constricted in shock, finally recognizing her. Why? Zhi Ning seized Ji Fufu by the throat, her other hand slowly removing the mask that concealed her face. Ji Fufu's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she stammered, How is this possible? You clearly Why? Zhi Ning smiled brightly at Ji Fufu, commanding the black dragon to lift her into the air. Yes, let us leave something useful behind before you die. With that, Zhi Ning instructed the black dragon to perform a soul-searching technique on Ji Fufu. For a spiritual master, soul-searching was an excruciating ordeal. To prevent Ji Fufu's screams from attracting unwanted attention, Zhi Ning sealed her mouth. Outside the city gate, Ji Fufu, drenched in blood, was suspended in mid-air, her soul being forcefully extracted from her body. At her forehead, a stone the size of an egg, radiating a luminous blue light, floated. That was a memory stone, procured by Zhi Ning through Qinya. The memory stone could record images and sounds. Zhi Ning used it to document every action Ji Fufu had taken in her life. Once this was done, Ji Fufu was left utterly devoid of any will to resist. Collapsing to the ground, immobile, that Zhi Ning stowed away the memory stone and gazed at the near-lifeless Ji Fufu, her red lips curling into a smirk. I remember you once said you would burn me to ashes in public. Why not make that your fate? Zhi Ning scoffed, her lips parting slowly. There is no one I cannot kill. Only those I choose to or choose not to. In the darkness, a cluster of eerie blue-purple flames illuminated half of the imperial capital. Ji Fufu's anguished screams roused the citizens within the city, who climbed out of their beds to investigate. Upon witnessing a figure engulfed in flames outside the Ji residence, The crowd gasped in astonishment. As they speculated about the identity of the burning individual, Ji Hung sensed Ji Fu's soul token rapidly dissipating, and his heart sank as he rushed over with utmost urgency upon seeing his beloved granddaughter enveloped in flames. Ji Hung's eyes widened in agony, heart-wrenchingly calling out that he charged toward Ji Fu, desperate to rescue her from the inferno. However, as he drew near, an invisible barrier obstructed him, and no matter how much spiritual energy he expended, he could not budge the barrier before him. "Grandfather, save me!" Grandfather Ji Fu, consumed by flames, writhed on the ground, crawling toward Ji Hung. Ji Hung could only watch helplessly as Ji Fu was burned alive. His heart filled with despair and rage. The flames raged for a full half-hour before finally beginning to subside. As the fire extinguished, the crowd finally beheld the charred remains of Ji Fu. A gust of night wind swept through, instantly reducing her to a pile of white ash. Ji Hung, witnessing this heartbreaking scene, felt a surge of grief, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he gazed mournfully at the ashes. He had sensed the black dragon's aura and deduced that Zhi Ning had commenced her revenge. Fearing she might encounter trouble, he hurried over. Once he confirmed Zhi Ning was absent, Mo Chun-in finally departed, in a single night. News of Ji Fu's tragic demise spread throughout the imperial capital. Everyone speculated who could be so audacious as to provoke the Ji family. Ji Hung was furious, a thick cloud of gloom hanging over the Ji residence, with everyone treading carefully, fearful of crossing paths with danger. Simultaneously, Ji Hung mobilized all the death warriors within the residence to investigate the perpetrator behind Ji Fu's murder. In no time, the presence of Ji family's death warriors could be felt throughout the imperial capital. After learning of Ji Fu's incident, Yi Yuan hurried to the Ji residence. When Yi Yuan was led into the study by a servant, Ji Hung sat in a Grand Master's chair, his countenance dark and foreboding. "I have met you, Grandfather J." Yi Yuan bowed slightly, respectfully greeting him. Ji Hung waved his hand gently, his voice hoarse. "Rise. You and Fu have always been close. There is no need for excessive formality." Yi Yuan straightened up, adopting a sorrowful expression as she wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. "I am deeply saddened by Fu's demise. However, I have come today to discuss something with Grandfather Ji." "What matter? Is this true?" Upon hearing her words, Ji Hung immediately rose to his feet. "When the incident occurred yesterday, I was not the only one present. Members of the Zhao, Liu, and Yuan families were also there. Grandfather Ji can send someone to inquire." "Excellent. I shall see who dares to offend my Ji family." Yi Yuan had achieved her objective and did not linger. Once outside the Ji residence, she immediately concealed her sorrowful facade, a glimmer of darkness flashing in her eyes. In truth, she was uncertain if Ji Fu's death was connected to Zhi Ning. However, the moment she first encountered Zhi Ning at Long Binding Ridge, she sensed a familiar aura. Since then, an ominous premonition had lingered in her heart. To eliminate potential threats, Yi Yuan skillfully redirected blame for Ji Fu's death onto Zhi Ning, using Ji Hung to eliminate this menace. After receiving the lead from Yi Yuan, Ji Hung promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. Previously, Ji Hung had been in seclusion training, entirely unaware of what had befallen Ji Fu. Now, upon hearing the news, a tempest of fury and grief raged within him. That it was only then that Ji Hung fully believed in Yi Yuan's claims. Meanwhile, Zhi Ning was in an inn, contemplating how to enter the White Domain Academy, when the Black Dragon keenly sensed the approaching presence of death warriors. The Ji family has sent someone. Chapter 14, A Return Gift. Zhi Ning also detected an increase in the presence of death warriors surrounding the inn, identical to those Ji Fu had previously brought. As soon as the Black Dragon finished speaking, sound of a skirmish erupted outside. The fighting was brief, quickly fading into silence. Inside the room, Zhi Ning, fully prepared, awaited her adversaries, exchanging a glance with the Black Dragon. "You go see what is happening outside," she instructed. "Why must it be me?" The Black Dragon looked bewildered, realizing that this woman had become increasingly adept at commanding it. "I have no spiritual veins. Do you wish for me to go out and deliver myself to death?" Get it straight. I am quite weak. Zhi Ning shrugged, feigning a helpless demeanor. The black dragon scoffed. You were hardly weak when you killed Jifu Fu. Zhi Ning replied earnestly. That's different. There are at least 20 outside, and I cannot contend with that. Absurd, right? It could accurately gauge the number of adversaries outside, yet chose to feign weakness. The black dragon gritted its teeth, thinking to itself, fine, a weak human, no point in arguing with her. In a flash, the black dragon darted out of the room. In the lobby below, the innkeeper stood nervously, watching the death warriors slain by Qinya, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qin Guardian, they're all from the Ji family. The innkeeper thought he might cry. Offending the Ji family was no trivial matter. Qinya, shaking the blood from his sword, glanced emotionlessly at the corpses on the floor. With the Imperial Master present, what is there to fear? Saying this, he sheathed his spirit sword and glanced upstairs. That young lady is a distinguished guest of the Imperial Master. How could we allow these rabble to disturb her? Qinya instructed the innkeeper to gather the bodies of the death warriors, then ascended the stairs to find Zhi Ning inside the room. As Zhi Ning finished hearing the black dragon's report about the situation downstairs, she heard a knock at the door. Miss, it is I. Qing Y. Zhi Ning composed herself and opened the door, finding Qing is standing outside with a beautifully crafted food box in hand. Miss, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused to you at the auction yesterday. My master has sent me to offer this as a token of apology. Please accept it. With that, Qing extended the food box towards her. Zhi Ning did not accept the box, but regarded Qinya with a hint of skepticism. Clearly, she did not trust his words. Given Qinya's reprimand of Ji Fu at the auction, it was evident that the master behind the auction was of no ordinary status. More importantly, Zhi Ning recalled that Yi Long referred to this individual as Great Guardian. There was something amiss. There was definitely something amiss. Let us refrain from further discussion that yesterday's events were my personal affairs and had no bearing on the auction house. There is no need for you to offer me apologies. It was not a valuable item. It appeared that the young lady had a particular fondness for that spirit fruit. Thus my master instructed me to bring some to her. Please accept it. Zhi Ning blinked in confusion, pondering the intentions of the auction house's master. Qinya, fearing another rejection from Zhi Ning, hastily pressed the food box in her hands and continued, I encountered the guards of the Ji family downstairs and suspected they were here to trouble you. So I took the liberty of resolving the matter on your behalf. The bodies of those guards remain. Would you like to go downstairs to take a look? With this diversion, Zhi Ning no longer wished to dwell on the matter and accepted the food box, thinking she could express her gratitude to the auction house another day. Meanwhile, in the hall, over 20 corpses of the assassins were stacked neatly into a small mountain by the shopkeeper. The corner of Zhi Ning's eye twitched slightly. Upon seeing the two descend, the shopkeeper hurriedly approached. Miss, Protector Qing. Zhi Ning nodded slightly before making her way toward the pile of corpses. A brief glance revealed they had all met their demise by throat slashing, indicating Qing Ya's considerable prowess. Zhi Ning suppressed her thoughts, staring at the mound of bodies for a moment, a glint of darkness flashing in her eyes. After expressing her gratitude to Qinya, she stated she would handle the remaining matters herself. When the carriage arrived in grand fashion at the mansion, the guards at the entrance were about to reprimand and dismiss them when the driver pulled down the cloth covering the carriage. Instantly, the sight of over 20 corpses drew the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. After speaking, the driver deftly unloaded all the bodies outside the mansion and departed, leaving no opportunity for the guards to react. The guards outside were stunned by the scene, glancing at the attire of the corpses, which indeed belonged to the Ji family. What an audacious and arrogant wretch! Ji Heng's face turned crimson with anger, his eyes burning like fire, his voice deep and hoarse. In that case, I shall personally pay a visit. As one of the 5 great families, the Ji family was regarded with utmost respect by all, from the royal family to the common folk. Now, an unknown individual had emerged, not only killing a Ji family young lady, but also openly provoking them. Ji Heng could not possibly swallow this humiliation. Although Ji Heng was uncertain of the adversary's identity, sending out over 20 assassins at the Xianling realm, plus the 30 previously dispatched to Ji Fufu, indicated that the opponent was not to be underestimated. Despite his fury, Zhi Ning was not one to act recklessly. He needed to ascertain the identity and strength of his opponent before taking action. Meanwhile, at the inn, Zhi Ning realized that the Ji family would not let the matter rest. And given the number of people aware of her earlier conflict with Ji Fufu, it was reasonable for suspicion to fall upon her to avoid bringing trouble upon the shopkeeper due to her. She promptly vacated her room and sought a new place to stay. After much contemplation, she deemed it most suitable to purchase a residence for her accommodation, and after several inquiries, she rented a small courtyard with a single entrance and exit. Not long after Zhi Ning moved in, Baiyu Academy publicly announced the commencement of their admission examination, considering her need to visit the library of Baiyu Academy to seek a method for the revival of her spiritual veins. Zhi Ning resolved to participate in the examination to gain entry into the academy. However, on the day of registration, upon receiving her nameplate, she spotted Zhi Ning seated in the position of chief examiner, alongside Zhi Ning's uncle, Yi Changshun. Chapter 15. If you dare, kill me directly. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhi Ning cast a piercing gaze upon the individuals at the examiner's table. Yi Changshun, the current head of the Yi family and the original Zhi Ning's second uncle, was the one who had imprisoned the original Zhi Ning in a secret chamber for 14 years. In his 40s, he had reached the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm, just a step shy of attaining the pinnacle. As the leader of one of the 5 great families, though his cultivation was not the highest among the heads of the families, he leveraged the resources and heritage accumulated by his ancestors to become the youngest head of the family. To his left sat Zhi Ning, aged 68, whose cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the Xianzong realm, rendering him unable to break through. Thus he often secluded himself in meditation, rarely attending to family matters. The younger generation within the family held him in considerable awe, but his beloved granddaughter, Ji Fufu, was particularly close to him, which was the reason for Zhi Heng's fondness for her. During this time, Zhi Ning had indeed made attempts to take action. He had once visited the courtyard purchased by Zhi Ning under the cover of night, only to discover numerous experts concealed around the premises, even finding barriers set above the courtyard. This rendered it impossible for Zhi Ning to approach. Upon learning that she had registered for Baiyu Academy's admission examination, Zhi Ning accepted the invitation to serve as chief examiner. As he sat in that position, Zhi Heng's gaze immediately fell upon Zhi Ning among the crowd. His eyes narrowed with a predatory glint as he made a mental decision. Baiyu Academy is subordinate to the prestigious Ling Mountain Academy, the highest institution on the Juyao continent. Ordinary students wishing to enter Ling Mountain Academy must first enroll in Baiyu Academy, passing all assessments before obtaining a spot in the admission examination for Ling Mountain Academy, where only the top 10 students would qualify for enrollment. Of course, aside from relying on the examination, there was another route that allowed exceptional individuals to gain entry into Ling Mountain Academy, possessing unique qualifications, such as a heavenly spiritual vein. Zhi Ning's purpose for this journey was not to enter Ling Mountain Academy, but rather to find a method for the revival of her spiritual veins within the library of Baiyu Academy. Presently, nothing was more pressing than discovering a way to restore her spiritual veins. This time, Baiyu Academy had only 30 admission spots, yet hundreds of students had come to register. Under the scorching sun, the plaza was bustling with activity, filled with students who gathered according to their ages, each holding a number plate while awaiting their assessments. Point 108. Upon hearing her number, Zhi Ning stepped slowly from the crowd. As she ascended the stage, the examiners scrutinized her closely, their gazes finally landing on the mask covering her face. Yi Changshun, upon seeing Zhi Ning, narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. "What is your name?" Yi Changshun inquired. Standing tall in the center of the stage, Zhi Ning met their gazes without a hint of fear, her voice ringing clear. "Ning Ning." "Ning Ning?" Yi Changshun repeated the name silently, then extended his consciousness to probe further. A sudden shock coursed through him, dispelling his earlier conjecture. This child had never cultivated, and with her spiritual veins excavated, it was impossible for her to be present here. With this thought, Yi Changshun decided not to press Zhi Ning further. Just as he was about to gesture for the examiner to commence the test of spiritual power, Zhi Ning suddenly interjected. "In broad daylight, you don a mask, concealing your true visage. What are you afraid of?" Zhi Ning pursed her lips slightly, feigning innocence as she replied to Ji Hung. Is there a rule against wearing masks during the admission examination? There is no such rule, but I'm inquiring about your attitude toward the examiner. What attitude? I merely express my confusion that is by you Academy so stringent that I cannot voice my thoughts. You are being insolent, Ji Hung bellowed in anger, raising his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power directly toward Zhi Ning's face, intent on shattering her mask to reveal the identity of the one audacious enough to kill his beloved granddaughter. Ji Hang's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. Even Yi Changshen found it puzzling that a senior would engage so vehemently with a junior. Why, Zhi Ning was well aware of Ji Hang's deep-seated hatred for her. Yet she had overestimated his character. She had thought that as the head of a family, Ji Hung might have some reservations about his status. To her astonishment, he acted publicly. Moreover, his attack was more potent than his own spiritual power. Zhi Ning was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly casual mask she had donned was, in fact, a defensive spiritual artifact. Ji Hung staggered, a metallic taste flooding his throat that he quickly clenched his jaw, bracing himself against the table to stabilize his posture. Then, with a fierce glare directed at Zhi Ning, he coldly proclaimed, "You insolent wretch! Today, I shall teach you what respect and hierarchy mean." With that, Ji Hung unleashed his pressure, soaring onto the platform. The pressure at the peak of the Xianzong realm was formidable. Most of those present were students of the Xianqing realm, none of whom could withstand it. Even if Ji Hang's pressure was directed solely at Zhi Ning, many others would still be affected. Why? Zhi Ning coughed up blood, her face paling beneath the mask. Fearing unnecessary trouble, she refrained from summoning the black dragon, and instead gritted her teeth to endure. The weight of Ji Hang's pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on her, relentlessly forcing her to kneel. Yet, Zhi Ning had never bowed to anyone in her 2 lifetimes. Even as she felt multiple bones within her fracturing under the pressure, she refused to lower her knee, clenching her teeth. She glared fiercely at Ji Hung, summoning all her strength to channel her divine power to uphold her form. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "If you dare, kill me directly. If I survive today, I shall surely take your dog life in the future." Witnessing this young woman withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Xianzong realm for so long left both Yi Changshen and the president of Baiyu Academy astounded. "Very well, if you wish to die. I shall grant you that." Ji Hang's gaze towards Zhi Ning darkened with malice, and he turned his palm upward, channeling spiritual power in preparation to strike her down. Suddenly, everyone felt the immense pressure weighing down on them vanish. Immediately after, an even more powerful force surged toward Ji Hung. Ji Hang's pupils constricted in alarm. By the time he attempted to evade, it was already too late. A tremendous crash resonated through the air, and the onlookers witnessed Ji Hung, in utter disarray, kneeling on the platform, his knees creating 2 craters in the ground. The head of the Ji family, publicly humiliating a child of the Xianling realm. Truly commendable that a clear, resonant voice drifted in with the wind, causing the crowd to look up, only to witness a figure materializing from thin AI. Chen hovered in midair, and as his gaze swept over Zhi Ning's bloodied lips, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a slight motion of his fingers, Ji Hung was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. If I had arrived just a moment later, were you truly intent on taking her life? Chapter 16. Reunion with Mo Chen. The appearance of Mo Chen sent both Yi Changshen and Dean Bai Shusheng into a state of alarm, prompting them to kneel in unison, uttering, "We pay our respects to the esteemed imperial master." Ji Hung, who had been thrown aside, was equally taken aback by Mo Chen's sudden emergence. Struggling to rise despite the pain, he begrudgingly lowered his head and knelt before Mo Chen. The latter coldly regarded the kneeling figures below, refusing to allow them to rise, instead descending slowly to Zhi Ning's side. Upon discovering multiple fractures on her body, his expression darkened, and a desire to eliminate Ji Hung surged within him. Yet, knowing Zhi Ning's temperament, he understood that Ji Hang's life must be preserved for her sake. Without uttering a word, he silently produced a healing elixir and offered it to Zhi Ning, his tone gentle as he said, "This will aid in your recovery." "Thank you," Zhi Ning replied, swallowing the metallic taste in her throat. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the elixir from Zhi Ning. She recognized him as the man who had saved her life on the day at Long Binding Ridge. Yet she had not anticipated that he was the enigmatic and formidable Imperial Master. As she consumed the elixir, her injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Noticing her condition was no longer critical, Zhi Ning turned his attention back to the still kneeling Ji Hung and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on Dean by shushing. In a chilling voice, he admonished, allowing the examiner to bully the students by shushing. As the dean, is this your notion of responsibility? Confronted by the accusation, Bai Shusheng stiffened, bowing his head lower in trepidation. Esteemed Imperial Master, please quell your anger. I assure you, I will provide this young lady with a satisfactory explanation for today's events. Very well, then I shall listen to how you intend to make amends, Zhi Ning replied. Bai Shusheng had not anticipated Zhi Ning would deign to intervene on behalf of an ordinary student. Swallowing hard, he quickly devised a plan. Perhaps we can make an exception and enroll her into the academy. That I will arrange for the finest instructors to guide her to. That all? Clearly, Zhi Ning found this response insufficient. Bai Shusheng, now sweating profusely, struggled to propose further reparations. Seeing his silence, Zhi Ning slightly turned towards Zhi Ning and asked, "You may state your desires. I shall grant them on their behalf." Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted into whispers. The Imperial Master held an exalted status. It was a rare occurrence to even catch a glimpse of him. Not even the 5 great families, nor the current sovereign, could afford to treat him lightly. Yet here he was, personally advocating for a mere student of the Xianling realm. Envy began to swell amongst the crowd, many wishing they were in Zhi Ning's position. Zhi Ning blinked at Zhi Ning, her heart filled with questions, yet she did not wish to squander such an opportunity. "Grant me unrestricted access to the library," she stated calmly. Upon hearing Zhi Ning's request, a collective gasp of incredulity arose. "Sister, the Imperial Master is personally advocating for you, and you only ask for this?" They murmured, incredulous at her perceived squander. Even Zhi Ning was taken aback, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. "So simple." "Indeed," Zhi Ning affirmed, her intent solely focused on the library. "Very well, granted, Zhi Ning responded. Bai Shusheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his opinion of Zhi Ning shifting positively. Had it been anyone else, they would have seized the opportunity to demand numerous benefits. Yet Zhi Ning had asked for merely this one concession, but a pure-hearted individual, unready and unselfish. She was indeed a commendable student. The library of Baiyu Academy was not open to the public. Even students required special permissions to enter. However, Bai Shusheng believed Zhi Ning sought access merely to peruse ancient texts in search of insights for her cultivation, thus deeming her request exceedingly modest. Thus, Zhi Ning was directly admitted into the academy without undergoing the entrance examination, while Ji Hung, as planned to eliminate her during the admissions trial, had been thwarted within Baiyu Academy. Zhi Ning followed Bai Shusheng to the student dormitories as a form of compensation. Bai Shusheng made an exception and arranged for her to have a private room. "This is the access token to the library. You may enter and exit freely with it. However, there are restrictions within the library. No books may be taken out, only read within its confines. The library is a vital area of the academy. Only because of the Imperial Master's sanction may you enter freely. No one else is permitted to use your name for entry. Do you understand?" Bai Shusheng explained, handing her a palm-sized bronze token engraved with the image of a falcon. After receiving the token, Zhi Ning cupped her hands in gratitude, assuring Bai Shusheng, "Rest assured, I shall not violate the academy's rules." Once Bai Shusheng departed, Zhi Ning took a moment to appreciate her new surroundings. Setting aside other considerations, she was quite satisfied with a single room, as it spared her the hassle of interacting with others. After entering her room, Zhi Ning summoned the Black Dragon. "Why didn't you let me out earlier? I could have dispatched that old fool with a single swipe of my tail." Zhi Ning sat nearby, gently rubbing her still-sore shoulder, and replied gravely, "I am not yet powerful enough to protect myself." "Nor you. I can protect you," the Black Dragon retorted. "While you may be able to protect me once or twice, there will inevitably come a time when you cannot. That won't happen, as long as they aren't at the Xiansheng realm or above. I conduct the Black Dragon began, but Zhi Ning interrupted. She lowered her gaze, running her fingers through the Black Dragon's scales, and said softly, "You must understand the principle of bearing precious treasures. Your mother once stirred chaos across the Juyao continent to protect you. While people fear the Black Dragon, they also covet its power. Should anyone discover that you are no longer the fearsome Black Dragon of yore, they will begin to desire you. If I cannot cultivate effectively, and you cannot break through, we will ultimately become prey for others. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I will not allow you to reveal yourself easily." The Black Dragon opened its mouth, contemplating Zhi Ning's words, and found her reasoning sound. His mother had also once advised him to conceal his brilliance until he had attained sufficient strength. As a contract beast, his desire to protect his master surged within him. "Do you see me as someone who would give up easily?" Zhi Ning arched an eyebrow, then suddenly smiled. "I merely said not to expose yourself in front of outsiders, but I did not say you couldn't appear before the dead." The Black Dragon's eyes brightened, excitement coursing through it as it spiraled around Zhi Ning. "When do we strike?" Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent, and replied slowly, "Tomorrow night." Chapter 17. The bloodbath at the Zhi family on a moonless night with a howling wind. Within the Zhi family mansion, Zhi Heng, having been injured by Mo Chenin earlier, was currently recuperating indoors. The thought of having almost avenged Zhi Fufu earlier that day, only to have Mo Chenin intervene, filled him with rage. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, yet he felt powerless against Mo Chenin. As the Imperial Master, he held dominion over the fate of the entire Dayu Kingdom, being the most powerful figure in the entire Juyao continent that Zhi Heng, even with tenfold courage, dared not act recklessly in his presence. Therefore, he chalked up the day's events to mere bad luck for having encountered Mo Chenin. "Humph. I shall allow you to live a few more days, but once the Imperial Master departs, I will surely flay you alive." Zhi Heng exhaled deeply, just as he intended to continue his meditation for healing when a thunderous noise erupted from outside, startling him. The commotion was so great that it shook the very foundations of the house. Alarmed, Zhi Heng sprang from his seat and rushed out of his room. Upon emerging, he discovered that a barrier enveloped the entire mansion, with clouds of dust swirling in from the direction of the front entrance. "What is happening?" Zhi Heng demanded sternly, eyeing the panicked butler rushing towards him. "Master, master, a troublemaker has come," the butler exclaimed, his face smeared with dust, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Zhi Heng, "Come out and meet your demise." Just as Zhi Heng was about to inquire further, a cold, low voice resonated. Recognizing it as the voice of the woman from earlier, a cruel glint flashed in Zhi Heng's eyes as he coldly declared, "Ah, so you've come to deliver your death wish." With that, Zhi Heng swiftly moved forward. Upon reaching the main hall, his eyes widened in rage at the sight before him. The grand entrance of the Zhi family mansion lay in ruins, and numerous disciples were sprawled on the ground, motionless, their fates uncertain. Zhi Heng shouted angrily into the empty doorway, searching frantically for Zhi Ning's figure. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed from behind him. He spun around to find a massive black dragon hovering in the air, with the very woman he despised seated upon its back. As Zhi Heng beheld the black dragon, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back. The black dragon, Zhi Ning noted the fleeting fear in Zhi Heng's eyes and smirked coldly. "Old fool, I warned you earlier. If you could not kill me, I would surely take your life." With that, Zhi Ning ceased further conversation with Zhi Heng and gently patted the black dragon's head. "Good dragon, it is time for your performance." Zhi Heng, at the Xianzong realm, was not foolish enough to confront her directly. Regardless, her sole objective was to ensure these individuals paid a price. The process itself held no significance. Once she finished speaking, she leaped onto the adjacent rooftop, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. The black dragon coiled its massive body, emanating a terrifying aura that rendered Zhi Heng breathless. "This old wretch dares to bully my master, relying on strength to oppress the weak. If it weren't for the inconvenience of daylight, I would have long since emerged to crush you. So you can unleash your oppressive aura, can you? Allow me to let you experience what it feels like to be suppressed." As the black dragon spoke, it immediately ceased to restrain its formidable presence. In an instant, a colossal spiritual pressure descended upon Zhi Heng like a mountain crashing down upon him. Zhi Heng, flustered, attempted to muster his spiritual power in resistance. Yet against the Black Dragon, Xuanzan-level spiritual master was rendered utterly defenseless. Under the Black Dragon's spiritual pressure, the floor beneath Zhi Heng shattered, and his knees gradually buckled. Within mere seconds, the sound of cracking bones echoed. As Zhi Heng ultimately succumbed to the Black Dragon's might, kneeling in a profoundly humiliating manner before Zhi Ning, Zhi Ning regarded this scene with satisfaction, leaping down from the rooftop and approaching Zhi Heng with deliberate steps. Zhi family master, how does it feel to kneel? With your audacity, why not face me openly in a fair duel? Sneaking an attack while I am injured? What kind of hero does that make you? Zhi Heng glared fiercely at the woman before him. Take advantage of someone when they're down. Such a simple principle. You, Zhi family master, surely understand, do you not? Furthermore, do you truly believe yourself a hero? Me, a Xian spiritual realm practitioner, facing off against you, a Xuanzong realm master. It is blatantly an attempt to overpower the weak. You have some nerve at as she spoke. Zhi Ning continued to mock. Indeed, a crooked upper beam leads to crooked lower beams. The offspring you have raised are no better, all deserving of their fates. Fuer was indeed killed by you. Upon hearing this, Zhi Heng's suspicion towards the woman before him evaporated instantly. It was I who killed her. And not just her. You too shall meet your end to D. Will you truly think that a Black Dragon sealed for a millennium grants you the freedom to act as you please? Your reluctance to unleash it during the day was due to its insufficient strength. Fearing the covetousness of the world, was it not? Ha! You wish to kill me. You are still too naive. Zhi Heng erupted into laughter, then abruptly withdrew all his spiritual power used against the Black Dragon, redirecting it instead into the life tokens of all the dead warriors. Soon, Zhi Ning sensed a chilling aura surging throughout the Zhi family's mansion, a presence emanating from at least hundreds of dead warriors. Zhi Ning cast a detached glance at the dead warriors encircling her, her fingers slightly closing together, red spiritual energy spilling forth from her fingertips, but a smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with excitement. How fortuitous! Today, I shall practice on your Zhi family's dead warriors and test the power of the techniques I have recently learned. Before coming here, Zhi Ning had made a special trip to the library. Perusing numerous cultivation manuals and techniques, the Black Dragon had informed her that suitable techniques could significantly enhance the shortcomings of insufficient cultivation. To a certain extent, techniques could amplify offensive power, although Zhi Ning could not formally cultivate for the time being. The divine power within her was sufficient to contend with opponents 2 levels above her cultivation. With the addition of techniques, dealing with Xian spiritual realm practitioners would be a breeze. While Zhi Ning could not best Zhi Heng, that did not mean she could not handle those dead warriors. Black Dragon, this old thing is yours to deal with. Remember to leave me a breath. With that, Zhi Ning darted towards the nearby dead warriors, reciting incantations as spiritual energy swirled around her. But if one looked closely, they would notice that with each step Zhi Ning took, a glowing red lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Step by step, a lotus emerges, such as the form of the divine. Yet, Zhi Heng's entire focus was on the Black Dragon, leaving him no room to attend to Zhi Ning's actions. Zhi Ning showed no mercy towards her enemies. Even when faced with hundreds of dead warriors alone, she remained unperturbed. Simultaneously, due to the overwhelming presence of the Black Dragon, the barrier Zhi Ning had erected could no longer contain everything, causing some energy to leak out. Not far away, several heads of prominent families, engaged in cultivation, sensed the disturbance and swiftly arrived outside the Zhi family mansion. Chapter 18, Bloodbath at the Zhi family, too. What was that just now? Such a powerful aura. The head of the Yi family was the first to arrive, but did he see? The heads of the Zhao and Yuan families arrived one after another, noticing Yi Changshan standing on a rooftop not far away, and approached him for inquiries. Yi Changshan gazed towards the Zhi family mansion, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Two, alongside Brother Zhao, the aura of that spiritual beast is very strong, at least above the 9th grade. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan was taken aback. 9th grade? Brother Zhao, Are you certain? It is nearly certain. As soon as that aura appeared, the beast curse in my hand began to stir. The head of the Yi family might not know this, but the beast curse of my Zhao family only reacts to spiritual beasts of grade 8 or above. So, are you saying there is a spiritual beast above the 9th grade in the imperial capital? Who could it be? Has any significant figure appeared in the imperial capital recently? Yi Changshan suddenly recalled a person, the imperial master. The heads of the Yuan and Zhao families exchanged glances, then hesitantly shook their heads. The head of the Zhao family remarked, "As far as I know, the imperial master as spiritual beast is the ancient divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. The aura we just sensed was heavy and ominous, contrasting with the nine-tailed fox's pure yang energy." As the words fell, the three men fell silent. Earlier, the head of the Yi family mentioned pursuing the aura here, only to find it cut off. This place is the Ji family's territory. Could it be that I will go take a look? Just as the head of the Zhao family finished speaking, the head of the Yuan family could no longer contain himself and soared towards the Ji family mansion. A 9th-grade spiritual beast is an irresistible temptation for anyone. The 5 great families appeared harmonious on the surface, yet behind the scenes, each harbored some unsavory dealings for their respective interests and status. Compared to the Yi and Lu families, which were evenly matched, the Zhao, Yuan, and Ji families had long been secretly vying for resources to maintain their family positions against being supplanted. Thus, upon learning that the Black Dragon might be tamed by the Ji family, the head of the Yuan family, consumed by jealousy, resolved to investigate further. Caught completely off guard, he was struck hard, his internal energy immediately thrown into chaos. Head of the Yuan family, Yi Changshan and the head of the Zhao family exclaimed in alarm. Once the head of the Yuan family steadied himself, channeling his internal energy to suppress the chaotic aura, a trickle of blood involuntarily seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clutching his chest in pain, he uttered, "There's a barrier ahead, the one who said it possesses at least the cultivation of the Xianxing realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan and the head of the Zhao family exchanged a knowing glance, arriving at a decision. Even if he did not know the truth of the matter, the public execution of Ji Fufu at the entrance of the Ji family mansion indicated that the opposing force was undoubtedly unafraid of the Ji family status. Now that the entire mansion was enveloped in a barrier, it seemed the Ji family had indeed attracted a formidable figure. The head of the Zhao family and the head of the Yuan family understood each other perfectly, their expressions grave as they nodded. "We take our leave." After their departure, Yi Changshan gazed contemplatively in the direction of the Ji family mansion, and after a moment, turned to leave. Meanwhile, the Ji family mansion was engulfed in chaos and turmoil. Zhi Ning had completely revealed her frenzied side, her eyes glazed with bloodlust. After allowing Ji Heng to retain a breath, the Black Dragon stared blankly at Zhi Ning's self-destructive combat style. The Black Dragon believed it was already quite mad, yet never anticipated encountering someone even more deranged, were it not for the bond of contract between it and Zhi Ning, which allowed it to sense her lack of life-threatening danger. The Black Dragon would have suspected she was attempting to perish alongside it through her reckless actions. The reason Zhi Ning acted in such a manner was that during her encounters with the dead warriors, she discovered that when her divine power was exhausted, her meridians would suddenly expand at the moment of depletion, then begin to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. To validate her hypothesis, Zhi Ning experimented by repeatedly pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion, only to rise again. Indeed, after several attempts, she confirmed that each time her divine power was depleted, as long as she was not killed in one blow, her body would immediately begin to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. With each cycle, Zhi Ning found her divine power more abundant than before. When she finally eliminated the last batch of dead warriors, her divine power had reached a level equivalent to that of a peak Xian spiritual realm practitioner. The Black Dragon also realized this. As if it had glimpsed something extraordinary, it flew beside Zhi Ning, observing her with the curiosity of a spectator. "Ning, what exactly are you? How can you ascend without a spiritual vein?" Zhi Ning's smile vanished upon hearing the term species. Annoyed, she raised her hand and lightly struck the Black Dragon's head. "What do you mean by species? I possess extraordinary talent." The Black Dragon raised its short front paws to cover its head. Exhaling heavily, Why do you hit me when you can simply speak? What's wrong with a dragon not speaking like a human? Zhi Ning actually found this somewhat reasonable. All right, I was wrong. Don't be angry. She immediately softened her tone, coaxing the dragon. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. This dragon forgives you. Why? Zhi Ning shook her head helplessly, pondering how this black dragon was raised, so easily deceived. She ceased to tease the black dragon, turning instead towards Ji Hung, who was questioning his existence after being battered by the black dragon. Old wretch, do you have any last words? Ji Hung lay on the ground, his bones shattered, save for his skull, which remained intact. He resembled a worm, crumpled on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred as he gazed at the masked woman before him. Why? The Ji family harbors no enmity towards you. Why must you extinguish my beloved grandson and ruin my lineage? Is it merely because Fu had a dispute with you? Ji Hung could not fathom why, in such a brief span of days, the Ji family would suffer such a calamity. Zhi Ning observed Ji Hang's bewildered expression. A sense of sadness welled within her that in this ruthless world, lacking strength is a sin. Possessing extraordinary treasures is also a crime. The original owner had never harmed anyone, yet was mercilessly tormented to death by these individuals. Yet they never perceived the fault lay within themselves. Her gaze gradually turned icy, and she slowly raised her hand to remove the mask from her face, revealing her true self. The sight of Zhi Ning's visage. Ji Hang's pupils constricted sharply, trembling as he uttered, Yi Yuan, Chapter 19. The habitual criminal. This woman must be a habitual criminal. A flicker of realization crossed Zhi Ning's eyes, and she chose not to deny her identity as Yi Yuan. She crouched down, pointing at Ji Hang's heart with a faint smile, saying slowly, It is time to depart. As her words fell, a crimson spiritual force morphed into a dagger, piercing directly through Ji Hang's heart. Ji Hang's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the image of Zhi Ning's face. After resolving Ji Hang, Zhi Ning surveyed the Ji family mansion, now devoid of life, and remarked, Hailang, come with me to plunder the estate. Hailang, puzzled, inquired, Plunder what? The Ji family is one of the 5 great families. Their wealth should not be insignificant, and they must possess many valuable items, right? As she spoke, Zhi Ning leisurely removed a storage ring from Ji Hang's finger. A storage ring recognizes its master, but if the owner dies, the mark on the ring vanishes. Zhi Ning probed with her consciousness and discovered a trove of treasures within Ji Hang's storage ring. Hailang's mouth dropped open in shock as it gazed at Zhi Ning, a habitual criminal. This woman must be a habitual criminal. Zhi Ning cast a sidelong glance at Hailang, and upon meeting its innocent yet slightly foolish eyes, she understood its thoughts. Amused internally, she deliberately raised her voice, saying, Well, this trip has not been in vain. I anticipate it could procure that sparkling gem for you. Upon hearing gem, Hailang's eyes brightened instantly. Completely forgetting who had just labeled Zhi Ning a habitual criminal, and it dashed excitedly towards a mansion. I shall loot now. Hailang swayed its body, appearing extremely excited. A gem. A sparkling gem. Zhi Ning clicked her tongue and began searching the mansion for any remaining fish that had escaped the net. By the time she finished her inspection, Hailang had also nearly completed its scavenging. It emerged from somewhere with a large bundle wrapped in cloth on its back. Zhi Ning. But Hailang approached Zhi Ning with enthusiasm, proudly presenting the large bundle before her. Ning, look, I found quite a few good things. As it spoke, the bundle suddenly unraveled, spilling an array of jars and broken copper and iron onto the ground. Zhi Ning's eyelid twitched as she looked down at an object that resembled a chamber pot rolling to her feet. Hailang tilted its head, confused. All of these were scavenged from that old man's room. Anything he kept there must be a treasure, right? He always keeps treasures in his nest. Zhi Ning pondered Hailang's words and found some understanding. After all, it was merely a dragon, and its thought processes were naturally different from those of humans. In the eyes of animals, the most precious items are kept in their nests. Never mind, I shall handle this myself. Zhi Ning patted Hailang's head, explaining that those items were worthless, then personally led it to scour the Ji family mansion once more. Outside, Emo Chunin stood invisibly in midair, watching the duo with a bemused smile. Knowing Zhi Ning's vengeful nature since childhood, he anticipated she would undoubtedly seek retribution against Ji Heng, so he arrived just in time. Mo Chanin did not interfere with Zhi Ning's revenge. He merely hid discreetly nearby to ensure her safety. Had it not been for the barrier he set outside Zhi Ning's domain, it was likely that Yi Changshun and the others would have already sensed something amiss. Once Zhi Ning and Hailang had thoroughly looted the mansion and departed, Mo Chanin finally withdrew the barrier. Suspended in the air, Hailang seemed to sense something, abruptly halting and turning towards the direction where Mo Chanin was concealed. What's wrong? Zhi Ning became alert. Hailang squinted its eyes, having caught a whiff of an immensely powerful aura, which vanished in an instant. Is someone there? Although Zhi Ning could not perceive Mo Chanin's presence, Hailang's reaction clearly indicated something was amiss. She inquired, her fingertips already channeling spiritual power, prepared to act at a moment's notice. I detected a trace of an aura, but it vanished quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning's expression darkened slightly, pondering if someone might be lying in ambush nearby. Chun-Yin remained stationary, enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy. Unless the opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, they would be unable to detect his presence. Observing the serious expressions of the duo, Mo Chun-Yin found it somewhat amusing. Were it not for Zhi Ning, still lacking her memories, he would not need to be so secretive. Shall we go take a look? Hailang inquired. Let us proceed cautiously. Zhi Ning, concerned that someone might witness her slaughtering the Ji family mansion, deemed it necessary to investigate, even at the risk of leaving potential threats. Hailang understood Zhi Ning's intent and began to fly slowly towards Mo Chun-Yin. Though the trace of aura had vanished, Hailang's instincts were sharp, leading it directly to Mo Chun-Yin's location. That IT circled around Mo Chun-Yin, finally hovering close by, separated only by the barrier of spiritual energy. Not detecting anything, it remarked, "They have likely left." Zhi Ning surveyed the surroundings. Under the night sky, the entire imperial capital was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a faint aura fled from the Ji family mansion, Ji Heng's lingering soul. Hailang looked towards that direction and asked, "Shall we pursue?" Since he has mistaken me for Yi Yuan, I must take advantage of this situation. Thus, the pair lingered in the air for a moment before departing. After they left, Mo Chun-Yin finally dispelled the barrier and revealed himself. Watching Zhi Ning's retreating figure, he slightly moved his fingers, performing a gesture to erase the lingering traces of Hailang within the mansion. Once this was accomplished, Mo Chun-Yin fell into contemplation, murmuring, "It seems I must make a trip to the 10,000 Ghost Abyss." The following day, as the first rays of dawn broke, the night gradually receded. Some early risers had already stepped outside their homes, and shadows began to appear on the once desolate streets. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm. The Ji family mansion that has been bloodily slaughtered. News of the massacre quickly spread throughout the imperial capital, causing doors and windows that had been tightly shut to swing open as curious onlookers peeked out. They beheld the once mighty mansion reduced to ruins, its crumbled walls littered with corpses, a truly harrowing scene. Some courageous souls ventured closer, only to find Ji Heng kneeling there, blood pooling beneath him, the gaping wound in his chest long dried. What sort of foe has the Ji family offended? Yi Changshun gathered the heads of the other three great families, discussing the matter with grave seriousness. The heads of the Yuan and Zhao families had been with Yi Changshun outside the Ji family mansion the previous night and were already somewhat aware. They had arrived just as the Ji family was meeting their doom. Realizing this, the heads of the Zhao and Yuan families exchanged glances, relieved that they had departed swiftly, lest they too fall victim. The head of the Liu family had sensed a trace of that aura the previous night, but being naturally cautious, he refrained from investigating further, thus remaining oblivious to the events that had transpired at the Ji family mansion. Holding a teacup lazily, the Liu family head took a sip and remarked, "A few days ago, a young lady from the Ji family was burned alive before the mansion. Now even the family head has suffered a gruesome fate. It seems the Ji family has provoked someone they ought not to have." The Yuan family head responded, "The Ji family is, after all, the most prestigious and powerful family in Fuqing, a significant force across the entire Jiuyao continent. Who would dare challenge an entire family?" The Zhao family head added, The Ji family has always been arrogant. Who knows what sort of person they have offended? Yi Changshun, observing the few elders exchanging idle remarks, wore a somber expression and stated coldly, "This is not the time to gloat. With the Ji family in peril, we must exercise caution, and we must ascertain whether this is a personal vendetta or a threat to all families before proceeding." Upon hearing Yi Changshun's words, the others slightly restrained themselves. What the Yi family head said was indeed reasonable. Chapter 20. Emo Chinin. We meet again, Yi Changshun pondered, absent-mindedly swirling the tea in his cup, brushing away the tea foam. Unbeknownst to the elders, at that very moment, the younger generation had gathered together. Within a certain tavern, Lu Jia Su had reserved a private room, where Zhao Qing Zhu and Yuan Zhao Yang were seated, partaking in drinks while awaiting Yi Yuan's arrival. After waiting for a while, Yi Yuan arrived gracefully, donning a wide-brimmed hat. Upon seeing her, Zhao Qingzhu immediately abandoned Yuan Zhao Yang and rushed to greet her. "Ah, Yuan, you've come. Sit here. I've already shelled the melon seeds for you." Yuan Zhao Yang raised his cup, watching the scene with a smirk. Although Zhao Qingzhu had been fawning over Yi Yuan for many years, they were accustomed to it. Yet witnessing his sycophancy each time still felt ironic that Yi Yuan responded with a soft taking her seat before removing her hat. Though Lu Jiasu and Yuan Zhao Yang held no particular feelings for Yi Yuan, they couldn't help but marvel at her beauty each time they beheld her in the dark chamber previously. Due to the lack of light, they had not paid much attention to Zhi Ning's appearance. Now Yi Yuan has taken on her beauty, and each time they see her up close, both are astonished by the allure of her visage. Yi Yuan revels in this attention, secretly delighted within while maintaining an outward facade of indifference. "You are all aware of Afyu's situation, I presume?" Yi Yuan's voice is soft, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I never anticipated that our parting at the auction house that day would turn out to be a farewell." As she speaks, Yi Yuan artfully raises her hand to dab at the corners of her eyes. "Afyu was my closest companion. Upon learning of her fate, I have not slept a wink for several days." The goddess weeps, and Zhao Qingzhu, naturally, feels the deepest sympathy. He hastily produces a handkerchief he carries and offers it to her, gently reassuring, "Do not grieve, Ah Yuan. Ji Fufu has always been accustomed to arrogance, and her temperament easily offends others. Who could have known she provoked some powerful figure behind our backs?" Yi Yuan purses her lips, her expression a portrait of sorrow. Like a tea this moment, Lu Jiaxiu, who has remained silent, speaks up. "Miss Yi, your sudden summons should entail more than just this matter." Yi Yuan exhales softly and nods. "Indeed, I called you here regarding another issue, one that is likely connected to Afyu's demise." "Please do elaborate," Yi Zhao Yang interjects, setting down his wine cup with curiosity. Yi Yuan's demeanor grows serious as she slowly utters a name. Zhi Ning. Meanwhile, within the confines of Baiyu Academy, she rubs her nose and mutters, "Who has been speaking ill of me behind my back?" Not far away, a makeshift dragon's nest crafted from a large basin cradles a small black dragon, curled around a sparkling red gem. Upon hearing the voice, it lifts its head lazily and remarks, "Could it be that the matter has been exposed?" Zhi Ning furrows her brows, about to respond, when footsteps echo from outside. The black dragon quips, "Oh dear, I've let my tongue slip." With that, it instantly transforms into a small, pitch-black serpent, completely masking the scent of its draconic essence. Zhi Ning grits her teeth in frustration, cursing the crow's tongue. Just then, a student from the academy knocks at the door. "Miss Ning, deemed by request your presence. I'm coming." Ning suppresses her internal power and dons a mask before opening the door. The student, an aide to Bai Shu Sheng, is merely 2 years her senior, tall and slender with a handsome appearance. "Follow me." The student casts a fleeting glance at Zhi Ning before turning to lead the way. Zhi Ning refrains from asking further questions, quietly trailing behind until they reach Bai Shu Sheng's courtyard. The dean is inside. "Please enter." The student departs after guiding Zhi Ning to the entrance. Not uttering a word more, Zhi Ning stands hesitantly for a few seconds, mentally agreeing with the black dragon that if the matter were indeed exposed, she would flee without hesitation. "What are you doing standing outside?" "Come in." Bai Shu Sheng's voice calls from within. Zhi Ning steadies her thoughts and pushes the door open. Inside the courtyard, Bai Shusheng is engaged in a game of chess with Zhi Ning in a pavilion. Upon seeing him, Zhi Ning can't help but glance longer than intended and ulterior motives. Merely the fact that this man is extraordinarily handsome, and she couldn't resist Chun-Yin's hand, poised over the chess piece. Hesitates slightly, his long lashes casting shadows over the smile flickering in his eyes. Just now, did Ning Ning look at him? Bai Shusheng, oblivious to the subtlety in Chun-Yin's gaze, looks at Zhi Ning with a hint of exasperation. He has heard of the Ji family's troubles, and, after investigating Zhi Ning's background, feels there is an inextricable link between her and the incident. After all, this enigmatic girl had only recently appeared in the imperial capital, and the only familial enmity lies with the Ji family. Ning Ning, Bai Shusheng calls, gathering his thoughts. Why Zhi Ning stand composed. I am here to the situation with the Ji family related to you. Bai Shusheng does not mince words and directly asks. Why Zhi Ning blinks, initially expecting Bai Shusheng to reprimand her, but is taken aback when he seems merely to be gauging her response. Realizing the absurdity of his inquiry, Bai Shusheng reflects that this child's cultivation is merely at the Xianling realm. She could hardly have killed Ji Heng, let alone entered the Ji family's door. I must be muddled. Bai Shusheng pats his head and gestures for Zhi Ning to approach. By the way, come here. Why Zhi Ning steps forward to see Bai Shusheng placing a book on the table. I've heard you've perused many texts in the library. This manual is quite suitable for you. Why Zhi Ning is taken aback, her eyes fixed on Bai Shusheng with a hint of confusion. Ahem, during the enrollment conference, I was unable to prevent Ji Heng from troubling you. Consider this a form of compensation that I hope you will cultivate diligently. Just as Zhi Ning is about to decline, she hears the black dragon exclaim, Ning Ning, quickly accept it. This is a treasure. Zhi Ning takes the book, and as she departs, she cannot help but glance at the silent Chun-Yin one last time. Once she leaves, Bai Shusheng is about to inquire why the Grand Master has suddenly arrived, but before he can speak, Chun-Yin rises, stating calmly, this girl should be nurtured further. Bai Shusheng is momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehends the deeper meaning behind Chun-Yin's words that he bows respectfully. I understand, esteemed teacher, be why the time Bai Shusheng raises his head again. Chun-Yin has vanished from sight. He stands in a daze for a moment, pondering what remarkable presence Zhi Ning possesses that warrants the Grand Master's direct intervention. Upon reaching the entrance to the library, Zhi Ning spots Chun-Yin standing gracefully beneath the eaves. His gaze warm as it rests upon her. We meet again. A smile plays upon Chun-Yin's lips as he speaks in a gentle tone. Chapter 21. Clinging to power. Why Zhi Ning pauses slightly, thinking to herself that he was just with Bai Shusheng. Looking at her, Chun-Yin first lowers his gaze, lightly brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing, and casually remarks, Are you afraid of me? Not at all. Why Zhi Ning feels no fear towards Chun-Yin. In fact, she senses a vague familiarity with him, as if they have known each other for ages. Yet, she is certain that neither her memories nor those of her predecessor contain his presence. Chun-Yin remains silent, merely observing her for a prolonged moment. Why Zhi Ning finds his gaze somewhat uncomfortable, not quite dislike, but rather unsettling. Just as she is about to bid farewell, Chun-Yin turns and strides toward the library, calling over his shoulder, Aren't you going into the library? Shall we go together? Zhi Ning promptly silences herself, contemplating before deciding to follow. This man has saved her twice. He is unlikely to harm her. Chun-Yin simply wishes to spend time with Zhi Ning. So once inside, he casually picks a book and sits at a nearby table, quietly perusing its pages. Why Zhi Ning stands before the shelves, covertly observing Chun-Yin through the gaps between the books. His aura is remarkably pure. The black dragon climbs onto Zhi Ning's shoulder, watching Chun-Yin from a distance alongside her. How do you interpret this? Zhi Ning pretends to browse a book while quietly awaiting the black dragon's further comments. Practitioners convert spiritual energy into spiritual power, and each individual possesses a unique spiritual vein attribute, resulting in different internal auras. The Nine Radiance continent belongs to the lower realms, where spiritual energy is thin and murky. Even those who have reached the Xianzong realm still possess a muddled essence. However, this individual is different. His aura is rich and devoid of impurities, suggesting he hails from the higher realms. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning slightly narrows her eyes, mentally calculating. Given her current identity cannot be revealed, she must act with utmost caution, often feeling quite constrained. This man holds a high status, revered as the Grand Master of the Yuan. If she could secure his favor, the black dragon discerns Zhi Ning's thoughts and excitedly nudges her with its tail. Cling to power? Then we can stride through life with confidence. While it may not be necessary to stride through life, it would certainly spare her much trouble. Yet, such overt exploitation of another's goodwill, if he were to discover it, would she not face dire consequences? Fear not. As long as you can endure until you ascend to the Xianzong realm, I too shall break through, and we shall have no cause for concern. The black dragon encourages her. The two scheme openly, unaware that Mo Chun-in is also pondering what pretext he should employ to draw closer to Zhi Ning. As he wrestles with this dilemma, Zhi Ning suddenly approaches him, setting a large stack of books down with a thud on the table before him. Chun-in slowly raises his gaze, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Zhi Ning steels herself and smiles brightly at him. I hear everyone respectfully refers to you as the Grand Master. Your cultivation must be remarkable. Would you consider being my master? Mo Chun-yin's grip on the books tightens slightly, a hint of discomfort flashing across his refined features before he raises his brow and replies softly. I do not take disciples. Take a disciple. How could one take one's own wife as a disciple? The attempt to cling to power has failed. Mo Chun-yin gazes intently at the young woman seated across from him, her lively eyes downcast, yet unable to conceal the emotions swirling within. Her crimson lips, seemingly pouting in defiance, exude a sense of youthful stubbornness. Feeling as if his heart has been lightly scratched, Mo Chun-yin quickly averts his gaze. Placing the book on the table, he slowly states, I do not take disciples, but I can offer you guidance that why Zhi Ning, who is ready to present her second plan, instantly brightens at his words. It's a deal. Mo Chun-in's lips curve into a subtle smile, his brow raised. It's a deal. Why Zhi Ning inwardly exclaimed in surprise, then pushed the books in front of her slightly forward. I do not quite understand the cultivation methods in these books. Could you explain them to me? All right, Mo Chun-in was aware that Zhi Ning lacked spiritual veins, rendering conventional cultivation methods ineffective for her. He quickly scanned the books she had brought, noting that these mental techniques were unsuitable for her current situation. These are not suitable for you. With that, Mo Chun-in merely flicked his fingers, and a few books flew out from a nearby bookshelf. First, follow the breathing techniques described in these texts to unblock the meridians within you, and afterwards, I will teach you further why Zhi Ning skeptically opened the book selected by Mo Chun-in. After reading only half, she was quietly astonished. The cultivation methods he had chosen bore striking similarities to the method she had inadvertently discovered for her advancement the previous night. The text indicated that these methods were designed specifically for those with deficient spiritual veins and were extremely perilous. As not everyone could be so fortunate, survival in dire circumstances was a rarity. Why Zhi Ning felt a heaviness settle in her heart. Could it be that this person had already discerned her lack of spiritual veins? However, the black dragon had long since placed a restriction within her, making it difficult for others to uncover her true condition. If sensing Zhi Ning's suspicions, Mo Chun-in felt a mix of helplessness regarding her wariness and a sense of comfort. Nevertheless, since she had taken the initiative to approach him, there is no need for excessive concealment. You have no spiritual veins. These methods are currently the most suitable for you. His voice was warm and soothing, imbued with a comfort that could ease one's guard. You need not be wary of me. I have agreed to teach you, and I assure you, I mean you no harm. At why Zhi Ning opened her mouth, awkwardly scratching her head. I apologize. Being cautious is not a bad thing. Mo Chun-in replied with a gentle smile, then conjured a white jade token from thin air and handed it to Zhi Ning. This is my token. You may come to the imperial teacher's residence to seek me in the future. Why Zhi Ning accepted the token with a bright smile, not bothering to be polite. Mo Chun-yin's eyes twinkled with amusement as he began to earnestly guide her in the ways of cultivation. His voice was melodious, clear, and warm, akin to the gentle trickle of a stream in a mountain glade. Whenever Zhi Ning encountered difficulties in understanding, Mo Chun-yin was unfailingly patient. In stark contrast to the aloofness portrayed in rumors, as time passed, the sky outside was awash with rosy hues. A beam of light filtering through the leaves that Zhi Ning stifled a yawn. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chun-yin promptly ceased his instruction, gently closed the book on the table, and remarked, "It is getting late. We shall conclude for today." Zhi Ning felt a twinge of reluctance. Until now, she had been guided by the Black Dragon, who, despite her intelligence, left her grappling with the unfamiliar. Having such an excellent teacher in Mo Chun-yin made many of her confusions clear and illuminated her understanding. Observing her unwillingness to part, Mo Chun-yin chuckled softly. "I know you are eager to learn, but one must progress step by step. What should I call you?" Mo Chun-yin inquired, gazing at her. Zhi Ning blinked, her mind racing. Had she mistakenly addressed him as imperial teacher? Mo Chun-yin studied her for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Indeed, given their current relationship, it was not inappropriate for her to call him imperial teacher. Yet he felt a slight discomfort at the formality. "You need not be so distant. Simply call me by my name." Zhi Ning hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, this was not the modern world. And individuals of high status in their ancient society seemed particularly sensitive to being addressed by their names." "It no matter," Mo Chun-yin replied, dismissing the matter as he strode out of the library. Just when Zhi Ning thought she would leave empty-handed once more, a half-pulled book on the second floor caught her attention. The cover of this book was unlike any other, made of a layer of blackened, cracked leather that suggested great age. Cautiously, Zhi Ning opened the seemingly fragile book, only to discover that every page was blank. In words, the Black Dragon also noticed the anomaly, leaning in to sniff at the book. "This book seems to have been soaked in something." Zhi Ning scrutinized the book solemnly, contemplating whether to apply some of the methods she had learned in modern times to uncover its secrets. Just as she pondered, her finger was unexpectedly grazed by a page, and a drop of blood was instantly absorbed. Zhi Ning frowned and unceremoniously tossed the book away. To her astonishment, the book seemed to possess a life of its own. Hovering in mid-air, in the still room, the pages began to turn of their own accord at Zhi Ning's expression turned serious as she watched intently. Moments later, the pages halted, and to Zhi Ning's astonishment, words began to emerge from the previously blank pages. "Heavenly spiritual vein, the essence of all living beings, governing the path of all things, is a characteristic of the divine Wood clan's bloodline. Those who possess this spiritual vein can regenerate flesh and reunite their souls. Should the spiritual vein wither, one may seek the phoenix blood essence, the millennialized cicada shroud, and the celestial serpent's core to concoct a pill. Consuming it will restore the spiritual vein." The words on the pages lingered for only a moment before vanishing, and the ancient tome began to fall. Zhi Ning swiftly caught it, her heart bubbling with excitement. She had found the solution. Now, she needed to search for the items mentioned. Chun-yin carefully stowed the ancient tome and gazed out the window at Zhi Ning's departing figure. Subsequently, Zhi Ning began her cultivation following the methods taught by Mo Chun-yin, and indeed, her progress was significantly improved. Immersed in her practice, she spent all her time in her room, save for the occasional meal at the academy's dining hall. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhi Ning had solidified her cultivation at the peak of the Xianling realm, just a step away from advancing to the Xianzong realm. Often, the most challenging aspect for cultivators was breaking through this barrier. Zhi Ning exhaled a breath of stale air, her eyes fixed on the spiritual energy dancing at her fingertips, always just a little short. The Black Dragon emerged from its nest, circling around her. "Do not be too anxious. Cultivating without spiritual veins is already quite arduous. Achieving the peak of the Xianling realm is a miracle. Take your time." Zhi Ning took a deep breath, aware that such matters could not be rushed. "Come, accompany me outside." She changed her attire and, with the Black Dragon in tow, prepared to leave the academy, heading straight for the auction house. Upon hearing the report of Zhi Ning's arrival, Qingya rose promptly to greet her personally. The young lady has arrived. Why? Zhi Ning smiled gently. Qing Protector, I have come today to inquire if you have anything I wish to obtain. The young lady may ascend to the upper floor. Why? Zhi Ning followed Qingya upstairs, and just as they settled into a private room, a flash of red entered. The auctioneer Hong Wan, clad in a striking red dress, her figure alluring. Hong Wan set down an assortment of pastries, fruits, and teas on the table, informing Qingya, the master has arrived, before offering Zhi Ning a smile and departing. Please wait a moment, young lady. I shall be right back, Qingya said before stepping away. Once Qingya left, the black dragon darted out from Zhi Ning's sleeve. That woman was a 9th-tier red fox spirit beast? She can already transform into human form. The black dragon immediately recognized Hong Wan's true identity. Typically, spirit beasts achieve transformation after becoming sacred beasts, yet this red fox had managed to do so at the 9th tier, which surprised the black dragon. However, its greater annoyance stemmed from the fact that as a descendant of a divine beast, it had yet to achieve transformation itself. What tier are you? Zhi Ning inquired curiously. Strangely, despite having formed a pact with the black dragon, she could not discern its rank. The black dragon twisted its body and proudly declared, I am currently a 3rd-tier sacred beast. 3rd-tier sacred beast? Zhi Ning's eyes widened. The black dragon raised its head proudly. Indeed. Then why can't you transform? Zhi Ning pressed further. Upon being asked this, the black dragon instantly grew sullen. It turned its back to her, presenting its rear and muttered, I lost my eggshell. Huh. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I lost my eggshell. The black dragon stomped its foot in frustration on the day of hatching. My mother was battling against 100 Xian Sheng's spirit masters. And in my eagerness to find her, I forgot to keep the eggshell safe. So, before the black dragon could hatch, all its spiritual power had been concentrated in the eggshell, which helped it withstand attacks from formidable foes. After hatching, it needed to absorb the spiritual energy from the shell. However, because it had lost the shell, it was unable to transform into human form. Why? Zhi Ning found this absurd at first, but could not help but laugh upon reflection. You managed to lose your own eggshell? You're rather foolish. Don't laugh. Even as a 3rd-tier sacred beast, I can still strut about on the 9 Radiance continent. The black dragon, feeling embarrassed, gritted its teeth. All right, I won't laugh. Why? Zhi Ning, attempting to protect the black dragon's tender feelings, struggled to suppress her laughter. Humph. The black dragon grew increasingly frustrated, curling up into a ball and burying its head in its body. Sulking alone. Why? Zhi Ning gently touched its head with her fingertip, speaking softly, do not be upset. I will accompany you in your cultivation and advancement in the future. As she spoke, she could not restrain herself from smiling. And perhaps we can look for your eggshell together. The black dragon subtly lifted its eyelids, uttering not a word, but instead savoring the warmth of Zhi Ning's fingertips, a trace of tenderness flowing within its glass-like eyes. Little did the black dragon know that Hong Wan was not merely a 9th-tier spiritual beast, but rather a divine beast of the 9th rank, currently constrained in its cultivation by Mo Chenin. Chapter 23. She is the master's fiancée. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Miss, Qingya offered with genuine regret. Why? Zhi Ning shook her head, feeling that her wait had not been long at all. After taking a seat, Qingya promptly filled Zhi Ning's teacup, inquiring, might you elaborate on the items you seek? I wish to procure a few medicinal herbs, the phoenix blood essence fruit, the 10,000-year ice cicada skin, and the tongue snake spirit core. That I wonder if the auction house possesses these items, or if you, Protector Qing, might know where I could find them. Upon hearing the mention of the phoenix blood essence fruit, a barely perceptible change crossed Qingya's countenance. His fingers fidgeted slightly, revealing a hint of reluctance. I fear I must disappoint you, for all 3 of these herbs are of divine grade. It is not merely difficult to gather all 3. Even acquiring a single one is a rare stroke of luck. Though Zhi Ning understood the challenge, she had not anticipated it to be so formidable, leaving her somewhat distressed. However, Qingya's voice resumed. What do you mean? Zhi Ning pressed. Qingya hesitated before meeting her gaze. then continued. The 10,000-year ice cicada skin originate from the extreme north. You might consider searching for it. As for the tongue snake spirit core, the tongue snake clan resides primarily in the southern marshlands, making it accessible, though not all cores are suitable for medicinal use. They must reach the 9th tier. As for the last item, the Phoenix Blood Essence Fruit, you must elevate your cultivation to the breaking Xian realm before you can venture to the Tsangtian continent. Qing did not complete his sentence. Yet it was sufficient for Zhi Ning to grasp the arduousness of her quest. Not to mention that, up until now, she had never heard of any place beyond the Juyao continent, and the cultivation levels were entirely foreign to her. You might as well call it absurd, Zhi Ning thought, her mind racing. Ultimately, she considered the unthinkable, to endure the revulsion of extracting the Tianling vein from Yi Yuan's body to make do instead. However, this notion dissipated within seconds, as she prided herself on her fastidiousness regarding certain matters. "Thank you for the information," Zhi Ning said, as she prepared to take her leave. Qingya did not attempt to retain her, escorting her out of the auction house, only for Hong Luan to emerge from the side. The Phoenix Blood Essence Fruit is exclusively found in the 10,000 Ghost Abyss. No one but the master can enter. Hong Luan sighed softly, her demeanor tinged with melancholy as she absent-mindedly stroked one of her tails. The master's injuries remain unhealed, and the 10,000 Ghost Abyss is fraught with peril, forbidding our presence. What are we to do? We are but subordinates. We have no authority to interfere in the master's affairs. This. Hong Luan pouted. Am I not merely concerned for the master? Moreover, is Miss Yi truly the master's fiancée, Yi? Hong Luan's eyes widened in incredulity. I recall the master was merely 7 years old when he arrived in the Guishu realm. Already betrothed? Qingya regarded her with exasperation. It was an engagement arranged in childhood. I see. Hong Luan tucked her tail away, a smile gracing her features. I entered the private room earlier. I sensed the aura of a sacred beast surrounding Miss Yi. Really? Qingya replied, astonished. A sacred beast? Indeed, a young black dragon. Though intriguingly, its aura seems rather weak, almost as if it is undernourished, a black dragon that has only just reached maturity after a millennium. So, it follows that the one accompanying Miss Yi is the one sealed within the binding Dragon Ridge? Most likely, Hong Luan replied, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. I must find an opportunity to draw closer to Miss Yi. I am quite intrigued by that little black dragon. Upon hearing this, Qingya's expression shifted to one of subtle concern. His thoughts already beginning to mourn for the black dragon. That I shall take my leave. I trust this matter to you, Hong Luan declared, swiftly transforming into a streak of crimson light and departing before Qingya could respond. In the deserted alley, Zhi Ning regarded the individuals surrounding her with a cool demeanor. They were clad in identical attire, each possessing mid-tier Xianling cultivation. You truly are relentless, Zhi Ning remarked coolly. The leader's expression altered slightly upon hearing her words. Contemplating whether this woman was aware of their true identity, while Zhi Ning noted the shift in his demeanor, a faint smirk playing on her lips. It was no mystery. In the imperial capital, those who sought to trouble her were but a handful. With the Ji family in disarray, they could hardly remain idle. Kill her, the leader commanded without hesitation. A dozen assassins sprang into action, immediately attacking Zhi Ning without a second thought. Seeking death, she murmured, her gaze darkening as she prepared to retaliate when a flash of red streaked in from the distance. A red nine-tailed fox materialized before her, suspended in mid-air, its 9 fluffy tails swaying gently, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure. How shameful to bully a mere girl in broad daylight, Hong Luan declared, not taking on human form, but instead lashing out with her tails against the assassins' faces. Zhi Ning retracted her spiritual energy and stepped back, her surprise evident as she beheld the sudden appearance of the red nine-tailed fox. Though Hong Luan's cultivation was suppressed to the 9th tier as Mo Chun Yin's contracted beast, her strength remained formidable. The assassins stood no chance against her, and just as she was about to strike down the last one, Zhi Ning hastily interjected, "Wait." Hong Luan halted, her sharp claws mere inches from the assassin's throat. Shaking her ears, she withdrew her claws and gracefully leaped aside, grooming herself with an air of nobility. Zhi Ning couldn't help but glance at her, pondering how regal the fox appeared. Sensing Zhi Ning's curiosity, Hong Wan's elongated fox eyes curved slightly as she approached her, her fluffy tail brushing against Zhi Ning as if inviting her to touch. Overwhelmed by the allure of Hong Wan's luxurious fur, Zhi Ning felt an irresistible urge to reach out. "Thank you," she murmured, gently patting Hong Wan's head. "That you're welcome," Hong Wan replied in human speech. Swiftly shrinking in size and leaping onto Zhi Ning's shoulder, Zhi Ning was taken aback, about to ask something when Hong Wan continued. "Someone is approaching. If you wish to convey a message, you must be quick." "Understood." Zhi Ning collected her thoughts and turned to face the pallid assassin on the ground, amusement flickering in her eyes. Chapter 24. Farewell. As soon as Zhi Ning spoke, the assassin's eyes filled with terror. The turmoil within the Ji family had caught the attention of the entire imperial capital in a single night. The vast family estate, with hundreds of death warriors and numerous disciples, along with the peak Xianzong Jihong, had perished without a trace. Now, this woman, who had not lifted a finger, casually stated such a thing, implying that the Ji family's fate was her doing. With this thought, the assassin's gaze shifted to the nine-tailed fox perched on Zhi Ning's shoulder. Such a high-grade spiritual beast undoubtedly indicated that this woman held a significant identity. Zhi Ning observed the shifting emotions in the assassin's eyes, the irony in her own deepening. "Get lost, we should depart." "The person is drawing near," Hong Wan urged, pressing closer to Zhi Ning's face. Zhi Ning wasted no time, concealing her presence and swiftly leaving with Hong Wan. Just as they departed, an elderly man with graying hair appeared in the alley. However, apart from the assassin's lifeless bodies, Zhi Ning's presence had vanished without a trace. Strange, there was clearly a nine-tailed aura here moments ago. The old man mused, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Soon after, two younger individuals arrived, slightly out of breath. "Master, we finally caught up with you," a young man in his 20s said, brushing his disheveled clothing. "Did you manage to catch up, Master?" a 17-year-old girl asked eagerly. The old man shook his head, disappointment evident. "You are too late." The old man was a teacher from the Lingshan Academy, with mid-tier Xian Sheng cultivation. Accompanying him were his students, Mo Jiyun, an early Xianzong, and his female disciple, Huayan. At the peak of Xianling Higui, he had come to the imperial capital for the upcoming recruitment competition in half a month, accompanied by another teacher, Tu Yao. However, Higui and Tu Yao had always been at odds and did not travel together. Earlier, Higui had sensed Hong Wan's aura from a distance, believing Mo Chun-in to be present, and rushed over to see him, only to arrive too late. Jian glanced at the corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. How can one take lives so recklessly in broad daylight? Is no one going to intervene? He cast a dispassionate glance at the scene, then waved his sleeve that in an instant, the bodies disintegrated into dust. "Let us go. We need to head to the inn." He instructed, saying no more, though he understood that these assassins had met their just fate. Ojiyun and Huayan nodded, following Higui as they departed. Meanwhile, Tu Yao arrived at the Yi residence with his sole disciple. "Du Heng, inform your master that Tu Yao from Lingshan Academy has come to pay a visit." Upon hearing the name of the Lingshan Academy, the guards at the entrance dared not delay. Quickly ushering Tu Yao and Du Heng inside, Yi Chong Shun hurried over, and upon seeing Tu Yao, his expression brightened with a touch of obsequiousness. "Senior to you," Yi Chong Shun clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. "As a junior, I have been waiting for you for many days, and, at last, you have arrived." Tu Yao, age 60, possessed cultivation equal to He Gi, both at the mid-stage of the Xiansheng realm, and had only one disciple. Du Heng, who was at the early stage of the Xianzong realm. Tu Yao relished the feeling of being revered, and he was quite pleased with Yi Chongshen's flattery. "After receiving your letter, I have kept your words in mind. Now that I have just arrived in the imperial capital, I came directly here." Tu Yao spoke. His gaze searched behind Yi Chongshen. "You mentioned in your letter that your daughter possesses the Tianling vein?" "Indeed. My daughter is blessed with the Tianling vein, but she suffered severe injuries in her youth and has yet to recover. I hope that you, as an elder, can extend your assistance and save her." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Tu Yao's face, and he waved his hand. Take me to see her, but Wei Changshan did not dare to delay and immediately led Tu Yao to Yi Yuan as courtyard. At that moment, Yi Yuan was inside, struggling to suppress the conflicting energies within her that repelled the Tianling vein. Upon hearing footsteps from outside, she hastened her actions. Yuaner, the esteemed Tu Yao from Lingshan Academy has arrived. Come out and greet him. Yi Yuan inhaled deeply, releasing her spiritual energy before finally rising to step outside. The Du Hang had been trailing closely behind Tu Yao, and upon seeing Yi Yuan, his eyes were immediately captivated. Yi Yuan, adorned in a light yellow gauze dress, bore a beauty that seemed to be tinged with a ghostly pallor, exuding an aura of frail allure. This is my daughter, Yi Yuan, who is 15 this year. Yi Changshan introduced with pride. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Tu Yao immediately sensed the aura surrounding her. However, noticing its instability and recalling Yi Changshan's words about her past injuries, he refrained from delving deeper. Come here, let me take a look. Tu Yao beckoned to Yi Yuan. She obediently nodded and walked over with graceful steps. Tu Yao placed his hand upon Yi Yuan's forehead, releasing his consciousness to probe into her sea of consciousness and Dantian. After his examination, he confirmed that her spiritual vein was indeed the Tianling vein. I happened to acquire a crimson blood vine a few days ago, and I have been waiting for your arrival. Yi Changshan said urgently. That is fortunate. With the crimson blood vine, we can proceed. Yi Changshan, rest assured, I am inclined to take your daughter as my disciple, and I will certainly ensure her safety. Thank you very much. Esteemed elder, Yi Yuan expressed, her long-held anxiety finally alleviated. She eagerly bowed to Tu Yao. Disciple thanks you. Esteemed elder, Tu Yao was quite satisfied with Yi Yuan, and his smile softened further as he gestured dismissively. There is no need to call me elder anymore. You should address me as master. Yi Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, promptly kneeling. Master, please accept the bow from your disciple. Yi Yuan. That is enough. Your constitution is still delicate, so there is no need for such formalities. Tu Yao released his spiritual energy, lifting Yi Yuan to her feet. This is your senior brother, Du Hang. From now on, you two shall be siblings in the same school. That Du Hang's gaze was fixated on Yi Yuan. His eyes filled with infatuation. Greetings, junior sister. When Yi Yuan met Du Hang's gaze, a wave of vanity surged within her, though she feigned shyness. Greetings, senior brother. To facilitate Yi Yuan's treatment, Tu Yao and Du Hang settled in the Yi residence. At the White Domain Academy, she was currently occupying the lair of the Black Dragon, where the fox and the dragon glared at each other, baring their teeth. Zhi Ning, feeling somewhat helpless, pinched her brow, contemplating sending Hong Wan away, when suddenly she sensed the presence of Mo Chun-in outside. Moments later, his gentle voice reached her. Ning, come out for a moment. Zhi Ning disregarded the fox and the black dragon, rising to exit the room, where she found Mo Chun-in standing not far away. What brings you here suddenly? Mo Chun-in lowered his gaze, a hint of a smile playing on his handsome face as he replied, I will be leaving for a few days and wanted to inform you. Chapter 25. I can't afford you. Zhi Ning paused, a flicker of confusion rising in her heart. Why would he come specifically to tell her he was leaving? They had only met a few times, and it hardly seemed to warrant such attention. Meeting Zhi Ning's gaze, Mo Chun-in stifled a bitter smile, then retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve, offering it to her. Your current cultivation process carries considerable risk. This is a spirit-gathering pill, which can help prevent chaos in your internal spiritual energy. Zhi Ning stared at the vial in Mo Chun-yin's hand, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. How many spirit stones is this? Well, he had initially intended to say it was free, but upon reconsideration, he replied, It's not expensive, just 100 spirit stones. Zhi Ning wished to avoid accumulating too much debt, so she took out 100 spirit stones from her space and handed them to him. Mo Chun-in held the small pouch containing the spirit stones, his fingertips slightly tightening, and his throat felt slightly parched. Good, will not rush your cultivation. Understood. If anyone troubles you, you may use the token I gave you. It contains a trace of my consciousness. As he spoke, Zhi Ning grew curious, She licked her lips, suppressing the inexplicable emotions within, and asked slowly, "What is the purpose of that consciousness? It can protect you once." As those words fell, Zhi Ning's ears suddenly flushed at it was the first time someone had promised to protect her. "Oh, why?" Zhi Ning replied with a single word, then lowered her head, her toes gently rubbing the small stones on the ground. This body had just turned 15, and after being confined in a dark room, enduring hunger and bloodletting, she appeared malnourished and small, resembling a 12 or 13-year-old child. Chen stood nearly 1.90 meters tall, his appearance and stature that of a grown man. Standing before him, she felt even smaller. "Take care of yourself." Chun Yin's eyes brimmed with concern, his voice growing ever gentler. Why was this man, who had everything, power, wealth, and looks, so different towards her? Emperor Chenin. "Yes. Do you have any questions for me?" Upon hearing her call his name, a smile flickered in Chun Yin's eyes. "Why do you treat me so differently?" He turned away, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "You will understand in time." With that, he vanished from sight, leaving Zhi Ning alone to ponder in the night breeze. After a while, Zhi Ning furrowed her brows, muttering to herself, "Not taking me as a disciple, yet still agreeing to guide my cultivation. Not explaining his reasons, yet showing me such special care. This feels a bit like those modern telecom scams." She slapped her thigh. "No, this place doesn't involve scams, but they certainly dig for spiritual veins." Determined, she resolved to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Chenin, already en route to the upper realm, was unaware that his wife was already on guard against him. Back inside, Hongwan had ceased her antics with the black dragon and was now comfortably seated at the windowsill. She mused that her spiritual beast master seemed too trusting, not concerned about her being whisked away by someone. Before Hongwan could speak, the black dragon gritted its teeth and exclaimed, "Hurry and leave, you foul fox." The black dragon was infuriated. It had painstakingly gathered gems, only to have half of them snatched away by this fox. Hongwan tilted her head, her fox-like eyes narrowing in a smug smile as her 9 tails swayed proudly. "I refuse to leave. I want to stay." The black dragon and Zhi Ning exchanged incredulous looks. "I can't afford you. You should leave," Zhi Ning stated directly. Maintaining the black dragon was already a financial burden for her. Had it not been for the crimson blood vine she had sold and the spoil she had collected from the Ji family mansion, she would have considered giving the black dragon a broken bowl to fend for itself. Little did she know, Hongwan, a divine beast, had never imagined that there would come a day when she would be deemed unworthy of care. Across the entire Jiuyao continent, others would worship her and plead for her to stay. Yet this girl before her had the audacity to claim she couldn't afford to keep her and was sending her away. With a leap, Hongwan sprang from the table and landed on Zhi Ning's bed, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. Earlier, when Chenin departed, he had left her a task with his consciousness. Zhi Ning found herself unable to handle Hongwan, thus conceding to her presence. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city, Zhao Qingzhu, Lu Jiaxiu, and Yuan Zhaoyang sat around a table. The atmosphere in the room heavy with tension. After listening to the assassin's words, they exchanged glances. Moments later, the assassin let out a pained groan before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu Jiaxiu glanced expressionlessly at the corpse before turning his gaze to Zhao Qingzhu and Yuan Zhaoyang. "I recall that when we encountered Zhi Ning in the dark chamber, she was unable to cultivate. Are you suggesting that this person cannot be Zhi Ning?" Yuan Zhaoyang questioned that Yuan mentioned that Zhi Ning is a demon. Zhao Qingzhu interjected, his brows furrowed. This statement. Both Lu Jiaxiu and Yuan Zhaoyang exchanged knowing smirks, their eyes filled with mockery. Only Ji Fufu and Zhao Qingzhu believed the claim that Zhi Ning was a demon. If she were truly a demon, even Yi Changshan would not dare to imprison her within his estate. Lu Jiaxiu and Yuan Zhaoyang were well aware that Zhi Ning was not a demon. After enduring years of torment, they had never detected any demonic energy within her. Although the reasons behind her ability to heal flesh and blood remain unclear, it is certain that she is not a monster. "What should we do now?" Yuan Zhaoyang inquired. Lu Jiaxiu shook her head and casually replied, "Let's be cautious for now and avoid provoking that individual. We could devise a plan once we ascertain her true identity." Chapter 26. Disciples' time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, Zhi Ning had sequestered herself within her dormitory, diligently practicing, yet there were no signs of breaking through her barriers. She opened her eyes, sensing the obstruction within her body, a heaviness clouding her expression. This rate of cultivation. How many years would it take for her to exact her revenge? Little did Zhi Ning know that being at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm at the tender age of 15 marked her as a prodigy on the entire Jiao continent. Hong Wan lounged nearby, seemingly attuned to Zhi Ning's frustration, and lazily remarked, "Cultivation is a matter of opportunity and enlightenment. Your impatience will not yield results." Zhi Ning certainly understood this principle. Yet in a world where strength was paramount, she could scarcely afford to squander time. With a silent sigh, she collected her thoughts and rose to take a shower. Upon her return, she found Hong Wan perched on the windowsill, seemingly fixated on something. Just as Zhi Ning was about to inquire, the voice of the disciple who had previously summoned her to Bai Shuxing echoed from outside. "Junior Sister Ning, the dean requests your presence in the council hall." "Understood. I shall come at once." Zhi Ning swiftly changed her attire, and as she contemplated leaving Hong Wan and Hei Long behind in the dormitory, Hong Wan leapt on her shoulder, while Hei Long shrank down to coil around her wrist. "You too." Hong Wan languidly declared. "We are going together." She had sensed the arrival of two individuals of considerable prowess at the academy. The master had instructed that no one was to bully Ning Ning in his absence. Hence she must accompany her. Zhi Ning refrained from further protest and gently lifted Hong Wan from her shoulder, cradling her in her arms. Upon her arrival at the council hall, she found Bai Shuxing attending to several distinguished guests. He Guai was seated on the right, alongside Mo Yun and Hua Yin, while Tu Yao and Du Heng occupied positions on the left. They appeared to be engaged in discussion. However, the moment Zhi Ning entered the council hall with Hong Wan in her arms, He Guai's expression suddenly stiffened, followed by a look of astonishment as he turned to gaze at her. When He Gui recognized the red fox cradled by Zhi Ning, his demeanor transformed into one of palpable excitement. "Your Excellency Hong Wan," He Gui rose respectfully, bowing to the FOX. Zhi Ning stood frozen, inwardly astonished that the red fox in her embrace held such a high status. Yet to the outsiders, it appeared as if He Gui was bowing to Zhi Ning herself. Bai Shuxing and the others looked at her in bewilderment, incredulous that a girl of 14 or 15 could command such respect from He Gui. "Senior He, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Shuxing, unfamiliar with the title Your Excellency Hong Wan, was perplexed, as was Tu Yao by his side. Just as He Gui was about to speak, Hong Wan raised her head, casting him a warning glance. "That old fool." Upon receiving the warning, He Gui quickly regained his composure, awkwardly smiling. "Apologies, I am an old man and mistook the person." Though He Gui provided himself with an excuse, none in attendance were easily deceived. Bai Shuxing regarded Zhi Ning, noting that she had not removed her mask since her first day, leaving no one aware of her true appearance. What surprised him further was the apparent interest the Imperial Master had in her. Now even He Gui from the Lingshan Academy treated her with such deference. Could she possibly be a disciple of a powerful figure? Bai Shuxing pondered silently, realizing he would have to be more accommodating towards her in the future. Tu Yao, however, speculated even more. Having clashed with He Gui for over a decade, he understood the old man's temperament well. Despite He Gui's typically amiable demeanor, he was not one to easily open his heart. Whoever could garner such regard from him was certainly not ordinary. This young girl before him undoubtedly had a remarkable background. Unaware of the silent conjectures about her lineage, Zhi Ning blinked and inquired. "The dean summoned me. Is there something amiss?" Bai Shuxing collected his thoughts, smiling as he gestured for her to come closer. "Ning Ning, step forward. I wish to introduce you to two individuals." Zhi Ning obediently approached, meeting the gazes of the 5 individuals on either side. These two are Senior He Gui and Senior Tu Yao from the Lingshan Academy. They have descended the mountain for the upcoming recruitment competition in half a month. Disciple Ning Ning pays her respects to Senior He and Senior Tuesday. Although Zhi Ning was uncertain of Bai Shuxing's intentions, she dutifully offered her greetings. Then she heard Bai Shuxing continue. "Your talents are commendable. I believe attending Lingshan Academy would be more suitable for you. Zhi Ning felt a bit bewildered. She had no interest in Lingchi Academy at all. Had it not been for her quest to seek a means for her spiritual rebirth, she would have been reluctant to even enter Baiyu Academy. You may not be aware, but Lingchi Academy is the foremost institution on the Juyao continent, with unparalleled cultivation resources. There, you could progress further. Bai Shuxing's purpose in summoning her had stemmed from what Imo Chenin had remarked previously about nurturing her well, as the dean of Baiyu Academy. He was acutely aware of his institution's limitations. Since she had garnered the Imperial Master's attention, it was prudent for him to facilitate an introduction to the two seniors. Zhi Ning subtly furrowed her brow, contemplating how to express her disinterest in attending when Hong Luan's voice chimed in her ear. Lingchi Academy organizes student excursions annually. I heard this year's fresh recruits will be venturing to the extreme north. At this, Zhi Ning's eyes brightened slightly. The extreme north was renowned as the birthplace of the 10,000-year ice cicada garment. Thus, attending Lingchi Academy might not be such a bad idea after all. Does the dean mean for me to participate in the recruitment competition in half a month? Participation is not obligatory. I merely wish for the two seniors to assess your talents. That if they deem you exceptional, you may gain admission through special consideration. Having said this, Bai Shuxing turned to the two seniors. Might I request that you both take a moment to observe her? Tu Yao, who had recently taken an Yuan, had not intended to accept another disciple. However, Guai's attitude towards Zhi Ning piqued his curiosity about her identity. Allow me to have a look. Tu Yao stepped forward, intending to probe into Zhi Ning's sea of consciousness and dantian, when Guai suddenly interjected. Tu Yao, you only just accepted that child from the Yi family last night. Do not be overly greedy. Tu Yao's outstretched hand froze mid-air, and he shot a sideways glance at Guai. What does this have to do with you? Guai replied. It has everything to do with me, for I intend to take this child under my wing. Chapter 27, Unabashed, Attempting a Sneak Attack. This unexpected contest for Zhi Ning's favor took her by surprise. Upon hearing Guai's declaration, Tu Yao, who had merely been interested in her identity, swiftly altered his approach. If the old man he desired her, then he must seize her for himself? Ha! Guai, taking on a disciple not only involves fate, but also requires the consent of the individual, does it not? Guai took a few steps forward, brushing his sleeves with his hand, smiling as he replied, How do you know she would refuse? With that, he turned to Zhi Ning, his gaze ultimately settling on the red lawn in her arms. It was widely known that the Imperial Master's contracted beast was a nine-tailed red fox, yet few had seen it. Guai was among the rare few. Although he did not know why the Imperial Master's spirit beast was beside this girl, it was enough to indicate her close ties to the Imperial Master. Your name is Ning Ning? Guai inquired with a gentle smile. Zhi Ning met Guai's gaze, steady and unwavering. Now, I would like to ask you, whom do you wish to take as your master? No sooner had Guai finished speaking than Tu Yao eagerly produced his bargaining chip. He grinned at Zhi Ning, confidence radiating from him. Young lady, I see great potential in your bones. You are a fine candidate for cultivation, and I recently acquired several spiritual artifacts from the secret realm. Should you choose to join my sect, your welcome gift shall be nothing short of impressive. Moreover, Tu Yao mentioned Yuan. I just took an Yuan from the Yi family as a disciple. As you know, the Yi family is the foremost family. And in the future, you two siblings can look out for each other. Tu Yao's words subtly conveyed a message. To become his disciple would guarantee top-notch cultivation resources and connections. Yet, little did Tu Yao realize that in terms of connections, Zhi Ning had already secured a formidable ally. As for cultivation resources, since both Guai and Tu Yao were instructors at Lingchi Academy, the resources ought not to differ significantly. Crucially, Tu Yao was unaware of Zhi Ning's blood feud with the five great families. If she were to become his disciple, she would inevitably face the scorn of betraying her own sect when seeking vengeance. Zhi Ning was keen to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, she offered Tu Yao a faint smile before stating, Since Senior Tu has already taken in a beloved disciple, I shall take Senior He as my master. At her words, the smile on Tu Yao's face waned, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Are you certain? Think well on it. Why? Zhi Ning remained unperturbed, her expression steady as she replied. I have made up my mind. Your words, esteemed senior, are misguided. There are no wrong paths, only misguided journeys in all matters. One must act according to one's heart. Why, Zhi Ning is not merely the simple original owner she once was. In modern times, she has encountered a myriad of individuals and has been embroiled in numerous intrigues. And no matter how well Tu Yao disguises his intentions, she could discern at a glance whether he genuinely wishes to take her as a disciple. Zhi Ning's words, laden with a hint of embarrassment, fell upon the ears of those present, each interpreting them in diverse ways. Yet this only served to corroborate one fact. Zhi Ning's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. As even the instructors of Lingshan Academy dare not offend her, I could see this moment. Tu Yao's countenance darkened, his gaze filled with menace as it fixed upon Zhi Ning. Her words had undoubtedly struck him like a resounding slap across the face. He clenched his jaw in silence, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips. Such sharp wit at such a tender age. Well done. Thank you for your praise, esteemed senior. Observing Tu Yao's flustered state brought a hint of amusement to Zhi Ning's heart. She could not help but wonder how he would react upon discovering that his newly accepted disciple is actually her mortal enemy. He, witnessing Tu Yao humbled before Junior for the first time, felt a secret delight bubbling within him that he stroked his beard, erupting into jovial laughter. Ha ha, splendid. I admire your spirit. Young1.com. Approach your teacher. Why? Zhi Ning disregarded Tu Yao's piercing glare and stepped toward Yi. However, barely halfway there, a surge of spiritual energy launched an ambush from behind. Yi's expression sharpened, ready to intervene, only to see the inconspicuous red fox in Zhi Ning's arms leap forth with remarkable agility. The assailant was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the seemingly harmless little fox, and before they could evade, they were struck hard by the red wand. Du Heng, standing behind Tu Yao, was sent flying, crashing heavily against a pillar, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Bai Shusheng and Tu Yao were taken aback, and before they could inquire about Du Heng's condition, they heard the red fox speak. How shameless to launch a sneak attack. Yi swiftly stepped forward, shielding Zhi Ning behind him, his expression brimming with indignation as he glared at Tu Yao. Tu Yao, is this the kind of disciple you have raised? Or are you merely angered that Ning chose me and directed your disciple to dishonor my student? You speak nonsense, Yi. Tu Yao bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Then pray, explain this situation. At that moment, Du Heng, injured by the red wand, struggled to rise, grimacing in pain. This has nothing to do with my master. He then cast an irritable glance at Zhi Ning, continuing, I merely intended to teach her a lesson for her disrespect toward my master. Clearly, Tu Yao's role as a teacher leaves much to be desired. If even his own disciple can disregard his authority, do not speak such nonsense. Du Heng retorted vehemently. You were the one who disrespected your master first. As a disciple, it is only natural for me to correct your rudeness on behalf of my master. Why? Zhi Ning regarded Du Heng with a bemused smile. Yet, in the current circumstances, not only have you failed to vindicate your master, but you have also thoroughly embarrassed him. You truly are a commendable disciple. You insolent girl. Du Heng was nearly driven to madness, and in his fury, he attempted to strike again. Enough? Tu Yao felt a burning embarrassment wash over him, and he shouted angrily. He turned his gaze to Zhi Ning, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. It seems you are indeed not suited to be my disciple. If that is the case, then I shall no longer insist. Heng, we shall depart. With that, Tu Yao took Du Heng and exited the council hall. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and after a moment, Bai Shusheng approached, scrutinizing the red fox nestled in Zhi Ning's arms. Ning, this spiritual beast. Why? Zhi Ning paused momentarily in her caress of the red wand, and replied, I know not whose it is. It has suddenly decided to attach itself to me. The others could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 28. Participation in the competition. Cough. Yi, the only one aware of the red wand's true identity, suddenly found himself in a fit of coughs. He gazed at the obedient red fox, allowing Zhi Ning to groom its fur, astonished and pondering the true identity of this girl. However, he dared not inquire directly. What is your current level of cultivation? Yi assessed Zhi Ning, refraining from probing with his spiritual sense due to the presence of the red wand. What level? Bai Shusheng exclaimed in surprise that, if memory serves, this child was only at the mid-stage of the Xianling realm during the enrollment examination, and in just 2 short months, she has ascended a level. Others may take years to achieve a single advancement, yet this child is merely 15 years old. A pinnacle Xianling at 15 is indeed a rarity across the entire Jiuyao continent. Awe flickered in He Guyi's eyes, his voice tinged with excitement. The pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Even Mo Yun and Hua Yan, who had remained silent thus far, turned to Zhi Ning in astonishment. Mo Yun, age 20, was at the initial stage of the Xianzong realm, while Hua Yan, 17, had attained the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Both were considered among the more gifted students at Lingshan Academy. Yet in comparison to the 15-year-old Zhi Ning, they seemed vastly inferior. It is worth noting that among her peers, those like Yi Yuan, Ji Fufu, Zhao Qingzhu, Lu Jiaxiu, and Yuan Jiang were regarded as quite gifted. But even with the superior resources afforded by their prominent families, their cultivation was limited to the Xianqing realm. For an ordinary child to cultivate to the Xianling realm by the age of 15 or 16 would make them a coveted talent sought after by all major families. You, show me some of your spiritual energy, He Gui urged, his voice filled with excitement. If she truly was at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm, then his descent from the mountain would indeed be fortuitous. Very well. Zhi Ning nodded, placing the red luan upon the ground, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a formation beneath her feet. The formation shimmered with intricate runes, emanating a cerulean light that enveloped Zhi Ning. Upon witnessing the formation, the others were instantly convinced of Zhi Ning's cultivation level being at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Ha 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 ha! Splendid, splendid! He Gui exclaimed, laughter bursting forth as he lavished praise upon her. Bai Shusheng, your discernment is commendable. You have taken on a truly exceptional talent. Bai Shusheng felt a rush of joy, yet more so relief. He was grateful that the esteemed Emperor Master had arrived in time. Otherwise, this child might have perished under Jiheng's hands. Child, as you have seen, both I and that old fellow who just left sought to take you as our disciple. Now I ask you, do you wish to become my student? He stroked his beard, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Zhi Ning. Just you. You're not worthy to be your master, came a voice from the ground. The red luan spoke once more. Upon hearing this, He Gui's expression faltered, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Why Zhi Ning, unaware of the 9-tailed red fox's origins, felt a twinge of awkwardness at its words. Senior, do not heed its nonsense. She quickly scooped up the red luan, whispering, you mustn't speak out of turn, or else I won't roast chicken legs for you tonight. The red luan shook its ears but remained silent, obediently nestling in Zhi Ning's embrace. Observing her reprimanding the red fox, He Gui's heart tightened. Then it is settled. You shall be my 3rd disciple. He Gui concealed his astonishment, softening his tone as he spoke to Zhi Ning. Subsequently, he introduced her to Mo Yun and Hua Yan. Soon after, the time for the triannual enrollment competition at Lingshan Academy arrived. This competition was to select new students from those who had passed the previous Baiyu Academy entrance examination and those who had enrolled in the last 2 years, the premier academy of the Jiuyao continent. Lingshan Academy was a coveted sanctuary for countless disciples that on the day of the competition, Baiyu Academy erected a grand platform at the training grounds. He Gui and Tu Yao, as the supervising teachers for this examination, brought their respective disciples to the scene. To flaunt his exceptional disciple, who was a once-in-a-millennium talent, Tu Yao had brought Yi Yuan along to the competition. Zhi Ning, driven by curiosity, accompanied He Gui at this moment. On the platform, He Gui and Tu Yao stood on opposite sides, each regarding the other with palpable disdain. Upon seeing Zhi Ning, Yi Yuan felt a surge of anxiety rise within her. Zhao Qingzhu had already informed her of their findings, while they could not ascertain whether this person was indeed Zhi Ning. It was clear from G's downfall that she was not to be underestimated. Tu Yao, upon noticing Zhi Ning seated behind He Gui, felt an immediate irritation swell within him. His gaze darkened as he called out deliberately, He Gui, Lingshan Academy has regulations. Incoming students must participate in the enrollment competition to earn their place. unless they possess special qualifications for exemption. What exceptional qualities does your newly accepted disciple possess? He Gu Yi's face darkened, a cold glare directed at Tu Yao. And what extraordinary attributes does your new disciple hold? Prompted by the question, Tu Yao puffed up with pride. Ha! You are unaware, but my new disciple is a once-in-a-millennium heavenly spirit vein. With that alone, she qualifies for admission without contest, and could see these words. A flicker of surprise crossed He Gu Yi's eyes. He was unaware that Yi Yuan was a heavenly spirit vein. Reveling in He Gu Yi's discomfort, Tu Yao continued. If your disciple has no special attributes, according to regulations, she must compete. That He Gu Yi glowered at Tu Yao. Clearly displeased. Just then, Master, Zhi Ning spoke calmly, her gaze fixed on Tu Yao before finally resting on Yi Yuan. Upon meeting Zhi Ning's gaze, Yi Yuan's hand, concealed within her sleeve, gradually tightened. He Gu Yi turned to look at Zhi Ning. Awaiting her next words. Why? Zhi Ning gazed meaningfully at Yi Yuan and slowly said, to prevent certain individuals from later criticizing her master for favoritism, I shall participate in this competition. That He Gu Yi was well aware of Zhi Ning's capabilities and naturally harbored no concerns about her suffering any losses in the contest. After pondering for a moment, he consented to her request to participate. Of course, another motive for Zhi Ning's participation was the presence of Lu Jiasu, Zhao Qingzhu, and Yuan Zhaoyang on the list today. Before seeking revenge, one must first collect some interest. Chapter 29. I trust myself more. The enrollment competition of Lingshan Academy differs significantly from that of Baiyu Academy. The latter is more humane, separating candidates by age and cultivation level, allowing spiritual masters of equal strength to compete. In contrast, the enrollment competition at Lingshan Academy is far more brutal, resembling a chaotic melee. Participants may form private alliances, and many contenders in previous years would seek their teammates before the competition, joining forces during the contest to tackle their rivals. This is precisely why Yi Yuan was so eager to obtain the Qi Shuetong. Hoping to leverage the unique Tianling vein for a special admission, she cast a glance at Zhi Ning, seated behind He Gu Yi, her eyes flickering with a hint of calculation. Mo Zhiyun and Huayan, who had experienced the enrollment competition before, were aware of its pros and cons, and began to worry for their junior sister. Junior sister, take this bottle of elixir. If you are injured during the contest, it may come in handy, Huayan said, handing a bottle of healing pills to Zhi Ning. Zhi Ning initially intended to decline, but before she could voice her refusal, He Gu Yi interjected, take it. It is a token of goodwill from your senior sister. Then I shall thank my senior sister. Zhi Ning replied with a gentle smile, tucking the elixir into her sleeve. Mo Zhiyin contemplated for a moment before retrieving a spiritual sword from his storage ring and offering it to her. I am unsure if you possess a suitable spiritual weapon, but this sword is something I acquired from a certain secret realm a year ago. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. Thank you, senior brother. After accepting Mo Zhiyun's spiritual sword, Zhi Ning examined it with great interest. Observing her apparent delight at his gift, a smile crept onto Mo Zhiyun's fair face. Make do with it for now. When I find something better in the future, I shall present it to you. All right. She raised her head, locking her gaze onto the individuals before her. Throughout her 2 lifetimes, Zhi Ning seldom felt warmth from others. To her surprise, she found herself receiving care in this foreign realm. Meanwhile, all the participants had entered the arena in succession. Zhi Ning descended from the viewing platform. All eyes converge upon her, in the crowd. Upon spotting her, Lu Jiasu, Zhao Qingzhu, and Yuan Zhaoyang immediately recalled what Yi Yuan had just informed them. We will act according to plan shortly, Lu Jiasu whispered to Zhao Qingzhu and Yuan Zhaoyang. Yuan Zhaoyang tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, his expression growing serious. Upon arriving at the training ground, Zhi Ning sensed countless ill-intentioned gazes fixated upon her. Lowering her eyes, she understood that she had become the focal point of certain individuals' attention. As by Shu Sheng announced the commencement of the competition. All participants were divided into 3 teams, each consisting of 100 members. Unsurprisingly, Zhi Ning found herself placed in the same team as Lu Jiasu and the others. The competition rules dictated that the top 10 participants from each team would advance to the second round. Thus, a total of 30 individuals would compete for the final 10 spots in the next round. Zhi Ning's team was the last to take the stage, and she was currently waiting in the audience seats surrounding the training ground. The competitors in the first round were primarily students from Bayou Academy, all of whom had been fortunate enough to enter the academy for cultivation in recent years. Some had participated 2 or 3 times, investing 10 years in hopes of gaining entry to Lingchi Academy. Consequently, the ages of the participants varied greatly, observing those who had devoted their lives to cultivation even beyond 50 years of age. Zhi Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. True to the competition rules, many had already formed alliances, launching collective attacks against isolated participants, leading to swift defeats. Soon, it was time for Zhi Ning's team to take the stage. The guards maintaining order were busy clearing away the severely injured spiritual masters from the competition. Zhi Ning stood on the contest platform, her gaze coolly surveying the scene. "Hey, do you want to form a team?" A girl standing behind Zhi Ning suddenly asked. Confused, Zhi Ning turned her head to see 2 youths, a boy and a girl of similar age, standing not far behind her. They bore a striking resemblance, likely siblings around 16 years old. "Well, are we teaming up or not?" the girl asked again, noticing Zhi Ning's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Zhi Ning replied, "Are you asking me? Who else would I ask?" "Look at those people. They've already banded together," the girl replied, tilting her chin towards the front. Zhi Ning turned her head to look, observing that aside from herself and the pair of siblings, everyone else was grouped with Lu Jiasu and his cohort. It was evident that this was aimed directly at her. "I prefer to be rebellious. The more people they have, the less inclined I am to join," the girl declared haughtily. "So, I'm asking you, do you want to team up with us? We 3 can annihilate them without a trace. I'm sorry, but I trust myself more." Zhi Ning promptly rejected the girl's invitation to form a team, as she still could not ascertain whether these 2 were sent by the others. The girl pouted, about to say something more, but was ultimately stopped by the boy beside her. That moment, Bai Shu Sheng announced the start of the competition, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. "First, take down that masked one. I detest pretentious individuals the most," with a shout from the crowd. Over a dozen participants charged towards Zhi Ning, holding her spiritual sword. Zhi Ning remained rooted in place, her posture relaxed and seemingly indifferent. Facing the oncoming assailants, she exhibited not a hint of panic. Witnessing her stillness, the siblings exchanged glances, and the girl's face darkened in displeasure. How shameless are these people, all targeting her alone. While I was down there, I overheard them discussing it. Apparently, someone offered quite a tempting reward. If they could knock this person off the stage, they'd be allowed to choose from the 5 great families, the girl continued, her lips curling slightly. And no wonder they all teamed up. Her gaze shifted back to Zhi Ning. "I'm curious about her identity. She just came down from the viewing platform, so she shouldn't be an ordinary participant. Let us observe for now," the boy replied indifferently. As the siblings finished speaking, they were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. Zhi Ning remained motionless, and, as the group of over a dozen participants closed in, she suddenly swung her spiritual sword, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual power. The azure sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the attackers with might. In just a single move, all the assailants were left defeated. "Time is of the essence. You might as well come me all at once," Zhi Ning declared, pointing her sword at Lu Jiasu and the others in the distance. Chapter 30. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Zhi Ning's strike revealed no concealment of her true cultivation level. In the viewing area, he stroked his beard with pride, while Tu Yao and Yi Yuan stood up, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the petite figure below. "Peak of the Xianling realm," Tu Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Yuan's hands trembled uncontrollably. When she first acquired the Tianling vein, her cultivation surged by 2 levels in an instant. She had expected that upon fully integrating the Tianling vein, she would become an unattainable genius in the Jiuyao continent. Yet now, an inexplicable individual had emerged, achieving the peak of the Xianling realm at merely 15 years of age, overshadowing her. In that moment, Yi Yuan was certain that the person before her could not possibly be Zhi Ning. Nevertheless, Regardless of her identity, she had to find a way to eliminate this obstacle to her future. Lu Jiasu and the others stood agape, utterly astonished that the woman before them was an entire realm beyond their capabilities. Lu Jiasu gritted his teeth in secret, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he conveyed to Zhao Qingzhu and Yuan Zhaoyang. Zhao brother, Yuan brother, we must kill her today, that if we miss this opportunity, it will be our demise. Zhao Qingzhu and Yuan Zhaoyang grasped the gravity of the situation. They had previously tested this person, and recalling the fate of the Ji family served as a stark reminder. If they did not eliminate her, they would soon find themselves in peril. Listen closely. Whoever brings back her head will receive a reward of 1,000 spiritual stones and the choice of any of the 5 great families. Lu Jiasu communicated to everyone, casting his bait. For these individuals, failing to gain entry to Lingshan Academy meant that the 5 great families would be their best option. Consequently, the group quickly dispelled the intimidation brought on by Zhi Ning's earlier strike and began to stir with renewed eagerness. Zhi Ning tilted her head slightly, a smirk dancing on her lips as she regarded them. With a subtle flick of her wrist, spiritual power enveloped the sword's edge. If you don't make a move, I shall take the initiative. As her words fell, she transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Lu Jiasu and the others like a specter. The team of over 80 members was no small force. Yet this mere gathering made them easier to confront in the face of Zhi Ning's elusive form. She had no fear of the hundreds of Xianling realm assassins from the Ji family. So what were these mere 80? The azure sword aura flickered amidst the crowd, accompanied by the cacophony of anguished cries, as bystanders witnessed a one-sided contest. Compared to the previous 2 matches, this particular contest concluded even more swiftly. In an instant, only Lu Jiaxiu, Zhao Qingzhu, and Yuan Zhaoyang, along with another pair of siblings, remained standing on the platform. Next, it is your turn. Zhi Ning lazily lifted her eyelids, her voice tinged with a frigid disdain. At this moment, the emotions of Lu Jiaxiu and the others transcended mere shock. They surveyed their surroundings, where all the participants they had summoned lay incapacitated. Each one was gravely injured, though not fatally so. They were rendered incapable of continuing the competition. Have you been too ruthless in your approach? This is a recruitment competition, not a slaughterhouse. Lu Jiaxiu's thoughts raced as she leveled an accusation at Zhi Ning. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning let out a cold laugh, her gaze icy as she retorted, "Is it truly that so many cannot handle a single one of me? What a pitiful lot you are." Offended by being called worthless, Lu Jiaxiu and her companions turned ashen, exchanging glances before resolutely producing the talisman arrays they had prepared in advance. "Arrogant fool! Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that declaration, 3 talisman arrays soared above Zhi Ning, swiftly forming a magical formation. From the spectator stand, Higi rose upon witnessing Lu Jiaxiu's use of talisman arrays, exclaiming, "This is outrageous! Who permitted them to use talisman arrays in the competition?" "Higi, why such agitation? There is no rule against the use of talisman arrays in the recruitment contest. Adaptability is key, much like in true combat. As long as one can secure victory, that is all that matters." Tu Yao remarked, astonished by Zhi Ning's achievement of the Xianling realm at such a tender age. Had she chosen to enter his tutelage, he would have safeguarded her diligently. However, now that Zhi Ning foolishly entered Higi's mentorship, he would seize the opportunity to suppress her. Although the girl possessed commendable talent, her vision was lacking, making her a liability. Higi, listening to Tu Yao's words, clenched his fists until they creaked. He turned his gaze to the competition platform, his eyes revealing a flicker of regret and concern. Without spiritual energy, how could this child cope? Meanwhile, the siblings who were not ensnared in the null energy array exchanged disdainful glances. The girl placed her hands on her hips, sneering, shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics against fewer opponents. The 3 individuals donned talismanic jade pendants, rendering the null energy array ineffective against them. It seemed this lady would not emerge victorious. The boy remained expressionless, a stark contrast to his sister's fervor. "Brother, are we not going to assist her?" The girl furrowed her brow, inquiring. The boy cast a sidelong glance at his sister, pausing for a moment before responding. "It was she who refused to team up with us." The girl pouted, muttering, "Petty. Nevertheless, her cultivation was not as advanced as her brother's, and without his support, she dared not act. Standing within the array, Zhi Ning distinctly felt the surrounding spiritual energy being siphoned away at a visible rate. While Lu Jiaxiu and the others wore special talismanic jade pendants that a spiritual master's battle relies on spiritual energy. Now, within this null energy array, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Lu Jiaxiu gripped her long knife, her gaze cold as she fixed it on Ying. Why? Zhi Ning lowered her eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Then she stored her spiritual sword and exchanged it for a dagger. What of lacking spiritual energy? I can still take your lives. With that, Zhi Ning leaped forward, her speed astonishing. One knew that even without spiritual energy, her skills were formidable. In close quarters, she was unmatched. Understanding well that one should not put all their eggs in one basket, her survival skills were equally adept. With the cooperation of the Black Dragon and the Red Phoenix, Zhi Ning had mastered how to deal with a spiritually endowed master, even in the absence of her own spiritual energy. Just when everyone presumed Zhi Ning was bound to fail, brilliant rays of spiritual light erupted within the null energy array, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, amidst the fluttering of garments. Her sharp dagger sliced through the air, and then a clear voice rang out, "Break!" In an instant, the null energy array shattered into countless fragments, and as the smoke cleared, the participants were strewn across the platform in disarray. Lu Jiaxiu and her companions, grievously injured, struggled to support themselves with their swords. In the center of the platform, Zhi Ning stood with an air of aloofness, her gaze filled with contempt as she addressed them. "Shall we continue the competition?" Chapter 31. "I shall serve as your witness." As Zhi Ning's words fell, she slowly raised her hand, and a massive net woven from azure spiritual energy suddenly materialized on the previously empty competition platform. The net ensnared Lu Jiaxiu and the others, binding them as if pulling on a single thread would affect their entire being. This spectacle left everyone present in shock once more. In just a few minutes, Zhi Ning not only shattered the null energy array, but also crafted a celestial web with her own spiritual energy. "If you wish to avoid death, no one should move," Tu Yao shouted urgently upon realizing the severity of Zhi Ning's formation. While onlookers were aware that Lu Jiaxiu and her companions were trapped, those with higher cultivation levels understood that any movement would lead to the dire consequence of being strangled by the massive net. Just a moment earlier, Lu Jiaxiu and her peers had contemplated exerting their utmost effort to escape Zhi Ning's lethal array, but upon hearing Tu Yao's shout, they dared not make a move. Zhi Ning wore a smile, though it did not reach her eyes, as she regarded Tu Yao in the spectator stand and called out, "Are you intending to intervene in this competition, esteemed elder? This is a recruitment contest. Do you wish to resort to slaughter?" Tu Yao's gaze darkened as he looked at Zhi Ning. "If that is the case, then why did you not stop them when they used the null energy array against me? Am I to understand that they may kill me while I cannot retaliate? Do not twist my words. Are you not alive and well at this moment?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning laughed mockingly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Elder, do you not fear being laughed at for such words? My being alive is due to my ability to protect myself. Had I perished within the null energy array, would you claim I was simply outmatched? Or perhaps you believe that because they belong to the 5 great clans, their lives carry weight while mine is insignificant. I have never stated such." Tu Yao's frustration was palpable as he wished to tear Zhi Ning's mouth apart. Those present regarded him with utmost respect. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Zhi Ning scoffed before choosing not to engage further with Tu Yao, instead redirecting her attention to Lu Jiaxiu and the others. Although He found a sense of satisfaction, he was, after all, a teacher from Ling Mountain Academy, and he needed to maintain a fade of decorum. He stepped forward, his tone laced with a measure of indulgence. "Ninger, since a victor has emerged, do not stoop to their level. We are magnanimous. Let us spare them this once." Zhi Ning blinked, tilting her head slightly as she replied, "Since Master has said as much, I shall heed his words. However—" "But what?" He inquired. Zhi Ning smiled sweetly, saying, "As long as they kneel and admit defeat, shouting thrice that they are worthless, I shall withdraw all my spiritual energy. Do not be too overbearing, child." Tu Yao scolded. "Tu Yao, Why are you so agitated? They are a united front of 97 against Ninger. If that is not a display of worthlessness, what is? Higi countered. Ninger has already taken a step back. What more do you desire? There has never been a precedent in recruitment contests for the victor to humiliate the vanquished. Do you intend to be the one to break this rule? Tu Yao glared at Higi, his words underscored with a note of warning. Yet there has never been a precedent for utilizing talisman arrays. You did not intervene earlier. Ultimately, it was they who broke the rules first. Higi retorted. Tu Yao, if you wish to curry favor with the 5 great clans, I will not stop you. But if you intend to use my disciple as a stepping stone to earn merit, you shall find no passage. Higi and Tu Yao had clashed for decades, never holding back in their verbal sparring, but he spoke the truth. Tu Yao's reluctance to permit Zhi Ning to act against Lu Jiaxu and her companions stemmed primarily from their affiliation with the 5 great clans. Yet, now that Higi had publicly exposed this, Tu Yao felt his face burn with humiliation. It was evident he no longer wished to intervene on the competition platform. Lu Jiaxu and her companions, who had initially hoped for Tu Yao's intervention, felt their expressions shift to a complex mix of emotions as they noticed him retreating to his seat. I grant you 1 minute to consider. If you do not admit defeat, the competition shall resume, Zhi Ning declared, her wrist twisting slightly, causing the spiritual energy scattered across the platform to tighten. Go ahead. Make your move. I would rather die than kneel. Zhao Qingzhu, having enjoyed a life of privilege within the Zhao family, declared defiantly he had never knelt before anyone aside from his parents. To do so before such a crowd, for Zhi Ning, would be akin to death. And you? Zhi Ning coldly addressed Lu Jiaxu and Yuan Zhaoyong. The two remained silent, yet in their hearts, they were certain someone would intervene, swayed by the intimidation of the 5 great clans, seeing their lack of response. Zhi Ning curled her lips into a smirk, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she proclaimed, since you 3 refuse to concede, the competition shall continue. After all, we have all signed a life-and-death contract. Should anything happen to you, your family should not seek retribution from me. After all, this is the rule. Everyone present, bear witness. I have offered them a choice. If the 5 great clans come after me in the future, it shall be seen as an objection to the rules of the recruitment competition. Very well. I shall serve as your witness, came the voice of Imo Chenin from afar. Moments later, the crowd beheld Imo Chenin, clad in dark robes, descending from the skies. Salutations to the esteemed master. In an instant, everyone, including Higi and Tu Yao, knelt toward the direction where Imo Chenin stood, in the vast training ground, aside from Lu Jiaxu and others trapped in the formation. Only Zhi Ning stood upright, showing no intention of kneeling. Tu Yao glanced at Zhi Ning and, noticing her defiance, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. How audacious! You dare not kneel before the master. Tu Yao reprimanded sharply. Unleashing a surge of spiritual energy aimed at Zhi Ning, he intended to use this as an excuse to teach her a lesson for her repeated insolence. But to his surprise, before Zhi Ning could be reprimanded, he himself was sent flying by Imo Chenin. The spiritual energy he directed at Zhi Ning was already dissipated mid-air by Imo Chenin. Insolence, before anyone could react. They witnessed Tu Yao being hurled from the viewing platform, crashing heavily onto the ground. Tu Yao, bewildered, rose from the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Master? Imo Chenin cast a frosty gaze at Tu Yao, his thin lips parting to say, I have not held you accountable. What gives you the right to discipline her? Tu Yao stood speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Higi observed the scene intently, reaffirming in his heart the profound connection between Zhi Ning and Imo Chenin on the competition stage. Zhi Ning gazed at the figure on the high platform, realizing it had been over half a month since she last saw him. She had thought it would be a long time before their paths crossed again, yet here they were. Once Imo Chenin sensed Zhi Ning's gaze, he shifted his attention to her. Immediately, everyone witnessed the previously icy demeanor of the master soften as he regarded Zhi Ning, his tone becoming notably gentler. Since they refused to concede, let the competition continue. Should the 5 great families trouble you in the future, I shall be the first to oppose these words. A wave of hushed gasps rippled through the training ground. Any reasonable person could discern that Imo Chenin was providing Zhi Ning with support. The overt protection rendered by Zhi Ning left everyone utterly astounded. Tu Yao, stifling the surges of pain in his chest, looked at Zhi Ning with a newfound curiosity. What kind of identity does this woman possess to be shielded by the master? Meanwhile, He silently rejoiced at his discernment. Relieved that he had not chosen to offend Zhi Ning, Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, her gaze toward Zhi Ning imbued with a hint of amusement. How should one put it? Although her acquaintance with him was not lengthy, being defended publicly felt exceptionally gratifying. She lowered her eyes, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Seeing her happy, Zhi Ning felt a surge of joy within himself, with the master as her witness. She could rest assured that Zhi Ning concealed her private thoughts, then clenched her fingers. Lu Jiaxiu and the others, now aware of the situation, realized that if they did not wish to kneel and surrender, they had no choice but to force their way through. That I refuse to believe she truly dares to kill us. Lu Jiaxiu gritted his teeth. Lu Zhao, let us work together to break through a gap. Yuan Jiayong had already summoned his spiritual energy, ready to act, strike at her right side. The spiritual energy there is comparatively weak. After Zhao Qingzhu spoke, the three of them coordinated their attack on Zhi Ning's right side. Little did they know, the right side was a trap meticulously set by Zhi Ning. As the trio's spiritual energy collided with the spiritual net, the previously still net suddenly surged, contracting inward in that moment. The enormous net resembled a spider's web, ensnaring its prey and wrapping it tightly in silk. That I told you that pulling one thread affects the whole body. Yet you refuse to listen. Zhi Ning spoke lightly. Devoid of any emotion, in an instant, Lu Jiaxiu and his companions found themselves ensnared by the spiritual net, which showed no signs of relenting in its constriction. Yuan Jiayong, being the outermost, was the first to suffer broken ribs as the net tightened around him. Every bone in his body slowly ground to pieces, the excruciating pain forcing him to let out a wretched scream. Accompanied by his cries, blood poured from his mouth. The onlookers witnessed this scene. They could only sigh inwardly. The young masters and mistresses of the 5 great families, who were usually treated with utmost respect, had never been subjected to such humiliation. It would be preferable if they were killed outright. However, to be executed publicly like this was akin to slapping the faces of the 5 great families. Following Yuan Jiayong, it was Zhao Qingzhu who could no longer endure. At this moment, his arm was already a bloody mess. With the spiritual net poised to sever his arm, I concede. Just as everyone anticipated the trio to remain steadfast, Zhao Qingzhu could bear it no longer and shouted loudly, I concede. Zhao Qingzhu stammered, blood dripping from his hand, pooling at his feet. If they had previously harbored any hopes that Zhi Ning would not truly kill them in front of so many people, the looming presence of death now rendered Zhao Qingzhu unwilling to gamble. He wished to live. The moment Zhao Qingzhu finished speaking, Yuan Jiayong, too, could not hold out any longer. He looked at Lu Jiaxiu with desperation, weakly transmitting, Lu, as long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not worry about firewood. At this moment, Lu Jiaxiu's face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed at Zhi Ning, who was coldly observing them from a distance, his heart filled with rage. Lu, Yuan Jiayong called out in agony. Lu Jiaxiu gritted his teeth, ultimately yielding that I concede as well. I am a waste, I am a waste, I am a waste. After shouting, I'm a waste 3 times, Lu Jiaxiu raised his head, his gaze fierce as he glared at Zhi Ning, grinding his teeth. Is that sufficient? Zhi Ning arched an eyebrow, smiling lightly. I keep my word. Having said that, Zhi Ning turned to descend from the competition stage, but at that moment, a nearly imperceptible small insect landed on her. Meanwhile, the siblings who had lain low and advanced to the second round without lifting a finger gazed at Zhi Ning's departing figure in a daze. Brother, she is so strong. The girl's eyes sparkled as she watched Zhi Ning's silhouette. Indeed, the boy was equally astonished. This woman could dominate 3 spiritual masters of the Xianqing realm within a non-spiritual formation. I want to befriend her. The girl was eager, already determined to approach Zhi Ning after the competition. Hearing this, the boy intended to respond, but after pondering for a moment, he simply nodded. However, an unprecedented situation arose in the second round of the competition. Those who witnessed Zhi Ning's feat of defeating 90 opponents single-handedly began to withdraw from the contest en masse. Naturally, the majority had been bribed by the 5 great families. Rather than face a beating and still be unable to enter the Ling Mountain Academy, they chose to withdraw and directly join the 5 great families. In the end, aside from Zhi Ning and the sibling duo, only Lu Jiaxu and the other 3 bystanders secured their places at the Ling Mountain Academy. Observing this outcome, Zhi Ning felt that the recruitment competition for the Ling Mountain Academy was somewhat disingenuous. He seemed to catch on her doubts and chuckled as he explained. Does Ninger feel that such an outcome is rather hasty? Zhi Ning hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Indeed. I had previously heard that the Ling Mountain Academy is the highest institution. However, upon reflection, it seems somewhat unworthy of its name. Ah, you truly are bold. Unafraid to speak your mind, He chuckled, then continued. In truth, obtaining an admission quota does not guarantee a smooth entry into the academy. Why? Zhi Ning inquired, puzzled. Upon entering the mountain gate, there is yet another trial. 80% of people fail to pass that test. He stroked his beard, yet did not elaborate further. This trial is specifically aimed at those outside the 5 great families, as the 5 families have previously made deals with the Ling Mountain Academy. Anyone from the 5 families can pass that trial with a single treasure. Of course, having witnessed Zhi Ning's fearless nature, He dared not disclose this to her, why Zhi Ning remained unaware of their conversation. Only noting that before He departed, he cast her a teasing glance. Just as she pondered this, Mo Chanin turned to leave as well. Are we not on speaking terms? Zhi Ning murmured softly. What brings you here? Zhi Ning stepped forward to inquire, her gaze falling on the obedient Hong Wan resting by his feet. Mo Chanin smiled faintly, his voice low, waiting for you to... Why? Zhi Ning stared blankly at the man before her. A peculiar emotion flickering rapidly through her heart, causing her to momentarily forget to react. The venom of the poisonous insect was exceedingly potent, even though Zhi Ning had promptly excised the bitten flesh. The toxin still coursed through her veins. At this moment, her vision began to blur, and waves of excruciating pain surged within her. She let out a barely audible moan, her face paling instantly. Mo Chanin, disregarding her willingness or reluctance, pried open her lips with his fingers and forced an antidote pill in her mouth. I will carry you inside. My apologies for the intrusion, Mo Chanin said, before swiftly lifting Zhi Ning into his arms and striding into the house. That moment, Zhi Ning felt as if she were caught in a tempest of ice and fire, her body alternating between extreme heat and cold. Mo Chanin wasted no time, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to expedite the antidote's efficacy. Hong Wan and Hei Long followed closely behind, quietly standing by without causing any disturbance. As Zhi Ning's consciousness gradually descended into a chaotic state, her soul seemed to drift in a void, surrounded by flashes of the inhumane treatment she had endured in the dark chamber. Quick, pour all these insects in. Who knows if her self-healing abilities will still work against these poisonous bugs? Will they end up killing her? Fear not. I have brought the antidote. At most, she will suffer a bit. But she won't die. Look at her. Her entire face has turned green. If she isn't dead yet, she truly is a monster. The voices echoed incessantly in her mind, and a sliver of resentment, foreign to Zhi Ning, began to sprout from the depths of her heart, ensnaring her like countless tendrils. Suddenly, Zhi Ning's eyes flew open, and she gasped for breath. It was then that Mo Chunyin's gentle voice broke through. You are awake? She turned her head, her gaze landing on the man sitting at her bedside. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed that Mo Chunyin's complexion had grown somewhat pallid. But is there anywhere else that feels unwell? Noticing her silence, Mo Chunyin's tone took on a hint of concern. No, Zhi Ning replied, shaking her head, and then slowly sat up. I feel much better. The agonizing cramps within her had subsided, and the wounds on her hands had been properly bandaged. Mo Chun-in scrutinized Zhi Ning's complexion, and upon confirming that she was genuinely unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. The poisonous insect was the hidden wing goo from the extreme northern region. Fortunately, you discovered it in time before it could plant its curse. Why? Zhi Ning stared at her bandaged hand, recalling how the insect had already burrowed halfway into her skin when she had excised that piece of flesh. Had she hesitated even for a few seconds, it would likely have been beyond the remedy of a single antidote. Thank you for the antidote. Considering the previous 2 times, you have saved me 3 times now. Zhi Ning gazed at her with his light-colored eyes, his lips pressing together slightly as he spoke softly. Do you know where you contracted this hidden wing goo? At his words, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Zhi Ning's gaze as she coldly replied. Lu Jiaxiu. Half an hour later, at the Lu family mansion, Zhi Ning could not refuse Zhi Ning's insistence, and ultimately accompanied her there, in the night sky. Heilong's massive form was concealed within thick clouds as Zhi Ning sat atop its back, surveying the entire Lu family mansion at this moment. The mansion was abuzz with activity. Servants hurried in and out of Lu Jiaxiu's courtyard, and within just a few minutes, 4 or 5 physicians had already been dragged into Lu Jiaxiu's room. During the daytime competition, Lu Jiaxiu had sustained significant injuries. In addition to the visible external wounds, his meridians had also been severely damaged. If not treated properly, he might be unable to continue his cultivation. Consequently, the head of the Lu family had offered substantial rewards, summoning the most renowned physicians in the imperial capital overnight. Naturally, the Zhao and Yuan families faced similar circumstances after attending to the Lu family. These physicians would rush to handle matters for the other 2 families. Zhi Ning was in no hurry. She awaited the conclusion of Lu Jiaxiu's treatment before leisurely instructing Heilong to descend. With Zhi Ning present, she need not exert herself to create a barrier. Once the barrier isolated Lu Jiaxiu's courtyard, Zhi Ning gracefully leaped down from Heilong's back. I can go alone. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning had no choice but to halt, obediently remaining in the courtyard. Hong Wan observed her master's compliance with a glint of amusement in her fox-like eyes, contemplating whether she should no longer follow Zhi Ning. Heilong, on the other hand, eagerly trailed after Zhi Ning. As a contracted beast, it could not compare to mere outsiders. Inside, Lu Jiaxiu lay weakly on the bed. His wounds tended to with bandages and medicine applied were necessary. Yet, even in such a state, Lu Jiaxiu did not forget to curse Zhi Ning. The cause of his misfortune, Zhi Ning pushed the door open. She overheard Lu Jiaxiu's venomous curses directed at her. It seems the lesson I imparted during the day was too lenient. Zhi Ning's voice floated through the air, startling Lu Jiaxiu as he quickly turned over, the movement causing his wounds to throb painfully, eliciting a grimace as he looked at her in alarm. You, how could you? He began, but abruptly halted, nearly revealing his prior actions of releasing the poisonous insects upon her. Lu Jiaxiu had initially anticipated receiving news of Zhi Ning being parasitized by the hidden wing goo, yet unexpectedly, she appeared before him in the flesh. Zhi Ning leisurely approached the nearby stool, sitting down with a bemused expression as she regarded Lu Jiaxiu. Are you surprised to see that I am not parasitized by the hidden wing goo? I know not of what you speak. Lu Jiaxiu retorted, avoiding her gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Zhi Ning coldly curled her lips, her fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. This juncture, feigning ignorance before me, is futile. When we were in the dark chamber at the Yi family, you did not hesitate to unleash poisonous insect upon me. Her words. Lu Jiaxiu's pupils constricted slightly. Before he could react, Zhi Ning had already removed her mask, a smile gracing her lips as she said, Surely, young Master Lu has not forgotten me so swiftly. Lu Jiaxiu stiffly raised his head, and upon recognizing Zhi Ning's face, a wave of panic surged within him. Though it was the same face, the impact it had on him was entirely different from when he confronted Yi Yuan on Zhi Ning. Her countenance radiated a dangerously aggressive beauty. Beneath that seemingly calm smile lay an unspoken peril. Chapter 34. The poison pit serves. Lu Jiaxiu and his companions had not once doubted that the masked woman before them was the very Zhi Ning they had discarded in the wilderness. However, due to her prior lack of cultivation and any means of resistance, they had repeatedly dismissed their suspicions. Now, seeing Zhi Ning alive and well before them, Lu Jiaxiu was overwhelmed with shock and terror. This person, who had recently been a powerless waste, had now surpassed him by an entire realm. You killed Ji Fu Fu? Lu Jiaxu swallowed hard, inquiring. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jiaxu could no longer maintain his facade of calm. Desperately, he struggled to rise from the bed and flee. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he collapsed. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, he crawled towards the door, shouting incessantly, "Help! Someone please!" Zhi Ning sat composedly on the stool, watching him as if it were a performance. Yet, no matter how loudly Lu Jiaxu shouted, the outside remained eerily silent, with no one coming to his aid. In that moment, Lu Jiaxu's mind flashed back to the massacre of the Ji family, and an overwhelming dread washed over him like a tsunami. Zhi Ning, do you intend to oppose the 5 great families? Lu Jiaxu questioned, suppressing his fear as his voice trembled. Zhi Ning crossed her legs, resting her chin on one hand, her tone laced with nonchalance. And if I do, the Ji family is merely an example. Do you think I would be afraid? As she spoke, Zhi Ning rose leisurely to her feet, taking deliberate steps toward Lu Jiaxu. He watched her, inching backward with his hands, until his back pressed against a wall, radiating an icy chill. He stammered. Lu Jiaxu, I bear you no grievance, yet I was treated as a mere tool for your amusement. It is time to settle this score. Zhi Ning, I apologize for the previous incidents. Whatever compensation you desire, I will provide. I will give you anything. I only hope you will spare my life. Lu Jiaxu crawled toward Zhi Ning's feet, a picture of utter humility as he pleaded for mercy. Zhi Ning kept her gaze lowered, her eyes icy and expressionless as she regarded Lu Jiaxu, who was desperately begging at her feet. I too once pleaded with you. I once begged you to spare me. In the dim, stifling dark chamber, Zhi Ning's frail body bore no unscathed skin. Various poisonous insects crawled over her, stinging her mercilessly and leaving her covered in ghastly toxin marks. She curled up on the cold floor, her throat rendered hoarse from the relentless torment, her body shaking and convulsing from the effects of the poison. Meanwhile, they stood by, laughing heartily at her suffering. That time, Lu Jiaxu found the sight of Zhi Ning's agonized struggles amusing and felt no remorse for their actions. Zhi Ning watched as Lu Jiaxu fell silent, a faint smile tugging at her lips. How about this? Let's play a game. Lu Jiaxu's dim eyes brightened slightly as he eagerly looked up at Zhi Ning. What game? You shall experience what I once endured. If you can survive, all past grievances will be wiped clean. What you say? You mean for me to test the poison? Lu Jiaxu stammered. Indeed, I also possess a few little items that I would like you to help me identify the toxicity of. Lu Jiaxu hesitated to respond. Though he had dealt with various poisonous creatures since childhood, he lacked the self-healing abilities possessed by Zhi Ning. He was also unaware of the small entities that Zhi Ning referred to, nor how they differed from those he had previously encountered. Observing the indecisiveness of Lu Jiaxu, Zhi Ning's expression turned sardonic. I shall grant you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to contemplate. Should you fail to make a decision by then, I will have the black dragon swallow you whole. Lu Jiaxu slumped in place, casting a glance at the exit blocked by the black dragon. Fully aware that escape from the room was utterly impossible at this juncture, he found himself with no choice but to accept the terms proposed by Zhi Ning. As time ticked away. Outside, Mo Chun-in stood like a statue, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the interior. Hong Wan, somewhat bored, wagged her tail, contemplating whether to join in the spectacle, when she suddenly sensed a faint, weakened aura. Master, Hong Wan's demeanor shifted abruptly as she hurried to Mo Chun-yin's side. At this moment, his complexion appeared even more pallid than before, and Hong Wan's keen sense of smell quickly detected a faint trace of blood on him. Mo Chun-yin glanced at her with a subdued expression, murmuring, "It's nothing. How could that be? Your aura has already." Hong Wan's words trailed off as she was met with a warning glare from Mo Chun-yin, his hand, which had been resting at his side, subtly clenched, and he redirected his focus to the interior, continuing, "Do not inform Ning Ning of my injury." Concerned, Hong Wan gazed at him, internally grappling with whether to heed her master's words. Startled, she bit her lip and eventually nodded obediently. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to the mistress." The mention of mistress seemed to please Mo Chun-yin, and he regarded her for a few moments, his expression gradually softening. You have my command. Mo Chunin fell silent again, channeling his spiritual energy to stabilize the spread of his injuries. Once Ning Ning had dealt with Lu Jiaxu, he could entrust the matter to her. Inside, as the allotted time came to an end, Lu Jiaxu, with no other recourse, reluctantly acquiesced to Zhi Ning's game of tea that moment. He stood before the bath in his chamber, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, rendering him nearly immobile. This was due to the bath being filled to the brim with countless poisonous insects, writhing together as if waiting to be fed. All of these had been procured by Zhi Ning through the efforts of the Black Dragon and Hong Luan. Why time is limited. Make haste. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Jiaxu swiftly retrieved a detoxification pill and swallowed it. He prayed that this pill would help him withstand the onslaught of the poisonous creatures. Zhi Ning caught sight of his small movement, a cold smile forming in her heart. No, I cannot do this. Spare me. Yet no matter how much mental fortitude Lu Jiaxu attempted to muster, he ultimately succumbed to the terror within. Turning to plead for mercy, Zhi Ning, having lost her patience, waved her hand and sent him plunging into the bath. The moment Lu Jiaxu fell into the water, the poisonous insects rushed towards him eagerly. In an instant, they covered his entire body. The ensuing screams were harrowing. Chapter 35. Does this man harbor some peculiar obsession? Waves upon waves of poisonous insects continued to crawl over Lu Jiaxu, and in a fleeting moment his exposed skin was marred with purple and blue welts, the poison rapidly spreading. Zhi Ning, have mercy on me. I realize my mistakes. Spare me, and I shall do whatever you ask. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to perish. I beg you. I implore you to spare me this once. Release me, and I will avenge you against Zhao Qingzhu and the others. The detoxification pill that Lu Jiaxu had taken prior proved utterly ineffective amidst such a multitude of toxic creatures that at this point, his body had absorbed no less than 100 types of poison, and the areas he was stung were beginning to rot. Listening to his pleas, Zhi Ning merely watched with a smile. Not worry. It won't be long before they come and join you in hell. Lu Jiaxu screamed in agony, his hands flailing as he attempted to claw his way out of the bath. The black dragon had now shrunk in size, perched upon her shoulder, coldly observing Lu Jiaxu, who was being gradually engulfed by the poisonous insects. These insects, I and that fox have spent several days capturing. They have finally found their purpose. Thank you for your hard work. The black dragon shook its head. What about the others? Tomorrow, you are to accompany that old man to Ling Mountain Academy. Are we resolving this tonight? Zhi Ning pondered for a moment before shaking her head. And no need for haste. They will also go to Ling Mountain Academy. It would not be too late to find them then. Very well, as the conversation between the girl and the dragon continued, Lu Jiaxu in the bath had ceased to breathe. Zhi Ning, devoid of any emotion, gazed at the now insect-infested Lu Jiaxu for a moment before exiting the room with the black dragon. Upon her emergence, Mo Chunin, who had been waiting outside, immediately softened his gaze. Yes, it done. Yes, Chunin did not inquire further, but instead produced a brocade box containing phoenix blood essence and presented it to her. Zhi Ning regarded him with suspicion. Why are you giving me something again? Does he have some peculiar penchant for gifting? Must you constantly present me with gifts? Consider it a congratulatory gift for your admission to Ling Mountain Academy. With that, Mo Chunin pressed the brocade box into Zhi Ning's hands, uttering a brief farewell before vanishing in an instant. Zhi Ning remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to why he treated her with such distinction. The illustrious and formidable master was, it seemed, a romantic at heart. What was to be done? Ning, we must leave. The barrier is dissipating. With Mo Chunin's departure, the barrier he had maintained began to fade away. Zhi Ning had no time to ponder the contents of the brocade box. She tossed it into her spatial pocket and swiftly leapt onto the black dragon's back with Hong Luan in tow. The following day, a servant of the Lu family approached Lu Jiaxu's quarters with water. Upon pushing the door open, a foul stench immediately assaulted his senses. Young master, the servant pinched his nose, his expression a mixture of confusion and dread as he ventured inside. Young master, are you awake? Cautiously lifting the bed curtains, he found the bed empty. Just as he was beginning to wonder, he noticed wisps of white mist wafting from behind the screen. The servant turned towards the bath, navigating around the screen only to glimpse Lu Jiaxu with his back to him, the entire bath enveloped in a cloud of white vapor. "Young master?" he called several times, receiving no response, setting down his burden. The servant summoned his courage to approach the front. However, upon seeing Lu Jiaxu's condition, his eyes widened in terror, and he collapsed to the ground in fright. "Help! Someone! Quickly, someone! Young master is in trouble." The servant, utterly panicked, stumbled and crawled his way out of the room. By the time the head of the Lu family arrived in response to the commotion, the courtyard was already crowded with people. The servant who had first discovered Lu Jiaxu's predicament was now pale and trembling, cowering on the ground. "What has happened?" The head of the Lu family inquired in a stern voice, his demeanor cold. The crowd lowered their heads, their gazes fixed on the still quaking servant. After a moment, the servant shakily extended a finger towards the room, his voice quaking with fear. "The young master, he is dead." These words. The head of the Lu family's pupils dilated as he swiftly rushed into the room. Upon reaching the bath, the white mist had dissipated, revealing a mass of writhing insects within. Lu Jiaxu sat in the bath in a grotesque posture, his flesh and blood having been devoured by the insects. Leaving only his skeletal frame clinging to bits of flesh, his face had been gnawed away to mere bone. Yet his eyes remained, wide open in terror. It was no wonder the servant had been so terrified. Even the seasoned head of the Lu family was repulsed by the sight. His stomach churned violently, and he immediately turned to exit the room. After a considerable time, he managed to quell the nausea roiling within him. Glaring at the crowd in the courtyard, he demanded in a booming voice, "Who was on duty last night?" Several guards stepped forward from the throng, each trembling and hesitant to speak. "What transpired last night?" Not a single sound was heard. "What use is it to have you all in my employ?" The guards immediately fell to their knees, one of them stammering, "Master, it is not that we were negligent. Last night, considering the young master's injury, Lin and I kept watch outside his courtyard for quite some time. However, the courtyard was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard." "Useless? No sounds? Is it possible someone set a barrier?" The head of the Lu family's voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in that if someone had indeed set a barrier and possessed formidable cultivation, the guards would have been unable to detect it. The head of the Lu family recalled the night of the incident at the Zhi family, when they arrived to find an impenetrable barrier surrounding the estate. Remembering how the Zhi family had been exterminated overnight, the head of the Lu family felt his legs weaken. "Someone dispose of that traitor's body in a mass grave," he ordered, fearing that the incident would bring calamity upon the Lu family. Though the servants were puzzled by their master's orders, none dared voice their confusion. Shortly thereafter, the servants, despite their trepidation, dealt with the now sated insects and, overcoming their disgust, removed Lu Jiaxu's remains. Following the head of the Lu family's instructions, they brazenly transported the body out of the city, discarding it in the mass grave. The head of the Lu family's actions were intended to convey to the unseen, powerful figures that the troubles Lu Jiaxu had caused were not the Lu family's concern. Chapter 36. Journey to the Ling Mountain Academy. After dealing with the body of Lu Jiaxu, the head of the Lu family wasted no time in contacting the other three families. They gathered once more. "Are you saying that the girl from the Zhi family and your second son are entangled with the same individual?" Upon hearing the words of the head of the Lu family, Zhao's expression grew grave. "It is highly likely that my rebellious son has been in close contact with them before. This matter may indeed implicate your family as well." As soon as the head of the Lu family spoke, the others also became solemn. Why Yichangshan furrowed his brows, as if pondering something, and after a moment spoke. "Only one person encountered misfortune this time. Why then has the Zhi family faced annihilation?" Zhao's head speculated. "Perhaps, aside from Zhi Fufu, there are others in the Zhi family who have offended this person." Yichangshan replied. "Though Zhi Heng is formidable, I have not heard of him holding enmity with anyone. Having known him for so long, the only instance I recall is when he publicly embarrassed that student during the recruitment examination." At this point, an absurd thought suddenly flashed through Yichangshan's mind. The head of the Yuan family inquired, "Are you referring to the masked young lady?" Yichangshan confirmed. "Indeed, it is she." Did she not have an unpleasant encounter with Lu Sanshao and the others at yesterday's recruitment examination? However, the head of the Lu family shook his head, not in agreement. That does not seem right. Her cultivation level is merely at the Xianling realm. Previously, outside the Ji family estate, Brother Yuan encountered a barrier and mentioned that it was set by at least a Xiansheng realm expert. Moreover, the guard stationed at the estate last night reported that they had not detected any anomalies. Not even the slightest sound to establish such a barrier is beyond the capability of a mere Xianling realm practitioner. The head of the Yuan family suggested, is it possible she concealed her true level of cultivation? Yi Changshen and the other two heads exchanged glances and then simultaneously shook their heads. Zhao's head remarked, she could not have hidden it, for within the Ling Mountain Academy there exists a spirit artifact capable of detecting the cultivation levels of all individuals within its vicinity. That artifact was placed on the examination platform yesterday. If she truly concealed her cultivation, the artifact would have revealed it immediately. The head of the Lu family concurred. Brother Zhao speaks wisely. Furthermore, if she possessed such high cultivation, why would she need to masquerade as a weakling? With such prowess, she could roam freely across the entire geocontinent. In that case, we possess not a shred of useful information, remarked the head of the Yuan family, his face anxious, fearing that his family might be the next to suffer. Zhao's head replied, it is not entirely without merit. Given the current circumstances, Brother Lu's initial conjecture holds considerable weight. It is likely that these youngsters have provoked someone they ought not to have. All we can do now is hasten to send the remaining few to the Ling Mountain Academy. If that individual is solely targeting them, at least we can prevent our families from being implicated. Moreover, the Ling Mountain Academy is the domain of the Imperial Master. That individual must think twice before causing trouble under the Imperial Master's watch. Indeed, Brother Zhao's words are sound. Yi Changshen nodded in agreement. Yet, unbeknownst to the heads, their actions were sending their children toward the gates of death. At this moment, Zhi Ning, who had already packed her belongings and awaited the departure to the Ling Mountain Academy with Higi, caught wind of the news that the Lu family had discarded Lu Jiaxu's body at the mass grave. The very first moment she heard this news, her brows arched in slight surprise. Was this operation not a signal to me that Lu Jiaxu held no significant standing within the Lu family, thus advising me against targeting them? Close enough. I did not expect you to be quite astute. The Black Dragon commented with a sneering tone. Zhi Ning shot an exasperated sideways glance at the Black Dragon and promptly delivered a sharp tap to its head. The Black Dragon clutched its head. Ouch. Why must you resort to violence? The Red Lawn, perched nearby, mocked. Serves you right for speaking without thinking. The Black Dragon bared its teeth, ready to leap at the Red Lawn when footsteps were heard from outside. It is time to set out. The Red Lawn leapt into Zhi Ning's embrace. The Black Dragon remained rooted in place, gritting its teeth and glaring at the Red Lawn for a moment before its diminutive form coiled around Zhi Ning's wrist, concealing its presence. Little junior sister, are you ready for departure? Hua Yin stood outside the door, beaming with anticipation. Zhi Ning opened the door, grinning at Hua Yin. Senior sister, I am all set. Excellent, then let us be on our way. Zhi Ning followed Higi out of the city, stopping after walking several miles. She curiously observed Mo Jiun, and within a minute, a sound akin to that of a spirit beast cry echoed from the distance. Then, from the forest emerged a creature that resembled a horse, but was not quite a horse, towering and majestic, exuding an aura of grandeur. Yet, oddly enough, it was pulling along a dilapidated cart made of a mere board and two wheels. Zhi Ning's eyelid twitched. But surely not. To see such an imposing spirit beast pulling a cart that is nothing more than a plank with wheels is a bit over the top, is it not? Furthermore, I am expected to ride in this. Help me, this is far too dramatic. Little junior sister, hurry up and get on. In the brief moment, Zhi Ning was lost in thought. Higi and the two disciples had already boarded the cart, gazing at the contraption before her, which lacked even a handrail and could barely be called a vehicle. Zhi Ning felt as if her toes were about to bore a hole through her shoes. Must we really ride in this? This would not be roadworthy even in modern times. It is far too unsafe. Do not just stand there, come. I will help you up. Hua Yin reached out her hand toward Zhi Ning. Zhi Ning closed her eyes, reasoning that she might as well embrace the local customs. Having any form of transportation was already a blessing. Here I come. She forced a smile and climbed aboard. Hold on tight. We are setting off, and Zhi occupied the front seat, taking on a role of the driver. Zhi Ning couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Hold on tight. How can one possibly do that? I have no idea where to grasp. Yet before she could finish her internal lament, she witnessed Zhi slap the spirit beast's rear end. Great. Not even a whip? Zhi Ning thought, well, it is what it is. After all, I will only endure this once. However, as the cart began to move, her regret intensified, as she found herself yearning for the days when the black dragon carried her aloft in the skies. Because this wretched cart was unbearably jolting. The spirit beast galloped forward with all its might, and gusts of wind battered against their faces, sending the hair of the 4 passengers and the fox into a frenzied disarray. Hua Yin beside her grasped Zhi's belt, her chin bobbing up and down incessantly. Zhi Ning clutched the red lawn with one hand while desperately trying to hold onto the cart with the other. Her face completely obscured by her hair, leaving her hands too occupied to clear it away. The red lawn's formerly round and fluffy fur was now flattened against her, transforming it into a mere stick. Chapter 37. The mountain trial. The Ling Mountain Academy lies a 5 to 6 day journey from the imperial capital. As the beast car came to a halt at the mountain gate, Zhi Ning found herself questioning her very existence. Little junior sister, are you all right? Beside her, Hua Yin looked pale yet remained concerned. Zhi Ning, cradling the now frizzy red lawn, replied in a dazed tone. I am fine. Her bones felt as though they were about to fall apart. Zhi Ning vowed that she would rather walk than ever ride in that cart again. The driver was not faring much better. He wobbled slightly upon dismounting. However, among them, the elder Higi appeared the most composed, showing no sign of fatigue as he energetically stepped down from the cart. You all need to practice harder, Higi said, brushing off his robes leisurely. Zhi Ning forced a dry smile, thinking to herself, am I to practice until I reach your age? Perhaps I should just ride a dragon instead. Hua Yin seemed to sense Zhi Ning's thoughts and leaned closer, awkwardly explaining. Our master has used all the spirit stones allocated by the academy for his own cultivation, so there are no extra funds to purchase a decent cart. Ah, that makes sense. I thought this was a tradition of the Ling Mountain Academy. Not at all. The other instructors travel in quite impressive vehicles. Just as Hua Yin finished speaking, a lavish beast cart appeared in the distance. Approaching their direction, before long, the cart halted, revealing Yi Yuan descending from it alongside Tu Yao. Upon catching sight of Zhi Ning standing ahead, Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. She had already learned of Lu Jiaxu's demise from her father before departing. Within the span of mere months, first Ji Fufu and now Lu Jiaxu, such occurrences could hardly be coincidental. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan no longer felt fear that a person without a spiritual vein, relying on dubious practices to reach the Xianling realm, would inevitably face backlash in due time. With this thought, Yi Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. Little junior sister, take this entrance token. Zhi approached and handed Zhi Ning a wooden token. Although it was crafted from wood, it felt somewhat weighty in her hand. After accepting the token, Zhi Ning was about to inquire about the trial mentioned by Higi when Zhi spoke first. There is another trial for entering the mountain that you must complete alone, little junior sister. From here on, you'll need to navigate the path by yourself. After Zhi finished speaking, he instructed Hua Yin to take the red lawn from Zhi Ning's arms and then departed with the beast cart. Before her stood a rugged mountain path. Yet as Zhi Ning observed Zhi and Hua Yin vanish in mere moments, she realized a barrier lay ahead. Tu Yao likewise entrusted Yi Yuan with a token, whispering a few words of caution before leading Du Hong away. In an instant, only Yi Yuan and Zhi Ning remained at Zhi Ning cast a faint glance at Yi Yuan, but refrained from confronting her, choosing instead to act as though they were strangers and turning to walk ahead. Noticing her advance, Yi Yuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The two walked at a leisurely pace, one after the other. As Zhi Ning stepped into the boundary, an unseen force abruptly pulled her into an unfamiliar realm. A chilling wind incessantly rushed in her ears, causing a mild ringing sensation. She felt herself plummeting downward, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming her thoughts. Consequently, she summoned the black dragon from the contract space without hesitation. Upon its emergence, the black dragon immediately expanded in size, catching Zhi Ning in its embrace. Once she secured herself atop its back, it inquired, how did you come to this illusion? This is the mountain's trial. Exhaling deeply, Zhi Ning brushed through her somewhat disheveled hair. The black dragon responded with a sound of understanding, then gradually descended with Zhi Ning. After approximately 10 minutes, the duo managed to land with some difficulty while Zhi Ning leaped from the dragon's back. Beginning to survey her surroundings, they found themselves enveloped by a dense forest, with an endless cliff looming before them and a lush thicket behind. That why Zhi Ning couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow fated to wander these wilds. After walking for a while, the forest in front of her began to shift as if in a fleeting panorama. Why Zhi Ning promptly halted, drawing out the spiritual sword gifted to her by Mo Zhiyun, ready for any sudden movement. Moments later, the scene transformed into an endless sea of flowers. The yellow blooms were merely the size of a bottle cap, and the plants reached only to her ankles. As a gentle breeze swept through, the air was infused with a delicate fragrance that in the distance. A wooden cabin nestled amidst the floral expanse caught her eye. Pressing her lips together, she made her way directly toward the cabin. Is anyone there? Zhi Ning paused outside the door and gently knocked. The black dragon, perched on her shoulder, curiously peering through a nearby window, remarked, "It seems no one is home. I detect no presence whatsoever." "Let's enter and have a look," she suggested, pushing the door gently. The wooden door was unlatched and swung open effortlessly. Standing at the threshold, Zhi Ning observed the modest interior. Although small, it was furnished with all the essentials and impeccably tidy, suggesting that it was indeed occupied. Realizing someone lived here, Zhi Ning hesitated to intrude. She closed the door gently and seated herself on the steps outside. "Why not go in?" the black dragon inquired. "There is someone residing here. It would be impolite to intrude uninvited." "Let us wait a moment," Zhi Ning replied, leaning slightly against a nearby pillar. She made no effort to stop the dragon and merely cautioned it to be careful as it wandered off. Sitting on the steps, her gaze fixated on the vast yellow flower sea. A fleeting image reminiscent of her surroundings flashed through her mind. Just as she sought to grasp it, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind her. She turned sharply to see a small boy, clutching a bouquet of flowers, standing not far away. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Clad in a black robe, his fair face bearing a serious expression as his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Zhi Ning was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with a child, momentarily pondering how to explain her presence here, when the boy's eyes suddenly lit up as he rushed toward her. "Sister," he exclaimed, a smile brightening his face as he called out in a melodic voice. Zhi Ning was momentarily bewildered. "Is this the mountain trial? Sister, did you come to see me?" The boy gazed at her with uncontained joy. Zhi Ning blinked and hesitantly nodded. "Yes, I came to see you. I knew you wouldn't forget our promise." The boy grasped her hand, his expression radiating delight. "It feels warm. It doesn't seem fake at all." The boy pulled Zhi Ning into the cabin. Chattering animatedly, yes, she observed his bustling figure within the cozy space. An inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within her. She bit her lip gently, her gaze following the boy, silently pondering, could my trial be connected to this child? Chapter 38. The Realm of Return. While Zhi Ning was lost in thought, the boy placed a plate of freshly cut spiritual fruits before her. He sat across from her, resting his chin on his small hands, a beaming smile illuminating his face. "Sister, these are the ones I picked this morning. They are sweet and taste delightful. You must try them. Are you here alone?" The boy tilted his head slightly, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Sister, have you forgotten? My father told me to cultivate here, so it's just me. I didn't recall that for a moment." Zhi Ning quickly corrected herself. "It's all right. I'm used to it," the boy replied, pushing the plate closer to her. "Please try some." After a moment of hesitation, Zhi Ning took a piece and placed it in her mouth. She had initially thought this was merely an illusion, where everything would be fabricated. However, as the sweet flavor of the spiritual fruit spread across her palate, her eyes widened in surprise. The taste of this fruit was identical to that of the spiritual fruit she had sampled at the auction house. Do you like it? Zhi Ning nodded. It's delicious. I knew you would enjoy it. The boy grinned, but just as he was about to say more, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Why? Zhi Ning's expression hardened. Without a second thought, she scooped up the boy and dashed outside. The 7 or 8-year-old boy was slightly shorter than her. She held him tightly around the waist. She noticed his cheeks and ears flushing with embarrassment at an observable pace. Sister, I can walk by myself, he stammered, shyly tugging at her clothing. Yet, Zhi Ning did not set him down, sprinting out of the wooden cabin until they reached the flower sea before pausing. Was that an earthquake? She queried, releasing the boy. He stood beside her, turning away to rub his flushed face. Oh, I see. That's a relief. I was worried the house might collapse. T won't, the boy replied softly. T that moment. The black dragon soared toward them from a distance, seemingly clutching something in its claws. Sister, be careful. The boy mistook the dragon for a spirit beast breaking through the boundary and instinctively positioned himself in front of Zhi Ning. Brandishing a dark sword, without hesitation, he swung the sword toward the black dragon, releasing a torrent of oppressive sword energy that coalesced into a massive dragon, charging ferociously at the black dragon. Wait. Zhi Ning could not intervene in time. Her eyes wide as she watched the sword energy hurtle toward the black dragon. She was astonished that this 7 or 8-year-old boy possessed a cultivation level that surpassed her own understanding, while simultaneously concerned that the black dragon might not withstand such an attack. Without further contemplation, Zhi Ning immediately focused her mind and drew the black dragon into the contract space. The instant the dragon vanished, the sword energy collided with the boundary. In that moment, Zhi Ning clearly discerned the invisible boundary forming a massive half-dome, enveloping the entire flower sea. The boy, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the black dragon, turned to Zhi Ning with wide eyes. Sister, what happened to that dragon? That was my contracted beast, Zhi Ning replied, her gaze complex as she regarded the boy. She had assumed he was young and that his cultivation level would not be particularly high. Yet the spiritual energy he had just unleashed indicated otherwise. She could not ascertain his true level of cultivation. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't realize it was your contracted beast. The boy's eyes widened, filled with remorse. I'm not angry. Don't worry, Zhi Ning reassured him, understanding that he might have perceived the black dragon as a threat, especially since she was alone in this place, surrounded by spirit beasts. Afterward, she released the black dragon back from the space, only to observe it clutching a tiny serpent beast in its claws. The serpent, adorned with what appeared to be dragon horns, was entirely black. Zhi Ning glanced at the diminutive serpent, which was hardly longer than her arm, her lips twitching involuntarily. Although she urgently needed the spirit core of the serpent, she certainly did not wish to harm such a small creature. Let it go. It's too small, Zhi Ning said, reaching out to take the tiny serpent from the black dragon. To her surprise, the little serpent exhibited an unexpectedly docile demeanor, instead of displaying any hostility. The small serpent coiled affectionately around her hand. The black dragon remarked, It's not small. Look how petite it appears, but it is already a 6th-tier spirit beast. Why, Zhi Ning was taken aback. Incredulity etched across her features as she stared at the little serpent in her grasp. 6th tier? At that moment, the boy approached and confirmed, Indeed, it is already 6th tier, but it has yet to develop spiritual intelligence, so it cannot speak. However, a 6th-tier spirit beast is the lowest tier in this realm of return. The boy's words left Zhi Ning further astonished. Yet, she also gleaned an important piece of information. Did you say this place is called the Realm of Return? The boy regarded her with suspicion. Reissuing his query, the Realm of Return is a forbidden area for the divine race. Didn't you know that, sister? As the atmosphere began to shift into something more delicate, the small serpent in Zhi Ning's hand suddenly bit her. Ouch! She gasped in pain. The boy's expression shifted instantly. He seized the little serpent and hurled it away, his demeanor shifting to one of concern as he grasped Zhi Ning's bitten hand, instinctively leaning down to suck out the poison. Hey! Zhi Ning was startled by his actions. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp, she realized that the boy possessed considerable strength, and she could not pull away. I'm fine. Stop sucking. If you get poisoned, I won't be able to compensate for it. The boy, however, paid her no heed, continuing until he had extracted all the poison from the wound. Only then did he release her hand. Looking up at her with worry etched across his face. "Sister, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Zhi Ning shook her head, covering the bitten area with her hand as she expressed concern. "I'm fine. The most important thing is whether you are okay. Don't worry, sister. I am immune to all poisons." The boy chuckled softly, suddenly recollecting something, and turned to begin his search for the whereabouts of the little snake. Anger surged within him as he scoured the sea of flowers. "Where has that snake gone? I shall slay it." Yet, in the briefest of moments, the little snake vanished without a trace. Did it think it could escape unscathed? "I shall venture forth and seek out its lair. Sister, wait for me here." With that, the boy's figure flickered and vanished, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the boundary that Zhi Ning barely had time to intervene, and could only allow the black dragon to carry her in pursuit. Chapter 39. The divine tomb, the barrier surrounding the flower sea, seemed solely designed to block spirit beasts. Once outside the boundary, Zhi Ning took in the scene before her. The chasm stretched for miles, winding and twisting like a colossal serpent coiling upon the earth, plunging into an abyss that seemed devoid of light. Here, sunlight was but a distant memory. The bizarre rocks, shrouded in the night, resembled phantoms, while specks of azure light danced among the stone forest. This place felt like a desolate swamp, permeated with an air of danger. "What has transpired here?" Zhi Ning stared in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The black dragon soared forward, navigating the wind in pursuit of the boy's scent, its mane billowing as its whiskers occasionally brushed against Zhi Ning's hand. With a gaze fixed upon the ominous chasm ahead, it spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "Upon hearing the child mention this place as the realm of return, I was reminded. The realm of return is a forbidden ground of the divine clan, a resting place after their fall, known as the divine tomb. The fissure ahead was cleaved by the ancestral deity during the ancient war. Beneath it lies a seal containing malevolent forces after the fall of the divine clan. Remnants of their power were channeled into the sealing array to reinforce the confinement." "How do you know this?" Zhi Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The dragon clan possesses a legacy, inheriting the memories and powers of our ancestors. The black dragon lineage was once regarded as ominous until our forebear allied with the ancestral deity to suppress the malevolent forces, thus ascending to join the ranks of divine beasts." "So that is how it is," Zhi Ning thought in silent amazement. Although she had largely adapted to the differences of this world compared to the modern one, the mention of myths and ancient tales still left her astonished. She quickly set aside her musings, urging the black dragon to hasten in locating the bee. By this time, the boy had arrived at the edge of the vast chasm. The little snake thrived in dampness, and the edge of this fissure was perpetually eroded by the sinister energies below, making it the most humid spot within the realm of return. Grasping his sword, the boy's petite figure darted agilely along the cliff. Soon enough, he discovered the lair of the snake. Thousands of little snakes coiled in a hollow, intertwined in such a manner that merely gazing upon them sent shivers down one's spine. After searching in vain for the one that had harmed Zhi Ning, his anger flared, and he aimed his sword at the lair of the snakes. This strike startled the Serpent King, who had been lurking in the depths, when Zhi Ning and the black dragon arrived. They beheld the boy engaged in a fierce struggle with a massive serpent. The Serpent King, infuriated by the sight of its kin being slain, lunged at him with its gaping maw. Its colossal tail whipped through the air, stirring the heavy clouds as bolts of lightning and thunder rained down. Zhi Ning and the black dragon drew near the chasm. A chilling wind surged from the abyss, cutting against her cheeks like a knife. Just as she prepared to assist, a torrent of black mist erupted from the depths, ensnaring them both and dragging them down. The boy, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. "Sister," he severed one of the serpent's horns with a swift stroke, then plunged towards the abyss without a second thought. As the black mist ensnared Zhi Ning and pulled her downward, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the boy severing the serpent's horn before everything around her transformed into impenetrable darkness. When her vision cleared once more, she found herself in a dimly lit expanse. The surroundings were barren, save for a pitch-black opening before her, exuding tendrils of dark vapor. "Black dragon?" Zhi Ning tentatively called out. The response was a dissonant mixture of laughter and cries, at times resembling whispers in her ear, at others a cacophony of screams. Zhi Ning held her breath, her grip on the sword tightening as she endeavored to drown out the incessant voices. She understood that the boy she had previously seen was not her trial for entering the mountains. Rather, this dark void was her true test. Zhi Ning to Zhi Ning. The eerie voices receded like a tide, replaced by a deep, resonant male voice that called her name repeatedly, as if attempting to hypnotize her, causing long-buried memories to resurface. In a cramped prison, over 20 girls of similar age fought against one another. Screams, roars, blood, death. Zhi Ning steadied herself, striving to maintain her composure. Gradually, the surrounding darkness coalesced, ultimately forming a figure. Ning Ning. The familiar yet alien voice rang out. Zhi Ning turned to see a man standing before her, bearing the visage of her master from the modern world. Zhi Ning smirked, her lips curling as she unsheathed her sword and struck without hesitation. Her expression hardened. She surmised that her trial must pertain to confronting inner demons. Thus, she refused to remain passive, instead charging directly at the black void. That if this was indeed an entrance trial, then Ling Mountain Academy would not allow its students to perish within this ordeal. She need not be bound by constraints. Ning Air. Just as Zhi Ning's sword was about to cleave the black void, a woman suddenly materialized before her. Ning Air, Mummy has searched for you for so long, and I have finally found you. Zhi Ning scoffed lightly, sheathing her sword behind her and retorting. Could this trial not be more rigorous, regardless of whether in the modern world or this realm? Zhi Ning had always been alone. The earlier transformation of the black mist in her teacher was somewhat understandable, as that was a figure who had genuinely existed in her memories. However, the woman before her, claiming to be her mother, was someone Zhi Ning had never encountered. She scrutinized the woman for several seconds, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Once I emerge from here, I shall certainly speak with those responsible for the trials at the academy. This mechanism for testing must be refined. With that, Zhi Ning swung her sword once more, dispersing the black mist anew. She had anticipated that the ensuing scene would morph into various figures, known or unknown to her. However, as her sword descended, the once still black void suddenly transformed into a gaping maw that swallowed her whole. What followed was a scene that left her utterly astounded. It was a sight of unimaginable devastation. The once vibrant and peaceful imperial capital had become a smoldering ruin, the sun forsaken, and the ground littered with the bodies of the fallen. A testament to the suffering of countless souls, the survivors knelt before an altar, crying out, "Divine Maiden, save us." Chapter 40. Divine Miracle, Divine Maiden. Zhi Ning murmured in confusion. Just then, she noticed a vast expanse of black mist surging from the distance. Where the black mist passed, people were consumed in its wake. You are the Divine Maiden. To save them, you must sacrifice yourself. A whisper echoed in her ear. Zhi Ning scoffed. Everything she had experienced thus far had never taught her the virtue of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. In her belief, there was but one guiding principle. All beings suffer, and only one can save oneself. She had once dwelled in a mire of darkness, surrounded by others who either sought to kill her or conspire against her. She had prayed to the heavens for salvation, yet the divine had never shown her mercy. Now, even in this illusory trial, Zhi Ning held no inclination to make sacrifices. Thus, she began to observe the spectacle unfolding before her with a cold detachment. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, in the council hall of Ling Mountain Academy, Higui, Tu Yao, and several other teachers sat in their respective positions that a number of young men and women stood within the hall, including Yi Yuan, Zhaoqing Zhu, and Yuan Zhaoyang. Higui, is your new disciple truly capable? All the other students have successfully passed their trials, yet yours remains trapped in the illusion. Indeed, it has been half an hour. Even the slowest students in previous years completed their trials in a mere quarter of that time. That if she cannot pass the trial independently, you'll have to enter and retrieve her. Otherwise, her mind may shatter, and her cultivation will dissipate. The teachers conversed animatedly, while Hige remained silent. Though he was unaware of why Zhi Ning had not yet emerged, he held faith that she would not fail. Yi Yuan, her complexion pale, felt a surge of dread as she listened to their discussions about Zhi Ning. for her trial had been to witness herself being pierced through the heart by Zhi Ning's sword. Before entering the trial, Tu Yao had privately informed her that the entrance trial could allow a select few disciples to glimpse their future. To pass the trial, one must navigate the conclusion they had set for themselves within the illusion. Yi Yuan was among those fortunate few, having seen how she would meet her demise. The teachers of Ling Mountain Academy were aware of this trial, yet none knew that only those chosen by the illusion could see their future. The intent was to enable them to halt their descent into calamity and rectify their paths before tragedy could strike. Yi Yuan was oblivious to this, so she quietly absorbed their words. Secretly hoping that Zhi Ning would fail the trial, if that were the case, she would have the opportunity to eliminate this threat. At this moment, Tu Yao was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. For among all his disciples, only Yuan had successfully passed the test without resorting to the privileges of the 5 great families. Furthermore, as a manifestation of the heavenly spirit vein, Yuan had garnered significant respect in front of everyone. As time ticked away, He began to feel anxious for Zhi Ning. Within the illusion, Zhi Ning had witnessed the same tragic outcome for the 6th time, by merely standing idly by. She allowed the black mist to engulf the entire land, transforming the world into a hellscape filled with deathly energy. Time and again, she found herself trapped in this cycle of destruction. Now, with a grave expression, Zhi Ning contemplated her current predicament. Throughout these 6 cycles of annihilation, she occasionally intervened out of boredom, temporarily altering the fates of those she saved, yet they ultimately could not escape the final doom. After observing the subtle variations in each cycle, she realized that as long as the divine maiden did not sacrifice herself for salvation, the world would inevitably descend into hell. Licking her parched lips with her tongue, Zhi Ning resolved to reach an accord to escape this illusion swiftly. When the 7th cycle commenced, she stepped onto the altar revered by the masses, no longer a mere observer, the once soulless crowd. Upon seeing Zhi Ning ascend the altar, appeared as if rejuvenated, their eyes sparkling with fervor. "The divine maiden saves us! The divine maiden saves us!" Their voices crescendoed, filled with exhilaration, standing upon the altar. Zhi Ning gazed at the intricately carved patterns on the stone tablet, slicing her wrist to let her blood fall into the grooves. As her blood filled the hollow, a beam of golden light pierced through the thick clouds, cascading down upon her. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, as the crowd grew impatient, a series of deep bell tolls resonated throughout the Lingchi Academy. Everyone within the academy halted, gazing towards the peak, inside the deliberation hall. All the teachers stood in shock. It is the divine summoning bell. The divine summoning bell has told a miracle. It was the first to dash out of the deliberation hall, preparing to ascend the peak. The others followed suit, hastily instructing their newly accepted disciples before chasing after Hige outside the deliberation hall. Before they could arrive, a beam of white light descended, and Zhi Ning appeared alongside it. Coinciding perfectly with the cessation of the bells chimed at that moment. All the teachers stood outside the deliberation hall, gazing at her in unison. "Is this disciple the one that he has just accepted?" Someone inquired. He stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhi Ning with an inquisitive gaze. The sudden toll of the divine summoning bell, coupled with Zhi Ning's timely success in the test, compelled him to connect the two events. "Master, I was just having a bit of fun. I hope I haven't missed the time?" Zhi Ning feigned a look of guilt as she asked. He paused for a few seconds in silence before shaking his head. "No, you passed the test. Go find your senior brother and let him take you to your lodging." With that, he turned and flew toward the peak. The others followed suit, issuing brief directives to their respective new disciples before pursuing. Meanwhile, in the southern marshlands, a team of 15, comprising a training squad, was being pursued by a strange black mist. The leader, a young man in his 20s clad in the academy's disciple attire, was doing everything in his power to protect his fellow disciples during their retreat. He shouted loudly, channeling spiritual energy from his palms. The black mist continued to rise from the marsh, and amidst the swirling black fog, pairs of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously. Kakik, the scent of fresh air. An eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Some disciples, unable to escape, were invaded by the black mist, their eyes turning pitch black as they began to assault their companions. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that a full retreat was impossible, the young man, with a heavy heart, seized the nearest disciple and dashed toward the edge of the marsh. Unbeknownst to him, the disciple he was dragging had a flicker of darkness flash in their eyes before vanishing swiftly. Chapter 41. The evil spirit on this day, Zhi Ning, as usual, practiced alongside Mo Zhiyun and Hua Yin in the He Peak spiritual ground. He Peak was the only mountain in the Lingchi Academy, named after He Gui. Each teacher possessed their own peak, and disciples accepted under their tutelage could reside there. Those who were not accepted were uniformly assigned to other accommodations. Over the past month, Zhi Ning had made considerable progress in her cultivation. Yet she found herself unable to break through the barrier of the peak of the Xianling realm, which left her somewhat disheartened. With a long sigh, she emerged from her training state and gazed wistfully at the distant peaks. At that moment, a spiritual crane flew from the main peak, circling above the spiritual ground while emitting a series of sharp cries. Mo Zhiyun and Hua Yin immediately opened their eyes, their expressions turning serious. Something has happened, Mo Zhiyun stated before rising swiftly. Zhi Ning followed closely behind as they made their way to the main peak. Upon arrival, they found a considerable number of disciples and teachers gathered outside the deliberation hall. He Gui and Tu Yao were currently attending to an injured disciple. Holding Hong Wan in her arms, Zhi Ning stood behind Mo Zhiyun, peering at the injured disciple. Among the onlookers, someone began to whisper, "Senior Brother Ding has already reached the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm. He is the most accomplished among our academy's disciples, yet he is grievously injured. I heard Senior Brother Ding has taken disciples down the mountain for training multiple times over the years without incident." Upon hearing their words, Zhi Ning turned her gaze back to the disciple referred to as Senior Brother Ding, with the surname Ding and the highest cultivation level among the disciples. It could only be him, Ding Xiu, the prized disciple of the Grand Elder of Lingchi Academy. When Zhi Ning first heard of this individual from Mo Zhiyun, she was curious whether he possessed any extraordinary talents. After all, achieving the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm at just over 20 years of age was no small feat in this world of scarce spiritual energy, while the onlookers were intrigued. Hong Wan, nestled in Zhi Ning's embrace, caught a familiar scent as Ding Xiu when coughed up blood. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with surprise. "What's wrong?" Zhi Ning, noticing Hong Wan's sudden alertness, assumed she had sensed something. Hong Wan suppressed her astonishment, shaking her head at Zhi Ning, choosing not to disclose her findings. At this point, He Gui and Tu Yao had completed their treatment of Ding Xiu. "Everyone disperse. What are you lingering here for?" He Gui, regulating his spiritual energy, addressed the gathered disciples. The disciples, unwilling to defy He Gui, promptly departed without hesitation. However, Zhi Ning remained behind. Once all the disciples had left, only Zhi Ning, Mo Zhiyun, and Hua Yin were left outside the deliberation hall. "Master, how is Senior Brother Ding?" Mo Zhiyun inquired anxiously, her voice laced with concern. "You go gather 30 disciples with at least the peak of the Xianling realm and prepare to head to the southern marshlands later." He Gui ordered, "I will do so immediately." Mo Zhiyun responded without delay, turning to fulfill He Gui's command. Hua Yin naturally complied with He Gui's arrangement, but Zhi Ning was different. The southern marshlands were a place she intended to visit, and she would not let this opportunity slip by. "Master, I want to go to know. The dangers of the southern marshlands have yet to be fully understood. You cannot take such risks." He Gui refused her request without a second thought. Not to mention, Zhi Ning was someone Mu Chen-yin had specifically instructed to be well cared for, which made it all the more impossible for He Gui to allow her to venture into such perilous territory. "Master just asked my senior brother to gather disciples with peak Xianling realm cultivation. I have already met that requirement." He Gui replied, "This is not merely a matter of meeting requirements. You have only just arrived here, and your focus should be on cultivation." Master Zhi Ning furrowed her brow. She bit her lip, choosing not to argue further, and turned to leave while cradling Hong Wan. Hua Yin, mistakenly thinking Zhi Ning was upset by He Gui's sternness, intended to comfort her, but was halted by He Gui. "All right, go ahead." Hua Yin hurriedly helped Ding Xiu to his feet. Watching their retreating figures, He then turned to Tu Yao beside him, though they were often rivals in matters of significance. They both remembered their duties as teachers of the academy. Tu Yao's expression was grave as he opened his hand, revealing a clump of black mist. Is this an evil spirit? He inquired. Tu Yao nodded. Yes, it is not heavily tainted, and Xiuwen has been suppressing it all the way. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by the evil spirit. Why would an evil spirit appear in the southern region? He could not comprehend. After burning the black mist in his palm with spiritual energy, Tu Yao replied solemnly, "We will know once we investigate. The matter of the evil spirit is of great significance and cannot be taken lightly." At a peak, since he wouldn't allow her to go, she would simply follow secretly. The black dragon emerged from the spatial realm, stretching its body with a hint of frustration. Ever since arriving at Lingchi Academy, Zhi Ning had kept the black dragon hidden to avoid revealing its identity, causing it to remain in the spatial realm most of the time. "Are we finally leaving this dreary place?" The black dragon grumbled, twisting its body as it spoke. "Let us head to the southern marshlands," Zhi Ning replied while packing her belongings. "All right," the black dragon danced in the air with excitement. Meanwhile, Hongwan transformed into human form and soared toward the highest peak adjacent to the main peak. That a veil of enchantment enveloped the mountain peak, and with a wave of her hand, Hongwan managed to create a narrow opening in the barrier. Qingshan, sensing the commotion at the boundary, hurriedly emerged from the dwelling. "Where is the master?" Hongwan inquired with a hint of urgency. "The master is healing in the secret realm." "What has transpired?" Qingshan's expression turned grave. "There are malevolent spirits in the marshes of the southern region." Upon hearing the term malevolent spirits, Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. "Are you certain?" "I just accompanied the young mistress for a brief look. And indeed, I detected the aura of malevolence surrounding her. But weren't the malevolent spirits suppressed a millennium ago? How have they resurfaced now?" Qingshan gritted his teeth, the words seeming to squeeze out from between clenched jaws. A millennium prior, Qingshan's family perished in the cataclysmic battle against the malevolent spirits. At that time, he was but a naive child. Had he not fortuitously fallen into a crevice and been rescued by Mokenian, he would have surely met a tragic end as a member of the nine-tailed Red Fox clan. Hongwan was well aware of that fateful battle. Higui and the others were preparing to personally lead a team to the southern marshes for reconnaissance. And naturally, the young mistress intended to accompany them. "Should we inform the master? What can we do?" Given the young mistress's temperament, once she decides to go, she will undoubtedly follow through. The southern marshes were the dwelling place of the Tungsha clan, and Miss Yi required the Tungsha spirit core, so she would not miss this opportunity. Qingshan found himself in a quandary. He looked at Hongwan and asked, "Is there any way to persuade Miss Yi to abandon her journey to the southern marshes?" Hongwan shook her head. "There is no way. By the time I left, the young mistress was already packing her belongings. Then we have no choice." As Qingshan spoke, he retrieved a stack of talisman papers from his storage ring and handed them to Hongwan. "These are the binding talismans the master crafted previously. Take them to Miss Yi if she encounters any malevolent spirits. These will prove useful." Hongwan hesitated as she regarded the talisman papers. But the young mistress doesn't seem to be adept in talisman crafting. Will she know how to use them? That's true. Wait a moment. Qingshan turned and re-entered the house, returning shortly with a book in hand. This is an ancient text on talisman crafting. Tea should also be given to Missy. Hongwan's lips twitched. Are you expecting the young mistress to learn on the fly? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Qingshan understood the severity of Mokenian's injuries. The abyss of 10,000 ghosts was not a place that just anyone could enter. It was fraught with danger, teeming with vengeful spirits from the battle long past. Furthermore, the blood of phoenix fruit, from which the essence was derived, grew in the deepest recesses of the abyss. Thus, as Mokenian's subordinate, Qingshan was reluctant to see his master undertake further peril by venturing into the southern marshes. As Zhi Ning pushed open the door, she spotted Hongwan scurrying in with a small bundle on her back. Observing the little package, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you going to? Hongwan leapt onto Zhi Ning's shoulder and nudged the bundle closer. Open it and see that. Why? Zhi Ning cast a dubious glance at Hongwan before reaching to untie the bundle. Inside lay a stack of pre-drawn talisman papers alongside a tome on talisman crafting. "What is this?" she asked, perplexed. "Talisman crafting, something you should find intriguing," Hong Wan replied, tilting her head. Indeed, Zhi Ning had a keen interest in talisman crafting, having previously encountered it when facing Lu Jiaxu and others. Following that, she had sought texts on talisman crafting in the library, but had only found ancient records on its origins, lacking any practical guides. "Where did you acquire these?" Zhi Ning exclaimed, flipping through the pages with growing excitement. "Seeing you searching the library, I asked an acquaintance for them," Hong Wan explained. Why Zhi Ning tossed the items into her spatial pouch and affectionately hugged Hong Wan, planting a kiss on her head. "You truly are my little lucky star." Having never experienced such affection, Hong Wan felt a rush of exhilaration. Little did she know that when Mokinian learned of Zhi Ning's first kiss being bestowed upon her, he would promptly send her to reflect upon her actions at the cliff of contemplation. Hong Wan squinted her fox-like eyes, comfortably nestled in Zhi Ning's embrace, her lone tail raised high into light. "Aren't you heading to the southern marshes? They should be preparing the flying vessel now. We must hurry, that will sneak along, avoiding travel with them." "Wouldn't it be a waste to skip the flying vessel? Moreover, it would expedite our journey. However, we might be discovered." Given Zhi Ning's current cultivation level, she could only conceal her presence from those of a lower realm. She was not yet capable. "What is there to fear? I am here." Thus, with Hong Wan's assistance, Zhi Ning successfully evaded detection by Higuai and boarded the flying vessel. The vessel was an essential mode of transport for the Ling Mountain Academy, and until one reached the pinnacle of the Xiansheng realm, practitioners relied on such vehicles for travel, aside from summoning flying spirit beasts. Disguised as an ordinary disciple, Zhi Ning endeavored to avoid any encounters with Higuai and his group during the journey to the southern marshes. Yet, just as they were nearing their destination, she was spotted. Inside the cabin, Higuai looked exasperatedly at Zhi Ning. "Why did you come along?" Zhi Ning, with a feigned innocent expression, replied, "I merely wish to accompany my master to broaden my horizons." "If you seek to broaden your horizons, you can wait for your senior brother to take you on an excursion. This trip to the southern region is fraught with unknown dangers. Your clandestine involvement is sheer folly." Zhi Ning pouted, lowering her gaze and falling silent. "Not a bother." Higuai was about to continue when Tu Yao entered with two other instructors. They glanced at Zhi Ning before turning their attention back to Higuai. "Higuai, is your newly accepted disciple completely ignorant of propriety? She disregards her master's words. Will she not soon trample upon your authority?" One of the instructors remarked sternly, just as he was about to concoct an excuse for Zhi Ning. Hong Wan unexpectedly produced a token from Zhi Ning's pocket and tossed it to the ground. The token had been given to Zhi Ning by Mokinian. Upon recognizing the token, the instructors' faces shifted dramatically. "How do you possess the Imperial Master's token?" The earlier speaker inquired again. Why? Zhi Ning bent down to retrieve it, clutching it tightly as her mind raced. "This was given to me by my father." Chapter 43. Indeed, the Imperial Master is my father. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Zhi Ning uttered those words, Higuai began to cough violently. Even Hong Wan looked up in astonishment. Hong Wan couldn't help but wonder what expression Mokinian would wear upon discovering that his wife had suddenly become his daughter. Zhi Ning was acutely aware of how astonishing her claim was that in the eyes of these individuals, Mokinian held a near-divine status, and his elusive nature only amplified the shock of suddenly having a daughter emerge. However, that was of little concern to Zhi Ning. As long as she could leverage Mokinian's status as the Imperial Master to achieve her ends, she would happily call him father upon their next encounter. After all, Mokinian appeared youthful, likely older than her by several years. Gaining a powerful father without any drawbacks seemed advantageous. With this in mind, Zhi Ning felt increasingly at ease, her demeanor turning remarkably composed. She disregarded the myriad of scrutinizing gazes directed at her and calmly stated, "Father instructed me to maintain a low profile. I had no intention of doing otherwise. Since you have uncovered my identity, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Indeed, the Imperial Master is my father." After proclaiming this, Zhi Ning proceeded to hang the token given by Mokinian at her waist. However, after a moment's thought, she tucked it away again, saying nonchalantly, Perhaps it is best to remain low-key. Tu Yao could hardly fathom how events had escalated to this point. During their time in the imperial capital, he had witnessed Mokinian's protection of Zhi Ning. Yet he had never imagined that this young woman would be the daughter of Mokinian. Although Mokinian appeared to be in his 20s, practitioners knew that once one reached a certain level of cultivation, maintaining youthful looks was not uncommon. Moreover, Zhi Ning did indeed look youthful, leaving the possibility open. As he pondered this, Tu Yao's gaze towards Zhi Ning gradually shifted. The others, being teachers of Ling Mountain Academy, were not all fortunate enough to encounter Mokinian. Upon learning that the girl before them was the daughter of the Imperial Master, their expressions shifted, and they suppressed their previous demeanor, eager to curry favor. The daughter of the Imperial Master? The instructor who had just criticized Zhi Ning for her lack of decorum now wore a smile, ingratiatingly looking at her. Hongwan rolled her eyes internally, wishing she could leap up and shout, "No! No! No!" However, she merely kept her thoughts to herself, unwilling to disrupt Zhi Ning's plans. Higuai was at a loss for words, fully prepared to offer an apology to Mokinian during their next encounter. Naturally, not everyone was convinced by Zhi Ning's claims. Among the three instructors who had entered with Tu Yao, one remained silent throughout the exchange: Ji Xian, the only female instructor at Ling Mountain Academy. Ji Xian had recently received news from her family concerning the incidents involving Ji Heng and Ji Fufu. However, the letter contained little information, only hinting at the involvement of a Yi family. When Zhi Ning had slain Ji Heng, she had intentionally revealed her true identity to him, resulting in Ji Heng mistakenly attributing the act to Yi Yuan. Thus, she had deliberately let Ji Heng's spirit escape, ensuring he would direct his ire towards the Yi family. After all, Zhi Ning relished the spectacle of infighting among adversaries. Upon learning that her uncle, Ji Heng, had been reduced to a mere remnant of his soul by Yi Yuan, Ji Qian vowed silently to seek retribution against the Yi family. However, as the Yi family stood as the foremost among the 5 great clans, Ji Qian realized that she could not accomplish this alone. She needed allies present. Her gaze fell upon Zhi Ning, and thoughts began to brew in her mind. Merely possessing a waste token could not substantiate her identity as the daughter of the Imperial Master. No sooner had she spoken than Tu Yao and others turned their attention to Ji Qian, with Zhi Ning also glancing in her direction. At 32 years of age, Ji Qian was at the initial stage of the Xiansheng realm, a status that contributed to the Ji family's retention among the 5 great clans. She observed Zhi Ning intently, her curiosity piqued by the masked girl whose true visage remained hidden. Regardless of whether she truly was the Imperial Master's daughter, the mere fact that she wielded the token of the Imperial Master indicated her extraordinary status. Ji Qian was calculating, intent on verifying the identity of this girl before her. If she were indeed the daughter of the Imperial Master, aligning with her could enhance their odds against the Yi family. Little girl, apart from this waste token, how can you prove your identity? Ji Qian inquired with a faint smile. Why? Zhi Ning blinked, about to fabricate an answer when a red phoenix in her arms suddenly leapt down. Red? Zhi Ning thought the red phoenix was about to attack Ji Qian. But just as she called its name, the phoenix transformed into its true form of a 9-tailed fox. The red phoenix stood before Zhi Ning, its form expanding, with 9 tails exuberantly swaying behind it. It released its aura, and a golden flame pattern appeared on its forehead, an emblem of its bond with Imo Chenin. Upon the emergence of the 9-tailed red fox, the onlookers were taken aback, promptly kneeling before the fox and Zhi Ning. The red phoenix fixed its gaze on Ji Qian before circling around Zhi Ning, brushing its tails against her in a display of affection. Zhi Ning watched in astonishment, her eyes now imbued with intrigue as she regarded the red phoenix. So, this creature is Imo Chenin's contracted beast. Upon witnessing the 9-tailed red fox, Ji Qian's doubts about Zhi Ning's identity as the Imperial Master's daughter dissipated. If not, how could the Imperial Master allow his contracted beast to accompany her? I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense, miss. Ji Qian quickly offered her apologies to Zhi Ning. Zhi Ning had initially thought the black dragon was already ostentatious enough. Yet now there was an even more flamboyant fox. Meanwhile, within the confines of the space, the black dragon seethed at the sight of the red phoenix roaming freely outside. Sensing the black dragon's displeasure, Zhi Ning smirked subtly and reassured it telepathically. Do not be upset. I will find a chance for you to come out openly. The black dragon huffed with pride. Yet inwardly, it was filled with anticipation. After the red phoenix revealed its true form, no one doubted Zhi Ning's identity any longer. Miss, are you here to train in the southern region? Someone inquired with a tone of flattery. Zhi Ning replied with a nonchalant hum, then feigned a look of helplessness as she continued. Father often secludes himself, believing I would disturb his cultivation. Thus he cast me out to gain experience. The crowd chuckled awkwardly, secretly lamenting the imperial master's casual approach to raising his daughter. However, reflecting on his aloof demeanor, it seemed like something he would do. He internally chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, realizing that there was no way to protect or control it now. With no other option, he resigned himself. Well, if you wish to follow, then follow. He waved his hand, his tone resigned. Thank you, master, Zhi Ning grinned, cradling the red phoenix as she prepared to leave when suddenly a thought struck her. She turned back to the others, her expression serious. I do not wish for too many people to know my identity. You understand me, right? Chapter 44. The Southern Region Marshlands. Everyone understood Zhi Ning's intent and assured her they would not divulge her true identity. Subsequently, Higui instructed Mo Zhiyun to escort Zhi Ning to her quarters, bringing an end to her arduous journey aboard the sleeping quarters. After Zhi Ning departed, Ji Qian smiled brightly at Higui. He Lao is truly fortunate to have taken the daughter of the imperial master as his disciple. Higui chuckled inwardly, contemplating that Zhi Ning was not truly Mo Chunyin's daughter, and almost retorted that this fortune should belong to her. Back at the Bayou Academy, Mo Chunyin had made it clear that Zhi Ning was someone he held dear. Having lived nearly a century, Higui was well aware of the implications of someone dear. However, he had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Turning a wife into a daughter was quite a revelation. Alas, I am merely fulfilling a request, Higui remarked, wishing to avoid divulging details about Zhi Ning and Mo Chunyin, only to fabricate this excuse as for whose orders he was following. It was evident, upon his statement, others fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Matters concerning the imperial master were not to be trifled with. Everyone disperse. We are but a day's journey from the southern region marshlands. Remain vigilant and be prepared for unforeseen circumstances, Higui commanded. In the dead of night, the flickering candlelight cast an orange glow upon the mask on Zhi Ning's face, refracting glimmers of brilliance. She sat by the window, holding a brush, diligently painting. Beside her lay a tome of talismanic arts. The table and floor were strewn with discarded talisman papers, each marked with chaotic symbols, indicating her numerous failed attempts. Unfazed, Zhi Ning took a deep breath and resolved to try again. Concentrate and breathe deeply, using your spiritual energy to draw. A phrase flashed through her mind as she gripped the brush, channeling all her spiritual energy into its tip. Gradually, her mind seemed to empty, with a red glow suffusing her ink-black pupils. The brush in her hand appeared to take on a life of its own, guiding her movements as she began to inscribe upon the talisman paper. The red phoenix lounged on the bed, and at the moment Zhi Ning successfully completed her talisman drawing, it immediately lifted its head in surprise. So quickly you have learned, it marveled. As the talisman paper was completed, Zhi Ning withdrew from her conscious space, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned to the red phoenix. Look, Hong Hong. I did it. The red phoenix was equally astonished. It had witnessed many so-called prodigies, yet none with intelligence as remarkable as Zhi Ning's. The art of talisman crafting was not to be taken lightly, especially when compared to beast taming and alchemy, which were considerably less challenging. Across the entire Jiuyao continent, those adept in talisman arts could be counted on one hand, and even those had spent centuries honing their skills to reach such a level. Yet Zhi Ning had managed to draw a 4th-grade talisman, the clone talisman. In just a few days, such talent, if discovered by others, would surely infuriate them to the point of bloodshed. Ning is amazing. The red phoenix thought, unaware that the soul inhabiting this body was that of an adult woman from another world. Zhi Ning was merely a 15-year-old child, akin to a cub among the beast kin. Zhi Ning grinned widely, ready to speak, when she suddenly felt a warm trickle from her nose. She quickly wiped it, finding her fingers stained with blood. You cannot continue. Overexerting your spiritual energy could harm your consciousness. The Red Phoenix admonished seriously. Yes, I understand. Zhi Ning agreed, deciding not to push further. She stood to tidy the room, gathering the discarded talisman papers, then stowed her books and completed talismans into the space. Once satisfied that nothing was overlooked, she washed up briefly before climbing into bed, embracing the Red Phoenix as she prepared to rest. Just as she lay down, the flying vessel began to jolt violently, indicating a potential crisis. What is happening? Zhi Ning sprang upright, clutching the Red Phoenix as she dashed out of her room. Upon opening the door, she saw Mo Zhiyan rushing towards her, a look of urgency on his face. Little junior sister, we have arrived at the southern region marshlands. Something is attacking the flying vessel. You must come with me. Understood. The flying vessel continued to be assailed by an unknown creature, with significant damage already appearing at the rear. The disciples controlling the vessel, under He Gu Yi's command, swiftly adjusted its course and altitude, abandoning their initial landing site to steer far away. Yet, as they turned the vessel, they found it could no longer move an inch. Something was gripping the flying vessel, rendering it immovable. Upon hearing this, He Gu Yi furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before making a decision that we will land here. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. This operation involved 46 individuals, including 5 teachers, as the team leader. He Gu Yi made the decision, prompting everyone else to act according to his orders. When the vessel finally descended, the group disembarked to ascertain what was attacking them, yet they found no signs of the assailant. The rear of the vessel was severely damaged, primarily affecting the spirit stone conversion array necessary for its operation. After assessing the situation, He Gu Yi assigned 10 individuals to remain aboard for repairs while the others ventured into the marshlands to ensure the flying vessel's safety and the well-being of the 10 disciples left behind. The 5 teachers collaboratively established a protective barrier. This is a communication talisman that if you encounter any attacks or discover significant information, use it to alert us. Your task is to repair the vessel and ensure our safe withdrawal. Do not wander off, He Gu Yi instructed, handing them 3 communication talismans. Rest assured, Master, we will remember your instructions. After ensuring everything was in order, He Gu Yi and the others led the remaining disciples into the marshlands. Zhi Ning quietly followed the main group, her eyes continuously scanning the surroundings. As dawn had yet to break fully, and with the marshlands cloaked in towering trees, the area remained shrouded in darkness. The ground was damp and sticky, and any lapse in attention could lead to stepping into a mire. Ning Ning, I sense the presence of the soaring serpent, the Red Phoenix whispered, having shrunk down to perch on Zhi Ning's shoulder, its small nose twitching slightly as it spoke in her ear. Can you discern its rank? No, there's another aura surrounding the Tungsha that I cannot identify. Hong Wan did not speak the truth. The Tungsha that attacked the flying vessel is at least of the 6th rank and has already been possessed by an evil spirit. Another aura? Zhi Ning pondered. Hong Wan blinked, hesitating internally about whether to disclose the matter of the evil spirit to Zhi Ning. However, before she could come to a conclusion, Zhi Ning noticed a small, shiny black object embedded in a tree trunk not far ahead. Curiously, she approached to investigate and immediately recognized it as a scale of the Tungsha. From a distance, it appeared small, but in reality, it was the size of a palm, indicating the considerable size of this Tungsha. Why Zhi Ning intended to reach out and examine it, but upon seeing the black mist emanating from the scale, she instinctively stepped back. This black mist on the scale, an evil spirit? Chapter 45. Tungsha, does Zhi Ning know about evil spirits? Hong Wan was astonished that Zhi Ning was aware of such entities. The Black Dragon had mentioned that it was a place sealed off from evil spirits. Yet, Zhi Ning had previously dismissed it as merely an illusion and had not taken it to heart. Therefore, it is highly likely that Ding Shixiang and the others were attacked by an evil spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Wan spoke with grave seriousness. It is not a possibility. They were indeed attacked by an evil spirit. What exactly are these evil spirits? Zhi Ning, holding on to Hong Wan, walked leisurely alongside the main group while quietly inquiring, and oh, one knows how they came to be. Evil spirits feed on human greed and malice. Once possessed, a person's desires are magnified infinitely, driving them to lose their self-awareness, becoming mere puppets manipulated by the evil spirits. Eventually, the spread of evil spirits became rampant, with 1/3 of the spiritual masters in the world turning into evil beings, initiating nearly a century of conflict between righteousness and malevolence. Why? Zhi Ning frowned, her mind racing with fleeting images that she could scarcely grasp. And then, Zhi Ning continued her questioning. Hong Wan replied. Later, the Emperor of the Divine Clan joined forces with the Divine Wood tribe, wagering their fates to suppress the evil spirits within the realm of return. Since then, both the Divine Clan and the Divine Wood tribe have vanished from the world. A flicker of emotion stirred in Zhi Ning's eyes, a sense of inexplicable oppression swelling in her chest. She quietly inhaled and touched her heart, sensing something encroaching within. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed in the distance. Snapping Zhi Ning from her reverie as she hurriedly advanced with Hong Wan in her arms, at the forefront of the group stood Higui, Yi, and Tu Yao, leading several capable disciples. While at the rear, Ji Sun and 2 other teachers held the line. Upon her arrival, Zhi Ning saw Mo Ji Yin clutching his arm, blood seeping continuously through his fingers. Not far away, a disciple lay on the ground, contorted in a grotesque manner, resembling a mutated creature. Surrounding him were swirling tendrils of black mist that penetrated through his mouth and nose. Keep your distance, Higui warned gravely. Mo Ji Yun has been possessed by an evil spirit. Tu Yao's tone was serious as he unsheathed his sword without hesitation, slashing through the black mist surrounding the afflicted disciple, simultaneously ending the life of the one possessed. As the disciple fell, his body swiftly transformed into a puddle of black water, leaving no trace behind. This scene drew gasps of horror from those present. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Mo Ji Yun. Standing beside Higui, their expressions shifting to fear. Earlier, Mo Ji Yun had sustained an injury. Could he also have been possessed by an evil spirit? Someone in the crowd voiced this concern, prompting everyone, except for Higui, to instinctively step back, distancing themselves from Mo Ji Yun at this moment. Tu Yao also turned to look at Mo Ji Yun, his gaze fixated on the injury on his arm. His sword enveloped in spiritual energy, ready to strike. Wait! Zhi Ning, fearing that Tu Yao might mistake Mo Ji Yun for an evil spirit and slay him, quickly intervened. She rushed to Mo Ji Yun's side, her petite figure shielding him. That why Shi Xiang is not possessed, Zhi Ning stated softly. Just because you say so, does it make it true? You saw what happened to that person. If we do not eliminate the threat now, we will be the ones who suffer later. Someone exclaimed in agitation. Why? Zhi Ning turned her gaze to the speaker, her eyes sharp as she retorted. If you fear death so much, why did you even come here? Do you not know why my Shi Xiang was injured? Had he not intervened first, it would have been him who was hurt instead. The individual was left speechless, unable to counter Zhi Ning's words, and fell silent. Why? Zhi Ning's icy gaze swept over those who had distanced themselves, a cold mockery brewing within his fellow disciples. It was already enough that you did not lend a hand. Now, you dare to treat the one who took responsibility as the enemy. Ask yourselves, are you not ashamed? The crowd lowered their heads in silence, yet they remained anxious that Mo Ji Yun might suddenly go mad. But how can you assure us that he has not been possessed? Someone questioned. Shi Xiang, bear with it for a moment, Zhi Ning instructed, then retrieved a binding spirit talisman from her possession. He gave Tu Yao, and a few nearby disciples revealed expressions of astonishment upon seeing the talisman in her hand. The binding spirit talisman is a 6th-grade talisman, a rare item in the Jiu Yao continent. Mo Ji Yun, aware of the talisman's value, quickly protested. Little shimmy, I am fine. You need not waste such a precious talisman on me. However, Zhi Ning acted as if she had not heard him. Grasping Mo Ji Yun's injured arm and chanting the incantation in an instant, the talisman adhered to the wound, a golden light illuminating the area as it dispelled the black mist from Mo Ji Yun's injury. Once she confirmed that no remnants of the evil spirit lingered on him, Zhi Ning felt a sense of relief. She looked up at Mo Zhiyun, who towered over her, and said softly, "The spirit's sword you gifted me. I truly cherish it." The implication was clear. You gifted me a spirit sword, and I returned the favor with a talisman. Although the value of that spirit sword pales in comparison to the binding spirit talisman. For Zhi Ning, the exchange was not about worth, but rather the bond of friendship. O Zhiyun met Zhi Ning's clear, bright gaze, and a faint blush crept onto his handsome face. "Thank you, little shimmy," he murmured, lowering his gaze to suppress the emotions welling within. Why, Zhi Ning smiled, then turned to approach the puddle of black water that had once been the disciple. O Zhiyun called out anxiously, "Shimmy. It's dangerous. Do not go there." "I'm fine." Zhi Ning waved her hand dismissively, then crouched down before the black water. She picked up a stick and prodded the murky liquid. Indeed, her efforts uncovered a scale of the Tingsha. "What is that?" Hige and Tu Yao approached. The scale of the Tingsha, to be precise, belongs to a Tingsha that was possessed by an evil spirit. Why, Zhi Ning discarded the stick and continued. He must have picked up the scale of the Tingsha that had been possessed, which led to his own possession. Just as she finished speaking, someone was about to challenge Zhi Ning's assertion when a foul stench wafted through the air. The crowd quickly covered their mouths and noses, only to see a massive shadow emerge. It is the Tingsha. Chapter 46. The power of purification before the cries of alarm could fade. A viscous liquid, exuding a horrid stench, began to drip from above. Where the liquid fell, all vegetation was instantly corroded. "Quickly disperse." He shouted, pulling Zhi Ning and Mo Zhiyun away from the area occupied by the Tingsha. Once the group had spread out in an orderly manner, they finally got a clear view of the creature before them. As dawn broke, the first light of morning illuminated the Tingsha, revealing its enormous form coiled atop a mountain peak. Its horns had been severed, and its scales were shedding, exposing gory flesh beneath. The snake's body was shrouded in thick black mist, eradicating all surrounding plant life, leaving only barren trunks. "This must be it." He observed the Tingsha with a grave expression. "Eighth rank," Tu Yao frowned. Why, Zhi Ning narrowed her eyes, studying the Tingsha before her. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, it seemed the Tingsha had also spotted Zhi Ning among the crowd. "Found you," a sinister voice echoed from above. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning who the Tingsha referred to as you. Then, they all witnessed the Tingsha flicking its tongue, its body undulating as it compressed the mountain, sending rocks tumbling down, directly advancing towards Zhi Ning. "Ning, its target is you." Hongwan perched on Zhi Ning's shoulder, prepared for battle a moment's notice. "If it is indeed aimed at me, then that simplifies matters. Why, Zhi Ning had been contemplating how to find a reason to part ways with them. Now, this provided the perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. "Everyone be careful. Avoid the Tingsha's slime." Hige shouted, then, along with several teachers, launched an offensive against the Tingsha. However, the corrupted Tingsha proved to be far more formidable than a typical Tingsha, its black mist posing a constant threat of possession to any human it encountered. Seeing that its approach to Zhi Ning was obstructed, the Tingsha became enraged, lashing its tail at those in its path. As it swung its tail, scales flew off like falling leaves. "Dodge the scales," someone shouted. The crowd scattered, but a few who failed to evade in time were struck by the scales, instantly engulfed by black mist, writhing in agony on the ground. Before long, those individuals were completely possessed by the evil spirits, their eyes turning pitch black, moving like lifeless husks as they began to attack others at that moment. The disciple closest to Zhi Ning was also possessed by a malevolent spirit, charging towards her with a grotesque expression, his sharp claws emanating dark energy, as if he intended to tear her apart. Zhi Ning maintained her composure, her fingertips aglow with spiritual energy. As he approached, the energy coalesced into a blade that pierced his chest. Just then, something astonishing occurred that left Hongwan in disbelief. Unlike the others who disintegrated into a pool of black liquid upon being vanquished, the dark energy enveloping him dissipated in an instant, transforming into a handful of ashes. Hongwan exclaimed, "Purification power?" Ning Ning, could you possibly be a descendant of the Divine Wood clan? Zhi Ning, too preoccupied to inquire about the nature of the purification power, instructed Hong Wan to reveal her true form and lead her away from this place. The target of the serpent indeed was Zhi Ning, for it had detected a threatening aura emanating from her. When the flying vessel entered the southern realm, the malevolent spirit residing within the serpent had already sensed the danger. Prompting the attack on the vessel, Ning Ning, Higu shouted anxiously upon seeing Zhi Ning running off alone. Realizing that the serpent was ignoring them in pursuit of her, Higu grasped the gravity of the situation. The serpent's target was Ning Ning. Presently, apart from Higu, Mo Zhiyun and the other 4 teachers genuinely regarded Ning Ning as Mo Chunyin's daughter, now that the serpent was chasing her. It seemed to further solidify this identity. Others were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the 9-tailed red fox, Ji Qian, while dispatching the possessed disciples, remarked, "The 9-tailed red fox can protect her. We must first resolve the situation here." Higu, still unconvinced, ordered Mo Zhiyun to pursue them. After Hong Wan led Zhi Ning to safety, the black dragon emerged from the void. "Isn't this the serpent from the ruins of the abyss?" the black dragon exclaimed upon its emergence. Why Zhi Ning paused for a moment, quickly realizing why the serpent's aura felt vaguely familiar. It was indeed the one that had lost its horn. The black dragon remarked, "The malevolent spirit residing within it is no ordinary one that wherever it roamed." Destruction followed, leaving a winding path through the dense marshlands. Purification power, both the black dragon and Hong Wan spoke simultaneously. Zhi Ning frowned. "What is this purification power?" Hong Wan replied, "Why?" Zhi Ning was taken aback. "Me? Purification power is a unique spiritual attribute of the Divine Wood clan. Just now, your spiritual energy was able to purify the malevolent spirit, indicating that you possess this power. Why Zhi Ning pursed her lips, fully aware of the reason she could not it was because her soul was incomplete. Regardless, she resolved to lead it away from here first. Hong Wan's speed was remarkable, and soon, Mo Zhiyun, who was chasing behind, lost sight of them, only able to follow the trail left by the serpent. The southern marshlands were vast, nearly covering a third of the Jiuyao continent. Zhi Ning guided the serpent until they reached a location where the southern marsh met the desert before halting. Upon noticing Zhi Ning's stop, the serpent raised its body, glaring at her with a predatory gaze. It had not forgotten the reason its horn had been severed. "I have waited for you for long." A hoarse voice issued from the serpent's mouth, reminiscent of an ancient elder, heavily laced with malice. The manner of speech was so eloquent that one might assume it possessed great refinement. Why Zhi Ning sat upon Hong Wan, while the black dragon circled beside her, its gaze mocking as it regarded the serpent. "Speak. After pursuing me for so long, what do you wish to accomplish?" The serpent's bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Zhi Ning, its elongated pupils reflecting her figure, as it coldly declared, "My horn was severed because of you. You shall pay for it. TSK, as the saying goes, debts have their origins. I did not sever your horn, so why seek vengeance upon me?" The serpent gritted its teeth in anger. "Were it not for you, that wretch would not have troubled me. That was your kin who harmed me first. I care not." The serpent roared, "Having finally escaped that wretched place, I shall use your blood to honor my severed horn." Zhi Ning retorted, "Honor your horn with my blood. That depends on whether your horn has the fortune to survive." Chapter 47. Today, I shall turn you to ash. Though Zhi Ning was curious about how this creature had escaped from the ruins of the abyss, and wished to know what had become of that boy, she realized there was little time to ponder, as the serpent was rapidly succumbing to the malevolent spirit's influence. The serpent was now fully enraged, bent on killing Zhi Ning to honor its severed horn in the morning light. The serpent's massive form loomed like a towering mountain, blocking the rising sun and casting a vast shadow over Zhi Ning. It opened its mouth, exuding dark energy, the venom dripping from its fangs reeking of a nauseating stench, mingling with the odor of decay that permeated the air for miles around. "Goodness, this foul stench is about to cling to my fur," Hong Wan exclaimed, unable to endure the noxious aroma any longer. Why Zhi Ning was not faring much better. She hastily retrieved a spirit-binding talisman from her pouch. The malevolent spirit inhabiting the serpent had emerged from the ruins of the abyss and, in terms of rank, was equivalent to a spiritual master of the Xianzong realm. However, unlike spiritual masters, malevolent spirits could not leave their hosts. Should they detach, they would merely sink into darkness, awaiting the emergence of a new host. Zhi Ning speculated that the malevolent spirit within the serpent was the source of the current calamity, and she dared not allow the black dragon and Hong Yuan to engage directly with it. If they were to become possessed, it would spell trouble. After a moment's thought, Zhi Ning first conveyed to the black dragon to distract the serpent, then instructed Hong Yuan to help her set up a formation around the serpent. Will this work? Hong Yuan had never seen a formation employed against a malevolent spirit before. Let us give it a try. Zhi Ning was not entirely confident, but the spirit-binding talisman had proven effective in dispelling the dark energy from Mo Zhiyun's wound, indicating it had some efficacy against malevolent spirits. Without further questioning, Hong Yuan followed Zhi Ning's instructions and led her to the designated location. Upon spotting the black dragon, the serpent was initially taken aback, before erupting into maniacal laughter as if it had found prey. Ha! A true dragon. There's indeed a true dragon in this world. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me today. I shall seize your body and become a dragon. The serpent's eyes sparkled with greed, immediately forgetting Zhi Ning as it fixated on the black dragon. Infuriated at the serpent's audacity to covet its body, the black dragon leaped into the air, spitting a fiery phlegm at it. You despicable serpent, daring to covet my form. Today, I shall turn you to ash. The black dragon soared into the sky, gathering strength to unleash a torrent of flames upon the serpent. The dragon's flames were bluish-purple, instantly engulfing the serpent in the distance. And Mo Zhiyun, who had been hurrying towards them, saw a sudden blaze erupting ahead, the scorching heat waves approaching rapidly. His expression turned grave as he quickened his pace. Since being possessed by the malevolent spirit, the serpent's scales had begun to shed, succumbing to corruption. Where the scales had fallen away, its flesh lay bare, continuously eroded by the dark energy. Now, as the black dragon's flames seared its skin, the serpent writhed in agony, rolling through the marsh in a futile attempt to extinguish the inferno. As it passed, trees were crushed beneath its massive form, and all life within the marsh suffered. Zhi Ning instructed Hong Yuan to place spirit stones around the serpent, crafting a massive spirit stone formation, while also positioning spirit-binding talismans at 5 points within the formation to enhance its effectiveness. After completing this, Zhi Ning felt as though her consciousness was nearly depleted. Phew, done. She exhaled, then signaled to the black dragon to lead the serpent to the formation's center, though the serpent was in excruciating pain from the dragon flames. It remained undeterred in its desire to seize the dragon's body. The black dragon was still young. If it did not seize the opportunity now, it would lose its chance once it matured. The serpent enveloped itself in the muddy mire of the marsh to shield against the dragon's flames. A mere juvenile black dragon believes it can slay me. What a foolish dream! The 8th-tier serpent had likely cultivated for over 1,000 years. Unlike the black dragon, which was born with an inherited legacy and could only cultivate gradually, the serpent recognized upon first sight that the black dragon had not fully inherited the legacy of the dragon clan, which was why it remained in its juvenile state. Thus, it could not afford to miss this rare opportunity. As for the human, it could deal with her after claiming the dragon's form. The serpent thought this, entirely disregarding Zhi Ning and Hong Yuan, as it pursued the black dragon into the formation Zhi Ning had set up. Although Hong Yuan had revealed her true form, she did not display her true power and conceal the aura of her divine beast. To the serpent, she appeared to be merely an ordinary spirit beast. You need my assistance. Hong Yuan floated in midair, observing the serpent pursue the black dragon towards them. Zhi Ning shook her head, saying, just keep an eye on the black dragon. Do not let it come to harm. The black dragon had been coaxed into her service. Despite its imposing appearance, it had a simple nature, akin to an innocent child unscathed by the harshness of the world. Hong Yuan turned to regard Zhi Ning, feeling a twinge of surprise. This was the first time she had witnessed her master worry about the safety of her contracted spirit beast. After all, it was an ancient black dragon. Even if it were inexperienced, Surely it could not be overpowered by this despicable serpent. Hong Wan flicked her 9 tails, teasing, if it were merely an ordinary serpent, I would not be concerned at why. Zhi Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the black hole she had seen within the ruins of the abyss. What I fear is the malevolent spirit within the serpent. The Crimson Phoenix pondered for a moment before earnestly assuring, rest assured, I have a fondness for this little black dragon and shall ensure its safety. As she spoke, the black dragon had already guided the soaring serpent into the formation. Zhi Ning did not delay. She immediately recited the incantations to activate the grand array. The soaring serpent, still lost in its grand dream of becoming a dragon, was oblivious to the impending danger until it was too late. The 36 formation nodes coalesced into a massive 6-star formation, from which numerous beams of light erupted, forming a cage to ensnare the serpent. You think a mere broken formation can contain me? Ha ha ha, how naive. The serpent writhed, violently colliding with the formation in that instant. As the serpent thrashed about, the earth trembled incessantly. Zhi Ning understood well that this formation would not hold the serpent for long. Thus, she rapidly cast several binding spirit talismans, placing them on various parts of the serpent's body. These talismans, crafted by Mo Chen-in himself, could not fully suppress the malevolent force within the serpent, but could restrain it for a brief period, preventing the malevolence from escaping. The malevolence within the serpent seemed to sense Zhi Ning's intent and began to hasten its devouring of the serpent's consciousness, striving to control its body to break free from the formation. Having fallen into my trap, do you think escape is so simple? Zhi Ning observed the desperately struggling serpent with a cold smirk before leaping down from the back of the Crimson Phoenix. Upon landing, she positioned herself right at the most critical node of the formation. Zhi Ning's gaze hardened as she looked at the serpent, seemingly peering through its exterior to the malevolence lurking within. My target is not this serpent. With that, she curled her lips into a smile, raising her hands before her chest to form an intricate seal. Bind. As Zhi Ning's words fell, the formation erupted with golden light, and countless runes surged forth, entwining the serpent like chains. The serpent, once soaring in the air, was forcibly dragged down, the runes tightening around it until it was firmly secured within the formation, standing at the formation's heart. Zhi Ning continuously released her divine energy. Her once pitch-black eyes gradually took on a hint of crimson as the power flowed forth. Beneath her feet, the earth, scorched by the serpent's mucus, began to rejuvenate, sprouting patches of green. Ning intends to. The Crimson Phoenix gasped, her pupils contracting in shock. She seeks to purify the malevolence within the serpent. The black dragon also realized Zhi Ning's intentions and shouted in alarm. This is madness. Your divine power is insufficient. But at that moment, no one could stop her. Zhi Ning undertook this action to test the limits of her capabilities. She was no saint, nor did she possess the resolve to save all living beings. Yet, she understood the principle of mutual destruction as a mere novice in the realm of Xianling. If she did not halt the malevolence's infiltration into the Juyao continent today, she would surely meet her demise in due time when the malevolence spread unchecked. Thus, before she attained a level of power that rendered all obstacles inconsequential, Zhi Ning was determined to eradicate any factors that hindered her progress. Prior to making this decision, she had already considered her escape routes. Should she exhaust her efforts and still fail to purify the malevolence within the serpent, she would have no choice but to summon a fragment of Mo Chen-in's consciousness from her waist token. Though it felt somewhat disheartening, he was, thus far, the most formidable individual she had encountered. Of course, Zhi Ning also had another uncertain escape route that required further verification. Roar. The serpent, unable to break free, succumbed to a fit of impotent rage. The malevolence within, hindered by the binding talismans, could not escape and thus resorted to desperate measures, consuming the serpent's consciousness entirely, becoming the new master of this serpentine form. Little girl, the serpent is now dead, and I am the new master of its body. Let us come to an understanding. Let bygones be bygones regarding the grievance of severed horns, and let us retreat a step. Shall we? The malevolence, now controlling the serpent's body, had its yellow eyes transformed into a void of darkness. Why Zhi Ning regarded the malevolence with a cold detachment, a hint of a cruel smile gracing her lips. No, how about not? Ugh. The malevolence opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs glistening with venomous green liquid, sneering, "Do you truly believe that with your current level of divine power, you could do anything to me? Whether I can or not, we shall see." With that, Zhi Ning summoned her spiritual energy, slicing her palm to draw forth her blood, which quickly coalesced into a bead and surged towards the runes. As the blood bead merged with the runes, the formation erupted with a violent golden light. "Ning Ning, stop. This is extremely dangerous," the Crimson Phoenix shouted in alarm, swooping down to prevent Zhi Ning from using her blood as a catalyst. Using blood as a conduit could temporarily amplify the formation's power, but was akin to gambling with one's life. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal darkness. This method was one Zhi Ning had stumbled upon in an ancient tome. She spoke nonchalantly, as if addressing herself, the malevolence, or perhaps someone non-existent. Once finished, her smile morphed into a manic expression. This body possessed self-healing capabilities. As long as she ensured her soul remained intact, she would be fine. The black dragon watched her, secretly rolling its eyes, gritting its teeth. "If you must be reckless, could you at least choose a more appropriate time?" Having witnessed Zhi Ning's extreme side, the black dragon felt utterly exhausted. What could one do when accompanied by a master willing to harm 1,000 foes while injuring herself 800 times over, simply to crush her enemies? Zhi Ning's eyes had fully transformed into crimson, and a vine-like pattern faintly emerged on her forehead. She seemed to enter a different realm, her feet slowly lifting off the ground, floating gracefully. Upon witnessing this scene, the malevolence realized that the girl before it was, in fact, a descendant of the Divinewood clan. You are that woman's child." The malevolence shrieked with madness, struggling with all its might to free itself from its bindings. The chains formed by dozens of runes began to snap under the strain of its thrashing. Zhi Ning's expression hardened, her gaze sharp as she focused on the serpent, her palm channeling spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, the malevolence lunged forward, opening its maw wide to swallow Zhi Ning whole. "Ning Ning!" The black dragon and crimson phoenix exclaimed in shock. The moment Zhi Ning was swallowed, all the runes dissipated, and the formation vanished along with it. The malevolence, seizing the opportunity, wasted no time in retreating into the marsh with the injured serpent. The black dragon, frantic, prepared to plunge into the marsh in pursuit, only to be halted by the crimson phoenix. "Why are you stopping me? That slippery serpent has swallowed Ning Ning. I will rip its belly open." The crimson phoenix stated firmly, "The fact that you are still alive means Ning Ning is temporarily safe. This marsh is saturated with malevolent energy. If you become tainted, you too will be unable to escape the fate of being possessed." The black dragon gritted its teeth. "Then what shall we do now? Let us depart swiftly." With that, the black dragon and crimson phoenix pursued the lingering essence of the malevolence. When Mo Ji Yun arrived, all that remained was the devastation left in the wake of the battle, and there was no sign of Zhi Ning. Mo Ji Yun surveyed the aftermath of the conflict, his expression growing increasingly grave. Meanwhile, the malevolence had fled deep into the swampy forest. It sought refuge in a secluded valley, burying its battered serpent form in a marsh, leaving only its head exposed. "Humph, do you think a little girl, whose soul is incomplete, can contend with me?" The malevolence scoffed, shifting its body to push the swallowed Zhi Ning further into its stomach. Inside the serpent's belly, Zhi Ning was enveloped in a golden halo, her expression one of smug satisfaction as she gazed at the man who appeared before her out of thin air. The man donned a deep purple robe, his ink-black hair held up by a jade crown, his countenance resembling a piece of white jade, with finely chiseled features. A few strands of white hair adorned his temples, and he appeared to be around 30 years of age. His gaze exuded an air of authority, his presence ancient and imposing, as if he were a primordial being. "You have finally revealed yourself?" Zhi Ning sat cross-legged within the halo, her mask no longer present, casually observing the wound on her palm as it slowly healed. The man's eyes fell upon her, a glimmer of helplessness and affection flashing within. You put yourself in danger just to provoke me into appearing. Zhi Ning smiled, tilting her head to regard him. If I hadn't done so, you wouldn't have come out, he sighed softly, his tone indulgent. Your temperament is strikingly similar to your mother's. Father. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhi Ning's eyes widened slightly, her gaze shifting to him with an expression imbued with intrigue. The man before her seemed to have mistaken her for someone else. You have mistaken me for another. Why, Zhi Ning stated calmly, lacking the penchant for impersonating others. To her words, the man chuckled lightly, taking 2 steps closer to her and crouching down to meet her gaze. His eyes were exceptionally beautiful, with a gentle upward tilt at the corners, as if they were adorned with hooks, sparkling with a depth of emotion akin to a spring's gentle waters. Yet, when he looked at her, the warmth in his eyes was devoid of any romantic undertone, resembling that of an elder. If a mirror were present at that moment, Zhi Ning would have realized that her eyes mirrored those of the man before her. She stood in a daze. She heard him say, "How can a parent ever mistake their own child?" Zhi Ning blinked, wanting to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. The man regarded her intently for a while before sighing. Rest assured, your father is not so foolish as to fail to recognize you. Father. The simple 2-word phrase sent ripples coursing through Zhi Ning's heart. She pondered, if this man truly was her father, what had transpired to compel them to split her soul into 3 parts and send them across different realms? During the days when she was an orphan, scavenging food from the streets alongside dogs. Where were they? Were they aware of the trial she endured? For an extended period, a multitude of questions had accumulated within her heart, and at this moment, it felt as though a dam had burst, compelling her to seek understanding. However, when the time arrived, Zhi Ning found herself at a loss as to where to begin. Ultimately, she could only lower her gaze, her hands awkwardly resting on her knees, caught in a dilemma of whether to clasp or release them. Observing her reaction, the man felt a pang of discomfort within his own heart. He reached out, intending to caress the top of her head. But when his hand passed through her without warning, both were momentarily taken aback. Why, Zhi Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, a swirl of emotions stirring within her, emotions she had yet to fully comprehend. The man paused for a moment, then smiled with a hint of resignation. I forgot. I am but a wisp of consciousness now. Why, Zhi Ning fell silent. After a brief moment of quietude, the man spoke again. This time, his tone bore a note of coaxing as he softly said, I know the questions that weigh on your heart, but there are some matters that cannot be explained to you at present. Ninger, these are experiences you must endure. They cannot be interfered with by others. It is not our intention to send you away, so please do not be angry. Why? Zhi Ning pressed her lips together. Her voice dry as she inquired, the last time Ji Hung troubled me, you intervened on my behalf, did you not? Indeed, he replied softly. Thus, from the moment I donned the mask, you have always been present. Correct? He hesitated briefly, then gently nodded, saying, yes and no. You have seen for yourself. I am now merely a thread of consciousness, residing within the mask, to be there for you should your life ever be in peril. So, you only manifest when I sense danger? Precisely. After speaking, the man looked at her with a sense of helplessness and continued, Yet, I never anticipated that you would put yourself at risk, compelling me to reveal myself. Zhi Ning scratched her head in confusion. I had no idea, that time. She had innocently believed the mask to be a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact. The mask itself offered no protection, but exuded an elusive aura. Since then, her curiosity about the mask had grown immensely, though she had yet to find an opportunity to confirm her suspicions. Now, seizing this chance, Zhi Ning wished to validate her conjectures, listening to her recount the events. The man laughed once more, this time with an added tenderness. This aspect of you truly resembles your mother. Perhaps it was indeed the bond of blood. Zhi Ning felt an unusual closeness to the man before her, yearning to learn more about herself and her parents. However, they were still trapped within the belly of the serpent, and time was of the essence. Very well, since you have forced this revelation, I cannot depart empty-handed. With that, the man rose and surveyed the slimy cavern around them. Sensing the thick, malevolent aura within the belly, his expression darkened. Discomfort and disdain etched upon his handsome features to Zhi Ning, standing within the golden barrier behind him, watched as he summoned golden spiritual energy, transforming it into a blade that cleaved through the serpent's belly. Upon contact with the serpent's body, the golden energy rapidly spread, purging the dark miasma clinging to the flesh. As the serpent's belly was split open, the malevolent entity, which had been dozing and healing, writhed in pain. The aura that haunted the malevolent being struck fear into its very core. Lingchi. It cried out in agony. Calling the man's name, Lingchi emerged from the serpent's belly with Zhi Ning, father and daughter, suspended in midair. How did you end up here? You clearly did. A scream erupted as the malevolent being's sentence remained unfinished. Lingchi struck forth with a palm, dispersing the malevolent entity that had taken refuge within the serpent's core. In an instant, Zhi Ning watched helplessly as the massive body of the serpent began to disintegrate, its scales and flesh melting away like snow, leaving only his skeletal remains. Lingchi withdrew his fingers behind his back, the disdain in his eyes gradually fading as he turned to face Zhi Ning. Resuming the gentle demeanor of a loving father, Ninger, I must take my leave. He left behind only a trace of consciousness, intended to preserve her life should she find herself in peril. Now, summoned forth by Zhi Ning, having resolved the malevolent being, it was time for him to dissipate. Are you leaving? Zhi Ning opened her mouth, yet could not summon the word father. Lingchi nodded, a hint of reluctance in his gaze as he looked at her. Zhi Ning was unsure how to navigate this moment, biting her lip before finally asking, if you're my father, why do we not share the same surname? Lingchi had not anticipated that his daughter would pose such a question at the last moment. After a brief pause, he gestured to the bracelet on Zhi Ning's wrist, smiling gently. The bracelet is a gift from your mother. Every item inside is personally chosen for you by her. Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, her fingers lightly brushing over the bracelet, warmth blossoming in her heart like never before. However, before she could fully embrace the joy of having parents, she heard Lingchi's voice echoing above her. Ninger, I can no longer protect you from now on. Remember, do not be reckless as you were this time. Chapter 50. Do not fear. We shall meet again. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning quickly raised her head, only to see the figure before her beginning to fade away. Lingchi gazed at her with gentle eyes, his voice soothing as he cautioned, what you seek lies to the southwest of the marshland. However, your spiritual power is currently weak. You must proceed with caution in your future endeavors. Always prioritize your own life, and do not place yourself in peril. You have always been intelligent, and I believe you will navigate the challenges ahead with ease. As she watched the figure before her slowly dissipate, Zhi Ning felt a surge of panic and reached out, only to find her hand passing through Lingchi's form. Seeing her distressed expression, he softly reassured her, do not fear. We shall meet again. Before she could call out father, the figure had already vanished, were it not for the force surrounding her, gently guiding her down to the ground. Zhi Ning might have doubted the reality of what she had just witnessed. She stood there in a daze, the mask reappearing in her hand, its stark contrast to the massive skeletal remains of the serpent looming behind her. The surroundings steeped in desolation. When Hong Wan and Hei Long arrived, witnessing the serpent reduced to a mere skeleton, they were both taken aback. Ning, are you all right? Hei Long disregarded the pile of bones and hurried to Zhi Ning's side. Hong Wan, more cautious, ensured that no malevolent presence lingered nearby before feeling assured. Have you purified the malevolent being? Hong Wan asked incredulously why Zhi Ning suppressed the feeling of emptiness within her, biting her lip before slowly shaking her head. It wasn't me. I do not know what transpired. She chose not to disclose Lingchi's appearance. Hei Long and Hong Wan exchanged glances, then opted not to press further, as long as Zhi Ning was unharmed. That was enough. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart at once. After transforming into a smaller form, Hong Wan perched on Hei Long's back, urging Zhi Ning to climb on. As she mounted Hei Long's back, her gaze remained fixed on the serpent's bones at that moment. The swamp was bubbling ominously, the entire skeleton gradually sinking beneath the surface. The bracelet is a gift from your mother. Every item inside is personally chosen for you by her. So, all the items in that space were meant for her. She had not anticipated that the person she once envied was herself. "Hey Long, let us find a place to rest first. We shall seek the ninth grade serpent core later." Zhi Ning felt an overwhelming desire to return to the bracelet. She wished to revisit that note. Hei Long complied with her request, locating a high ground where a boulder provided a resting space. "That I will enter the bracelet. You two wait for me outside." Zhi Ning leaped down from Hei Long's back, eagerly entering the space. This was her third visit. The first time, she borrowed a set of clothes and a mask. The second, she returned a new set of clothes. This time, Zhi Ning made her way directly to the small wooden house. Retrieving the note she had kept there, the ink on the note was clear, the delicate characters meticulously penned, showcasing the writer's earnestness. Holding the note close to her heart, Zhi Ning felt warmth welling up in her eyes. After a while, she carefully tucked the note away and began to survey the contents of the wooden house. Previously, she had thought these belonged to others, hesitant to touch or examine them closely. Now, she could take her time to appreciate each item. The wooden house was filled with many belongings, from daily necessities to everything needed for cultivation, all meticulously prepared. Finally, Zhi Ning found a painting on the bookshelf. As she unfurled the scroll, she beheld two figures depicted within. One was Lingchi, whom she had encountered not long ago, clad in a dark robe embroidered with gold thread, a golden crown adorning his head. His gentle demeanor radiating warmth, he appeared considerably younger in the painting, youthful vigor evident in his features. Beside him sat a woman of breathtaking beauty, her playful smile hinting at a spirited nature. Clad in a vibrant red gown, the painting employed a modern style, the artistry so intricate that it seemed alive. Zhi Ning gently traced her fingertip over the painted figures, then bowed her head, closing her eyes to stifle the urge to weep. Her voice, tinged with hoarseness, murmured, "Thank you, Mother. Thank you for preparing so many things for me." Outside the space, Hong Wan and Hei Long exchanged wide-eyed glances, waiting for quite some time. "Little Black, have you noticed that Ning seems a bit different?" Hong Wan suddenly asked. Hei Long, coiled nearby, lifted his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "I have a name. Do not call me Little Black." "Alas, Little Black, you sound like a dog being called. Ning even refers to you as Black Dragon, yet I have never heard you mention your name. Why should I care?" The Black Dragon turned his head away, unwilling to engage any further with Hong Wan. This wretched fox has stolen half of his gems. Amused by the Black Dragon's stubborn and proud demeanor, Hong Wan approached and playfully poked the Black Dragon with her paw. Laughing, "What is your name? Do tell me." "Humph." The Black Dragon closed its eyes, exhaling a breath through its nose, choosing silence. Hong Wan continued to circle around to face the Black Dragon, tilting her head, her fox eyes squinting with mirth as she persisted. "If you tell me, I shall return your gems." The Black Dragon opened its eyes to glance at Hong Wan. "Really? Of course it's true. I never tell lies." The Black Dragon regarded Hong Wan with a measure of skepticism for a while before finally uttering, "Chao Shi, Chao Shi." Hong Wan savored the name slowly, as if chewing on it. After several millennia, hearing its name spoken aloud by another was somewhat disconcerting for the Black Dragon, or rather, it felt a tinge of shyness. To mask this, it closed its eyes once more and lapsed into silence. Fortunately, its inky blackness concealed the hint of embarrassment that flared within its eyes when Zhi Ning emerged from the confines of her space. She found Hong Wan sitting pensively before the Black Dragon, which had its head lowered, rendering it uncertain whether it was asleep or merely pretending to be. "Let us depart," Zhi Ning declared. Her spirits already lifted. She did not dwell on the sorrow of parting from her parents, but remembered her father's words. "We shall meet again." Thus, she could see them sooner. Zhi Ning recalled her father's parting words about the treasures she sought being located to the southwest. Without delay, she instructed the Black Dragon to carry her in that direction. Chapter 51. The palace to the southwest of the swampy forest lay a lush green meadow, appearing tranquil but fraught with hidden peril. When the Black Dragon arrived with Zhi Ning, it intended to land directly. However, before its feet could touch the ground, Zhi Ning shouted, "Don't step down." The sudden exclamation startled the Black Dragon, causing it to soar back into the air at "What's wrong? Why must I not step down?" It queried, perplexed. Zhi Ning, with a serious expression, pointed toward the distant hillock and explained, "This meadow is a swamp. That hillock is, in fact, the skull of a beast. If a mere skull is this large, then the size of the skeleton it belongs to must far exceed that of the soaring serpent." Hong Wan's voice carried a tone of astonishment. Such a large spiritual beast, upon examining all records in both realms, could only be a dragon. Hong Wan hesitated, unsure whether to share this information with the Black Dragon. Yet, without her prompting, the Black Dragon had already arrived at a similar conclusion. It gazed at the skull, now covered by grass, with a complex expression, wondering which of its kin had ultimately perished here. Zhi Ning took a fruit from her space and tossed it downwards. As it landed on the meadow, it immediately sank. Witnessing how even a fruit of little weight could not remain upon the swamp's surface intensified the gravity of Zhi Ning's expression. "This place is treacherous. Stepping upon it would lead to entrapment." The Black Dragon circled the meadow in mid-air, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the hillock formed by the skull. Without further thought, it headed straight for the skull, intending to land upon it. However, as they approached the skull, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, akin to a tornado, sweeping them upwards. The Black Dragon initially sought to resist the pull of the energy along with Zhi Ning, but the next moment it found itself frozen in place, for this energy was all too familiar. "Black Dragon, do not linger here. Fly upwards with the current," Zhi Ning urged, clutching Hong Wan and pressing herself close to the Black Dragon to avoid being swept away. "Ning, this is the skeleton of my mother." The Black Dragon's voice trembled, laden with disbelief. Dragons possess long lifespans, especially those that have ascended to the divine beast tier. The Black Dragon had always believed that after its mother found a resting place, she merely embarked on a mission. Even after such a long absence, she should be living well in some corner of the world. After nearly 10 millennia of confinement in bonding Dragon Ridge, the Black Dragon had waited and hoped. Yet, it never anticipated that upon emerging, it would encounter the remains of its mother. Upon hearing the Black Dragon's words, Zhi Ning and Hong Wan fell into silence. After a moment, Zhi Ning spoke earnestly. "Black Dragon, descend. Follow the current downwards if that truly is the Black Dragon's mother, and if Fatherly Exan directed her here, then it seems all of this is fated." The Black Dragon softly acquiesced, then lowered itself towards the skull. As they drew near, the long-dead skeleton seemed to animate, the massive skull suddenly lifting, its mouth agape, swallowing them whole. It was unclear how long they fell. But when the darkness before them dissipated, they beheld a vast underground palace. The palace walls were embedded with glowing gemstones, and the ground was littered with piles of spiritual stones and various heavenly treasures. However, the collapsed pillars and crumbling walls bore witness to the events that had transpired here. Zhi Ning dismounted from the Black Dragon and walked directly toward a relatively intact wall nearby. This place had been silent for ages, and dust had settled upon the surface. She gently brushed away the dust with her spiritual power, revealing a vivid scene before her eyes. The painting depicted a kingdom that had once flourished, renowned for its beast taming. It was a place all spiritual masters aspired to reach. The Black Dragon clan served as the guardians of this kingdom. The people revered the Black Dragon as a deity, venerating the slumbering creature within. Later, a prodigious beast tamer emerged, who tamed the Black Dragon they worshipped as a god, propelling the kingdom into its most prosperous era. The depiction abruptly ceased there, leaving Zhi Ning standing before the mural, her gaze fixed intently. That moment, Hong Wan approached, quickly glancing at the mural's content. Sighing, "The person depicted here, I've heard my grandfather speak of her. She truly was an exceptional beast tamer. Unlike other tamers who treated spiritual beasts as servants, she regarded every spiritual beast as a partner, a family member." As she spoke, Hong Wan turned to Zhi Ning, chuckling. "In this regard, you're quite similar to her." Although Zhi Ning was the Black Dragon's master, she had never treated it as a mere slave. Rather, she treated it as family, collecting cherished gems for it and purchasing its favorite food. Hong Wan smiled, wrapping her tail around Zhi Ning's hand in jest. "If I were not already bound by contract with the master of the empire, I would insist on following you. Zhi Ning turned to look at Hong Wan's fluffy fur. her hand itching to stroke it. You should stick with the master of the empire. Following me might mean going hungry 3 days out of 9. That Hong Wan silently cast a glance at the black dragon beside them, pondering that she had indeed managed to keep the black dragon quite plump as they conversed. The black dragon had already tracked the energy signature to the palace's most potent source. It was a chilling ice monument, from which a translucent blue spiritual sword protruded, seemingly sealing something within. Ning Ning, come quickly, the black dragon called out. As Zhi Ning and Hong Wan approached, the ice monument suddenly began to tremble, and the spiritual sword emitted a humming sound. Before Zhi Ning could comprehend the situation, she felt a sharp pain in her fingertip, inexplicably acquiring a wound, for which her blood was drawn towards the ice monument. As her blood entered the monument, it shattered instantly. Following that, a glowing red entity burst forth from within, speeding towards Zhi Ning's brow. Hong Wan gasped. Even standing right beside Zhi Ning, she had no time to intervene. After the red light entered her body, Zhi Ning immediately lost consciousness, toppling backwards. Fortunately, Hong Wan reacted swiftly, darting forward to catch her with her own body. The black dragon remained composed. That was a fragment of her soul. I never expected to find it in such a place. Simultaneously, within the realm of consciousness, Zhi Ning was drawn into a completely unfamiliar landscape, where mountains stretched endlessly, clouds and mist swirling around the peaks. A flock of spiritual birds flitted freely through the haze behind her. A stream cascaded from the mountain's summit, and a flowering crabapple tree stood on the cliff, beneath which lay a row of wooden cottages. "Sister, wait for me!" Suddenly, a familiar boy's voice echoed from afar. Chapter 52. The Soaring Serpent Kingwood. You are truly slow. If you dawdle any longer, you will miss out on the pineapple pastries our mother makes. The girl halted, turning to complain to the boy trailing behind. She only jested, yet a smile lingered on her face. With a haughty huff, she declared in a sweet voice, "Father said, I am to marry you in the future. If you cannot protect me, I shall seek someone else." The boy, alarmed, rushed to stand before her. "Don't say that. I will train hard and surely be able to protect you." The girl responded, "All right then. I shall trust you just this once." Yes, trust me." The boy nodded vigorously to why Zhi Ning stood to the side, listening to their conversation, unable to suppress a smile. Children are blissfully unaware of the weight of promises. How innocent they are! Initially assuming this was merely someone else's memory, Zhi Ning did not pay it much mind until she caught sight of the Exant. The youthful Exant exuded vigor, his imperial aura more unrestrained than any divine perception she had encountered, resembling the young emperors of novels. As Zhi Ning was taken aback, she beheld the little girl suddenly leaping into the Exant's embrace. Exclaiming, "Father!" Zhi Ning's pupils constricted slightly as her gaze fell upon the girl. She's me." Zhi Ning reached up to caress the mask on her face, then promptly removed it and leaned over the nearby stream to catch her reflection. The crystal-clear water mirrored her original visage, and the similarities between her features and those of the girl were strikingly identical. So, this is my memory. Zhi Ning fixated on the reflection of her own self. "You have finally arrived," a sudden, ethereal voice echoed from behind her. When Zhi Ning turned around, Li Exan, her younger self, and the little boy had vanished, leaving only emptiness in their wake. "Are you one of my souls?" Zhi Ning inquired softly, standing still. "Yes, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," came the response, as a figure began to coalesce before her. While Zhi Ning gazed at the indistinct silhouette devoid of recognizable features and asked, "Were those memories truly mine? Why are there so few?" The soul retains only that which you cherished most in life. Thus you are allowed to see but a fragment. When your soul is fully restored, all will come flooding back to you. Why Zhi Ning felt an emptiness within her, her hand nervously twisting at her side. "Then let us begin." As the merging of souls commenced, a familiar sensation enveloped her. All the spiritual energy around coalesced, wrapping her in a crimson shroud. When the fusion reached completion, a brilliant red light surged forth, and a golden glow flickered across the vine-like patterns on her forehead. Meanwhile, Higue, and the others had arrived at the location of the tongue, Shi's remains. The sight of the bones left everyone in a w-i-s this the tongue, she that was possessed by a malevolent spirit? Someone inquired. Indeed, its horns are unmistakable. I recall that the possessed tongue, she also had its horns severed, came the reply. Who could possibly have slain an 8th-tier tongue she? Could it be that newly admitted female disciple? Upon mentioning this, several turned to Zhi Ning's master. The teachers were not surprised by the slaying of the tongue she, being aware of the contract beast, and Mo Chunin by Zhi Ning's side. However, the absence of any malevolent aura on the remains indicated that the evil spirit had been purified during the slaying. According to their understanding, only the divine race possessed the ability to purify malevolent spirits. Yet, the divine race had long since vanished. Just as their thoughts reached this conclusion, Gue and Tu Yao suddenly recalled the sound of the divine bell during the mountain trial. Could it be that the divine race has returned? Just then, a brilliant light erupted in the southern region, casting the entire marshland in a fiery glow. Even someone in seclusion on the celestial continent felt the overwhelming presence and abruptly opened their eyes. Gue and the others gazed towards the source of the red light, each believing that an artifact had emerged from the southern marshlands. Let us head towards the light within the palace. Zhi Ning was enveloped in red spiritual energy. As the energy was absorbed, both the red phoenix and the black dragon could distinctly sense her cultivation rapidly ascending. It only slowed once she reached the mid-stage of the profound realm. When Zhi Ning slowly opened her eyes, a flash of red light flickered within them, settling into her pupils. She attempted to circulate the spiritual energy within her and was pleasantly surprised to find herself at the mid-stage of the profound realm. The black dragon and red phoenix were unfazed, as Zhi Ning possessed the bloodline of the divine race. Had her soul not been shattered, she would have been born with the cultivation of the divine saint realm. Who would have thought that this unexpected journey would lead me to discover my own soul? Zhi Ning exhaled, her tone light and infused with joy. Yet, she remained unaware that everything she was about to experience had been meticulously orchestrated for her. Ning, Gue and the others are on their way here. The red phoenix had just released its divine sense to scout the area and had captured the essence of Gue and his companions. Then let us depart from this place, Zhi Ning declared, turning to instruct the black dragon to gather all the spiritual stones and treasures from the palace. After all, her approach was one of opportunism. Once the black dragon had stowed everything into the storage ring Zhi Ning had prepared for it, they prepared to leave as they were about to take their leave. Zhi Ning recalled the spirit sword she had previously inserted into the ice monument. She picked it up, and the sword, as if awakening, shed its dust and became increasingly sharp and translucent. What a fine item! Zhi Ning marveled as she sensed a faint connection with the spirit sword. However, just as she spoke, they sensed a chilling aura approaching. Suddenly, a creature crashed through the wall painting, creating a gaping hole, followed by the sound of something scraping against the ground. Zhi Ning peered into the hole and saw a dark, gleaming object flash past. What is that? Why can't I discern its aura? The red phoenix and black dragon stepped forward, positioning themselves defensively in front of Zhi Ning, gripping her sword tightly. Zhi Ning remained alert, surveying her surroundings. She had suspected that everything had been too smooth since they entered this place. Indeed, something unusual must be afoot. Who dares trespass on my territory? A voice, ancient and resonant, boomed from above. The words fell. The wall painting collapsed, revealing a massive tongue she that had been lurking behind it. This tongue, she was even larger than the one they had previously encountered. Flanked by countless serpentine beasts, half of its body remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring its full form. Ning is the peak 9th-tier tongue she king, the black dragon conveyed telepathically to Zhi Ning. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning narrowed her eyes, her smile turning perilous. What a coincidence! I have come expressly to seek you out. Chapter 53. If it cannot kill, then I shall, upon hearing that Zhi Ning had specifically come for it. The tongue she king felt provoked. It raised its head, its elongated pupils fixating on the solitary figure and her two beasts before it. Humans are indeed insatiable. Whether I am greedy is my concern. No need for your interference, Zhi Ning retorted. channeling her spiritual power with unwavering determination as she gazed at the Tung Shi King. Sensing her murderous intent, the Tung Shi King's expression darkened, and a wave of frigid air surged around it. Since you have come, then you shall serve as a delightful treat for my offspring. With that, the immense creature began to writhe, accompanied by the sound of scales and gravel scraping together. As countless serpentine beasts surged forth from beneath, that moment, Zhi Ning finally caught a full glimpse of the Tung Shi King's form. Its horns were nearly dragon-like, yet distinctly peculiar. Before she could discern the exact nature of its oddity, the black dragon began to stir with agitation. Without waiting for Zhi Ning's command, the black dragon's form expanded to match that of the Tung Shi. Fortunately, the red phoenix reacted swiftly, whisking Zhi Ning away just in time to avoid the tragedy of being crushed by the black dragon's transformation. Black dragon. Chow Xi. Zhi Ning and the red phoenix spoke in unison. The black dragon was ablaze with fury, its gaze fixated on the pair of horns atop the Tung Shi King's head. You dare appropriate dragon horns for yourself. The black dragon seethed. And no wonder I could not perceive your true nature when you first appeared. You have concealed your aura with dragon's breath. Moreover, those horns belong to my mother. With that, the black dragon had no patience to waste on idle threats and soared into the air, unleashing flames towards the Tung Shi King. Zhi Ning erected a small barrier, stepping aside with the red phoenix, allowing the black dragon to unleash its fury. She had not anticipated that such behavior of appropriating another's possessions existed even in the beast realm. The horns belonged to the black dragon's mother, and thus, the black dragon would not let it go unpunished. However, the flames that should have incinerated everything did not harm the Tung Shi King in the slightest. Ha ha! The black dragon clan cannot harm their kin. I possess dragon's breath, and your flames cannot harm me. The Tung Shi King laughed heartily, swiftly coiling its massive tail around the black dragon and yanking it forcefully to the ground. Having encountered a dead one before, I could only take its dragon horns. Today, encountering a living one, I shall seize your dragon form. As the black dragon was pulled to the ground, the myriad serpentine beasts surged towards it, attempting to ensnare it. Zhi Ning's heart tightened at the sight, and she immediately resolved to remove the barrier and assist. Wait, let handle this for a while. The red phoenix interjected. Zhi Ning furrowed her brow. Her lips pressed tightly together. Observing her worried expression, the red phoenix continued. The black dragon has been trapped in the binding dragon ridge for too long. Although it is a descendant of the divine beast, it has undergone insufficient training. You must allow it the opportunity to grow. Hearing this, Zhi Ning clenched her fists, momentarily setting aside her desire to intervene. Fear not, the dragon clan is not so weak. Even if it possesses dragon's breath, it is ultimately not of the dragon clan. Zhi Ning softly acknowledged, her gaze unwavering as she kept watch over the black dragon, ever ready to assist. The Tung Shi King aimed to use the serpentine beast to entrap the black dragon, intending to seize its dragon form in the ensuing chaos. The black dragon was well aware of its scheme. With a cold snort, it turned and unleashed its dragon flames upon itself. The searing heat enveloped the black dragon, incinerating the swarms of serpentine beasts to ash. The brilliance of the dragon flames was blinding, forcing the Tung Shi King to avert its gaze. Seizing the opportunity, the black dragon lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the Tung Shi King and dragging it away. The two colossal shadows entwined, accompanied by the Tung Shi King's furious roars. While the black dragon was preoccupied with the Tung Shi King, Zhi Ning was not idle, swiftly dispatching the bothersome serpentine beasts. Although these lesser serpentine beasts have yet to awaken their intellect, they possess a certain consciousness. Many of them, upon sensing the dire situation, hastily scattered in all directions, vanishing into crevices without a trace. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, and the entire palace began to tremble violently. Zhi Ning, unable to quell her concern, hurriedly led Hong Wan toward the direction of the sound. The black dragon engaged in a fierce battle with the Tung Snake King, smashing the ground into a deep, dark pit. This moment, the Tung Snake King was already covered in wounds, many of its scales clawed off by the black dragon, resembling a patchy fur coat. The Tung Snake King tightened its coils around the black dragon, attempting to strangle it. The black dragon, with its head raised, relentlessly tore the serpent's body with its sharp claws. Upon arrival, Zhi Ning witnessed countless scales being ripped away by the black dragon. Falling like rain into the pit below, the areas stripped of scales were left vulnerable, marked by deep gashes that exposed flesh beneath. As long as the dragon horn remains upon me, you cannot kill me. The tongue snake king, racked with pain, hissed as it opened its massive jaws to bite at the black dragon, its fangs glistening with toxic venom. Zhi Ning could no longer sit idly by. She raised her hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck the tongue snake king's head. If you cannot kill it, then I shall. With that proclamation, the spiritual sword in Zhi Ning's hand flew forth. Aiming directly for the tongue snake king's vulnerable spot, the tongue snake king sensed the divine energy enveloping the sword. Its pupils constricted in alarm, and it quickly released the black dragon. Diving into the inky depths of the pit, the black dragon, however, was not about to let it escape. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it struck the tongue snake king, sending it flying. Hong Wan, not to be outdone, expanded in size and landed firmly atop the tongue snake king's head. Just as the serpent attempted to ensnare Hong Wan with its tail, the black dragon swooped in. Pinning it down with its claws, the black dragon's gaze remained fixed on the dragon horn atop the tongue snake king's head, its anger flaring at the thought of its mother's remains being desecrated. Ning Ning, if we remove the dragon horn, its life is mine, the black dragon growled through gritted teeth. That moment, with both Hong Wan and the black dragon holding it down, the tongue snake king could no longer resist. Black dragon, how do we remove this dragon horn? Normally, Zhi Ning would simply sever it without hesitation. But given that this horn belonged to the black dragon's mother, the situation was different. Once the horn was removed, the black dragon would face no further obstacles. Ning Ning, simply slice along the seam where it connects. The horn is hard and will not break. All right, Zhi Ning responded, her wrist subtly twisting as she enveloped the spiritual sword in energy. No, you cannot. The tongue snake king cried out in desperation, writhing in an attempt to break free. Chapter 54. Returning leaves to their roots, Zhi Ning disregarded the tongue snake king's struggles. Her gaze icy as she focused on the dragon horn. Her eyes darkened with resolve. To covet what does not belong to you will inevitably lead to retribution. As her words fell, the sword flashed. Swiftly severing the dragon horn. Zhi Ning carefully caught the horn and securely stored it within her spatial pouch. The tongue snake king, now bereft of its horn, felt its draconic aura dissipate, revealing its true serpentine essence. Without the protection of its draconic energy, the black dragon could now strike without hindrance. That I will slay you. I will destroy you, roared the tongue snake king, having cultivated its strength to the 9th tier over millennia thanks to that horn. Now, stripped of it, the serpent's growth was stunted, igniting its fury. Hong Wan took flight, coiling around Zhi Ning to draw her away from the battleground. The ensuing moments belonged to the black dragon. The tongue snake king's fury was formidable. It thrashed about, causing the palace to tremble and stones to tumble. This place is collapsing, Hong Wan exclaimed just as the tongue snake king crashed its head into the ceiling, creating a massive breach through which torrents of mud surged. Without hesitation, Hong Wan led Zhi Ning through the opening. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon ascended, seizing the tongue snake king's head in its claws and soaring into the sky. In the distance, Yi and his companions, hastening toward the commotion, heard the resounding dragon's roar. The group quickened their pace, marveling at the spectacle unfolding above. In midair, a fierce battle raged between the dragon and the serpent. Zhi Ning, perched upon Hong Wan's back, gazed in astonishment at the chaos below. Meanwhile, the mud from the surrounding marshes continued to flow into the breach, revealing the palace's original grandeur as the muck receded. Despite its dilapidated state, the palace still exuded an aura of magnificence. The palace's full visage emerged. Zhi Ning's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains of a dragon encircling the structure protectively. The dragon's remains enveloped the palace, and its skull rested precisely where the ice monument sealing her soul stood. This implied that even in its dying moments, the dragon had shielded the ice monument. The area on the skull where the dragon's horn once resided bore the mark of a severed wound. In that instant, the sight of that scar filled Zhi Ning with profound remorse. She was unaware of the events that had transpired here in the past, or whether the black dragon's mother had any connection to her. Yet, witnessing this scene stirred a bittersweet ache within her. What kind of resolve could compel such protective instincts, even unto death? Hong Wan, equally shaken upon beholding the dragon's remains, lifted her gaze to the sky where the black dragon battled the tongue snake. A peculiar emotion began to surface in her eyes. Moments later, another dragon's roar echoed through the air. The black dragon, with a firm grip on the tongue snake's throat, plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, the crumbling palace collapsed. The black dragon stood atop the tongue snake's body, its whiskers billowing in the wind, its gaze fixed intently on the now defenseless tongue snake king. It then raised its paw and, with its sharp claws, tore open the serpent's belly, extracting its spiritual core. As the core was removed, the tongue snake king let out a final, pitiful whimper, its massive head drooping to the ground as its breaths grew shallow. Dead, it slowly exhaled that single word before unleashing a torrent of dragon flames. Without the draconic energy to shield it, the tongue snake king could no longer withstand the flames in an instant. The fire enveloped its serpentine form, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The tongue snake king, now at its last gasp, could only writhe helplessly within the inferno before succumbing to its fate in mere moments. The tongue snake king was reduced to ashes, sinking into the mire. Zhi Ning accepted the spiritual core without a glance, tossing it into her spatial pouch before promptly retrieving a healing elixir. Shrink down. I need to apply medicine, she instructed the black dragon. Initially taken aback, the black dragon complied and shrank down, lying quietly atop Zhi Ning as she examined the wounds inflicted by the tongue snake king. She noted the surrounding flesh had been corroded by venom. Hong Wan found a suitable spot to land, patiently awaiting Zhi Ning's ministrations. Moments later, the black dragon was adorned with numerous bows, presenting a rather comical sight. All done. Twice a day is sufficient. I will change the dressings later, Zhi Ning said softly after tying a bow on the last wound. The black dragon nodded and took to the skies once more. When Hong Wan turned to see the black dragon festooned with bows, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The black dragon, perplexed, gazed at her. Vile fox, what are you laughing at? Hong Wan averted her gaze, her fox eyes brimming with suppressed mirth. Nothing at all. The black dragon, unconvinced, scrutinized her for a moment before turning its attention to its own body. Upon spotting the bows, it fell silent. Zhi Ning, however, remained unfazed, her voice calm. What are you staring at? This method of dressing is quite convenient for changing bandages. She would not admit to her intentionality, without allowing the black dragon a chance to retort. She swiftly produced the dragon horn, redirecting the conversation. What shall we do with this dragon horn? Indeed, upon seeing its mother-s dragon horn, the black dragon immediately pushed aside thoughts of the bows. It gazed intently at the horn for a moment before turning its attention to its mother-s remains. The black dragon remained silent as it approached the dragon skeleton, eventually stopping before the skull. Mother. The black dragon gazed upon the skeletal remains, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. It leaned forward, pressing its forehead against the skull's brow, memories flooding back of when it was still an egg, its mother gently touching it with her head. Despite nearly 10 millennia having passed, and facing the stark white bones, the black dragon still vividly remembered its mother-s form. Zhi Ning watched quietly, her grip on the dragon horn tightening gradually. The black dragon lingered in that position for an extended period before soaring into the air, releasing a torrent of dragon flames upon the dragon skeleton. Both Hong Wan and Zhi Ning were taken aback by the sight. Moments later, the dragon skeleton was consumed by the flames. Turning to Zhi Ning opened her mouth to offer comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she reached out to stroke the black dragon's head, softly saying, "Do not be sad. In the days to come, you still have me," just as she intended to ask Hong Wan to take her to reunite with Igue and the others. A surge of sword energy shot toward her from behind. Chapter 55, Seeking Nourishment Zhi Ning sidestepped and swung her sword, deflecting the incoming energy before turning to face the source. Not far away, a third-tier tongue snake coiled its body, atop which sat 3 young men and women. Following them were approximately 20 attendants. This display clearly indicated that a certain noble family's young masters and ladies had come out to train. The leading woman pointed her sword toward Zhi Ning, her tone brimming with arrogance. "Hold on. Hand over the red fox by your side." Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, her gaze darkening as she coldly replied, "Was it you who attacked just now? What of it? If you are wise, leave the red fox behind. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." "Very well, as long as it is you." Zhi Ning's lips curled into a slight smirk, and then she raised her hand to unleash a surge of spiritual energy towards the woman. The woman, taken aback by Zhi Ning's sudden aggression, was momentarily startled and swiftly sidestepped to evade the oncoming force. Even so, the energy sliced through a strand of hair at her temple. Had she been a moment slower, it might have cost her head. The 2 men accompanying the woman, witnessing this, immediately shed their previous nonchalance and glared angrily at Zhi Ning. "Outrageous! How dare you lay a hand on Her Highness the Princess?" "Oh, Her Highness the Princess?" Zhi Ning regarded the woman with amusement, recalling that during her time in the imperial capital, she had once assisted a certain Bai Ruo Wei, who was also a princess. Yet, she was uncertain whether Bai Ruo Wei and the woman before her belonged to the same family. Zhi Ning replied, "What if she is a princess? It was you who initiated the sneak attack. Do you expect me to refrain from retaliating? Ignorant fools, you two, go teach this insolent girl a lesson and retrieve that fox." At the woman's command, the 2 men immediately leapt off their mount, the tongue she, charging towards Zhi Ning. Dressed in relatively fine attire, they appeared more like young masters from a noble family than mere attendants. Their cultivation was at the mid-Xuanling stage, and as they launched their attack, they did so with the evident intent to kill. Initially, Zhi Ning had only intended to reprimand them for their ambush, thus had not revealed her true abilities. Now, her gaze turned cold as she regarded them. "Then let me practice on you." Just as she had recently ascended to the mid-Xuanzong realm, she was eager to test her enhanced powers. Assuming she was merely a woman, the 2 men initially dismissed her as a threat, until Zhi Ning wielded her sword like a brush, inscribing a formation in the air with sword energy, ensnaring them within. Besides the foundational texts on talisman cultivation, she had perused numerous miscellaneous tomes, including those on formation techniques. Yet, having only recently begun her studies, she had not yet mastered the integration of talismans and formations, thus had lacked the opportunity to practice. Now, with willing test subjects presented before her, she saw no reason to decline. Once ensnared, the 2 men found themselves in a realm apart. Zhi Ning had summoned an entry-level killing formation, which conjured various spiritual beasts to assault those trapped within. What is this? Why are there so many spiritual beasts within the formation? The 2 men had no time to ponder their predicament and focused intently on fending off the relentless onslaught of the beasts. Outside the formation, the woman watched as the 2 stood there, wildly slashing at the air with their swords, her expression turning ugly. "Wretched girl, what sorcery are you employing?" she shouted at Zhi Ning. The sharp sound of a slap rendered the woman momentarily stunned. She clutched her cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. Her attendants were equally taken aback, instinctively reaching for the weapons at their waists. Preparing for a potential confrontation. "I see you are of considerable age. Has no one at home taught you how to speak properly?" Zhi Ning's gaze was icy as she regarded the woman, a dangerous curve to her lips beneath her mask. She continued, "Should I hear another insolent word from you, it will not merely be a slap." However, as a princess, the woman was unaccustomed to such indignities. She dismissed Zhi Ning's warning, no longer concerned about the 2 men trapped within the killing formation, and charged forward with her sword drawn. "I shall slay you, you vile commoner." As her words fell, her attendants followed suit, drawing their blades in an instant. Aside from the tongue she that had been captured as a mount, all had joined the fray. Zhi Ning commanded the Red Phoenix to retreat. Taking on the assailants herself, to prevent them from escaping mid-battle, she also erected a barrier to seeking your own demise. The woman sneered upon seeing the barrier. "Indeed, you are courting death, Zhi Ning spoke languidly, disdainfully opting not to utilize the newly acquired spiritual sword, instead confronting them with bare hands. Since no one has properly educated you on how to behave like a person, I shall, with great difficulty, take it upon myself to enlighten you on behalf of your family. Having said that, Zhi Ning shed her nonchalance, her expression darkening as she approached the woman. The sharp sound of slaps echoed frequently as Zhi Ning dispatched the attendants while providing the woman with a rather amiable education. By the time Yi and the others arrived, over 20 attendants had already fallen, leaving only the woman propped up by her sword, with a face swollen like a pig's head. Junior sister Imojian had rejoined them and stood beside Higa. Upon spotting Zhi Ning, Imojian hurried over, concern evident in his tone. Junior sister, are you hurt? Rest assured, I am fine. Zhi Ning replied, dispelling the barrier and replacing her expression with a smile. Yet Imojian remained unconvinced, scrutinizing her for any injuries before finally sighing in relief. I could see that moment. The woman, her face bruised by Zhi Ning's slaps, recognized the newcomers and immediately wailed towards Ji Xian. Master, master, please stand up for your disciple. She quickly rushed to Ji Xian, sobbing and shouting, Master, this person has stolen my spiritual treasure and even struck me. Master, you must uphold justice for your disciple. Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, her expression one of sardonic amusement as she observed the woman's dramatic performance. Ji Xian was momentarily bewildered, as the woman before her was so swollen that her original features were unrecognizable. And it took her a moment to recognize her voice. Only then did she realize this was her disciple, Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu, 16 years old at the early Xianling stage, was the same age as Bai Ruo Wei, but had been born 2 months later. Both were royal princesses, yet Bai Ruoyu, due to her mother-esque status, was favored even more, resembling a pampered daughter of the royal family. Ji Xian regarded Bai Ruoyu's pig-like visage with a complex expression and inquired, Ruoyu, who do you claim has stolen your spiritual treasure? Bai Ruoyu pointed an accusing finger at Zhi Ning. It was her. Chapter 56. This young lady never forgets a grudge. Zhi Ning crossed her arms, casting a scornful glance at Bai Ruoyu. It seems not only do you lack proper upbringing, but your character is also wanting. Upon hearing this, those unaware of Zhi Ning's identity subtly shifted in their expressions. Bai Ruoyu was a princess. No matter how arrogant she might be, none dared to speak against her, for no one wished to offend the royal family. Yet here was Zhi Ning, not only having struck a princess, but now openly disparaging her upbringing and character, a blatant affront to the imperial family. This young lady you have bullied is Her Highness the Princess. Do you wish to oppose the royal family with such disrespect? A figure in the crowd, eager to curry favor with Bai Ruoyu, stepped forward and addressed Zhi Ning sternly. Why Zhi Ning cast a cold glance at him. Her tone indifferent. Which of your eyes saw me bully her? Were you present when the altercation began? The princess has been beaten to such a state, and you still claim no bullying occurred? Can it not be that she sought to bully me and, lacking the skill, found herself on the receiving end of a lesson? The man was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, he continued, simply preposterous. Zhi Ning deemed him unworthy of further engagement, shifting her focus back to Bai Ruoyu. You claim I stole your spiritual treasure. Pray tell, what did I take? Bai Ruoyu glared at her fiercely, her voice sharp. The red fox by your side. That is a treasure I painstakingly tamed. As soon as the words left her lips, several instructors, aware of the red fox's true nature, had yet to voice their thoughts when a chorus of students began to condemn Zhi Ning. How can you behave in such a manner? The spiritual beast was tamed by Her Highness the Princess. By what right do you seize it? Indeed, returned the spiritual beast to the princess. What manner of person are you? She appears to be a normal maiden, yet turns out to be such a person. Has the academy selection of disciples declined to this extent, allowing those who seize spiritual treasures to enroll? They voiced their grievances one after another, granting no opportunity for the instructors to interject. Seeing that everyone rallied to her side, Bai Ruoyu beamed with delight. Why, Zhi Ning, however, regarded their words as mere nonsense. Enough with the laughter. Your face is already swollen like a pig's head, and you look even more ridiculous when you smile. Her remark. Bai Ruoyu's expression froze, twisting into a snarl. Wretched girl. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. As the words fell, another slap rang out. In 01. Not even Zhi Xian, who stood beside Bai Ruoyu, could comprehend how Zhi Ning managed to execute it. Zhi Ning said, "Haven't you had enough of being beaten? Do you not remember your lesson?" Ah! Bai Ruoyu shrieked in indignation, preparing to charge at Zhi Ning once more. Enough, at that moment. One of the instructors sternly interjected. He glanced at Zhi Ning before turning to Bai Ruoyu with a severe tone. "Are you certain she stole this red fox?" As if realizing something. Bai Ruoyu swallowed hard, her eyes darting around before she spoke again. "There are other spiritual treasures as well." Upon hearing this, the instructor turned to Zhi Ning. "Given your youth, if you return what you have taken, we shall consider this matter resolved. Why what right?" Zhi Ning's expression darkened, her tone growing cold. "Why the fact that you acted wrongly. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that it was indeed I who erred? Or do you merely overlook the truth of the matter simply because she is a princess?" The individual had initially thought that Bai Ruoyu would have long abandoned her insistence that Zhi Ning had taken the red fox. If Zhi Ning were wise, she could have presented any item, and this affair would have been resolved. Yet Zhi Ning, instead, chose to be ungrateful. With a casual flick of her tongue across her teeth, she surveyed the assembly, ultimately fixing her gaze upon He Gi and his companions. "I find myself somewhat curious. If my father were present, which side would you all take?" Upon uttering this, Hong Wan immediately grasped Zhi Ning's intent. She swiftly transformed into her true form, revealing all 9 of her tails. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of a divine beast enveloped the surroundings. Standing beside Zhi Ning, Hong Wan looked down with an air of aloofness at the assembly and declared, "My young master possesses an abundance of rare treasures. Why would she need to resort to thievery?" He Gi felt a headache coming on that it was not that he was unwilling to support Zhi Ning. Rather, just as he was about to step forward, he had received a message from her. Even Ji Qian, Bai Ruoyu's master, had refrained from intervening, as Zhi Ning did not wish for He Gi to take the lead. After all, with Mo Chenin as her formidable backing, He Gi did not enjoy the same privilege. He knew he would not remain at Ling Mountain Academy indefinitely, and did not want He Gi to attract unwarranted trouble on his behalf. In sum, Zhi Ning sought to owe no favors to anyone. Now that Hong Wan had revealed herself, the person who had previously spoken in defense of Bai Ruoyu visibly shifted in color, suddenly realizing that in his eagerness to please the royal family, he had forgotten that this woman was the daughter of the Grand Master. Bai Ruoyu could never have anticipated that the seemingly beautiful red fox was, in truth, the divine beast known as the 9-tailed red fox. Jealousy welled up within her as she beheld the majestic creature guarding Zhi Ning. That red glow just now. It must have been this divine beast. However, the subsequent words of the red fox left Bai Ruoyu even more astonished. "The Grand Master has commanded me to protect my young master. Had it not been for her benevolence, I would have devoured this woman for her disrespect." "The Grand Master?" Bai Ruoyu was taken aback, disbelief lacing her tone. Ji Qian closed his eyes briefly, for the first time contemplating the notion of disavowing Bai Ruoyu as his disciple. "The person you just slandered is the daughter of the Grand Master." Ji Qian exhaled slowly. The crowd fell into stunned silence, particularly those who had just condemned Zhi Ning, who now retreated hastily, fearful of being recognized. Zhi Ning regarded their reactions with a sardonic snort. "Do any still believe that this young lady has stolen your princess's treasure? We have only just arrived and are not fully aware of the situation, so it is inappropriate for us to pass judgment." Yes, this matter should be left to the esteemed teachers. Zhi Ning languidly leaned against Hong Wan. "But you were not saying that a moment ago." The crowd fell silent. That moment, the deadly formation set by Zhi Ning reached its limit. As the 2 trapped individuals frantically slaughtered the spirit beasts, the scene before them suddenly shifted. It was then that they realized they had fallen into Zhi Ning's trap, a surge of indignation rising within them as they disregarded everyone else and charged towards Zhi Ning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were torn apart by spiritual energy, their blood mist swirling in the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhi Ning coolly remarked, "I neglected to inform you. This young lady holds grudges with utmost fervor. What of her being a princess? If you provoke me, you shall meet the same fate." Thus, I offer you one more chance to reflect. Did I truly steal your treasure? Chapter 57. Parting Ways. Were these words spoken by anyone else, they would have been met with scorn. Yet cloaked in the identity of Mo Chenin's daughter and backed by the Grandmaster's name. Even the Emperor would have to yield some measure of respect. This moment. No one doubted her assertion. As for the two who had just been slaughtered, although their lineage did not match the 5 great families. They belonged to renowned aristocratic families within the imperial capital. Zhi Ning had dispatched them without a flicker of hesitation, igniting a smoldering rage that could very well lead to Bairyu's demise. Standing beside Ji Qian, Bairyu felt an unprecedented sense of threat as she met Zhi Ning's gaze. Deep down, she understood that although her father favored her, if she were to be killed by this woman today, and it were later revealed that she was the Grand Master's daughter, her father would certainly not pursue the matter. Weighing the pros and cons, Bairyu, despite her reluctance, was left with no choice but to bow to Zhi Ning. She lowered her head, disregarding the various gazes directed towards her, and stammered, "I did not. Just a moment ago, you were quite vociferous. Why have you suddenly gone mute?" Hong Wan exerted a modicum of pressure, and Bairyu instantly felt as if a mountain bore down upon her. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled to remain standing and raised her voice. "She did not steal my treasure. I mistook the red fox for the spirit beast that descended with the red light and sought to seize it." As the crowd listened, those who had previously spoken out against Zhi Ning felt as though they had been slapped across the face. Zhi Ning coldly regarded the nearly collapsing Bairyu under Hong Wan's pressure and stated, "When a treasure descends, it is fair game for those without an owner to contend for it based on their merits. However, your underhanded attack followed by your baseless accusations are a disgrace to the name of Ling Mountain Academy. Today, I am in a good mood and shall not hold it against you. But should there be a next time, the fate of those two serves as a warning." After saying this, Zhi Ning gently patted Hong Wan, signaling her to withdraw her pressure. She turned to Higi, speaking in a calm tone, "Master, that soaring serpent has already been dealt with by Hong Wan. Shall we continue our patrol?" The incident involving the soaring serpent was hers alone to bear. She had no desire for credit for its extermination and instead placed it entirely upon Hong Wan. Hong Wan, who was grooming her fur, paused momentarily, gazing at Zhi Ning with an expression of disbelief. Zhi Ning smiled faintly at her and reached out to assist in smoothing down her coat. Although the soaring serpent had perished, they had yet to uncover the source of the malevolent energy, so it would be prudent to split into 2 groups for a search. What are your thoughts? Tu Yao pondered for a moment and, rather than refuting Higi's suggestion, inquired how the team should be divided. Among the 5 teachers, Higi and Tu Yao were the most formidable, while the other disciples were all at the peak of the Xianling realm. Only Mo Jian, Du Hong, and Zhi Ning had attained a Xuanzi realm that, of course. Zhi Ning had not revealed her true strength, and to others, she still appeared to be at the peak of the Xianling realm. Let Elder He and Elder Tu each lead a team, Ji Qian proposed, and one objected, nodding in agreement, as these 2 were indeed the strongest among them. Very well. Ji Qian will accompany Higi, and you will each take 10 disciples. The remainder shall follow me. Tu Yao arranged. This arrangement clearly placed Bairyu and Zhi Ning together. Naturally, Bairyu, who had just been threatened by Zhi Ning, was reluctant to walk alongside her. However, with her own retinue severely depleted, even the 2 attendants had been slain by Zhi Ning. She had no alternative but to follow them. Yet, would being with Zhi Ning invite trouble? Ji Qian, noticing her apprehension, shot her a sidelong glance and coldly advised, "Keep a low profile on this journey. Do not provoke her further." This statement left Bairyu feeling quite uncomfortable, yet she found no grounds to refute him and could only swallow her displeasure, nodding in acquiescence. Once everything was arranged, Tu Yao did not forget the earlier incident involving the red light. He turned to Zhi Ning, adopting a relatively amiable tone as he inquired, "You are called Ning Ning, correct?" The red light appeared in this direction. "Did you observe anything?" Zhi Ning had anticipated that these cunning old foxes would not let the matter rest and sighed. "Indeed, it originated from that palace behind me." Regarding the palace, the crowd was not particularly curious, as the 9 Radiance continent had existed for so long that the rise and fall of various dynasties was commonplace, and the remnants of ancient structures were inevitable. However, when Zhi Ning suggested that the earlier red light was related to the dilapidated palace before them, skepticism arose among the crowd. Tu Yao chuckled lightly and continued, "Do not fear. My inquiry is not intended to compel you to surrender any treasures. I merely wish to ascertain what transpired." Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning realized that Tu Yao was openly expressing his disbelief. "Elder Tu, what I say is the truth. That red light indeed emanated from this palace. Moreover, when I arrived, there was a dragon skeleton here, and when the red light illuminated, the skeleton suddenly ignited in flames, incinerating it completely. Tu Yao still remained unconvinced. "Look over there." Zhi Ning pointed to the wall that had been encircled by the dragon skeleton. Continuing, "Observe the scorch marks upon that wall." Tu Yao followed her, and indeed noticed the burn marks. Half convinced, he approached, standing beneath the wall, where remnants of dragon bone ashes lay scattered in the corners. Witnessing all this, Tu Yao's doubts began to dissipate. After he spoke, the others turned their gazes towards him. "Do not look at me." I arrived just as it ignited. Zhi Ning spread her hands. Seeing that no further answers could be gleaned from her, the crowd had no choice but to relent. "Let us all search nearby to avoid missing anything," someone suggested. "That sounds reasonable. Everyone, please exercise caution." Zhi Ning regarded the individuals whose faces could scarcely conceal their excitement, and imperceptibly curled her lips in disdain that if they sought the spiritual treasure, they should articulate their intentions directly rather than feigning other excuses. It was truly tiresome. However, to preclude these individuals from alleging that she had already monopolized the spiritual treasure, Zhi Ning symbolically followed Mo Zhiyun, accompanying him as they conducted a thorough search within the palace. The palace had already been ransacked by the Black Dragon, leaving not a single fragment of spiritual stone behind, let alone the coveted treasure. After a fruitless search, the group only discovered numerous scales scattered on the ground, remnants of the battle between the Black Dragon and the Lingchi king, with nothing else to show for their efforts. Subsequently, they did not linger any longer, but divided into two groups to continue tracing the source of the malevolence. Under the oppressive aura of the Red Lawn, the Lingchi that had been captured by Ruoyu as a mount failed in its attempt to flee and became once again the means of transport for the group through the marshlands. Before long, they arrived at a certain location within the marshes, where they encountered a multitude of deceased spiritual beasts and skeletal remains. Not far away, bubbles rose from a mire where dense black mist had coalesced into a noxious miasma. Amongst the miasma, shadows of a deeper hue flitted around the mire, indicating the presence of unembodied malevolent spirits. Chapter 58. Hidden dangers. At this moment, she could already faintly detect the unique miasma emanating from the malevolent spirits, causing her stomach to churn. "Master, this is the source," Zhi Ning remarked, her expression contorted in discomfort. He responded with a somber hum, his gaze turning serious. The sudden emergence of malevolent spirits was indeed an ominous sign. "Disciples below the peak of the Xianling realm, retreat 10 paces. The rest follow me to suppress the malevolent spirits," He commanded, producing a scroll-like object from his storage ring. Zhi Ning intended to assist, but was intercepted by Mo Zhiyun. "Junior sister, you are still quite young. Leave this to your senior brothers and sisters." "Very well." Zhi Ning nodded, finding contentment in being able to be a bystander to along with Mo Zhiyun. Ji Qian and 3 other disciples at the peak of the Xianling realm positioned themselves at the 6 cardinal points surrounding the mire. The malevolent spirits hovering above the mire seemed to sense something amiss and began to flee in all directions. Upon witnessing this, He promptly cast the scroll into the air, whereupon it unfurled, releasing an ancient aura. The 6 individuals began to chant incantations, and a formation materialized beneath their feet, connecting with 6 beams of golden light. In the blink of an eye, a more formidable confinement array emerged before them. Standing outside the array, Zhi Ning felt a tremor in her heart upon recognizing the ancient runes within the formation. After clearing the malevolent spirits from above the mire, their next task was to eradicate the source of the malevolence concealed within. However, as the 6 worked in unison to channel the runes of the confinement array into the mire below, one disciple suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark blood, his pupils gradually consumed by darkness. a sure sign of possession by malevolent spirits. Oh, you truly believe that a bunch of inexperienced humans can suppress us? A sinister laugh escaped the lips of the possessed disciple, who then charged towards Ji Qian. This body is far superior to the previous ones. With your physique, the 9 Radiance continent shall ultimately belong to us. The formation required the spiritual power of 6 individuals to sustain it. Now that one was incapacitated, the remaining 5 began to struggle, their focus diverted from combating the malevolent spirits. The potential outcome of such a scenario could lead to the collapse of the formation. Allowing the malevolent spirits lurking beneath the mire to break free and assault everyone, as a teacher of the Lingchi Academy, Ji Qian, despite harboring some personal inclinations, remained rational in the face of such grave circumstances. Gritting her teeth, determination glimmered in her eyes as she prepared for sacrifice. Yet in that critical moment, Zhi Ning suddenly appeared before Ji Qian. "Fool," Zhi Ning coldly uttered, her palm enveloped in spiritual energy. Delivering a forceful strike that sent the possessed individual flying. Ji Qian was taken aback, witnessing the confinement talisman pursue and firmly suppress the individual. Without hesitation, Zhi Ning took the vacant position, reciting the incantation and infusing her spiritual energy into the formation. The earlier individual had been at the peak of the Xianling realm, the weakest among the 6, thus the burden had been evenly distributed among the other 5. With Zhi Ning's addition, the remaining 5 immediately felt a significant alleviation of pressure, indicating that her cultivation was at least at the Xianzong realm. He shot a swift glance at Zhi Ning. Astonishment flooding his heart, he recalled that upon their initial meeting, her cultivation had merely reached the Xianling realm, and not long before, she had still been at the peak of that realm. In the span of mere hours, she had ascended to the Xianzong realm. How terrifying! Could it be that she was truly a descendant of the divine? The resurgence of malevolent spirits and the reappearance of divine beings might signify something profound. He buried his doubts deep within, elevating his regard for Zhi Ning even further. With Zhi Ning's involvement, the confinement array swiftly eradicated the malevolent spirits beneath the mire, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. After taking several deep breaths, Ji Qian approached Zhi Ning, her face etched with exhaustion as she softly expressed, "Thank you for saving my life." It was rare for a teacher to express gratitude to a student in such a manner. But Ji Qian was different. Zhi Ning was somewhat surprised and smiled gently. "There is no need for thanks, Teacher Ji. Had the roles been reversed, you would have done the same." "Not quite," Ji Qian shook her head. As a teacher of the Lingchi Academy, she bore a sense of responsibility. In the earlier situation, had it been any other disciple, her intervention would have been driven solely by duty, unlike Zhi Ning's act of saving her life, which stemmed from a different nature. Ji Qian smiled softly and added, "However, great kindness should not go unacknowledged. If you ever find yourself in need or facing difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out." "All right, I will remember that," Zhi Ning replied without reservation. "By the way, how old are you now?" Ji Qian inquired. Why? Zhi Ning began to say she was 22, but quickly recalled that her current body was not her original self and corrected. 15. In a month, I will turn 16.15 at the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm. Your future is indeed bright. Ji Qian expressed with a hint of emotion that in this 9 Radiance continent. How many people toil their entire lives without attaining the cultivation level Zhi Ning currently possessed? Given time, it was likely that someone would once again ascend to the higher realms from the 9 Radiance continent. Subsequently, the group delved deeper, discovering a total of 3 locations where malevolent spirits were concealed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the team led by Tu Yao had also uncovered 4 such places. By the time, Zhi Ning and her companions had purged all malevolent spirits from the marshlands. Half a month had passed. Observing this, an ominous premonition began to stir within them. Standing aboard the flying vessel, Zhi Ning gazed at the endless, rolling mountains, her brow furrowing involuntarily. She had not forgotten the scenes of devastation caused by malevolent spirits that she had witnessed in the illusory realm during the mountain assessment. The missing disciples were undoubtedly a hidden danger. Chapter 59. Journey to the Extreme North. Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, an unusual emotion flickering within her heart. Initially, to pass the mountain assessment, and in the wake of that apocalyptic disaster, she had reluctantly chosen to sacrifice herself in order to succeed. Yet that had been because Zhi Ning understood that what she had seen was merely the manifestation of an illusion, not reality. Now, with the emergence of malevolent spirits, everything seemed to be spiraling towards an uncontrollable outcome. Junior sister, a voice suddenly interrupted Zhi Ning's thoughts. It was Imo Zhiyun. Brother, did you seek me for something? Zhi Ning concealed her emotions and turned to him, smiling lightly. Imo Zhiyun stood a short distance away, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Although Zhi Ning had never removed her mask in front of others, Imo Zhiyun could tell merely from the sparkle in her eyes that his little junior sister must be an exceptionally beautiful girl. A faint blush crept up to the tips of his ears. Imo Zhiyun lowered his gaze, his voice softening considerably. The wind is cold outside. Be careful not to catch a chill. Why? Zhi Ning tilted her head slightly, then burst into laughter. Brother, I've already reached the Xin Zone realm. A little wind is no concern as cultivators ascend in their cultivation. They can reach states of fasting, sleeplessness, and immunity to illness. However, Zhi Ning took greater pleasure in the experience of living. Even though her cultivation now allowed her to forego food and sleep, she still adhered to the regularities of eating and resting, without exception. Realizing he had just made an unnecessary remark, Imo Zhiyun felt somewhat embarrassed and rubbed the tip of his nose. Observing the usually composed Imo Zhiyun display such an expression, Zhi Ning also restrained her smile. Brother, your visit must not be merely to remind me to keep warm, right? Imo Zhiyun cleared his throat and returned to the main topic. Master asked me to inform you that we will be heading directly to the extreme north. The Academy received a letter stating that several days ago, troubling news emerged from the extreme north, suggesting that malevolent spirits had possessed disciples from the Academy and fled there, prompting us to redirect our course for investigation. Upon hearing Imo Zhiyun's words, Zhi Ning's expression turned grave. A total of 46 individuals had departed from the Academy for the marshlands, and the Southern Territory. 10 disciples remained behind to repair the flying vessel, and with those injured or lost in the marshlands, fewer than 30 remained. If only these individuals were to head to the extreme north, the situation appeared dire. Zhiyun seemed to perceive her concerns and reassured her. Junior sister, do not worry. We are not the only ones heading to the extreme north. Guardian Qing has already set out with a team from the Academy, and your senior sister is among them. Upon hearing the name Qingya, Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. She had almost forgotten that Qingya was also among Imo Chunyin's companions. If it were to come, would it also mean encountering Imo Chunin? Upon careful reflection, it has indeed been a long time since their last farewell as twilight approaches. Imo Kun gently urges, Junior sister, do not linger here for too long. While it may not lead to illness, it is unwise for a young lady to remain exposed to the chill of the evening breeze. As he speaks, he produces a parcel wrapped in oil paper from his storage ring and hands it to Yijinyan. I bought this sugar cake during our last visit to the stall, thinking it would delight you young ladies. There is little to eat aboard this flying vessel, so this should satisfy your cravings. Yijinyan, who had been lamenting her lack of provisions, gratefully accepts the sugar cake from Imo Zhiyun, a bright smile illuminating her face. Thank you, senior brother. She savors the treat. She suddenly recalls an item that Imo Chunin had given her just before his departure. Hastily wiping the sugary residue from her hands, she retrieves a brocade box from her space. The box, elegantly textured and devoid of ostentatious designs, is merely coated with a layer of crimson lacquer. What could it possibly contain? Yijinyan wonders aloud, slowly prying open the box. However, as soon as the lid opens a crack, a rich aura of spiritual energy surges forth, even without a clear view of its contents. She instinctively senses that it must be something extraordinary. Quickly, she closes the box, her eyes wide with astonishment that it is the phoenix blood essence fruit. Red Luan, who had been feigning sleep on the bed, slowly opens her eyes. Why Yijinyan's pupils contract slightly as she turns to look at Red Luan in disbelief. There is no need for doubt. I've had the fortune to encounter the phoenix blood essence fruit before, and I can easily discern its fragrance, Red Luan states, stretching her limbs before leaping off the bed to approach Yijinyan. She continues, by the scent, this fruit must be at least 1,000 years old and perfectly ripe. Yi Xingyang takes a moment to absorb this information. Qingya had previously mentioned that the phoenix blood essence fruit could only be found in the upper realms. Thus, her plan had been to first gather the Tungsha spirit core and the 10,000-year ice, cicada's garment. Then seek out the remaining fragments of divine souls to elevate her cultivation to the level required for ascending to the upper realms. Only then would she attempt to find the phoenix blood essence fruit. Little did she anticipate that the most elusive fruit would come to her first, bestowed by someone with whom she had limited acquaintance and a shallow bond. This revelation leaves her feelings even more complicated. Had she not encountered Li Xan in the southern marsh, she might have doubted her own identity as the lost daughter of Imo Chenin. Why would Imo Chenin help me? Yi Xingyang voices her deepest confusion. There is no mention of him in the original owner's memories, nor in her own recollections. Why has he continuously assisted her since their first encounter at the Binding Dragon Ridge? Red Luan blinks at Yi Xingyang's perplexed expression. Feeling a twinge of urgency for her master, she wishes to outright reveal, "You are the fiancé that the master has awaited for 16,000 years." However, she understands that Yi Xingyang's soul is incomplete, and her memories of the master remain a blank slate. If she were to reveal the truth abruptly, it might yield adverse effects. Ultimately, Red Luan suppresses her impulse and shakes her head. "This is something you must inquire about directly. I am merely a fox. How could I know the reasons?" Yi Xingyang's grip on the brocade box tightens slightly, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, the phoenix blood essence fruit holds a distinct significance for her. She is acutely aware of its rarity, and relying solely on her efforts, it remains uncertain when she might find it again. Very well, she resolves to ask him about any conditions he may have during their next meeting. Chapter 60. What if I acknowledge Imo Chenin as my adoptive father? Yi Xingyang ponders that since Imo Chenin has been so helpful to her, perhaps she should extend a hand to him in return. After all, from her perspective, he poses no immediate threat. Surely he does not seek her life. She carefully stows the phoenix blood essence fruit back in her space and retrieves some talisman paper, eager to test her ability to replicate the binding talisman that Red Luan had bestowed upon her. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the Xian sect, Yi Xingyang's spiritual consciousness has significantly strengthened, allowing her to inscribe medium-quality talisman paper. However, she is still a step away from mastering the advanced binding talisman. That's why Yi Xingyang immerses herself in her studies, dedicating day and night to refining her talisman-making skills. After nearly half a month aboard the flying vessel, during which Imo Yun has made several trips to deliver food, Yi Xingyang remains sequestered in her chamber, diligently drawing talismans. One day, a beam of morning light breaks through the clouds, accompanied by a gentle breeze that filters through the window. Yi Xingyang, with her head lowered and her hair playfully swaying in the wind, bites her pen while contemplating the talisman paper before her. Until a glimmer of golden light descends, she lifts her gaze, turning towards the window. The vessel glides through the clouds, offering a panoramic view of the majestic landscapes of the Juyao continent. As Yi Xingyang gazes at the resplendent sun above the clouds, she suddenly perceives the world around her slowing down. She extends her hand, as if to grasp the wind flowing between her fingers, while the billowing sea of clouds outside appears to unfold in slow motion. Frame by frame, in that moment, Yi Xingyang realizes her senses have been magnified countless times. She can hear the distant roars of beasts in the mountain ravines, the joyous laughter of people on the ground, and feel the whispers of the wind as it brushes past her ears. She finds herself fully immersed in an unknown realm. If her soul had detached from her body, Yi Xingyang travels through each town, akin to watching a film, exploring the entirety of the Juyao continent. Unbeknownst to her, the pen in her hand has begun to move across the talisman paper. Time passes, though she cannot tell how long. Before Yi Xingyang emerges from her trance, gasping for breath, she sniffs, only to realize that dried blood has congealed on her skin. Glancing at the nearly overflowing stack of talisman papers on her desk, she finds herself at a loss for words to express her astonishment. Ignoring the bloodstains on her face, she excitedly examines the papers before her. All of them are advanced binding talismans. Could it be that she inadvertently entered the so-called no-self state of talisman cultivation? Yi Xingyang attempts to verify that all these talismans were indeed created by her, She takes another sheet and tries to draw again. This time, it feels as if she has repeated the process countless times. Her muscles remembering the motions effortlessly leading her to success. Huh, I did it! Yi Xingyang exclaims joyfully, inadvertently waking Red Luan, who had been resting on the bed. Red Luan glances at Yi Xingyang, her face smeared with blood. Immediately realizing that she must have sacrificed her rest for her craft, Red Luan brings over a damp cloth, tossing it disdainfully onto the table, just as she is about to chide Yi Xingyang for neglecting her health for the sake of talisman making. She freezes upon seeing the pile of advanced binding talismans on the table. You actually managed to create all of these. Goodness, there must be hundreds here, all advanced binding talismans. Yi Xingyang beams with pride, nonchalantly wiping the blood from her face as she begins to organize her hard-earned talismans. With such an abundance of binding talismans, she can distribute some to her senior brothers and sisters for their protection. Red Luan stares at Yi Xingyang, her heart filled with astonishment. Having lived for over 10,000 years and encountered countless self-proclaimed geniuses among cultivators, she has never come across anyone like Yi Xingyang. Not even her master, Mo Chenin. While Mo Chenin is indeed a rare prodigy, in terms of innate talent, Yi Xingyang seems to surpass him. Initially, when she and Qingyao learned that their master had a fiancée, they harbored some reservations. They believed it unlikely for anyone to be worthy of their master. That unseen fiancé, he was presumably someone he had accepted out of a sense of obligation. However, Red Luan now begins to think that perhaps it is her master who does not measure up to Yi Xingyang. Ning, Red Luan leans in closer, tentatively asking, "What would you do if you had a fiancé?" Yi Xingyang pauses in her actions, contemplating seriously. Having lived for over 20 years, she realizes she has never had a fiancé, nor even a boyfriend. Her childhood was spent in survival, and later she fought for her life amidst the chaos of battle. Those around her were either adversaries she had to eliminate or individuals seeking her demise. She has never held a boy's hand, let alone formed a romantic connection. After pondering, she replies, "It would depend on his character. As for family background, that is of little concern to me. I have no notable lineage. If his cultivation is low, it is fine. I can protect him with my efforts. Ultimately, it comes down to looks. I'm quite particular about appearances." Red Luan blinks, thinking to herself that this last point must be the most crucial. However, in terms of appearance, her master is undoubtedly unmatched. Throughout the millennia, she has yet to encounter anyone who surpasses Mo Chenin's beauty. Thus, the appearance criterion is certainly satisfied, as for family background and character. Although Mo Chenin is a descendant of the divine lineage, which has since faded into obscurity, he still holds a noble status. As for his character, that may prove to be a bit more complicated. Over the years, he has acted rather recklessly in the upper realms, recently annihilating a sect. It seems she will need to cover for her master in this regard. Red Luan has already begun to calculate in her mind that her master meets Yi Xingyang's standards. Little do they know, Yi Xingyang is now considering another matter. Red Luan, if you were to take on a human form, would you be the auctioneer I encountered at the auction house? Yi Xingyang suddenly inquires. Red Luan, caught off guard, takes a moment of silence before nodding. You just realized? Then why do you not appear in your human form? Red Luan flicks her tail and replies, in beast form, the sense of threat one presents is considerably lower. Yi Xingyang contemplates this and agrees. Had Red Luan approached her in human form initially, she would not have accepted it. By the way, how old is your master this year? Zhi Ning inquired further. As old. Zhi Ning's eyes widened slightly. She regarded Mo Chenin as evidently youthful. Yet it was surprising to discover he was an ancient relic. However, that notion faltered, for Mo Chenin's visage bore no resemblance to that of an old relic. Hong Luan blinked rapidly, cautiously asking, "Old? For cultivators who attain a certain realm, living for tens of thousands of years is not unusual, right? Moreover, your master reached the stage of eternal youth at a young age. He still appears to be in his 20s. Zhi Ning let out a dry chuckle and asked, Hong Luan, do you think if I acknowledge Mo Chenin as a foster father, he would agree? Cough, cough, cough. Hong Luan was startled by Zhi Ning's suggestion, exclaiming, "What did you just say? You want to recognize him as your foster father?" Hong Luan straightened her posture, her tone incredulous. Heavens, if your master finishes healing and learns that the whole world is saying he has a daughter, and that daughter is his former fiancée, wouldn't that turn the 9 Radiance continent upside down? Why not? I'm only 15 this year. In a month, I'll turn 16, that he wouldn't be at a loss. Zhi Ning stated earnestly, oblivious to her own perceived disadvantage. Could someone who has lived for 10,000 years truly be at a loss? Why did she not take the conventional route, but instead aim to call him father? Your master would never agree. Hong Wan immediately countered without a second thought. What a joke! Your master sent me to assist in pursuing his beloved, not to seek a daughter. Why, Zhi Ning felt somewhat disappointed. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Despite Mo Chunyin's long life, he still appeared remarkably youthful. Suddenly having a daughter of her age would indeed be hard for him to accept. Then how about I acknowledge him as an elder brother? Surely, that would be acceptable. After all, she was resolutely clinging to Mo Chunyin's support. Hong Wan sighed in resignation, saying softly, I believe this matter would be best addressed by you directly asking your master. She dared not speak further on the topic of clinging to a powerful figure. Why Zhi Ning chose not to pursue the conversation with Hong Wan, stretching her limbs before preparing to lie down for a while. The journey from the southern marshlands to the extreme northern region spanned the entirety of the 9 Radiance continent, requiring at least 20 days of travel by airship to reach the northernmost territory. Throughout the journey, Zhi Ning had been engrossed in studying talismans, scarcely taking time to rest. It was not long after she lay down that she succumbed to slumber. Hong Wan remained vigilantly by her side, a plan gradually forming in her mind at that moment. Within the Ling Mountain secret realm, not long after Mo Chun-in had engaged in a confrontation with another, both parties were equally matched, resulting in mutual injuries. The spiritual energy in the 9 Radiance continent was sparse, insufficient to meet Mo Chunyin's needs, compelling him to enter the secret realm to seek out the spirit land. Currently, the spirit land was shrouded in mist, and Mo Chunyin, clad in black, sat cross-legged atop the spirit platform. The swirling spiritual energy around him was continuously drawn into his body, restoring color to his previously pallid complexion. Beside him lay a pure white elk, dozing peacefully. The elk stirred, opening its eyes to see Mo Chun-in awakening from his meditative state. Akati nudged him gently with its nose, emitting soft whines. Mo Chun-in lowered his gaze, a hint of warmth glimmering in his dark pupils. As he reached out to stroke the elk's head, he then retrieved a jade plaque from his robe, strikingly similar to the one he had given Zhi Ning. After infusing spiritual energy into the plaque, he closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, aboard the airship, Zhi Ning slept soundly, while Hong Wan, now in her human form, sat by the window with her chin resting on her hand, gazing outside. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Hong Wan turned around to find Mo Chunyin's ethereal form standing by the bed, casting a gentle gaze upon the slumbering Zhi Ning. Hong Wan joyfully rose, exclaiming, Master, you've come. Mo Chun-in responded with a soft murmur, raising a hand to create a barrier around Zhi Ning before turning to face Hong Wan. In these days, has anyone bullied her? Hong Wan quickly shook her head. No, Miss is very capable. No one can bully her. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun-in nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting on the unfinished talisman papers on the table. Is Ning Ning learning talisman crafting? Yes, and she shows considerable talent. She can now draw advanced spirit-restraining talismans. Mo Chun-in chuckled lightly. Aunt Ye's proficiency in talisman crafting is extraordinary. Ning Ning has certainly inherited her talent. Hong Wan blinked, contemplating whether to inform her master of Zhi Ning's claim of being his daughter. However, as she observed Mo Chun-in sitting by the bed, his gaze tenderly fixed on Zhi Ning, she decided against it. The affection in his eyes was almost palpable. Hong Wan swallowed hard, reasoning that it would be unwise to provoke him while he was still healing. Mo Chun-in lowered his gaze, his eyes brimming with deep affection as he gently brushed aside the strands of hair that clung to her cheek. Thereafter, he remained still, quietly accompanying Zhi Ning for nearly 2 hours. Had he not sensed her stirring, he would have lingered longer. As Zhi Ning slowly opened her eyes, she found the room empty, devoid of anyone's presence, including Hong Wan. She sat up, her brow furrowed in confusion as she murmured, I distinctly felt someone here just now. Could have been my imagination. At that moment, outside, Hong Wan sensed the absence of Imo, Chun Yin's aura, and realized he had departed. Ning Ning, you're awake so soon? Hong Wan leapt through the window, her voice laced with laughter. Why, Zhi Ning, still groggy from sleep, scratched her head and asked, "Where did you go?" I stepped outside for some fresh air. It's stifling to be cooped up in this small room all day. Hong Wan replied. Observing Zhi Ning's reaction, she realized the girl was unaware of her master's visit. There's nothing much outside either. Although Zhi Ning was an assassin in the modern world, she became a recluse during idle times. Well, we are nearing the extreme northern region. I estimate we will enter the territory in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning instantly became alert. She jumped out of bed and stepped outside, witnessing the once verdant mountains transformed into white peaks, with even the winds carrying a hint of frost. The ground beneath her feet was nearly entirely blanketed in snow. Devoid of any other color, is there anyone living in such a place? Zhi Ning questioned. Yes, the extreme northern region was once known as Jade Capital, the most resource-rich area of the Nine Radiance continent. But something transpired, leading to its complete encasement in ice. Jade Capital. Zhi Ning echoed the name, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Chapter 62. The storm approaches at that moment. Imo Zhi Yun approached, and upon seeing Zhi Ning dressed only in her undergarments, he quickly turned away, facing her back. Junior sister, you should get dressed. Why? Zhi Ning glanced down at herself. I am dressed. Put on your outer robe as well. Zhi Ning replied with an "oh," nearly forgetting she was in an ancient setting. She cleared her throat and said, "Prepare yourself. We shall be landing shortly. But didn't you say it would take another 2 days to enter the territory?" My master received word of an unexpected situation. I see, that's fine. I have nothing to prepare. I can set off at once. Then follow me. The airship descended in a location still 3 to 4 days away from the extreme northern region. In a small town on its outskirts called Red Maple City, Zhi Ning stood outside the town, gazing at the sign above the gate, where the words Red Maple City were inscribed in an elegant script. Although Red Maple City no longer thrived as it once did, the grandeur emanating from those 3 characters hinted at the formidable cultivation of the one who penned them. It is said that the world changes. Yet it seems not entirely. So we shall rest in the city tonight and proceed to meet with Protector Chinya and the others tomorrow. Hige is stated before leading the group into the town. However, as they entered, Zhi Ning noticed something peculiar about the townspeople. Logically, in such a large town, there should be at least a few nosy individuals. Yet, despite the 20-odd of them entering, not a single passerby glanced their way, as if they were completely invisible. It was truly bizarre. When they arrived at an inn, the innkeeper, who had been counting on an abacus, turned pale upon seeing them. "Innkeeper, is there?" Zhi Yun stepped forward, intending to inquire about available rooms, but the innkeeper hastily waved his hands, shutting the door as he said, None. You might want to check other inns." He even pushed Zhi Yun back out of the doorway. Zhi Yun stood bewildered, staring at the innkeeper who had so abruptly rejected them. Only after the door was firmly closed did he turn to Higue with a look of confusion. "Master, what?" Higue frowned, glancing around. "Forget it. Let's inquire at other inns." Yet after questioning nearly all the inns in the city, they encountered the same refusal. How outrageous! Is this how you conduct business? By Ruo Yu, who had already felt aggrieved due to past encounters with Zhi Ning, had been simmering with indignation throughout the journey. This moment, faced with a series of setbacks, she could no longer contain her temper and immediately adopted an air of entitlement befitting a princess. "It is a privilege for you to host me in your establishment. If you wish to avoid punishment, arrange for a guest room at once." She had anticipated that invoking her royal status would compel the innkeeper to comply. Yet the proprietor was utterly indifferent to her title, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "Begone! Your status as a princess holds no sway here. Quickly leave, for my humble and cannot accommodate such lofty beings." "You insolent peasant! I shall have your life!" Ryu shouted in fury, drawing her sword and preparing to charge. Just as the blade was about to strike the innkeeper, Zhi Ning used her spiritual power to deflect it. "Is your cultivation merely a means to bully the common folk? What business is it of yours?" Bai Yu retorted with a scornful tone that IT is of no concern to me. Had you come alone today, I would not have bothered to utter a word. Even if you were to slaughter an entire city, Zhi Ning replied, her gaze cold as she shot a glance at Bai Ryu. However, you are here under the banner of the Academy, carrying the reputation of its disciples. You tarnish the Academy's name with your foolishness. The esteemed reputation of Lingshan Academy, built over millennia, would be unjustly marred by someone so thoughtless. Though Zhi Ning had not thoroughly studied the history of Lingshan Academy, it was evident that its status as the foremost institution on the Jiuyao continent was rooted in its exceptional qualities. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, Zhi Ning felt an instinctive urge to protect the Academy's reputation, refusing to allow anyone to besmirch it. Upon hearing her words, the other silent disciples readily expressed their agreement. The disciple of Lingshan Academy commands respect wherever they go, though not necessarily revered. They certainly are not looked down upon. This is one of the reasons everyone yearns to join Lingshan Academy. Indeed, we practitioners must not abuse our strength to oppress the weak, one disciple chimed in. Upon hearing support for Zhi Ning, Bai Ryu directed her ire towards that person. If you are so capable, why don't you resolve our accommodation issue? The individual fell silent, unwilling to engage further with Bai Ryu. You claim to be from Lingshan Academy? Zhi Ning nodded affirmatively. The innkeeper surveyed the group, hesitating momentarily before reopening the half-closed door. He cautiously glanced outside and, after a moment's consideration, said, "You may enter." The group, taken aback, swiftly complied and entered the inn. Once the innkeeper closed the door behind them, someone posed a question that had lingered since their arrival in the city. "Innkeeper, has something happened here? Why are all the inns refusing guests?" With a heavy sigh, the innkeeper replied, "It is not that we refuse guests. We simply cannot risk accommodating practitioners." "Why is that?" Zhi Ning inquired. The innkeeper looked troubled as he responded. "Had I not heard this young lady claim you are from Lingshan Academy, I would not have dared to shelter you. How long has this situation persisted?" Higuaji suddenly asked. "Approximately half a month." The innkeeper replied, this. Higuaji exchanged glances with several other instructors, formulating a hypothesis. They had spent over half a month in the South Wilderness. If those 10 disciples had encountered trouble after their departure, they had ample time to traverse from the south to the extreme north. "Thank you, innkeeper. Rest assured, we are here to investigate this matter," Higuaji stated. The innkeeper's expression softened, revealing a hint of relief. "That is splendid news. If Lingshan Academy intervenes, this should be resolved swiftly. I will arrange your accommodations now. Please wait a moment." Once the innkeeper had prepared the guest rooms, the group finally had a place to rest. As night fell, the entire city of Red Maple sank into an eerie silence, devoid of any passers. Zhi Ning stood by the window, gently pushing it open a crack, her gaze fixed intently outside. Before long, several dark figures emerged, silhouetted against the moonlight. They have arrived. Chapter 63. The journey to Red Maple City. As soon as Zhi Ning's words were spoken, the individuals who had been waiting in the room sprang into action. Within the space were Higuaji, Tu Yao, Mo Yun, and Zhi Ning, while the other disciples gathered in the inn's main hall, protected by the remaining instructors, including the innkeeper. The shadowy figures drew closer. Everyone detected a disquieting aura permeating the air. The shadows moved cautiously, concealing their presence as they circled the inn in search of something. The occupants of the room held their breath, anxious to avoid making any noise. Zhi Ning sensed a shadow drawing near, and a dagger materialized in her hand. Outside, the figure approached the slightly ajar window, cloaked in a dense shroud of darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. Zhi Ning stood behind the window. She caught a glimpse of a pale, colorless hand with sharp claws slowly grasping the window ledge. In an instant, she thrust the dagger into the back of that hand, pinning it to the windowsill. A piercing scream shattered the night. "Attack!" Higuaji commanded, prompting all disciples within the room and the main hall to unleash their spiritual energy, erecting a barrier that enveloped the inn, trapping all the shadows within. In the main hall, Ji Xian assigned 2 disciples to protect the innkeeper, while the others prepared to confront the threat. The shadow that had been pierced by Zhi Ning's dagger revealed its true form. It was one of the disciples left to repair the flying vessel. Yet now, He had succumbed to corruption, enveloped in the malevolent aura unique to such beings. Having severed the hand that Zhi Ning had pinned to the windowsill, he lunged through the window, glaring menacingly at her. Die! The voice that emerged from its mouth was akin to rusted iron. Without hesitation, it charged at Zhi Ning. Following closely behind were 7 or 8 other corrupted beings, all leaping through the window. In an instant, the already cramped room was filled with an atmosphere of impending doom. Engaged one of the corrupted beings, momentarily pausing as he recognized it as a disciple with whom he had previously shared a good rapport. The being before him was no longer human. Devoid of any remnants of memory, it attacked with lethal intent. With a clang, Zhi Ning's spiritual sword appeared before Emojiun, blocking the claws of the corrupted being. He is no longer the person you once knew, Zhi Ning said coldly, twisting her wrist as the sword severed the corrupted being's hand. Your sympathy for it will not be reciprocated. Emojiun hesitated, realizing his earlier lapse in judgment. My apologies, he said before rejoining the fray. Meanwhile, a multitude of corrupted beings were trapped outside the barrier, sensing their companions within and relentlessly assaulting it in an attempt to break through. After dispatching the corrupted beings on the second floor, Zhi Ning and her companions gazed out at the ominous throng beyond the window. In just over half a month, has it escalated to this extent? Higuaji's expression darkened, the gravity of the situation dawning upon him. As instructors of the academy, they had no prior experience with the war against corruption, having only heard tales from their predecessors and read about it in various texts, as well as witnessed the illusions created by their forebears. Beyond the theoretical knowledge of combating corruption, they had no other means at their disposal. It appears the situation is far more dire than we imagined. Tu Yao remarked, casting a glance at the corpses strewn across the floor, the dark aura already dissipating. Here, aside from Zhi Ning and Hong Luan, no one was aware that the corrupted beings had not been eradicated. They had only vanquished the bodies that the corruption had possessed. Upon the host's demise, the corruption would simply seek a new target. Only through purification could the corruption be truly vanquished. Let's head downstairs to assess the situation, Higuaji suggested. Leading the way, in the main hall, many disciples had sustained varying degrees of injuries during the battle against the corrupted beings, all of whom had been exterminated within the barrier. Observing the fallen bodies, one instructor stood before the corpse of his disciple, a look of guilt etched on his face. They deserve a proper burial. Just as someone was about to move the bodies, Zhi Ning descended from the upper floor, urgently calling out, "Stop!" The crowd paused, confusion etched on their faces as they turned to her. The corruption has not been entirely eradicated. Touching these bodies may lead to possession. Zhi Ning approached, carefully navigating around the corpses. How can you be certain? Someone inquired. Why? Zhi Ning regarded the individual coolly, replying, "If you do not believe me, you are welcome to extend your hand and see what transpires." Upon hearing this, the crowd remained skeptical, yet no one dared to touch the bodies. Observing their hesitance, Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, scanning the nearest corpse. She crouched down and extended her hand towards it. In full view of everyone, a tendril of darkness suddenly erupted from the corpse, ensnaring her wrist. "Little sister, Ning Ning," Emojiun and Hong Luan exclaimed in unison, while even Higuaji took a few steps forward in alarm. The others recoiled, retreating as far away as possible from the bodies. Yet Zhi Ning remained composed. Before the corruption could attempt to invade her body, she produced a binding talisman and swiftly eliminated the dark entity. Turning to face the retreating crowd, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Is there anyone still doubtful of my words?" The group hurriedly shook their heads in response. Only Emojiun hastened to her side. Inquiry laced with tension. "How could you put yourself in such peril?" "Senior brother, I am well aware of my own capabilities." Why? Zhi Ning replied with a gentle smile, producing the spirit-binding talismans she had drawn and offering them to Emojiun. "Here are my father's talismans, capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits. Please distribute them among the others. First, use the spirit-binding talismans to eradicate the evil lurking within the corpses, and then bury them." Emojiun regarded the heavy stack of talismans in his hands, his expression torn. "These were given to you by the esteemed Imperial Master for your protection. If you distribute them, Ikati matters not. I possess plenty more. why Zhi Ning wished to keep her proficiency in talismancy concealed. So she invoked the name of Mo Chenin. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun felt reassured. Very well, I shall distribute them immediately. After Mo Yun departed, Hong Wan, still uneasy, leapt onto Zhi Ning's shoulder, nuzzling close to her for reassurance. I am fine, Zhi Ning declared, gently pushing Hong Wan away, that if you continue to jeopardize yourself like this, I shall report you. Hong Wan exclaimed in exasperation, at why Zhi Ning chuckled softly, pinching Hong Wan's fluffy ears and teasingly asking, To whom will you report me? No one can control me. I am all alone. Hong Wan gritted her teeth, contemplating mentioning that Mo Chenin could certainly intervene, but reconsidered given her master's infatuation. It was uncertain whether he would indeed take action. If these two were to team up, it seemed her master would be the one under control, that I shall not allow it. You must not act recklessly again. The mere thought of the malevolent spirit entangling Zhi Ning earlier filled Hong Wan with indignation. All right, I understand, Zhi Ning replied, hastily conceding, then seizing the opportunity to address her without further ado. Master, allow me and Hong Wan to handle the matters outside. You take care of things here. Chapter 64. Danger approaches. Are you planning to go out? He inquired. Astonished, Zhi Ning nodded, casting a glance at the malevolent spirits relentlessly assaulting the barrier. She discerned that the spirits attacking them earlier were merely minions. The true mastermind lay hidden behind them. Thus, merely dispatching these lesser foes would not resolve the predicament. The root cause must be unearthed. Furthermore, according to the innkeeper's account, these spirits targeted cultivators, making their intentions rather apparent. Only by seizing the bodies of cultivators could they enhance their combat prowess and infiltrate the entire continent more swiftly. No, I cannot permit you to take such risks. Ti recognized the gravity of the situation, but did not agree with Zhi Ning venturing out alone at dawn. The spirits will naturally retreat. We can formulate a more prudent plan then. Master, by dawn it will be too late. Why Zhi Ning's tone turned serious as she analyzed. Currently, they only dare to act at night, indicating that bright light is their weakness. If that is the case, they will undoubtedly hide well during the day, and we may face a substantial army of malevolent spirits. I shall accompany the junior sister, Mo Yun interjected, having grasped Zhi Ning's character. Although somewhat hurt, he understood that his presence would only hinder and looked at Zhi Ning with a wounded expression. Yet Zhi Ning did not even glance his way, turning instead to stride out with Hong Wan. He did not attempt to stop her further. With Hong Wan by her side, she had the support equivalent to a formidable Xiansheng realm expert. Why Zhi Ning sought a secluded corner devoid of malevolent spirits, instructing Hong Wan to breach the barrier and create an opening for her to exit. Once she emerged, the spirits attacking the barrier immediately sensed her aura and pursued her relentlessly. Zhi Ning promptly instructed Hong Wan to carry her beyond the city limits, pausing only after they had traveled more than 10 miles from Hongfeng City. Here, they should remain undetected. Seated upon Hong Wan's back, Zhi Ning observed the spirits that had been chasing her. During her time at the inn, she had refrained from utilizing her purifying power. Now, luring these spirits was a means to facilitate their extermination. Hong Wan hovered in midair, her 9 fluffy tails flamboyantly swaying behind her. I am aware. During their time in the southern marshlands, Zhi Ning had witnessed the spirit's acute sensitivity to purifying powers. Therefore, she had meticulously perused the tomes left by her mother, learning methods to conceal her divine energy. This ensured that the spirits remained oblivious to her purifying essence. As the spirits drew nearer, Zhi Ning swiftly produced several talismans she had crafted and scattered them around her. Once the spirits entered the formation, it activated, cutting off their escape routes within the formation. Zhi Ning unleashed her purifying energy, wielding her sword with determination as she ruthlessly dispatched the cultivators possessed by the spirits. When all the possessed cultivators had been slain, the spirits, with no refuge, flailed about like headless flies within the formation. The purifying energy shimmered with a faint azure glow, ensnaring the shadows and dissipating amidst their anguished cries, just as Zhi Ning was purifying the spirits. An unexpected figure emerged outside the formation. The man, shrouded in darkness, wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his upper visage, accompanied by a black-furred, emerald-eyed beast. Is it merely my imagination? I just sensed a hint of divine energy. The beast squinted its eyes, puzzled. It is no illusion. A gravelly voice emanated from the man, who reached behind him to draw forth a black-red long blade, a descendant of the divine. Could it be that rascal Zhi Ning? I have the same intention. The man sneered ominously before swinging his blade directly at the formation. The black-red blade descended from above, and by the time Zhi Ning and Hong Wan perceived the threat, a fissure had already rent the formation asunder. Danger! This was the first time Zhi Ning had encountered a murderous intent that instilled a sense of life-threatening peril since her arrival in this world. Hong Wan swiftly coiled her tail around Zhi Ning, soaring into the air to evade the descending blade as the formation ruptured. The remaining unpurified spirits scattered, vanishing in an instant. Zhi Ning, feeling vexed, raised her gaze to identify the source of her disturbance. Upon seeing the man and beast hovering in the distance, she recognized that her adversary was formidable. However, when the man discerned that the figure seated on Hong Wan's back was not Zhi Ning, but Zhi Ning, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed his face, concealed beneath the brim of his hat. A woman. The man scrutinized Hong Wan closely, puzzled. How could Zhi Ning's contracted beast be with a female? In the upper realm, Hong Wan had frequently accompanied Zhi Ning in battles against various foes, and thus she recognized the man's identity. That a surge of anxiety gripped her heart. With Zhi Ning's current cultivation, she was no match for this individual. Ning, the opponent, is highly skilled. I will hold him off while you escape. The Hong Wan's duty was to protect Zhi Ning, and she could not allow her to come harm. Yet, Zhi Ning was no coward who would abandon her companion in times of peril. Despite her awareness of her limited cultivation, she could not bring herself to leave Hong Wan behind. If we are to flee, we shall do so together. Zhi Ning drew her spirit sword, steeling herself for a fight to the bitter end. You, cease your prattle. Zhi Ning, am not one to forsake my companions. That, if you were a stranger, I would not hesitate to run, but you are not. Hong Wan felt a mix of anger and concern, but above all, warmth. Do you remember the doppelganger talisman I drew before? Zhi Ning leaned closer. Lowering her voice, Hong Wan nodded. When the time comes to engage, if we truly cannot win, we shall utilize the doppelganger talisman. As Zhi Ning conversed with Hong Wan, the man ceased his scrutiny. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he addressed the beast beside him. It matters not that she is not Zhi Ning. The fact that he has entrusted his contracted beast to this woman indicates her significant status. Capture her alive. She may prove useful in the future. Chapter 65. Apart from escape, only death remains. As the man's words fell, the beast beside him assumed an aggressive stance, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it gazed greedily at Hong Wan. Just so you know, this fox belongs to me. The beast's voice turned sinister, continuing, I shall make this fox a tool to alter the bloodline of the wolf clan, ensuring she bears my offspring. The man chuckled softly. Very well, a mere spirit beast. The master shall not be harsh with you. With that, the man and wolf surged toward Zhi Ning and Hong Wan. The ability to traverse the skies marked the second time Zhi Ning had encountered someone capable of flight aside from Zhi Ning. Since the intent was to capture her alive, the man did not unleash his full strength against Zhi Ning. Even so, she struggled to counter his assault. When the black-red long blade struck her spirit sword, she felt a numbing shock reverberate through her hands, her feet sinking into the ground beneath the force of his strike. The ground where she stood bore the imprint of two deep craters, her shoes sinking into the earth. Surprised that Zhi Ning could withstand his blow, the man raised an eyebrow, his gaze now tinged with intrigue. The little girl possesses commendable endurance. A mere Xianzong realm cultivator can withstand my strike. Zhi Ning furrowed her brow, her beautiful visage shadowed by concern beneath her mask. After just one strike, she realized that this adversary was stronger than any foe she had faced. Thus, it was evident that escaping unscathed from this battle would be impossible. You realize I am merely at the Xianzong realm. Yes, bullying a defenseless girl. Imagine the embarrassment if word of this were spread. Zhi Ning pondered internally. A direct confrontation would not suffice. She needed to employ cunning and buy herself time. The man's expression darkened, his demeanor turning perilous as he coldly retorted, What did you say? Is it not the truth? Good men do not engage in quarrels with women. It is evident that you are no good man. Zhi Ning continued. It seemed that no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before, and for a moment, the man was not incensed. Rather, he found this woman before him to be remarkably different from those he had encountered in the past. Intriguing. The man sheathed his dagger and gazed at Zhi Ning with keen interest, a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, so, if I refrain from striking, I am deemed a good man? That may not be the case, but at the very least, you have reached the entry-level standard. Then tell me, what do you consider the entry-level criteria? The man, rarely intrigued, felt that a mere minor figure in the Xuanzong realm posed little threat to him. Thus he engaged in conversation with Zhi Ning. Nearby, the wolf beast and the red phoenix were locked in a fierce battle, rendering their exchange particularly harmonious by contrast. The man lowered his gaze slightly, observing Zhi Ning's subtle movements through the brim of his hat, choosing not to expose her. Deep down, he mocked her audacity for attempting to play tricks right under his nose. Yet, it mattered little to him. With her meager cultivation, he held no concern that she could turn the tides. Zhi Ning was acutely aware that in the face of such a stark disparity in strength, all her subtle maneuvers would not go unnoticed. She did not intend to conceal them. Rather, she sought to exploit the man's overconfidence to find the faintest glimmer of escape. As she recounted her standards for a good man, the man found it amusing. Eventually, he lazily descended to the ground, leaning against a tree. Observing that the wolf beast seemed to be faltering in its battle, he abandoned the idea of further idle chatter with Zhi Ning. Finished? Then come with me. The man stood tall, retrieving his long blade once more. Even from beneath his hat, Zhi Ning could sense the cold glint emanating from his eyes, that a bead of sweat trickled down her spine. But she was already fully prepared. I cannot go with you. My parents have always taught me not to accompany strangers. What? Parents? What on earth is that? The man was momentarily taken aback by Zhi Ning's peculiar terminology. Zhi Ning elongated her words mysteriously, and as the man awaited her next statement with utmost seriousness, she suddenly unleashed dozens of doppelganger talismans, swiftly reciting the incantation. Instantly, numerous replicas of Zhi Ning materialized, indistinguishable from the original. Seizing the opportunity, the red phoenix cast out the talismans Zhi Ning had provided her, instantly shrinking upon the emergence of the false duplicates, thus confounding the wolf beast's vision. The two worked together with remarkable synergy. The red phoenix swiftly flew to Zhi Ning's side, wrapping her tail around her and taking off in a hasty escape, leaving behind a voice carried by the wind. Next time, I will tell you. The man gazed at the dozens of identical Zhi Nings before him. Were it not for his superior cultivation, distinguishing the real from the fake would have proven quite challenging. After all, these doppelgangers emitted the same aura as the true Zhi Ning. He gritted his teeth, laughter mingling with anger at having been toyed with. Instantly, his spiritual energy enveloped his long blade, and with a furious swing, he struck at the duplicates. Child's play. The man sneered, and the blade shadow swiftly obliterated all the doppelgangers. The wolf beast sensed that something was amiss and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the neck of one of the red phoenix's replicas. In the next moment, the doppelganger dissipated, transforming into a talisman. Damn it, I've been tricked, the wolf beast roared. Pursue. After uttering these words, the man set off in pursuit of Zhi Ning's lingering aura. Zhi Ning had initially believed that with the red phoenix's speed, they might gain some time to escape. However, she had underestimated the man's strength. Before long, both he and the wolf beast were hot on their heels. I cannot afford to wait for another opportunity. We might as well clarify things today. Zhi Ning barely had time to hear the man's voice when a surge of powerful spiritual energy struck her back. Despite having erected a protective barrier around herself and the red phoenix using talisman techniques, the man's cultivation was far too overwhelming. His energy shattered the barrier and slammed into Zhi Ning with tremendous force. Ugh! Ning Ning! The red phoenix, sensing the immense power, called out to her anxiously. That moment, Zhi Ning's complexion had turned pale. She gritted her teeth against the pain, continuously casting talismans behind her, murmuring, I'm fine. Keep moving forward. The man felt a twinge of annoyance upon realizing that Zhi Ning had not been knocked down by his previous strike. Heh, since that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. Killing you will also serve to vex Mo Chunwai in as he spoke. The spiritual energy swirling in his palm intensified. His intent to kill Zhi Ning solidified, and the energy he released was sufficient to leave her without a complete corpse. As the tsunami-like aura surged from behind her, Zhi Ning profoundly recognized the futility of her situation in the face of such overwhelming power. Other than fleeing, death seemed to be her only alternative. Chapter 66. A fierce battle in an instant. The overwhelming spiritual energy uprooted the surrounding trees. The most lethal force of the man's attack surged directly toward Zhi Ning, and the aura of death loomed ominously overhead. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. The black dragon, which had been recuperating in the spatial realm without Zhi Ning's consent, emerged, its form transforming into a small mountain, steadfastly shielding Zhi Ning from behind. The colossal spiritual energy crashed against the black dragon, reopening wounds that had yet to fully heal from its previous battle with the Tongue Snake King. The black dragon? The man halted, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld the sudden appearance of the black dragon. In this small Juyo continent, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is truly astounding. Fox, take Ning Ning away. The black dragon ignored the man and spoke to the red phoenix. Afterward, it fixed its intense gaze upon the man, disregarding its worsening injuries, and charged toward him. What a nuisance, the man hissed under his breath, then summoned his own contracted beast, a gigantic firehawk. While not a divine beast, the firehawk was of a higher tier than the black dragon. It soared amidst flames, its shrill cry piercing the skies, and each flap of its wings sent forth scorching waves. I leave this little black dragon to you. Do not disappoint me. The man instructed before resuming his pursuit of Zhi Ning. Stop running. You cannot escape today. The man and the wolf beast closed in on Zhi Ning, maintaining a mocking tone as they followed closely behind, flanking her and the red phoenix, forcing them toward the mountain ranges. The red phoenix deftly evaded the man's attacks while catching a whiff of the blood scent emanating from Zhi Ning. Assuming Zhi Ning had sustained injuries, she remained unaware that her companion was currently using her own blood essence to draw a higher-tiered formless array. Since she could not match the man's cultivation, she would rely on her expertise in close combat. Talisman practitioners possessed a forbidden technique that allowed them to use their lifespan as a conduit and blood essence as ink to craft talismans of a tier exceeding the foundational level. The cost was the depletion of one's lifespan, an irreversible consequence. If Zhi Ning could not break through to the divine realm in this lifetime, she would only have a mere century left to live as a mortal. In a sense, Zhi Ning had always been a gambler, and a fortunate one at that. This time, she was once again wagering her life. Just hold on a little longer. It will be ready soon. Zhi Ning's voice was slightly weak as her fingers diligently traced the symbols on the talisman paper. The red phoenix, unaware of Zhi Ning's intentions, continued to dodge the man's and wolf beast attacks. Were it not for Zhi Ning's currently low cultivation, they would not be forced to flee continuously. The red phoenix could handle the wolf beast, but with the doppelgangers and the black dragon occupied by the firehawk. Stopping to fight would mean certain death for Zhi Ning. Realizing this, the red phoenix gritted her teeth and accelerated once more. Before long, Zhi Ning completed the drawing on her talisman paper. She first took several healing elixirs, swallowing them quickly, then recited the incantation to activate the formless array. In the blink of an eye, the red phoenix, which had been soaring valiantly, suddenly felt its spiritual energy sealed. Plummeting from the sky, the same fate befell the man and the wolf beast pursuing closely behind. As Zhi Ning near the ground, she instructed the red phoenix to shrink, wrapping her arms around it to cushion their fall. Landing steadily on the ground, the wolf beast was less fortunate, crashing directly into the earth and creating a large crater. The man barely managed to regain his balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. They steadied themselves and attempted to channel their spiritual energy. The man swiftly realized something was amiss. After all those talismans fail to halt me, how long can a mere formless array hold out? He scoffed. Having consumed the healing elixirs, Zhi Ning felt some relief from her back injury. Standing merely a few meters away from the man, her gaze was, "I see why, and no need to struggle for long. I only need to hold out until I kill you." "Ha ha ha. Kill me." The man burst into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "What a bold claim. Talisman practitioners are indeed rare, but with your rudimentary skills, the talismans you draw are as fragile as eggshells. They shatter with a single blow." As he spoke, he forcefully channeled his spiritual energy and struck the array as barrier. However, when his energy was swallowed by the array, the man's smile froze, disbelief replacing his initial disdain. "How is this possible?" Zhi Ning observed her handiwork with satisfaction, revealing a dagger in her hand. Her smile chilling as she looked toward the man. "Go seek your answers in the underworld." With that, Zhi Ning swiftly lunged toward the man. Devoid of spiritual energy, the man's speed paled in comparison to Zhi Ning, who had undergone rigorous training. Accustomed to battling with spiritual energy, he found himself at a disadvantage within mere minutes. As Zhi Ning repeatedly stabbed him with the dagger, the man could scarcely recall the last time he had experienced the sensation of flesh being cut. After they separated, he glanced at his wounds, laughing in anger. "You are becoming increasingly amusing. Although your cultivation is low, your talisman and physical techniques can astonish me so." Upon concluding his words, the man pressed the tip of his tongue against the corner of his mouth, where Zhi Ning had struck him with a punch. "What might astonish you lies yet ahead." With that, Zhi Ning launched another attack. This time, she summoned nearly all her strength, striving to bridge the disparity in power between herself and the man. Her slender figure pushed the limits of reaction and speed, the dagger in her hand slicing through the air, each thrust aimed at the man's vital points. Gradually, the man realized that, in the absence of spiritual power, he was not even a match for this woman. Coming to this realization, he finally understood why Zhi Ning had opted to use a powerless formation against him, but a sense of dread washed over him as he acknowledged that he could not afford to continue this stalemate. Otherwise, he might truly find himself defeated, perishing at the hands of this seemingly insignificant girl of the Xianzong realm. Just as he pondered how to break the formation, a chilling sensation surged towards his throat. A sharp, stinging pain radiated from his neck. As he wiped his hand across it, his fingertips were instantly stained with blood. His pupils constricted. Had he been a moment slower, he would have already become a corpse with a severed throat. Who exactly is this woman? He had been so slow to detect her approach earlier. "I have lost patience to toy with you any longer, little girl. Allow me to send you on your way." With those words, the man swiftly retrieved a short arrow from his bosom. The shaft was intricately wound with orderly runes. Without hesitation, he hurled the short arrow, effortlessly piercing through Zhi Ning's powerless formation. As the formation began to crack, Zhi Ning gritted her teeth, embracing a resolve to strike once more. However, the moment the formation fractured, the man's spiritual power was restored one by one. He formed a series of hand seals, unleashing nearly half of his spiritual energy. Why Zhi Ning's displayed prowess was too formidable. If allowed to grow, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Thus, he resolved to eliminate her while she remained vulnerable. Chapter 67. Thunder Punishment. Zhi Ning felt a sinking sensation within her, even her breath slowing. She had faced the threat of death before, yet this was the first time she encountered the gradual approach of death so palpably. It seemed prudent to consult the almanac before venturing out next time. "New friend, it is time for us to fight side by side." Grasping her sword, Zhi Ning channeled all her spiritual energy into the blade. The man regarded her defiance with an even more pronounced scorn. "You are foolishly overestimating your capabilities." With a derisive tone, he summoned a spiritual formation beneath his feet, igniting his long knife with searing flames as the surrounding air pressure plummeted, making it difficult for Zhi Ning to breathe. Underestimating one's adversary can lead to catastrophic consequences. Why Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she summoned a surge of intense spiritual energy. The spirit sword trembled in her grasp, emitting soft sounds. The scattered spiritual energy around her seemed to be drawn towards her, coiling around her like a beckoning force. This sword. The man observed the strange phenomena, his gaze finally settling on the spirit sword in Zhi Ning's hand. As spiritual energy continued to flood in, the originally azure blade began to transform into a deep blue, while the seemingly decorative gem on the hilt shifted from a pale blue to a profound indigo. "It is Liexion's sword," he exclaimed, dread washing over his features. In that moment, the disdain in his eyes when gazing at Zhi Ning was replaced by sheer terror. "Why does Liexion's sword reside with you?" The man instinctively took a half-step back, his body betraying an urge to flee. Why? Zhi Ning felt the spiritual energy surging in her body, her meridians swelling as they filled to the brink. She was acutely aware of her limits, yet the influx of energy showed no signs of abating. The crimson eyes were a hallmark of Liexi across the entire upper realm, from ancient times to the present. Only Liexi possessed such red eyes. Yet, it was common knowledge that Liexi had perished millennia ago. How could this girl also have red eyes? "Who exactly are you?" As the spirit's sword underwent transformation, Zhi Ning was forcibly infused with an energy beyond her capacity, bringing her close to a demigod state. Her eyes glowed crimson, her mask having fallen away to reveal her true visage. Her hair, haphazardly tied back, now danced wildly in the surrounding currents. Her breathtaking beauty was now veiled in frost, an icy demeanor reflected in her red eyes. Upon recognizing Zhi Ning's countenance, the man's pupils dilated, his fears spiraling out of control. "Why Yunjin?" he blurted out, yet as his gaze fell upon her crimson eyes, he instinctively shook his head. "No, you are not Yunjin. You are her daughter with Liexi." As if compelled by an unseen force, she lifted her sword, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, bearing down upon him. Why? Zhi Ning's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she swung her sword, an oppressive force crashing down upon the man as if the heavens themselves had conspired against him. The man summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy, desperately raising his hand to counter the relentless sword strikes. The ground beneath him crumbled underfoot, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. "I never anticipated that amidst my foolproof plans, I would overlook such a wretched offspring." The man gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. "Your insolence warrants death." A chilling whisper escaped Zhi Ning's lips as she launched herself like lightning toward the man. The man, now grave and focused, exerted every ounce of strength to evade her sword shadow, abandoning any thought of pursuing her further, instead resolutely defending himself. The clash of blade and sword echoed thunderously, their combined might shifting the very fabric of the heavens, in a desperate bid for survival. The man disregarded the restrictions imposed by the heavenly path on lower realms, forcibly breaking through the bindings that had constrained his powers, revealing his true strength. Though his cultivation had reached the breaking Xian realm, granting him the power to rival 1,000 soldiers, before Zhi Ning, who was nearing a demigod state, he found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather overhead, swirling like a vortex, as countless bolts of lightning danced within. The thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. This was the punishment from the heavenly path, a consequence for violating its rules. Those who broke the laws would face thunderous retribution. The lightest punishment would scatter their cultivation, while the gravest would annihilate their very souls. Yet, this retribution was not summoned by the man. It was Zhi Ning who had called it forth. It was evident that Zhi Ning's cultivation now surpassed his own. Zhi Ning cast a swift glance at the rapidly forming thunder punishment above, yet she did not falter. With her garments billowing, the sword shadow surged through the man's body. In an instant, the surrounding winds ceased to move. The man stood frozen, his knife extinguishing in his grip. Why? Zhi Ning stood with her back to him, the spirit sword now stained with a hint of crimson, droplets cascading to the ground. Upon closer inspection, her hand trembled slightly around the sword. Just as she heard the sound of something collapsing behind her, Zhi Ning coughed violently, blood surging from her throat. Her form swayed as she leaned on her sword for support, blood continuously spilling forth. Meanwhile, the thunder punishment coalesced, a tempest descended like a dragon, encircling Zhi Ning in a prison of wind. As the black dragon and the crimson phoenix dispatched the fire eagle and wolf beast, they found themselves unable to approach her. It is the thunder punishment. Ning Ning is in danger, the crimson phoenix exclaimed. Panic etched across its face as it battered against the wind barrier. The black dragon, without hesitation, dragged its injured body toward the swirling dark clouds, attempting to shield Zhi Ning from the impending thunder punishment. The roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens as Zhi Ning gazed up at the black dragon, which expanded its form, coiling protectively above her. The thunder punishment from the heavenly path differed from the tribulations faced during ascension. Tribulations were tests, while this punishment was retribution. If the black dragon intervened, it would surely suffer grave injury or even death. In that moment, a flood of memories washed over Zhi Ning, recalling every moment shared with the black dragon. From the day she had ensnared it as her protector to the unbreakable bond they had forged, the contract binding them had transformed their relationship, rendering them as family in the quiet intimacy of their time together. Zhi Ning swallowed the metallic taste of blood, her voice trembling as she addressed the black dragon. Chao Shi, do not shield me. Let us dissolve the contract. Chapter 68. I'm sorry, I arrived late. This was the first time Zhi Ning uttered the black dragon's name. Despite knowing its name for quite some time, she had always preferred to call it Little Black Dragon, a name she had affectionately used since their first meeting. Yet, at this moment, she wished to etch its true name deep within her heart. From the very beginning, she had manipulated the black dragon in a bid for survival, yet it had selflessly protected her with its life. That I will not allow it. The black dragon's deep voice resonated from above. The massive dragon enveloped her entirely, and as Zhi Ning gazed at its battered form, tears welled in her eyes. I am so sorry. I am too weak to protect you. Her voice trembled with guilt. As the master, she should have safeguarded her contracted beast. The black dragon lowered its great head, its luminous eyes reflecting Zhi Ning's image. Ning, you are not weak. Merely 15 years of age. You are already at Midxian's own realm, a level of brilliance unmatched throughout the entire Jiuyao continent. IT is not your weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of your adversaries and a lack of time and space for your growth. Give it time, and you will undoubtedly become the strongest in this world. The black dragon had guarded the binding dragon ridge for millennia, and it was she who had liberated it from that place. Now, she bore the responsibility of not abandoning it halfway. Fear not. Chao Shi shall risk this life to protect you from the thunder punishment, but we, Ning, will emerge unscathed. As the words of the black dragon reverberated. Tears had already begun to cascade down Zhi Ning's cheeks. Bracing her faltering body, she tilted her head to gaze at the black dragon, and a thunderous roar erupted as the heavenly punishment descended, unleashing cataclysmic lightning that struck the black dragon with ferocity. Its resilient scales were seared, revealing raw flesh beneath. The black dragon stifled its cries, yet could not stem the flow of blood that fell like rain. Blood splattered upon Zhi Ning's face, mingling with her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Go, Chao Shi, hurry! Zhi Ning shouted hoarsely, striving to muster her spiritual energy to summon the dissolution array. Once the contract was severed, the black dragon would no longer shield her. Sensing her intentions, the black dragon gritted its teeth and hissed, "If you break the contract, I shall immediately ascend to the heavens and shatter this storm with my body." Zhi Ning halted her actions, staring blankly at the black dragon. Its gaze softened slightly as it continued. Ning, I too shall perish amidst the storm. Thus, you must understand that my desire to protect you transcends our contract. Zhi Ning's mouth fell agape, unable to utter a single word. The heavenly punishment raged on, while the black dragon neared its limits. Countless wounds marred its body, blood transforming into a crimson mist beneath the onslaught of lightning, staining the very heavens red. Hong Wan, witnessing this scene, found that her emotions could no longer be described as mere shock. Observing the black dragon under the deluge of punishment, the steadfast resolve she had harbored began to crumble. As Mo Qinyin's contracted beast, her duty was to protect her master in moments of life and death. Yet, at this moment, she found herself willing to stake her own life to safeguard the black dragon and Zhi Ning. Until she saw the black dragon succumb to the punishment and plummet from the sky, in the next instant, Hong Wan transformed her body into the largest possible form, soaring toward the heavens. The black dragon shrank in size, descending to the ground, while Zhi Ning cast aside her sword and ran toward it in a frantic dash. Embracing the scarred black dragon, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Chao Shi, Chao Shi. The black dragon struggled to open its eyes, whispering, I still prefer when you call me Black Dragon. Ning Ning. Forgive me, I am too weak to protect you. No, you have protected me countless times. Zhi Ning shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. She sat beside the black dragon, raising her gaze to see Hong Luan desperately striving to ascend, while the heavenly punishment loomed overhead. If she were to perish, the contract would automatically dissolve, freeing the black dragon from enduring the punishment. Steadying herself, Zhi Ning stood unsteadily, drawing upon the surging energy within her to slowly levitate into the air. She would bear this punishment herself. Even the once confident Zhi Ning understood that she could not withstand the punishment now. This otherworldly realm was not in vain. She had resigned herself to the possibility of dying beneath the heavenly punishment. Just as she awaited the strike to fall upon her, a figure suddenly materialized before her. Master! Hong Luan exclaimed in panic upon seeing Mo Chen. His body bore wounds and the punishment. Without waiting for Hong Luan to voice her concerns, Mo Chen descended from the sky, enveloping her in his embrace, then shielding Zhi Ning with his own body against the bolt of lightning, while Zhi Ning stood frozen, staring blankly at the man before her. Mo Chen, he held her close, his heart racing in his throat, unable to relax for even a moment. Had he not sensed the aura of the heavenly punishment through the jade token he had left with Zhi Ning? He feared he would have arrived too late. I am sorry, I am late, he said, forcing back the tumultuous energy within his chest, his handsome features tinged with pallor, while Zhi Ning, momentarily stunned, watched as Mo Chen flew into the storm, drawing several bolts of lightning onto himself. As they approached the storm clouds, he freed one hand and tore through the very fabric of the sky. The ominous clouds, crackling with electricity, were effortlessly rent asunder by Mo Chen bare hands, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Little did she know, Mo Chen injuries, which he had just begun to heal in the spirit realm, had now been exacerbated. He revealed no signs of his wounds, and after dispelling the punishment, he gently descended with Zhi Ning in his arms. Ning Ning, are you hurt? He asked anxiously as soon as they touched down. His dismay, Zhi Ning had already succumbed to the overwhelming energy within her. Fainting, alarmed, he probed her condition with his spiritual sense, his heart sinking as he discovered that she had accumulated an untenable amount of energy within her. Without delay, he scooped her up and instructed Hong Luan to carry the black dragon, swiftly departing the area. The commotion from their confrontation and the heavenly punishment had drawn the attention of many cultivators from nearby cities. Now that the storm had dissipated, it was the perfect moment for them to come and investigate. Mo Chen brought Zhi Ning to a secluded place, wasting no time in dispersing the excess energy within her. Hong Luan placed the black dragon nearby, then stood vigil, with Mo Chen's assistance. The surplus energy within Zhi Ning was successfully evacuated. Master, the young mistress. Hong Luan ventured closer, about to inquire about Zhi Ning's condition, when Mo Chen struck her away with a swift hand. Ning Ning was in danger. Why did you not inform me sooner? He demanded coldly. His expression darkened. Had he not left the jade token on Zhi Ning, had it not contained a spiritual sense, she might have perished beneath the heavenly punishment. Hong Luan stumbled to her feet, murmuring, Your injuries have yet to heal. I did not wish for you to be hurt again, as Mo Chen's contracted beast. She naturally leaned toward her own master, yet he remained silent for a few moments, closing his eyes to temper his lingering anger. This shall not happen again. Chapter 69. Mo Chen's sacrifice when Zhi Ning awoke once more. The name that escaped her lips was Mo Chen in the final moments of her consciousness. She had witnessed him shielding her from the full brunt of the heavenly punishment. Mo Chen, she gasped, sitting upright, her chest heaving dramatically. Ji Yun, who had been waiting outside the room, hurried in upon hearing her voice, concern etched upon her features. Little junior sister, you are awake. Where is Mo Chen? Zhi Ning inquired urgently. It was uncommon for a daughter to call her father by name. Not long after they had dealt with the bodies in the inn, the commotion from the battle outside drew their attention. Even from a distance, the terrifying aura instilled fear in everyone, especially the subsequent heavenly punishment, which appeared as though the sky itself was collapsing, and no one dared to step beyond the protective barrier, merely casting wary glances. Eventually, as the storm clouds receded, the crowd was abuzz with speculation about whether a prominent figure had broken through and ascended to it. Was then that Zhi Ning appeared, cradling Zhi Ning in his arms, seemingly confirming the truth of her being his daughter. The esteemed master appeared unaffected, showing no signs of injury. However, with Zhi Ning having departed, she could only temporarily set aside her worries, and continued. What of Hong Yuan? And she hesitated, unable to voice the name of the Black Dragon. Before she could complete her thought, Zhi Yun smiled and said, Little junior sister, are you inquiring about that little Black Dragon? It is just next door, with Hong Yuan keeping watch. Though the Black Dragon was indeed a fortunate find for her, it seemed Zhi Ning had mentioned it as a means to divert attention from last night's extraordinary heavenly punishment. Zhi Ning offered no explanation, instead throwing off the covers and rising to see the Black Dragon. The adjacent room, originally Zhi Yun's guest chamber, had inexplicably become the Black Dragon's recovery space. Upon entering, Zhi Ning beheld the Black Dragon, curled up like a small serpent upon the bed, its eyes tightly shut in slumber. Surrounding it was a small array formed from spirit stones, casting a gentle glow that enveloped it. Hong Yuan lay nearby, and upon noticing Zhi Ning's entrance, immediately relaxed her guard. Ning, you are awake. Why? Zhi Ning approached the bedside, first reaching out to pat Hong Yuan's head before crouching down to rest her chin on the edge of the bed. Her gaze fixed on the Black Dragon. Its wounds appear to have healed significantly, with new scales sprouting over the areas that had been scorched by lightning. However, the color of the new scales was markedly different from the original. A clear distinction to the discerning Zhi Ning gazed upon it. Her mind was flooded with memories of the Black Dragon drenched in blood beneath the heavenly punishment from the previous night. A wave of bitterness surged within her, spreading from her nasal passages to her tear-filled eyes. She extended a finger, yearning to touch the Black Dragon's head, yet hesitated in mid-air, recalling how it had barely been able to stand before departing. Wait, I asked my senior brother if Zhi Ning had sustained any injuries, but he assured me he was fine. He shielded me from the heavenly punishment. It is impossible for him to be unscathed. Hong Yuan, tell me the truth. How badly is he hurt? Master, Hong Yuan began, but faltered, recalling Zhi Ning's words as he departed. Do not tell Ning about my injuries. What is it? Seeing Hong Yuan hesitate, Zhi Ning's anxiety deepened. He has indeed sustained some injuries, but you need not worry. Master is highly skilled, and those injuries are not severe, Hong Yuan assured her, unwilling for her master to bear so much yet remain unacknowledged by Zhi Ning. Even though she understood that Zhi Ning's intentions were to prevent Zhi Ning from feeling burdened or guilty, she could not help but think that pursuing a partner should not be done in such a manner. With Zhi Ning's silent sacrifices, how long would it take for him to win her over? Yet to Zhi Ning, injuries sustained beneath the heavenly punishment could not possibly be trivial. Observing Hong Yuan's hesitation, she recognized it as an attempt to reassure her, as long as he is safe, that is all that matters. Why? Zhi Ning concealed her thoughts, responding softly with a couple of murmurs. Hong Yuan, observing Zhi Ning's lack of reaction, began to doubt whether she had spoken too lightly. How long does the Black Dragon require for recovery? This was Zhi Ning's first experience caring for a spirit beast. Back in a modern world, she had never even owned a pet. She had always believed that someone like herself, a killer destined to dwell in the shadows, could never harbor compassion for any life beyond her own. Thus, she had always steered clear of those adorably soft creatures. Yet at this moment, she unconsciously lowered her voice, fearful of disturbing the Black Dragon's recuperation. After much contemplation, Zhi Ning focused her thoughts and brought the Black Dragon into the Fontaine space. Although Fontaine was a divine artifact, it contained its own realm capable of sustaining living beings. Furthermore, there was the spirit spring she had collected at Long Binding Ridge, which she hoped might be beneficial to the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, Gue and others, upon learning of Zhi Ning's awakening, hurried to express their concern. Some had intended to use their feigned concern as a pretext to draw closer to Zhi Ning. But before they could speak, several teachers intervened, forcing them to retreat in defeat. Inside the room, aside from Higuei, Yi, and Ji Qian, the other teachers initially inquired after Zhi Ning's well-being in a perfunctory manner before transitioning to the main topic. Miss Ning, the phenomenon witnessed outside the city last night, was it related to the Black Dragon? One of them inquired. Chapter 70. The more he calls, the more natural it becomes. Zhi Ning glanced at the speaker with a hint of languor, knowing these individuals would not let the matter rest. However, with Mo Chen-in as her formidable backing, Zhi Ning felt no concern that revealing the Black Dragon's identity would lead to significant trouble. After all, those with ulterior motives needed to consider whether they had offended Mo Chen-in before proceeding. Although utilizing Mo Chen-in in such a manner was not entirely honorable, Zhi Ning found herself left with no choice. Given her current limited cultivation, reflecting on this, she realized she had unknowingly accrued quite a debt of gratitude to him. After all, a spirit beast like the Black Dragon was not something one could encounter casually. The individuals present could be considered among the highest-ranking cultivators in the Jiuyao continent, having only heard of dragons in ancient texts and legends. Even the one long sealed within Long Binding Ridge had never been seen by anyone. Regardless of their intentions, she would not allow them to proceed. Why? Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, her tone growing slightly more detached as she spoke. Indeed, the phenomenon you witnessed last night was caused by the Black Dragon. However, it is not entirely so. Before the thunderclouds appeared, I encountered someone from the upper realm. The upper realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while I was using the binding spirit talisman to eradicate the evil spirits. That individual intervened to save one of them. Tu Yao's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ning with a hint of skepticism. So, you have engaged in combat with that person? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to harbor doubts about Zhi Ning's words. Each of them understood the level of cultivation possessed by individuals from the upper realm. Even the lowest-ranking spirit master from the upper realm would be a top-tier expert in the Jiuyao continent. Yet, in their eyes, Zhi Ning was merely a novice in the Xianzong realm. With her level of cultivation, it was implausible for her to have battled that individual for long, though we did engage briefly. But fortunately, my father arrived in time, and the opponent did not fare well. Zhi Ning replied, her expression unchanging. This statement effectively silenced the crowd's doubts. Why would someone from the upper realm assist an evil spirit? Someone asked that why. Zhi Ning replied, how would I know? At that moment, the outsider realized they had posed a rather redundant question. Just then, someone outside reported that Qinya and the others had arrived at the inn. Given Qinya's status, second only to Mo Chen-in at Lingshan Academy, the others hastily suppressed their inquiries about the Black Dragon and rushed downstairs to greet them. Why Zhi Ning naturally followed suit, cradling Hong Wan as she trailed behind Higuei in the main hall. Qinya's party consisted of 40 individuals. Yi Yuan and Hua Yin walked alongside Qinya, while the rest remained outside. Upon spotting Zhi Ning, Qinya approached her directly, respectfully calling out. Mississippi, the disciples aware of Zhi Ning's identity, remained relatively unfazed, but Yi Yuan's heart surged with tumult upon witnessing Qinya's deference towards her. She had initially assumed this masked and mysterious woman was merely a young lady from a prominent family seeking experience. Little did she know that her standing surpassed even that of Qinya's protector. Qinya, unaware that Zhi Ning publicly claimed to be Mo Chenyin's daughter, was about to introduce her as the future matriarch of their family when Zhi Ning spoke first. He is my father's subordinate. Is it not entirely normal for him to call me Miss? A cloud of confusion enveloped not only Qinya, but also Hua Yin and Yi Yuan, who stared at her in astonishment. Qinya's gaze shifted to the Hong Wan in Zhi Ning's embrace, seemingly seeking clarification about the situation. At that moment, a kind-hearted individual provided the answer, declaring, Ning is the daughter of the imperial teacher. The revelation left Qinya even more stunned. Daughter? Wait, isn't Miss Yi the fiancée of our master? How could she have transformed into a daughter in just a month? Does the master know about this? A barrage of questions raced through his mind. Hong Wan turned her head aside, her eyes filled with helplessness. Ning, your father truly becomes more and more accustomed to being called that. Qinya fell silent. So, the transformation of Miss Yi from fiancée to daughter. Was the master aware of this? Well, that matter is not important. Let us focus on the issue of the evil spirits. Why Zhi Ning worried that continuing this topic would lead to her exposure. Qingya nodded, albeit still bewildered by the situation. Huayan, however, adapted swiftly. Being 2 years older than Zhi Ning, she had always regarded her as a younger sister. Now, learning of her sister's noble lineage, she felt a tinge of excitement. Only Yuan stood frozen in place, unwilling to believe that the woman before her, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhi Ning, was indeed the daughter of that esteemed individual. If this were true, then if her previous instigation of Zhao Qingzhu and the others against Zhi Ning was discovered, how could she possibly contend with her? Sensing Yi Yuan's emotional turbulence, Zhi Ning cast a calm glance in her direction. As their eyes met, Zhi Ning suddenly smiled at Yi Yuan, a smile laden with unspoken complexities that only heightened Yi Yuan's unease. Is there truly a mirage array capable of ensnaring the protector Qingya? Tu Yao inquired with astonishment. Indeed, that array is peculiar. Even I cannot unravel it. Qingya felt no shame. Rather, he sensed an ominous foreboding. This was clearly a lower-tier continent, yet it frequently exhibited phenomena that should not occur. Take the mirage array that ensnared them, for instance. Few in the upper realm could break it. Moreover, last night's thunder, which everyone presumed to be a tribulation, was something Qingya recognized as a form of divine punishment. If it were not for that divine punishment, the array might still remain unbroken. Additionally, every house in that village bore signs of habitation. Even the food on the stove was still steaming. Yet, after a thorough search of the village, they found not a single soul. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Zhi Ning furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that the situation Qingya described seemed familiar. Chapter 71. Journey to the abandoned village. As they prepared to leave, Zhi Ning instructed Hong Luan to place binding spirit talismans in various corners of the inn, personally establishing a defensive array against evil spirits. Her actions were a form of gratitude to the innkeeper for sheltering them at risk. After completing these tasks, the group finally departed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the small village mentioned by Qingya and the others. Nestled between two mountains, the village lay in a sheltered valley, embracing the beauty of nature. However, as they approached the village entrance, Qingya's expression froze upon witnessing the scene before him. When they had departed that morning, the village had been intact. Now, what lay before them was a desolate ghost town. The houses were dilapidated, and debris littered the ground, with even the entrance adorned with cobwebs and skeletal remains. Could it be that we have gone to the wrong place? Someone suggested. No, we have not erred. Before we left, I noted the words etched on the stone pedestal. It is indeed this very place. One of the individuals standing at the edge replied, pointing to the stone pedestal beneath the entrance. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Zhi Ning tilted her head, her gaze fixed upon the dust-covered stone pedestal. As fragmented images flashed through her mind, let us venture inside. Zhi Ning felt an instinctive sense that the village concealed some secret. With that, she led the way, stepping through the crumbling archway. The village was not large, consisting of a long, winding path lined with neatly arranged houses. Yet upon seeing the dilapidated condition of these homes, Zhi Ning could not suppress her astonishment. These houses, are they built in a similar manner as those in other regions? She turned to Qingya and he Gue, perplexed. The architectural style of this village differed from that in the imperial capital or even the recent constructions in Hongfeng City. These homes resembled modern villas. Even though they were constructed from mud bricks and stones, their overall style mirrored that of contemporary designs. Gazing at these houses, Zhi Ning could not help but recall the seal that resembled a 9-grid lock within long binding ridge, as well as the note left by her mother in the Fengsun space. She could easily deduce that her mother, like her, might have traversed from modern society. Could it be that the mother of the Black Dragon, as well as the history of this village, had connections to her mother? Speaking of which, I neglected to mention today that the houses in this village are unlike any I have seen before. Yes, it is the first time I have encountered such a style. Other places do not resemble this. Let us embark on a collective exploration of the village, ideally in groups of 5 or 6. And exercise caution not to disturb any of the items we encounter. Unbeknownst to her, Zhi Ning began to orchestrate the arrangements, and her companions raised no objections. Under the guidance of Gue, Yi, and Tu Yao, everyone was divided into groups of 5, or SIX, to ensure their safety. Zhi Ning distributed the remaining trapped spirit talismans among them. "Qinya, accompany me," she said, initially intending to venture alone, but recalling the events of the previous night. She ultimately invited Qinya along. After all, she wished to avoid a repeat of that experience. "Junior sister, I shall join you as well." Zhiyin approached, expressing his intent, and no need for that. "You should stay with the senior sisters." Zhi Ning replied, concealing the myriad secrets she harbored, not wishing to entangle too many individuals in her affairs. The smile on Zhiyun's face faded at an observable rate, a flicker of despondency gleaming in his eyes. And just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was summoned by Gue. Consequently, Zhiyun was assigned to follow Huayan, Yi Yuan, by Ruoyu, and Duheng as Zhiyun's master. He was not oblivious to his apprentice's subtle emotions. Yet, due to Zhi Ning's identity, it was destined that his feelings would remain unreciprocated. Once everyone had dispersed, Zhi Ning, Qinya, and Hong Wan proceeded along the village path. However, they had not ventured far when the last rays of the setting sun withdrew, and the entire village underwent a transformation before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, what was once a desolate village blossomed into a vibrant locale, with lights illuminating every household and smoke billowing from chimneys. Zhi Ning halted, gazing at the metamorphosed village, finally recalling where she had encountered such a phenomenon before. This was the extreme night formation. Anyone who entered its confines would, upon the final vestige of sunlight vanishing, find themselves ensnared indefinitely, oblivious to the passage of time. Ancient tomes of talismanic arts had documented the nefarious cultivator once ensnared unwitting intruders within the extreme night formation to absorb their spiritual energy for personal elevation. As the records were sparse, Zhi Ning had only skimmed through the texts, leading to her momentary lapse in memory. It was only upon witnessing the village's transformation at sunset that the realization struck her. But did not the thunder punishment last night already dismantle this formation? Qinya inquired. The most significant characteristic of the extreme night formation is its ability to self-repair. Unless one identifies the core and destroys the operational spirit stones, it will perpetually mend itself and remain intact. Qinya was momentarily taken aback. Even with his extensive experience in the upper realms, he had never encountered such an enigmatic formation. Moreover, this isolated village seemed an unlikely place for someone to establish an extreme night formation. Let us first discover what secrets lie hidden here. As Zhi Ning passed by each dwelling, she entered to investigate. As Qinya had remarked, the interiors were surprisingly pristine, as though someone had been living there consistently. With a fire crackling on the stove, smoke wafting gently. Aside from the skeletal remains outside the door, it appeared there were no other signs of human presence in the village at that moment. Hong Wan perched upon Qinya's shoulder, languidly commenting, "During the 3 days we were trapped, we assumed it was merely the absence of dawn. Had I not sensed something amiss and lit incense to keep track of time, we might never have discovered the truth." Zhi Ning surveyed the room, finding no useful information, and turned to inquire, "Did anything unusual occur while you were here?" "Nothing at all," they replied, but Zhi Ning furrowed her brow, a sense of doubt stirring within her. Just as she was about to retrieve the ancient tome on talismanic arts to further explore the peculiarities of the extreme night formation, a shriek echoed from afar. Zhi Ning and Qinya's expressions turned grave as they hastened towards the source of the cry. Upon arrival, they beheld a shadow emanating black mist hovering above an ancient well, with 2 disciples lying nearby, writhing in agony as they crawled towards them. Chapter 72. Beneath the ancient well, as the dark figure lunged towards the 2 disciples, Qinya swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, shaping it into a blade that he hurled at the shadow. The blade struck the shadow, eliciting a piercing, furious shriek. The shadow, seemingly incensed, abandoned its pursuit of the disciples and charged directly at Qinya and Zhi Ning. The oppressive aura it exuded sent a jolt of alarm through Qinya. Could this be a malevolent cultivator? Its cultivation level is at the Spirit King realm. he exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhi Ning. Qingya conjured a small barrier to shield them, and they heard a dull thud as the shadow collided with the barrier. As they drew nearer, the pressure emanating from the shadow intensified. However, having already experienced the oppressive force of the breaking Xian realm the previous night, Zhi Ning felt undaunted in the face of the Spirit King realm. Yet, within the confines of the extreme night formation, the laws set by the heavenly Tao seemed ineffective against the shadow before them. It continued to batter against the barrier, each impact growing increasingly forceful, as though it were on the verge of shattering the barrier. "What is it?" Hong Luan scrutinized, unable to discern anything beyond the dense darkness. Zhi Ning, positioned behind Qingya, shifted her focus to the ancient well behind the shadow. The core of the formation must lie within the well, she asserted suddenly. The shadow seemed to register her words, halting its assault and retreating several steps. It appears my assumption was correct. The shadow's reaction reinforced Zhi Ning's conviction, but a slow smile crept across her lips as she intended to suggest to Qingya that they seize the opportunity to investigate the depths of the well. However, it seemed that the earlier cries had drawn the attention of others. Upon noticing the newcomers, the shadow immediately forsook Zhi Ning and Qingya, turning its attention towards the other disciples. "Run!" Zhi Ning managed to shout, but the foremost disciple was already ensnared by the shadow, their agonized screams resonating through the air. "Qingya, Hong Luan, save them!" The shadow's cultivation far surpassed the highest tier of cultivation in the Jiuyou continent. The Xiansheng realm, by 2 whole stages. Present, apart from Qingya and Hong Luan, the others were as defenseless as ants before the shadow. Moments later, the 2 disciples engulfed by the shadow fell silent. As Qingya and Hong Luan launched a joint attack against the shadow, Zhi Ning did not hesitate, sprinting towards the ancient well. She first tossed a vial of healing elixir to the injured disciples before approaching the well and peering down into its depths. The well was devoid of water, resembling a pitch-black abyss. Could the secrets concealed at the bottom of this well reveal any connection to my mother? "Miss, be careful," Qingya exclaimed in alarm. They hardly had time to react as Zhi Ning leaped into the well. Just as the shadow pursued her, diving swiftly after her, "Oh, not touch it. The talisman formation will trigger an attack after 3 impacts," cautioned a disciple seated on the ground, tending to his injuries. "Earlier, we were puzzled about what lay hidden beneath this formation, and when we attempted to forcefully breach it, we suffered a backlash and were injured," he then voiced his confusion. "Why is junior sister Ning not obstructed and able to leap down freely?" "Uncertain," Qingya replied, furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to dismantle the extreme night formation. Otherwise, these individuals would inevitably become the prey of the malevolent cultivator. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the well, Zhi Ning had anticipated a swift descent. However, the depths far exceeded her expectations. She felt herself plummeting, the surrounding air shifting from warmth to a chilling cold. She had no idea how long she fell, but when her feet finally touched solid ground, she faintly heard the sound of flowing water and indistinct, tiny noises. The darkness enveloped her, and she retrieved a luminous stone from her spatial pouch. The gentle azure glow illuminated the entire space. And to Zhi Ning's astonishment, the bottom of the well bore a striking resemblance to the caverns within long, binding ridge. A cool breeze wafted from an unknown source, with bare stone walls all around, and ferns sprouting from crevices where a clear spring gushed forth. Beyond that, a mound of bones loomed not far away. Why, Zhi Ning could not help but gasp inwardly. This heap of bones must number in the hundreds. These individuals had likely perished after inadvertently entering the extreme night formation, subsequently drained of their spiritual energy by the earlier malevolent cultivator. Suddenly, a frigid aura approached rapidly from behind, that Zhi Ning swiftly evaded, retreating several dozen steps. Yet, the shadow relentlessly pursued her, its chilling spiritual energy crashing towards her, freezing the stone walls and ground upon impact. After experiencing a surge of spiritual energy that night, Zhi Ning had advanced her cultivation level slightly. Though she had not directly ascended, it was evident that she had grown significantly stronger than before. Presently, while she was not a match for the shadow, she could evade its onslaught as she dodged, She scrutinized the layout of the well's depths, searching for the core of the extreme night formation. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed something resembling a human figure moving within the crevices of the stone walls. "Is someone there?" Zhi Ning gasped in surprise. Seizing the moment of distraction, the shadow lunged at Zhi Ning, a bony hand emerging from the black mist, aiming for her throat. Why? Zhi Ning narrowly evaded. Her mask knocked askew. Upon recognizing her visage, the shadow abruptly halted. Yet Zhi Ning had already perceived the shadow as an adversary, summoning her spiritual sword and retaliating with a strike. The clash echoed sharply, as if she had struck something solid. Subsequently, the shadow shattered like glass, fragments scattering, revealing a young woman of approximately 20 years. The young woman appeared as pale as a ghost, her dark tresses cascading over her shoulders. Her garments tattered and worn, at a pair of emerald eyes fixated intently on Zhi Ning, a flicker of excitement glimmering within their depths. Sister." The girl's lips parted and closed, her voice slightly hoarse. Zhi Ning's hand, poised with the sword, halted abruptly, the blade's tip mere inches from the girl's brow. Yet she did not flinch. "You." Just as Zhi Ning was about to inquire how she could possibly recognize her, she immediately realized that this individual likely mistook her for her mother. For that man from that fateful night had called her Yinjin upon their first encounter. "I am not Yinjin. My name is Zhi Ning." Chapter 73. The Calamity of the Divine Servants, is that so? The girl tilted her head, her gaze towards Zhi Ning shifting from excitement to fierce hostility. "Then you shall die." As her words fell, the dark energy that had just been shattered by the spiritual sword began to rise anew, swirling from the mountain of bones towards the girl. Zhi Ning sensed the impending threat, recognizing several talismans forming a barrier to protect the girl within. She swiftly moved to stand before her, attempting to sever the tendrils of dark energy that sought to ensnare her. Having engaged with malevolent spirits several times, she discerned that this dark force was not merely evil. It bore the weight of long-standing resentment. Observing the mound of bones, it was not difficult to envision the tragedy that had befallen this entity. However, Zhi Ning seemed to underestimate the depth of the accumulated malice, for upon realizing she could not approach the girl, the dark energy surged toward her instead. Accompanying the resentment were the echoes of voices that had initially been indistinct, now amplifying in her ears. "Who will save us? Heaven, why do you treat us so? Spare the child. She knows nothing. We beseech you. Spare her." Ah! They were merely children, the cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, and sounds of battle. With each wisp of resentment that brushed past her, Zhi Ning could hear those harrowing voices. The malice did not assail her. Rather, it encircled her like a cocoon, enveloping her. She became ensnared within the final memories of these vengeful souls. The clang of weapons growing clearer until a splash of hot blood spattered across her face that wide-eyed. She looked at the woman standing protectively before her. Astonishment and confusion etched upon her features. The bloody blade pierced through the woman's body, the tip mere inches from her own eyes. Crimson droplets fell one by one, yet the woman before her showed no intent to evade, steadfastly holding her in a tight embrace, until at last she too became acutely aware of the icy blade piercing her flesh. Even in the absence of pain, Zhi Ning instinctively sought to resist, only to find herself grasping at nothingness. The figure before her slowly crumpled to the ground, and as the woman's body no longer obstructed her view, the scenes unfolding before her froze her in place. Accustomed as she was to the cycle of life and death, in the shroud of night, the village lay engulfed in despair. Villagers of all ages, men and women alike, were ruthlessly hunted down and slaughtered by a group of assailants. The relentless screams echoed, blood splattering against walls and floors. Rolling flames consumed the rooftops, once wreathed in curling smoke. "Where is that child? Bring her forth!" A furious shout rang out nearby, and upon turning to look, Zhi Ning beheld a figure she despised with all her heart. Yichang Shun. Yet in this moment he appeared significantly younger. Alongside him stood another man bearing a striking resemblance to him. There was no time to ponder the identity of the second man. She saw an elderly figure being forcefully dragged from a dwelling. Following closely behind was the woman who had attacked them. Surrender the child, and I shall leave you with intact corpses. Wai Yi Changshan's expression was one of malice as he glared at the old man. His tone exceedingly contemptuous. Kill or mutilate. Do as you wish. You beasts will ultimately face retribution. The old man met Yi Changshan's gaze with unyielding defiance, his voice resonating with the resolve of one facing death. Old fool, seeking death. Yi Changshan's sword was drawn in a flash, and in the next moment, he struck down the elderly man before him. Grandmother. The woman clutched the old man's lifeless body, crying out in despair. Grandmother. The aged man's frail hand grasped the woman, named a Yuan, summoning all his strength to utter in a unique tongue. A Yuan. Remember, we of the divine servants must never betray the goddess. Do not forget what the goddess has taught you. Grandmother, I shall follow you soon. A Yuan. Yi Changshan coldly observed this scene, his bloodied sword aimed at a Yuan as he spoke icily. Surrender the child. The Yuan, cradling her grandmother's corpse, faced Yi Changshan's sword without flinching, her gaze icy as she declared, Not a chance. You seek death. Yi Changshan exclaimed, poised to strike a Yuan, yet was halted by the man beside him. Changshan, use the soul-capturing technique that I almost forgot. We can employ that. Upon hearing Yi Changshan refer to the man as elder brother, Zhi Ning suddenly grasped that this was the one rumored to be her father. Yet, from her recollections, this father had been harmed by Yi Changshan, usurping his position as the clan leader. She had believed him to be a good man at heart. Now, witnessing these two slaughtering the village, it was clear that none of them were virtuous. In her contemplation, Yi Changshan had already begun employing the soul-capturing technique to control a Yuan, attempting to extract the child's whereabouts from her. A Yuan resisted fiercely, fighting against the technique's influence. When Yi Changshan realized the technique was ineffective on her, he ordered the capture of the entire village. Zhi Ning moved closer, a mere spectator. Witnessing the grim spectacle unfold, she yearned to intervene, yet found herself powerless. Since you were so obstinate, let us see you watch your kin fall one by one. Remember, these are the loyal ones you have led to their doom. Proceed, Yi Changshan commanded, and amidst the flashes of blades and the splatter of blood, over 100 villagers fell one after another. But Yuan watched in anguish, yet showed no sign of wavering. As the next victim approached her side, she could no longer contain herself and cried out, I know where that child is. All eyes turned toward her, filled with rage. Do not speak, someone shouted angrily. Yet before the words could fully escape, their head was severed. Yi Changshan, flicking his sword, found the woman who had spoken. You know where the child is? Speak, and I shall spare your life. I cannot say. The crowd protested in unison. Why should I not speak? You are the divine servants, but I am not. I am merely a woman who married into your clan. Why must I die alongside you? The woman vehemently rebuffed those attempting to silence her, then turned to Yi Changshan, pleading, If you spare me, I will tell you where the child is. Yi Changshan chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Insincerely replying, Very well. The child is at the bottom of the ancient well. Upon hearing this, a Yuan struggled fiercely against her captors, reciting a complex incantation, and dashed toward the distant well. She plummeted like a fallen bird, crashing beside it. Chapter 74. A Yuan. Come with me. A Yuan coughed up blood, her fingers digging into the earth as she persisted in uttering the remainder of the incantation. Yet despite her efforts, she could not prevent Yi Changshan and his cohort from retrieving the child sealed within the lotus pedestal. As the child was brought forth, Yi Changshan shattered the protective seal with a special spiritual artifact. Standing to the side, Zhi Ning became transfixed as her gaze fell upon the child. The little one appeared to be about 2 years old, plump and cherubic, eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. Devoid of any detectable presence, moments later, Yi Changshan's brother approached, producing a pouch from his robe. Upon unfastening it, a wisp of crimson spiritual energy emerged and flowed into the child. Instantly, the child awakened, wailing as if granted life anew. It is indeed her. Yi Changshan exclaimed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. With her, the Yi family shall no longer bow to that woman. Subsequently, the two brothers prepared to depart with the child. Wait, you promised that if I revealed the child's location, you would spare me. The woman grasped at Yi Changshen's garment. Urgency lacing her voice, Yi Changshen halted, turning to regard the woman clutching at his clothing. A sinister smile crossing his face. Oh, did I make such a promise? The expression on the woman's face fractured with despair, her eyes wide as she attempted to speak, only to have a blade pierce her chest. Only the dead can keep secrets, and those who betray others for their own survival are not worth sparing. Yi Changshen withdrew his sword and kicked the woman aside, commanding, "Kill them all," before striding away with the child in his arms. Yet, just as they were about to exit the village, a yuan completed her incantation, and beams of white light erupted around the village. "This is bad. We must flee," Yi Changshen's brother exclaimed, grasping him and pulling him away. Utilizing the momentum, he successfully escaped the village. It seemed Yi Changshen's brother did not anticipate that his sibling would use him as a stepping stone for survival at such a moment. As the extreme night formation fully materialized, isolating them from one another, he caught a final glimpse of Yi Changshen, comprehending the meaning behind his lips. "I apologize, my brother. I shall take your place as the head of the Yi family." Zhi Ning observed the scene before her, her eyes filled with irony. It became apparent that Yi Changshen was the architect of her elder brother's demise. Subsequently, the village descended into even greater tragedy. A yuan utilized her own soul as a medium to activate the eternal night array. Within the array, the individuals brought by Yi Changshen remained oblivious to the impending danger, only realizing their fate after slaughtering the villagers. Discovering they were trapped and unable to escape, a yuan's heart brimmed with resentment as she initiated the eternal night array, leading her to become the infamous dark cultivator known for siphoning the life force of others. All those who remained to massacre the villagers were drained of their vitality by a yuan and perished. Zhi Ning watched helplessly, coming to the horrifying realization that she was the child taken away by Yi Changshen. Understanding that everyone in the village had died because of her. Observing a yuan, who appeared like a soulless automaton, moving the corpses of the villagers one by one to the ancient well. Zhi Ning's heart was a tumult of emotions. The pile of white bones beneath the well belonged to these villagers. The woman, named a yuan, was the only one left alive, yet her existence was akin to a living death. The resentment that had once surrounded her began to dissipate, floating in the air as if consciously watching her. Zhi Ning tilted her head towards what she had previously thought was merely a shadow, and upon closer inspection, discovered it to be a withered skeleton. The tattered clothing revealed it to be that of the elderly woman. Zhi Ning uttered a soft word, and the skeleton crumbled into a heap. Immediately, the vengeful spirits that had lingered near the ancient well for over a decade swirled around Zhi Ning before vanishing. Moments later, the silent depths of the well were left with only Zhi Ning and a yuan. A yuan's eyes stared vacantly at Zhi Ning, resembling a puppet devoid of emotion or thought. Zhi Ning stepped forward, reaching out to touch the face of this girl who was nearly her age. As her fingertips brushed a yuan's brow, a flicker of red light seeped into her being. A glimmer of light gradually surfaced in a yuan's previously dull eyes, and as she gazed at Zhi Ning, a smile slowly emerged on her pallid face. "I recognize you." Zhi Ning opened her mouth, wishing to inform her that she was not her mother, Yi Jin, but a yuan spoke again. "You are the daughter of Yi Jie. You recognize me?" Zhi Ning asked, astonished. "I have seen Yi Jie's husband. Though you bear a striking resemblance to her, you also possess certain nuances of his expression," that a yuan said, her smile now tinged with warmth. "I once thought I had failed Yi Jie's trust and had burdened myself with guilt for not protecting you all these years. Now that I see you, I am filled with joy." Zhi Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. She was unsure of the secrets she harbored within her, nor did she comprehend the extent of her parents' grand design. "Come with me, will you?" Zhi Ning gently urged, grasping Yuan's hand. But a yuan shook her head, casting her gaze towards the mountain of bones. "I cannot leave. I must remain here to guard them." Yet, Zhi Ning could not bear to let a yuan stay alone. "The deceased have already departed. Do you not wish to witness the fate that befalls Yi Changshen, the one who committed these atrocities? Come with me, and I will take you there." A yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." She approached the heap of bones, flames igniting in her palm. The divine servants have served the goddesses for generations, and now that my task remains unfinished, I cannot continue to accompany you. Rest in peace, everyone, a Yuan declared, setting the bones ablaze. Zhi Ning stood quietly by, waiting for Yuan to finish before presenting her with a clean set of clothing. You mentioned you had seen my father. Was it many years ago? Zhi Ning inquired hesitantly. The Yuan, now clad in fresh garments, smiled softly and shook her head. It was a millennium ago. I am of the divine servant lineage, possessing a trace of divine power from the goddess, allowing me to exist for an extended time until the next divine servant is born. That time, the divine power within me will be passed on to the new divine servant. A Yuan then glanced towards the remains of the elderly woman and continued, the divine power within me was passed down from her. Chapter 75. Yichonglin Zhi Ning accompanied a Yuan to bury the remains of the elderly woman at the bottom of the well. Afterwards, a Yuan led Zhi Ning to the heart of the eternal night array, where they beheld the spirit stone that sustained the entire formation. The spirit stone floated in midair, exuding wisps of spiritual energy. As long as the stone remained, the eternal night array would persist. Just as Zhi Ning was about to ask a Yuan how to remove the spirit stone, the surrounding air began to frost over, a chilling aura pressing upon them. What a surprise, my dear girl, to see you bringing me food, came a sinister voice, followed closely by Yichonglin, who should have perished long ago. His appearance remained unchanged from over a decade ago. He was gaunt, enveloped in an unsettling aura, unlike a Yuan, whose shadows were tinged with the vengeful spirits of the slain villagers, who intended to protect her. Yichonglin's presence exuded a far more malevolent essence. A Yuan regarded the unearthly Yichonglin with cold indifference, her voice as frigid as the air around them. Over the years, I have no concern for how many cultivators you have lured into the eternal night array. But her, you shall not touch. Oh, so you say she cannot be touched? Yichonglin's voice dripped with malice. If it weren't for your schemes, I would have drained the life force of that traveler long before the thunderous punishment. If you hadn't let those people go, I would have become a ghostly being, traversing the three realms unimpeded. He laughed maniacally, and with his laughter, the dark energy surrounding him surged. As long as the eternal night array exists. You cannot kill me. Not forget. When the array was activated, a fragment of my soul was absorbed into the heart of the array. You cannot kill me, nor can I kill you. Zhi Ning listened. Sensing that due to her concealed cultivation, Yichonglin did not regard her as a threat. To her astonishment, she learned that a Yuan had secretly set Qinya and the others free. After a brief silence, a Yuan reflected on Yichonglin's words. Indeed, over the past decade, she had slain everyone except for Yichonglin. Yichonglin then shifted his gaze to Zhi Ning. Noticing her masked face, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes, suddenly he laughed. From a prominent family, I see. You must possess quite a few valuable items. Zhi Ning lifted her gaze to meet Yichonglin's. A slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I bear the surname Yi. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yichonglin's face gradually faded, his eyes scrutinizing her. You are of the Yi family? Have you heard of the imperial capital's Yi clan? What is your relation to Yichongshun? Yichonglin's voice was laced with resentment as he clenched his teeth. Zhi Ning smiled, her tone filled with pride as she declared, I am indeed his daughter. With those words, a surge of fury erupted from Yichonglin, and he lunged towards Zhi Ning with palpable murderous intent, as if intending to tear her apart. A Yuan, alarmed and ready to intervene, was taken aback when Zhi Ning raised her sleeve, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy that effortlessly deflected Yichonglin's assault. Yichonglin was taken aback. This seemingly inexperienced girl had managed to thwart his attack with ease. Growing wary, he retreated swiftly, his gaze now filled with curiosity. Why could he not discern the depth of this girl's cultivation? Could it be that her power had reached a level beyond his comprehension? A mix of shock and hatred surged within him. Had it not been for Yichongshun's treachery, he would not have been forced into the position of the dark cultivator he had always scorned. After suppressing his inner rage, Yichonglin turned to Zhi Ning and asked, How is Yichongshun faring these days? Zhi Ning could sense the hatred he harbored towards Yichongshun, and an idea began to form in her mind. Elder, Do you know my father? She feigned surprise. I never imagined that after all these years, I would encounter a member of the Yi family. Since you are acquainted with my father, I could do him a favor by aiding you in escaping from here. In return, perhaps you will commend me. Zhi Ning's tone became increasingly humble as she concluded her proposal. Yi Changlin narrowed his eyes, intrigued, and inquired, "Is your relationship with Yi Changshun strained?" Zhi Ning lowered her gaze, pouting slightly, and replied, "I do not possess the same talent as my sister. She is a once-in-a-millennium heavenly spirit vein, the treasure my father cherishes. However, I still care for my father. At least he has never let me go hungry." Zhi Ning spoke with heartfelt sincerity, causing a Yuan, who stood nearby, to furrow her brow. Had it not been for a prior encounter with Zhi Ning's true self, she might have been led to believe her words. Upon hearing Zhi Ning mention the heavenly spirit vein, Yi Changlin became convinced of her story. They had come here years ago for the child with the heavenly spirit vein. Thus, it seemed Yi Changshun had indeed discovered a way to transfer that child's spirit vein into his daughter. As this realization dawned upon him, a glimmer of calculation flickered in Yi Changlin's eyes. He retracted his hostility towards Zhi Ning, donning the guise of a benevolent elder. How has Yi Changshun failed in his duties as a father? Does he not understand the principle of treating all his daughters equally? He first feigned indignation, scolding a few times before adding, "Rest assured, my dear niece, once I step outside, I shall certainly teach him a lesson." Yi Changlin could hardly believe that the girl before him was the very child they had sought all those years ago. Judging by her attitude towards Yi Changshun, it seemed there might be an opportunity to exploit her. As Yi Changlin contemplated this, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhi Ning was harboring similar thoughts. Yuan likely sensed Zhi Ning's intentions and refrained from recklessly disrupting her plans. Subsequently, Yi Changlin cooperated unexpectedly well, following Yuan to successfully close the polar night array. Given that Yi Changlin now existed in a liminal state, neither human nor ghost, he would constantly be regarded as a malevolent spirit by other practitioners upon leaving the array. To this end, Zhi Ning kindly provided him with a talisman capable of concealing his evil aura. Yi Changshun may have been lacking, but his daughter was indeed commendable. After stowing away the talisman, Yi Changlin generously offered praise. Zhi Ning smiled in bemusement, and as she observed Yi Changlin carefully placing the talisman against his heart, a glimmer of darkness flickered in her eyes. Outside the ancient well, He and the others had already met up with Qingya. Upon learning that Zhi Ning had fallen into the well, they all gazed gravely at its depths. Meanwhile, the village outside had begun to revert to a state of desolation, with scattered bones coming into view before them. Chapter 76. The mysterious man. The disciples looked upon this scene with a sense of dread creeping up their spines, although they were practitioners. The current peace in the realm rendered them unaccustomed to such a sight. They had never witnessed so many corpses, even if their hands had once been stained with blood. Now, the ground surrounding the ancient well was littered with bones, reminiscent of a mass grave. What on earth had transpired here? From within the crowd, someone spoke with a tremor in their voice. That He, his expression grave, stepped forward to examine a corpse. The clothing of the skeleton was tattered, yet a striking piece of embroidery on the belt remained intact. He recognized it as the insignia of the Yi family. He summoned Mo Jiyun and Huayan, instructing them to inspect the garments of all the corpses for this emblem. Yi Yuan stood a short distance away, watching as Mo Jiyun and Huayan navigated through the skeletal remains. Curiosity piqued, she informed Tu Yao and followed them to observe one of the corpses. Upon spotting the Yi family insignia on the skeleton, an ominous premonition surged within her. The death of numerous Yi family disciples here would deal a devastating blow to the family's reputation. Just as everyone was pondering the events that had unfolded, the formation above the well began to shift, and soon Zhi Ning and Yi Changlin ascended from the depths. Qingya stepped forward, about to call her miss, but was halted by a mere glance from Zhi Ning. He quickly assessed the two figures trailing behind her and swiftly adjusted his address to little junior sister. They were rescued by me from the bottom of the well. Let them accompany us henceforth. Following this, He and the others inquired about Zhi Ning's condition, confirming that she was unharmed before turning their attention to Wei Yuan and Yi Changlin. They had countless questions and yearned to extract information from the duo. Prior to this, the three had conferred in the well and agreed upon a unified narrative to present to the outside world. Thus, when the crowd began to inquire, and Yi Chonglin stated that they had inadvertently stumbled into this place and had been unable to leave since. Due to the polar night array, they had lost all sense of time and could not discern how long they had been trapped. After much questioning, aside from some trivial details, nothing substantial was revealed. Yet amidst their fluent exchanges, Higi, Tu Yao, and Ji Qian still held doubts, particularly Yi Yuan, who stood behind Tu Yao, scrutinizing Yi Chonglin with an unsettling sense of familiarity. Why Yi Chonglin, sensing her gaze, flashed her a subtle, wicked smile while remaining unnoticed by others. Why Yi Yuan shivered, a chill creeping up her spine. Du Heng, standing beside Yi Yuan, quietly inquired, "Junior sister, what troubles you?" Yi Yuan suppressed her chaotic thoughts, gently shaking her head. "Nothing, merely the oppressive aura of this place makes me uncomfortable," Du Heng replied. "With so many dead, the heavy aura is only to be expected. Bear with it." Why Yi Yuan bit her lip, lowering her gaze to avoid looking at Yi Chonglin. Once the polar night array was closed, the secrets of the desolate village became evident. However, as no one knew what had transpired here, the group conducted a thorough investigation of the village and, finding no malevolent spirits, chose not to linger longer. Before departing, Higi, concerned that the lingering aura might incite an upheaval, instructed several disciples to incinerate the corpses within the village. Flames erupted, illuminating half the sky against the night wind. Ayuan stood beside Zhi Ning, her gaze deep as she observed this scene, then subtly channeled her spiritual energy to direct the flames towards the houses. In an instant, the entire village was engulfed in fire, burning throughout the night. Once the matter of the desolate village was resolved, the group once again set off towards the extreme north, perhaps due to the commotion caused by Zhi Ning's pursuit of malevolent spirits the previous night. They had not encountered any disturbances along their journey. 3 days later, they entered the domain of the extreme north. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white, making progress quite arduous. Fortunately, being practitioners allowed them to utilize spiritual energy to fend off the cold, alleviating their struggles. As night fell, the snowstorm showed no sign of abating. It was best to find a place to rest. Ji Qian turned to Qingya, Higi, and Tu Yao. Making the suggestion, Higi nodded. "Indeed, after 3 days of travel, we ought to take a break." Tu Yao had no objections and turned to address everyone. "Let's split up to search for a suitable resting place, but do not stray too far. Groups of 3 or 4. Zhi Ning found a secluded corner to nestle in, her gaze fixed on the warm golden flames before her, lost in thought. Hong Wan cozily nestled in her arms, its tail swaying lazily. The others gathered around the fire, some retrieving stored food from their spatial rings to roast, while others sat cross-legged. Engrossed in their cultivation, Yi Chonglin had not experienced such relaxed freedom in quite some time. Leaning against the stone wall, he gazed at the snow-laden landscape, his thoughts drifting back to a distant past. All was tranquil until a whiff of blood wafted through the air. Practitioners are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, and everyone immediately became vigilant. In the next moment, a blood-soaked man burst into the cave. His attire markedly different from theirs. His deep V-neck shirt revealed a well-defined, muscular physique, and his skin was notably fairer. His eyes were a striking sea blue, adorned with numerous adornments. "Help me," he gasped, on the brink of collapse. An arrow piercing through his back and out through his chest, blood dripping steadily. His face was pale, and he gazed weakly at the group within the cave. Zhi Ning lazily lifted her gaze to him. Her disposition naturally disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, intending to observe the unfolding situation. However, Hong Wan raised its head, its fox-like eyes narrowing as it scrutinized the man for a while, then telepathically conveyed to Zhi Ning. "He carries a strong aura of profound ice." "What of it?" Zhi Ning inquired. "The ice cicada thrives in environments with strict requirements for profound ice. The aura on this man is quite potent." Hong Wan's message was succinct. Zhi Ning's interest was piqued, and just as Tu Yao was about to dismiss the man, she unexpectedly interjected, "Come over here." A 15-year-old girl uttering such age-inappropriate words understandably caused the man to hesitate. "If you don't come over, I won't help you when the pursuers arrive." Why? Zhi Ning said coolly. The man hesitated for a moment, glancing at the obviously more authoritative figures of Yi and the others. Quickly grasping the situation, he no longer hesitated and promptly walked towards Zhi Ning. Chapter 77. Destiny is preordained. Rather than complaining, one should change their fate. The man's steps were unsteady, laboriously reaching Zhi Ning's side. Just as someone nearby voiced dissent, it was a male disciple sitting next to Yi Yuan. Holding a half-cooked piece of rabbit meat, he expressed his discontent. "Junior Sister Ning, while it is true you are the daughter of the Imperial Master, shouldn't you consider the other travelers before acting? You know nothing of this man's identity or the reasons behind his pursuit. Are you not afraid he will bring us trouble? Indeed, it's clear that the 5 teachers are leading this expedition. One might mistake her for the leader. She is the daughter of the Imperial Master. Of course, her word is law." Gradually, murmurs of discontent spread through the crowd. While Zhi Ning's eyes were half closed, her fingers idly stirring the embers of the fire. Once the complaint subsided, she slowly rose, casting a calm gaze upon those who had spoken. "You are correct." The group, expecting a furious outburst, was taken aback when she merely responded lightly. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. "However, I have not finished speaking. Do not worry." Why? Zhi Ning tossed aside the stick she had been holding and stood, looking at the injured man. "Can you still walk?" The man blinked in surprise, then nodded. Zhi Ning observed his injuries and subsequently offered him a healing herb. The man did not immediately take it, instead regarding her with suspicion. "You come here seeking help, yet you fear I might poison you?" Zhi Ning continued to jest. "Given your current state, if I wish to end your life, I would simply do so without hesitation. Why squander a precious elixir?" The man, upon hearing this, appeared flustered and then accepted the pill from Zhi Ning, hastily consuming it. The disciples closest to them, witnessing Zhi Ning casually produce a high-grade elixir, were left wide-eyed with astonishment, especially at her nonchalance in bestowing it upon a stranger. However, Zhi Ning had little knowledge of elixirs, only aware that within her spatial pocket lay a vast store of them. Thus, parting with one was of no consequence to her. Her intention to save the man was not without purpose. Exchanging an elixir for his life was hardly a loss. "Come with me," she urged. After the man ingested the spirit medicine, Zhi Ning cradled the red wand and turned to exit the cave. Although her goal was not the Xianbing, she needed to ascertain the location of the Xianbing group to discover the elusive 10,000-year ice cicada garment. Why? Zhi Ning pondered. Perhaps it would be best to use the opposition of these individuals as a pretext to take the man and leave. "Wait, since you wish to save him, then let him stay. There is no need to depart," he interjected. When a man had first appeared, he too had sensed the aura of Xianbing. In fact, it was not just him. Several other seasoned teachers had likely discerned it as well. They refrained from voicing their objections, having surmised Zhi Ning's intent to rescue the man. Xianbing was currently the highest grade material in the Jiuyao continent for crafting weapons. Yet, Xianbing was exceedingly rare. Even knowing it originated from the extreme northern territory did not guarantee that everyone could locate it. No need. My desire to save him should not implicate everyone else. Zhi Ning gracefully declined He Gui's offer of restraint. Leading the man onward, He Gui recognized that Zhi Ning had never intended to remain and thus refrained from further comments. Although he was nominally her master, he preferred not to intervene in many matters. Having just entered the extreme northern territory and encountering someone who might know the source of Xianbing, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Observing Zhi Ning's determination to take the man, Tu Yao suspected that the earlier remarks from the disciples had displeased her. He remained silent, contemplating whether he should involve himself in the situation as it unfolded. Qingya intended to follow Zhi Ning, but was halted in her tracks. After experiencing a surge of spiritual power with the aid of Mo Chenin, Zhi Ning had absorbed quite a bit. Although her cultivation was still at the mid-phase of the Xianzong realm, she could contend with opponents at the peak of the Xianzong realm as long as she did not encounter individuals from the upper realm. Her prowess in the Jiuyao continent was already formidable. Moreover, She had witnessed the capabilities of the Red Yuan. Despite being constrained by the laws of heaven, it was still sufficient to handle the experts of this lower realm. Furthermore, a Yuan and Yi Chonglin were not weak either. Together, they should be able to fend off the adversaries pursuing the man. Outside the cave, the snowstorm raged on. Zhi Ning first instructed Yi Chonglin to erase the traces left by the man upon his arrival, then led them in another direction away from the cave. The man, having consumed the spirit medicine, felt his injuries heal considerably. Following closely behind Zhi Ning, he sensed that this seemingly youthful woman was far from ordinary. "Why did you save me?" He hesitated before asking. "Simply because I have my own needs," Zhi Ning replied nonchalantly, though internally she was already attuned to the approaching hostile presence in the swirling snow. The unique aura of ice-type spiritual energy from the extreme northern territory emanated distinctly. The next moment, an ice arrow pierced through the air from a distance, hurtling towards the man at incredible speed. The spiritual energy affixed to the arrow was no less than that of the Xianzong realm. Zhi Ning raised her hand, channeling her own spiritual energy to deflect the arrow away from the man. The man, stunned by the sight of this seemingly young girl possessing such formidable power at the mid-phase of the Xianzong realm, looked on in disbelief. There are 15 of them. 1 at the initial phase of Xianzong, 6 at the peak of Xianling, and 8 at the mid-phase of Xianling, Zhi Ning articulated, revealing the cultivation levels of all those pursuing the man. "This formidable lineup indicates your identity is quite significant," she quipped, her fingers gently curling, causing the ice arrow to shatter instantly. The man, still astonished by Zhi Ning's prowess, could not help but display a wry smile at her words that "I wish I were an ordinary person." Fate is predetermined. Rather than lamenting, one should strive to alter it. Zhi Ning replied with a calm tone, her gaze fixed on the figures emerging in the snowy expanse. Upon hearing this, the man, a Yuan, and Yi Chonglin all turned to her in surprise. Altering one's fate equated to challenging destiny, and for such a notion to spill from the lips of a young woman was indeed remarkable. Zhi Ning disregarded their astonished looks, stating, "They are coming to her words." Everyone turned their attention to the distance. Those dispatched to hunt the man were riding white bear spirit beasts, making their way directly toward them. Before long, the pursuers had completely encircled Zhi Ning and her companions. The leader among them was the highest-ranking individual, a man in his 30s clad in armor, wielding a dark-hued bout. A scar ran vertically down his right eye, lending him an air of menace. This man was Lu Zhong, the general of the White Emperor City in the extreme northern territory, Jimo Zong. "Let's see where you can run." Lu Zhong's gaze was cold and fierce, his rough visage betraying a sinister demeanor as he spoke in a low tone. Zhi Ning's knowledge of the extreme northern territory was limited, but she was aware that White Emperor City was governed by an ancient family of great renown, ranking above the 5 great families. This family bore the surname Gmo. It came as no surprise that the man's identity was indeed extraordinary. The Gmo Zong stood beside Zhi Ning, his handsome features shadowed with gloom. Lu Zhong, as the general of White Emperor City, how can you serve a traitor without shame to your ancestors? It's merely the victor takes all, having lost to the new sovereign. Prepare yourself for death, Lu Zhong retorted dismissively. New sovereign? A beast who murders his own father, slaughters his siblings, and betrays his wife has no right to call himself a new sovereign. Gmo Zong ground his teeth. Seething with hatred, Lu Zhong's eyes flashed with murderous intent upon hearing Gmo Zhang's disrespect towards the new sovereign. And no matter. Once you are dead, no one will uncover these secrets. With that, Lu Zhong finally turned his gaze toward Zhi Ning and her group. He had sensed the level of spiritual energy that Zhi Ning had released when she deflected the ice arrow from afar. However, now he surveyed the group and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Yi Chonglin. "You and your companions have come from outside, correct? This man is a wanted criminal in White Emperor City. If you wish to avoid trouble, you should leave at once." Judging from the spiritual energy displayed earlier, Lu Zhong realized that his own cultivation was on par with Zhi Ning, and thus he harbored a desire to avoid conflict with her group. Yi Chonglin, finding Lu Zhong's words directed at him amusing, shook his head in mirth. That advice holds no weight with me. That Liu Zhong appeared astonished, then turned his attention to a Yuan and Zhi Ning. The two young women were of similar age. Could it be that the individual who just demonstrated comparable power to his was one of them? A Yuan instinctively took a step back, although in a certain sense she and Yi Chonglin had lived far longer than Zhi Ning. In terms of cultivation, they were indeed inferior. A 15-year-old at the mid-phase of the Xianzong realm was unparalleled across the entire Juyao continent. This was without the enhancement of a heavenly spirit vein. Had she possessed one, she would likely be the first 15-year-old to ascend to the upper realm in the Juyao continent. Finally, Lu Zhong's gaze settled upon Zhi Ning. He scrutinized her for a long while, harboring some doubts in his heart. Why, Zhi Ning, lazily stroking the red Luan's feathers while enduring Lu Zhong's probing gaze, slowly replied, "He is someone I just picked up?" Lu Zhong was perplexed at why Zhi Ning pointed toward Jimo Zong. "Did you not notice that his injuries have all been healed by me? His life is now in my hands." Jimo Zong and Lu Zhong exchanged bewildered glances. The red Luan sighed inwardly. How had it come to pass that Zhi Ning had this habit of picking up things? "My dear master, if you do not hasten to heal your wounds, the number of people around you will only increase." Moments later, Lu Zhong burst into laughter. "Ha! The Grand Prince finds himself in such a predicament." Gmo Zhang's face darkened, yet he refrained from refuting Zhi Ning's words. It was true that he had to rely on her for his life now. "Were your injuries inflicted by them?" Zhi Ning ignored Lu Zhong, who was still laughing, and turned to Gmo Zong. "Some were no. So after dealing with him, you'll also take care of the others?" Lu Zhong grasped the implication of Zhi Ning's statement. Realizing that Gmo Zong had found an ally, he ceased his laughter, his expression growing serious as he turned his cold gaze toward Zhi Ning, asking in a chilling tone, "So, you intend to oppose White Emperor's city?" Zhi Ning tilted her head, smiling lightly. "That is not out of the question." "Fine, then do not blame us for being merciless." Lu Zhong's tone turned sinister, and he produced a small whistle, blowing into it. Moments later, the air was filled with sharp eagle cries, followed by a dark cloud of snow eagles diving down from the clouds. Upon seeing the snow eagles, Gmo Zhang's expression shifted, and he looked at Lu Zhong with even greater animosity. "You dare disturb the tomb?" Lu Zhong coldly chuckled, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Not only did we enter the tomb, but we also overturned the esteemed one's coffin and obtained the eagle whistle. I will kill you." Gmo Zhang's emotions surged as he summoned his weapon, disregarding his still healing injuries, and charged toward Lu Zhong. The snow eagles circling above immediately swooped down upon seeing Gmo Zhong take action. The wings of the snow eagles were coated with a thin layer of xianbing, making them incredibly hard, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Zhi Ning observed the imminent peril of Gmo Zhong, on the verge of being shredded into mere pulp by the swarm of snow eagles. Her brow furrowed. After tossing the Hong Yuan to a Yuan, she soared forward to lend her assistance. The glimmering sword shadows danced, and under the overwhelming force of spiritual energy, the snow eagle swarm was compelled to scatter. Grasping Gmo Zhong by the collar, she hurled him backwards, her delicate face adorned with a serious expression as she earnestly inquired, "Must we simply eliminate the one surnamed Lu?" Once Gmo Zhong stabilized his stance, he replied in a low voice, "Spare his life." "Very well." With that, Zhi Ning deftly flipped her wrist, sending a blade of spiritual energy hurtling towards Lu Zhong. "Engage. A reward of 100,000 spirit stones for the one who claims Gmo Zhong's head." At Lu Zhong's command, his followers sprang into action, and his opponent was none other than Zhi Ning. Since her arrival in this realm, Zhi Ning had been severely constrained due to her low cultivation. Now, having ascended to the Xianzong realm, she faced an opponent of equal standing with a singular thought in mind: to engage in a good fight to avoid collateral damage to her allies. She drew the battlefield far away, in the vast, snowy expanse. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Clad in a dark green gown, her garments billowed gracefully. The two were evenly matched in cultivation. Yet Lu Zhong, as a seasoned general, possessed far more experience than Zhi Ning in combat. A splendid sparring partner, Zhi Ning murmured to herself, continuously honing her techniques and skills. When Lu Zhong realized that this young woman was treating him as a free sparring partner, his anger surged. Ignorant child, today, I shall make you aware that mere cultivation amounts to nothing if one cannot fight. With that, Lu Zhong unleashed a more ferocious assault, exchanging his bow for a spear. Charging towards Zhi Ning with an imposing presence, Zhi Ning evaded Lu Zhong's attack with the grace of swallow. And like him, she too switched her weapon, producing a whip from her spatial pouch. Flashing a toothy grin at Lu Zhong, she remarked, "Is it only you who has an impressive weapon? I have one as well." In Chapter 79, the confrontation continued with the spear facing off against the whip. One a close-range weapon, the other long-range. Despite Lu Zhong's battlefield experience, he found himself at a disadvantage against Zhi Ning. Moreover, her training from the modern world proved invaluable, allowing her to seamlessly integrate both styles and achieve remarkable results. With an exceptional capacity to absorb new concepts, Zhi Ning not only quickly familiarized herself with the spiritual combat style, but also adeptly learned some of Lu Zhong's unique techniques in real time. Subsequently, Zhi Ning began to produce various spiritual tools prepared by her mother from her spatial pouch, employing Lu Zhong's own techniques against him. Initially brimming with confidence, Lu Zhong believed his extensive combat experience would allow him to easily defeat Zhi Ning. Little did he know, she was no stranger to battle. Their battlegrounds simply differed. With a sudden strike, Lu Zhong found himself unable to evade, sustaining a blow to his shoulder. The heavy armor he wore was effortlessly sliced open by her spiritual sword. As if it were mere parchment, point one more step closer, and Lu Zhong's arm would surely be rendered useless. The dull pain in his shoulder compelled him to distance himself, retreating from the danger zone. Leaning on his spear, he gasped for breath, his gaze towards Zhi Ning now laden with a newfound gravity. "Who are you?" he pondered, rifling through the names of the young talents he had encountered, yet found none comparable to the woman before him. When did such a prodigy emerge on the Juyo continent? Zhi Ning brushed the snowflakes off her attire, her brow slightly furrowed as she replied. "It is peculiar how you all seem so fond of asking that question." Liu Zhong understood that, given Zhi Ning's capabilities, he would inevitably fall to her. Rather than succumb to that fate, he decided to steady the situation. After all, his mission was to eliminate GMO Tsang, and he was indifferent to the merit of capturing her. Why? Zhi Ning's eyes twinkled with amusement beneath her mask as she responded. "Are you truly saying that any request of mine can be accommodated?" He carefully formulated his response. "As long as it falls within the bounds permitted by the Emperor, I can certainly fulfill your request." "I see, then I shall need to contemplate this matter." Why? Zhi Ning feigned deep thought, her peripheral vision darting toward the battlefield involving GMO Tsang and Yuan. Both Yuan and Yi Changlin were at the pinnacle of the Xianzong realm, more than capable of handling Lu Zhong's men. The more challenging threat was the Snow Eagles. Although GMO Tsang had sustained severe injuries, the spiritual medicine had healed much, yet some hidden wounds remained unhealed. At that moment, Hong Wan had not yet transformed in her nine-tailed form, but remained in her ordinary spiritual beast state, guarding GMO Tsang to prevent him from being torn apart by the Snow Eagles. Presently, the battle seemed to tilt in their favor, allowing Zhi Ning to feel a sense of reassurance. "What have you decided?" Lu Zhong inquired. "My apologies. I am a person of integrity. Had I encountered you first, this deal might have been concluded." "What do you mean?" "It means the negotiation is void." With a smirk, Zhi Ning raised her spiritual sword towards Lu Zhong, adding, "You must either defeat me or surrender." In that case, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhong gritted his teeth, his grip on the spear tightening as he swung it with a swift kick. The spear, resembling a meteor, wreathed in icy flames, hurtled straight towards Zhi Ning. This was Lu Zhong's ultimate trump card, a technique he would not deploy unless in dire circumstances. The icy flames enveloping the spear represented nearly one-third of his spiritual energy. Unlike the spiritual energy Zhi Ning had previously encountered, ice-type energy had the ability to control all water-related substances, transforming them into weapons. At this moment, Lu Zhong's strike drew upon every snowflake and water vapor in the air. As the spear approached, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The chilling aura seeped through her skin, slowing her blood flow. Zhi Ning stood her ground, showing no intention of evasion, instead watching with keen interest as she sought to comprehend the nature of this ice-type energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhong blew a whistle, summoning a larger snow eagle. This majestic creature bore a muzzle-like contraption over its beak and iron chains around its claws. I could soar down from the distant snow-capped mountains. Its massive wings stirring up gusts of snow. In the final moments, Zhi Ning dodged Lu Zhong's spear, propelling herself to safety on the winds generated by the snow eagle's flapping wings. Lu Zhong cast a grappling hook to ensnare the snow eagle's wing, leveraging it to leap onto its back and make his escape. With narrowed eyes, Zhi Ning gazed at the retreating snow eagle. Sensing a glimmer of distress within its eyes, standing in the snow with her sword in hand, she regarded its vanishing silhouette with a grave expression. Were it not for the black dragon in slumber, she could have easily summoned it to pursue. After the snow eagle disappeared from view, Zhi Ning turned back toward the Yuan and the others. By the time she arrived, Yi Chonglin was already clearing the battlefield. Lu Zhong has fled? Gmo Tsang asked upon seeing only Zhi Ning. Yes, he summoned a snow eagle and rode off. Gmo Tsang pressed his lips together, his expression turning serious. Now, we must discuss your reward. Zhi Ning sheathed her sword, her tone growing solemn. Gmo Tsang understood her intent. What do you desire? There exists an ice cicada that cohabits with the primordial ice in the extreme north. I require that. Upon hearing this, Gmo Tsang's face displayed a hint of difficulty. That not possible. Zhi Ning narrowed her eyes. Had you sought the ice cicada before, I would have offered no resistance. However, I am now a wanted criminal in Baidi City, and the ice cicada resides within the forbidden tomb of the Gmo family. Zhi Ning's expression turned complex at this revelation. It appeared her efforts had been in vain. After contemplating, she realized it was not entirely fruitless, as she had at least learned the whereabouts of the ice cicada. Thus, she could directly head to Baidi City and find a way to enter the Gmo family's tomb. What special medium is required to enter the tomb? Entering the tomb necessitates the blood of a descendant of the Gmo lineage to unlock the barrier, and each person may only activate it once. Have you already used your opportunity? Not yet, but Lu Zhong's relentless pursuit of me is due to the new monarch's intent to use my blood to unlock the tomb once more. Zhi Ning fell silent. This meant she would have to bring Gmo Tsang along to enter the tomb. Chapter 80. Journey to Baidi City. Wait. At this moment, she no longer exuded the same amiable demeanor as before. Her gaze now bore a hint of danger. Gmo Tsang met Zhi Ning's eyes, his throat tightening as he instinctively took a step back. What do you intend to do? Zhi Ning turned fully towards him, her crimson lips curling into a smile that radiated warmth yet held an undercurrent of frost. Earlier, Lu Zhong and I had a brief negotiation. He mentioned that if I were to hand you over, any condition I desired would be met. Gmo Tsang blinked rapidly, his body tensing as he stammered. And the outcome? Zhi Ning tilted her head. I said I would consider it if I do not obtain what I seek from you. I will choose to ally with him. How can you do this? Gmo Tsang blurted out. Why not? Zhi Ning regarded Gmo Tsang with playful curiosity. I am not some benevolent saint, nor am I a revered deity in a temple. My intention in saving you is purposeful. Look at those who accompanied me in the cave earlier. Did they rescue you without reason? Zhi Ning's words left Gmo Tsang speechless. Indeed, had their roles been reversed, he would likely have hesitated to assist a stranger in distress. Thus, if I cannot obtain what I desire from you, I must apologize, for I shall then become your adversary. The woman before me, along with her entourage, presents a far greater challenge than Lu Zhong ever could. To oppose her would be an act of folly. However, chaos reigns within the city of Baidi. My father and mother have been imprisoned by Gmo Kong. Those who once supported me have been brutally slaughtered, and even my beloved wife has been sacrificed. If Gmo Kong wishes to ascend the throne with legitimacy, he must present the ancestral treasure of the Gmo family to placate the populace. Otherwise, he shall never become the true ruler of the Gmo clan. Gmo Kong has long believed that the ancestral treasure lies within the tomb, and thus he hastily sought to unseal it in hopes of acquiring the treasure as proof. Yet the ancestral treasure had already been entrusted to him by my father. After the rebellion, he painstakingly retrieved it from the Jima lineage. Zhi Ning did not rush him, yet she could discern the turmoil etched upon Jima Zhang's features. While she may not be entirely virtuous, she is not a malevolent figure either. With a quiet sigh, she took a step back and proposed, "Very well, I shall not press you further. Instead, how about this? If you provide me with some of your blood, I can procure the treasure myself. Rest assured, I have no interest in any other artifacts within your tomb. Only the ice cicada." Jima Zhang, however, shook his head and lamented, "It is futile." "Pardon?" Zhi Ning furrowed her brow. "Merely taking my blood will not suffice to unlock the tomb." This was due to the fact that Jima Kong had entrusted the key to Lu Zhong. As long as my blood mingled with the key, Jima Kong would be able to manipulate events within Baidi City. At this, Zhi Ning was left speechless. Although her current cultivation allowed her to traverse the Juyao continent with ease, she was utterly defenseless against the beings from the upper realm. Until the celestial vein within her body was reborn, she could not advance her cultivation further. There remained many uncertainties to unravel, and she yearned to reunite with her parents after countless years apart. Jima Zhang understood that Zhi Ning was a woman of her word. "What are your conditions?" she inquired directly. "Ensure my safety," Jima Zhang replied, "that I understand." The two reached an accord, and to ensure their security, Zhi Ning searched her surroundings and procured a pill capable of altering one's aura. After administering the pill to Jima Zhang, she still felt it inadequate and decided to change his appearance on the spot. Disguising oneself was no challenge for Zhi Ning in modern times. She had assumed various identities to complete her missions in a short while, Jima Zhang was transformed into an ordinary-looking figure, easily mistaken for a mere attendant. Subsequently, the Red Phoenix tamed the white bear spirit beast that Lu Zhong had previously ridden, and together they braved the wind and snow towards Baidi City. With the white bear spirit beast, their journey became significantly easier. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Zhi Ning caught sight of Baidi City nestled among the snow-capped peaks. As they drew closer, the number of guards conducting inspections increased. Fortunately, Zhi Ning had foreseen this and had procured a human skin mask for herself and Yuan in advance, in the entire extreme north region. Only Baidi City possessed the essential resources for humanity, serving as the gateway to the true extreme north. Regardless of one's purpose for entering this region, all must pass through Baidi City before venturing elsewhere. Yuan, you, and Yi Chonglin will follow behind. We shall separate and regroup within the city. Zhi Ning communicated to Yuan, instructing the Red Phoenix to conceal itself within her garments. "Where do you hail from?" The inspecting guards blocked their path with long spears, one of them scrutinizing Zhi Ning and Jima Zhang with keen eyes. "We come from Hongfeng City," Zhi Ning replied. Having removed her mask after the disguise, now appearing as a delicate young lady, she concealed her aura entirely, holding a small bundle that made her seem utterly harmless. Jima Zhang stood behind her, his head slightly bowed. "And him?" the guard inquired, gesturing toward Jima Zhang. "He is my attendant, sent by my family to protect me," Zhi Ning replied sweetly. After a few more questions, the guards deemed them unremarkable, preparing to let them pass when suddenly, Lu Zhong interjected. "Hold on." Lu Zhong approached, producing a snow-white ferret from his sleeve. "I find you both rather suspicious. Allow my ferret to scent you. If all is well, you may proceed." Chapter 81. Entering the city, the ferret Lu Zhong presented was a rare species native to the extreme north. Possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell, he had immediately noticed Zhi Ning and Jima Zhang among the crowd, due to their striking resemblance. However, despite having encountered Zhi Ning before, he had no item bearing her scent to determine whether they were indeed Zhi Ning and Jima Zhang. Lu Zhong could only use an item previously touched by Jima Zhang for the ferret to sniff. As Zhi Ning observed Lu Zhong placing a small piece of cloth before the ferret's nose, she surmised it must be something Jima Zhang had previously handled. She had encountered police dogs before, but a police ferret? Although she had administered the aura-concealing pill beforehand, it was her first time using it, and she was uncertain of its effectiveness. As Lu Zhong approached, Zhi Ning maintained a calm demeanor while preparing to act at a moment's notice. Lu Zhong's formidable physique and unyielding presence remained intact even without his armor. Zhi Ning cast a quick glance at Lu Zhong, then feigned fear, shrinking her small frame as though terrified of him. Observing this, Lu Zhong's eyes flickered momentarily. He thought to himself that this woman's reaction mirrored that of the ordinary citizens of Baidi City when they encountered him. She likely was not the masked figure. Typically, cultivators bore a haughty demeanor, only displaying humility when confronted by someone of significantly greater power. The woman who had previously engaged him had achieved the pinnacle of the Xianzong realm, a stage at which one could easily strut about and would not lower themselves to enter the city in such a manner. Liu Zhong halted before Zhi Ning for a moment, then turned directly to Jima Zong. The ferret first extended its head to sniff around, then suddenly darted from Lu Zhong's grasp. Why Zhi Ning's pupils constricted slightly as she gathered her spiritual power at her fingertips. Ready to act, Liu Zhong, believing the individual before him to be Jima Zong, had already curled his lips into a smile. Yet, the ferret dashed past Jima Zong, sprinting off into the distance. This. Zhi Ning immediately dispersed her gathered spiritual energy. Lu Zhong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jima Zong for a moment before ordering the other guards to pursue the ferret. Once he departed, the inspecting guards waved their hands, signaling, "You are clear. Proceed into the city." Upon successfully entering the city, Jima Zhang's previously anxious heart finally eased somewhat. However, upon looking up, he noticed his own likeness prominently displayed on a notice board by the street. Zhi Ning also spotted it and approached for a closer look. It turned out that Jima Zong was being branded as a treasonous rebel, accused of stealing the Jima family's token, with a bounty placed on his head that reached into the millions, along with an opportunity to negotiate with the new ruler. After reading this, Zhi Ning turned to Jima Zong with a playful glint in her eye. "Did you see that? The bounty is quite tempting." Jima Zong stiffly forced a smile. "Did you not say that you only desire the ice cicada?" In response, Zhi Ning rolled her eyes internally. "Are you truly the eldest prince?" "Of course, without a doubt." The royal family could produce someone as foolish. The word lingered on her lips, but she opted to rephrase, "Someone so innocent and naive." Jima Zong caught the implication in her words and displayed a hint of embarrassment. Observing the sheer simplicity of Jima Zong, Zhi Ning couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to survive long enough to escape Baidi City. "All right, let us find a place to stay while we wait for Yuan and the others." Subsequently, Zhi Ning led Jima Zong to a nondescript inn, where they secured 4 rooms and awaited the arrival of Yuan and Yi Chonglin. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, the ferret raced to the back of the queue, stopping before Qingye and his companions, who were also waiting to be inspected. Qingye's group had arrived over an hour later than Zhi Ning's, and they were now at the end of the line. Slowly making their way into the city, Liu Zhong, who had pursued the ferret, felt a pang of doubt as he witnessed it halt before this group. Just as he began to suspect that the ferret's sense of smell had faltered, it suddenly leapt onto one of the individuals, startling a female disciple who instinctively prepared to strike. "Halt!" Lu Zhong commanded. Qingye glanced at the guards with an impassive expression, then turned to Lu Zhong and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Have you seen this person?" Lu Zhong presented Jima Zhang's likeness for them to see. Qingye recognized him immediately as the man who had sought their aid the previous night. Higuiji and the others also acknowledged him, but remained silent. It was only when Yi Yuan spoke up that she casually remarked, "We encountered him last night." Qingye's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze swiftly shifted toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan feigned innocence, biting her lip in apparent distress. "He sought our help last night, but we feared he might be a villain, so we did not assist him." "Is that so?" Lu Zhong pondered. Realizing why the ferret had made a beeline for them, it turned out Jima Zong had previously crossed paths with them and left behind a trace of his aura. However, Lu Zhong sensed that there was more to it than met the eye. Yi Yuan lowered her gaze, contemplating how to continue directing the blame toward Zhi Ning. After much deliberation, she finally spoke under Lu Zhong's scrutiny. "He has taken one of our companions." Liu Zhong immediately inquired, "Is it a woman?" Yi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this person had already seen her. But then she hesitated. Qingye emerged, her gaze imbued with a subtle intimidation, and coldly remarked, "Do you dare to arrest someone from the Ling Mountain Academy?" Upon hearing the 4 words Ling Mountain Academy, Lu Zhong's expression shifted noticeably. He re-evaluated the group before him. The Ling Mountain Academy holds an exalted position across the entire Jiuyou continent, although Lu Zhong had not been fortunate enough to enter the academy. He harbored a deep yearning for that esteemed place. Now, upon hearing Qingya's self-identification, even Lu Zhong, regardless of his arrogance, felt compelled to temper his demeanor. "Are you all from the Ling Mountain Academy?" Qingya, disinterested in further pleasantries, produced her elder's tokens directly from her sleeve. Upon recognizing the unique emblem of the Ling Mountain Academy upon the token, Lu Zhong immediately moderated his stance that I was blind to your status. "I hope the elder will not take offense," he said with a smile. "Rest assured, I will not confine you to a prison. The Ling Mountain Academy enjoys a stellar reputation, and I will arrange for comfortable lodgings for your stay." He thought to himself that since they had come to investigate the whereabouts of the malevolent forces hiding in the extreme northern region, and their destination was yet to be determined, it would be prudent to accompany Lu Zhong. "Then I shall trouble you," Qingya agreed decisively. Despite the lingering doubts among the others, none dared to question Qingya's decision. Seeing Qingya so agreeable, Lu Zhong's anxious heart relaxed. As a minister, it was inevitable that he would offend some individuals while carrying out his duties. This was unavoidable. He had prepared himself for the possibility of rejection from Qingya and had even contemplated the ramifications of offending the Ling Mountain Academy. Lu led Qingya and her entourage through the bustling city. Meanwhile, Zhi Ning had changed into a different face mask and was wandering alone within the city. Having been in this world for quite some time, she had yet to explore it properly. Just as she had purchased a piece of candy to savor, she spotted Lu Zhong approaching with Qingya and the others, while Zhi Ning was left bewildered. Could it be that their visit to the extreme north was in response to a distress signal sent by the Jima family? This posed a problem, for she had already clashed with Lu Zhong. Qingya, as a subordinate of Mo Chunin, was particularly attuned to her master's aura. Although Zhi Ning had altered her appearance, she still bore the jade token of Mo Chunin upon sensing her master's presence. Qingya casually glanced her way, and upon seeing her perplexed expression, offered her a reassuring look. That night, Zhi Ning instructed a Yuan and Yi Chonglin to remain at the inn to protect Jima Sang, while she stealthily made her way to the residence that Lu Zhong had arranged for Qingya and the others. The house was heavily guarded, with a sentinel every 3 steps, as if not even a mosquito were permitted to enter. They appeared to be ordinary soldiers, yet covertly, many skilled fighters were hidden among them. Why Zhi Ning wished to avoid causing a commotion, so she cautiously circled around the house until she finally found an unguarded corner. Why was there no one on watch? It was because it was a latrine. Why Zhi Ning, however, was unfazed by such trivialities. She grimaced against the foul odor and climbed over the wall. Hong Wan followed her, astonished by the audacity of her actions. Ning, did you often do this before?" Hong Wan couldn't help but inquired. Why Zhi Ning leaped down from the wall, dusting off her clothes, and replied, "Of course, I'm quite adept at it. Not to mention scaling latrines. She had nearly ventured into the sewers. That's hard to assess," Hong Wan remarked. Before long, Zhi Ning located the room where Qingya was, and before she could knock, Qingya's voice emerged from within. Upon entering, she found not only Qingya but also He Gue Yi and Tu Yao, as if they had been awaiting her arrival. After confirming that no one was outside, Qingya closed the door and asked, "Miss, do you know that the man from last night was a fugitive?" Zhi Ning nodded. "Yes, his name is Jima Sang." Jima Sang? I recall the eldest prince of Baidi City bears that name, Ji Xian interjected. "Indeed, that is correct." The group exchanged astonished glances. The eldest prince has become a wanted criminal. Tu Yao furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Qingya's expression grew grave. "So, the new ruler is Jima Kong?" "Yes," Zhi Ning confirmed. "However, the one seeking help from the academy is Jima Zheng." "Who is Jima Zheng?" "Jima Zheng is their father. He once shared a slight acquaintance with my master, and this plea for assistance is accompanied by a token left by my master, which is why I have come personally," one of the teachers remarked. So when Jima Zheng sought help, it coincided with the outbreak of the rebellion. Yet, I recall that the plea from the extreme north was due to malevolent forces causing chaos. Is it possible that this turmoil in Baidi City arose from the malevolence? Zhi Ning proposed. The group fell silent for a moment, considering this to be the most plausible explanation. "Now, what do you and Jima Sang plan to do?" Qingya inquired that I have a personal matter to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you for the time being. Furthermore, that Lu Zhong, I crossed paths with him last night and am now on his wanted list. Therefore, do not reveal our acquaintance to avoid complications. I'm afraid that may no longer be feasible. Higui replied. Why? What do you mean? During the inquiries upon entering the city today, he has already deduced that you know us. Zhi Ning was at a loss for words. Qingya reassured her, it matters not. Even if he harbors suspicions, without evidence, he will not dare to act against us. Very well. I am not fully aware of the specifics. This is all the information I can provide for now. Why? Zhi Ning prepared to leave, but paused as another thought struck her. She retrieved a stack of drawn binding talismans from her space and handed them to Qingya. These are what I sketched out of boredom today. They will suffice for dealing with low-level malevolent beings. Distribute them among the others. They may save your lives when the time comes. Understood. I shall take my leave now. If we encounter each other on the road later, we shall act as if we were strangers. Listening to Zhi Ning's words, akin to a farewell, the group silently wiped their brows. After bidding Zhi Ning farewell, Qingya distributed the binding talismans to Higui and the others, then outlined the precautions they should take moving forward that moment. Within the palace, Lu Zhong hurriedly traversed the courtyard, making his way directly to Jima Kong's chambers. Minister Lu, have you yet to find any trace of Jima Sang? From behind a screen, a figure reclined lazily on a concubine chair. A woman knelt beside him, feeding him morsels that Lu Zhong swallowed hard. Lifted his robe and knelt, his voice tinged with trepidation. I am but a useless servant. Upon hearing this, Jima Kong gestured for the woman beside him to withdraw, then lazily rose from his seat. Moments later, Jima Kong emerged from behind the screen, tall and slender, his oversized robe draping over him, giving him an air of aloofness. Jima Kong bore a resemblance to Jima Sang, but with a more sinister aura in his features. Making him appear less approachable, he crouched down before Lu Zhong, grasping his chin to compel him to meet his gaze. I shall grant you 3 days. If you fail to capture Jima Sang by then, the fate of the Lu family that shall mirror that of the Fong family. Lu Zhong stiffened at Jima Kong's words. The Fong family he mentioned was a maternal family of Jima Kong's wife, Fong Yuran. The Fong family had a long-standing tradition of serving in official capacities, with several of their women marrying into the Jima clan, making them the most prominent family in Baidi City. Fong Yuran and Jima Kong had known each other since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. They had enjoyed 3 harmonious years of marriage, with no rumors of discord. Yet, after Fong Yuran wed Jima Kong, the Fong family had spared no effort in demonstrating loyalty to him, only to be met with betrayal when Jima Kong staged his rebellion, resulting in the massacre of all the Fong family sons within the Grand Hall. Even Fong Yuran, who had shared a bed with him for 3 years, was shot dead under the military banner. The remaining male members of the Fong family were sent by Jima Kong to the most desolate regions of the extreme north, forced to excavate spiritual veins for him, while the women were cast into the military camp to become camp followers. Jima Kong gazed down at the kneeling Lu Zhong, his eyes fixed upon the sweat cascading down Lu Zhong's face. The smile at his lips widening. I heard that today you brought some individuals from outside the city and personally arranged for their lodgings. Lu Zhong swallowed again, unable to hide the truth, and replied honestly, those individuals are from the Ling Mountain Academy. They send disciples to train here every year, as your majesty should be aware of. I recall now. During their training last year, the emperor even held a banquet to host them. As he spoke, a chill rose in Jima Kong's eyes that time. The emperor jested about sending someone to the imperial capital to propose to Jima Sang. That good dash for dash nothing. Lu Zhong secretly wiped his brow. He had no knowledge of these matters, as he had been stationed at the Endless Sea last year. Jima Kong realized this, and the coldness in his gaze dissipated as he chuckled lightly. I forgot. Last year, you were dispatched to the Endless Sea by the emperor, so how could you know these things? Lu Zhong dared not speak, lowering his head to suppress the anxiety within. Very well. I grant you 3 days regarding Jima Sang's matter. Additionally, issue a decree for a banquet to be held in 2 days, inviting esteemed guests from the Ling Mountain Academy. The banquet should be lively. Do not allow them to think that I am more miserly than my father. Your humble servant shall comply. Without daring to linger, Lu Zhong promptly rose and exited the chambers with haste. Observing his panicked retreat, Zhi Kong scoffed. What a useless fool! As soon as the words left his mouth, a low chuckle echoed from the inner chamber. The laughter resonated with an unsettling quality. Nevertheless, Zhi Kong entered the inner chamber with palpable enthusiasm, her countenance radiating a warmth that starkly contrasted with the somber demeanor she displayed in the presence of Lu Zhong. Ranner, have you awakened? Zhi Kong exclaimed, lifting the curtain and swiftly approaching the bed. She possessed a strikingly bold beauty, her eyes possessing an alluring flare that rendered every smile and frown captivating. Fang Yuran coughed lightly, extending her hand toward Zhi Kong, her voice dripping with sweetness as she said, "Husband, I am hungry." Zhi Kong grasped her hand and leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon it, his tone laced with affection. "Very well, I shall procure something for you to eat at once." With that, Zhi Kong turned and exited the inner chamber, summoning the maid who had attended to him moments earlier. Upon entering, a brief gasp escaped the maid's lips, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Hearing the commotion within, Zhi Kong remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting outside. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Fang Yuran's voice echoed from within, "Husband." Zhi Kong promptly entered with a smile, deliberately avoiding a glance at the lifeless maid sprawled upon the floor. "Are you satisfied?" he inquired softly, seating himself beside Fang Yuran and wrapping an arm around her. She playfully licked her lips with her delicate tongue, her boneless hands encircling Zhi Kong's neck, pressing herself against him. "These are devoid of cultivation. I shall soon grow hungry again. Just a little longer. In 2 days, there will be a palace banquet, and then I shall take you with me. Whomever catches your fancy, I shall bring to you. You are truly wonderful, husband," Fang Yuran replied, leaning against him with a joyous smile. The following day, outside the city gates, a woman clad in white found herself embroiled in a conflict with the inspecting soldiers. Passers-by retreated to safety, observing the encircled figure. The leading soldier regarded her with evident impatience. The affairs of Baidi City had been tumultuous of late, and they had been summoned without respite for inspections. Frustration mounted, particularly when confronted with unruly individuals. The woman, donning a wide-brimmed hat, concealed her features beneath a veil, yet the wind revealed glimpses of her exquisite chin. "You may inspect me as you wish." "But why do you keep my jade pendant?" she demanded, brandishing a sword, her demeanor exuding an icy elegance. "What evidence do you possess?" The lead soldier sneered, adopting a brazen posture. "Scoundrel!" The woman's eyes darkened, and she ceased to hold back. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned her spiritual energy, creating a blade-like apparition that sliced toward the soldier. The ensuing surge of energy sent those lacking cultivation or possessing low prowess scurrying for cover. Fearful of unwarranted harm, the inspecting soldiers, the lowest in rank and skill within Baidi City, were taken aback by her audacity. Before they could react, they found themselves overwhelmed, left bewildered in their wake. "What do we do? She's vanished. Should we report this to General Liu?" one inquired. And no sooner had he spoken than he received a sharp slap to the head. The lead soldier grimaced, rubbing his waist and muttering, "Are you seeking death? If General Liu learns we cannot even handle a mere inspection, he will have your head." What should we do then?" The man stammered. "Keep silent about this matter. No one is to speak of it. After all, the purpose of the inspection is Jima Zong. Letting a woman slip away is of little consequence." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words and pledging their silence. Meanwhile, the woman in white, having entered the city, swiftly discarded her hat and approached the notice board, her gaze fixated on Jima Zhang's wanted poster. Anxiety and sorrow glimmered in her eyes as she whispered, "Jima Zhang, that I hope I am not too late." In a moment of solitude, the woman in white tore down the wanted poster, her countenance marred by fury. Clenching the paper, she ignited it in a blaze, reducing it to ashes. Zhi Ning, observing from a nearby tavern, found herself intrigued by the scene. However, upon the woman's turn, recognition struck Zhi Ning as she beheld the familiar visage of Bai Ruowei, the princess who once came to her aid in the capital. What was she doing here, and why had she torn down Jima Zhang's wanted notice? Driven by curiosity regarding Jima Zhang's involvement, Zhi Ning discreetly followed by Ruo Wei to discern her intentions. As dusk descended, Ruo Wei made her way to a residence bestowed upon her by Jima Zong within by D City. Zhi Ning, stationed outside, assumed the princess would remain inactive that evening. But just as she contemplated departing, Ruo Wei emerged clad in black, her face concealed by a black cloth. Recognizing her intentions, Zhi Ning knew she was about to embark on a dangerous endeavor. Under the cover of night, Zhi Ning masked her presence, trailing Ruo Wei to the gates of Jima Zhang's estate. Since the incident involving Jima Zhang, the prince's residence had been guarded by soldiers dispatched by Jima Kong. Believing Jima Zhang was imprisoned within, Ruo Wei prepared to infiltrate and rescue him. The guards outside immediately heightened their vigilance upon seeing her attire. "Who goes there?" Ruo Wei, uninterested in their inquiries, launched into action without a word, exuding a fierce determination that in an instant, the exterior of the prince's residence erupted into chaos. Although Ruo Wei was merely at the mid-level of the Xianling realm, her extensive training endowed her with considerable combat experience. Among the guards, only a handful were cultivators, and their levels were notably low. While she could contend with them, the overwhelming numbers posed a challenge. Aware of this, Ruo Wei exerted herself to the utmost to breach the defenses. Zhi Ning, observing from the shadows, was taken aback by the lengths Ruo Wei was willing to go for Jima Zhang. Disregarding her own identity and safety as reinforcements approached, Zhi Ning, reluctant to reveal herself, discreetly assisted her, neutralizing some of the guards. Just then, she sensed a formidable presence approaching in the blink of an eye. A man stood before Ruo Wei, radiating an aura that indicated he was at least at the initial stage of the Xianzong realm. Ruo Wei, at the mid-level of the Xianling realm, stood no chance against a foe 2 realms above her. "You have trespassed. You shall be slain," the man growled, his voice dripping with malice as he unleashed a near full-force strike. Zhi Ning, unwilling to remain a spectator, donned a mask and intervened, shielding Ruo Wei from the attack. The collision of their formidable spiritual energies created a tempestuous gale that swept through the vicinity, sending untrained soldiers tumbling to the ground. Initially, Ruo Wei assumed the two were targeting her, but upon recognizing Zhi Ning's mask, she recalled their previous encounter. She began, but Zhi Ning was already engaged in combat with the man. The assailant, surprised by the sudden appearance of a younger woman whose cultivation surpassed his own by 2 realms, cast a glance at Ruo Wei behind Zhi Ning, gritting his teeth. He decided against prolonging the skirmish. Having already attracted the attention of Lu Zhong, he did not wish to invite further trouble. With a glint of cold resolve in her eyes, Zhi Ning unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, employing techniques she had learned from Lu Zhong to subdue the man. Countless blades of condensed energy surged toward him. Moments later, the pathway outside the estate lay in ruins, littered with the remnants of the skirmish and the fallen guards. The man, bloodied and battered, collapsed before Zhi Ning, terror etched upon his features. "What are you planning?" he stammered. "Why ask so many questions? Did no one inform you that knowing too much might lead to your demise?" Zhi Ning smirked, her gaze icy as she swiftly ended his life. Ruo Wei, having dispatched the last of the guards, turned to face Zhi Ning. The distinctive mask had left a lasting impression, instantly triggering her memory. "You are the one who helped me in the capital when Ji Fu was causing trouble," she remarked. "Indeed, consider this a repayment for your earlier assistance," Zhi Ning replied nonchalantly, refraining from mentioning Jima Zhang's current circumstances. Instead, she cautioned Ruo Wei, D City is far from safe, and, as a princess alone, you should exercise caution. "Thank you," Ruo Wei said, regaining her composure before turning to enter the prince's residence. Observing Ruo Wei's character, Zhi Ning felt compelled to issue a final warning. "Jima Zhang is not here." "Wait, how do you know he's not here?" Ruo Wei called after her. But Zhi Ning had already distanced herself, vanishing into the night. With a heart full of doubt, Ruo Wei hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely pushing open the gates of the prince's residence. Inside, chaos reigned. The once picturesque orchid courtyard lay in ruins, reduced to ashes, fragments of shattered objects and overturned flower pots scattered across the ground. Witnessing this devastation, Bai Ruo Wei finally believed Zhi Ning's words. Jima Zong was indeed not present. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Zhong, drawn by the commotion, was making his way toward the scene. Fearing discovery, Bai Ruo Wei swallowed her bitterness and swiftly departed by the time Lu Zhong arrived. All that remained was the aftermath of the conflict and the lifeless bodies of soldiers. Intent on interrogating a survivor for the events that transpired, he found, to his dismay, that not a single soul remained. "Investigate who has entered the city recently," Lu Zhong commanded, his expression darkening. Jima Kong had issued him a stern directive. He must uncover Jima Zhang's whereabouts within 3 days. Now, yet another incident has occurred, and the true mastermind behind it remains a mystery, leaving him in a state of deep agitation. After dispatching someone to investigate, Lu Zhong arrived before the man silenced by Zhi Ning, where he discerned a faint yet familiar aura. Kneeling down, Lu Zhong scrutinized the corpse with a grave expression for an extended period, until at last he recalled the source of this familiar presence. He issued a command to search the entire city for an approximately 15-year-old girl accompanied by a red fox. Chapter 85. Lu Zhong's tactics in the stillness of night. A battalion of armored soldiers suddenly emerged onto the streets, their thunderous footsteps rousing the slumbering populace. Some bold individuals stealthily peered out of their windows, witnessing the soldiers brandishing weapons, fiercely surrounding all the inns within the city, without waiting for the innkeepers to open their doors. The soldiers forcefully burst them open, flooding in like a torrent. General Liu has commanded that all individuals within the premises are to step out and submit to questioning, declared the officer in charge. In an instant, all the guests at the inns were jolted awake, hastily donning their garments to comply with the interrogation. Meanwhile, in a remote inn where Zhi Ning and GMO Sang resided, the latter was deep in meditation when the soldiers approached. Zhi Ning abruptly opened her eyes, just as a knock resounded at the door, followed by GMO Sang's voice. "Miss, the officers have arrived." Zhi Ning opened the door to glance outside, observing that the other guests were frantically rushing down the stairs. "What should we do now?" GMO Sang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhi Ning retrieved a concealment pill from her belongings and handed it to him. GMO Sang, under the impression that she intended for him to consume it, was about to place it in his mouth when she grasped his hand. "Keep this on your person." "Understood." Hong Wan, without further ado, transformed into a captivating woman clad in red. GMO Sang stood frozen, watching the alluring figure of Hong Wan emerge, momentarily at a loss for words. He was aware of Hong Wan's high rank as a spirit beast, yet he had not anticipated her ability to assume human form. "Hong Wan will accompany you. Should trouble arise, she can protect you." Given GMO Sang's relatively low cultivation level, Zhi Ning deemed it prudent for Hong Wan to remain by his side to prevent him from being recognized. Once everything was arranged, the trio descended the stairs to tea that moment. The inn lobby was filled with people. The armored soldiers, weapons in hand, exuded an imposing authority as they encircled the hall. The guests wore expressions of panic, frozen in place, too fearful to move. However, a striking figure in white caught Zhi Ning's attention. Bai Ruo It was evident that GMO Sang had also spotted her, his eyes shimmering with a mix of surprise and concern. Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there might be something more between the two, considering Bai Ruo Wei had boldly infiltrated the prince's estate for GMO Sang's sake. The three made their leisurely way to the lobby. The leading officer impatiently questioned them. "Why did it take you so long to come down?" Zhi Ning blinked innocently, her voice sweet. "My brother and sister-in-law have been apart for so long." So before she could finish, GMO Sang hastily covered her mouth. His instinctive reaction stemmed from a moment of panic as he glanced toward Bai Ruo Wei in the crowd, fearful that she might misinterpret the situation. However, his action only led the onlookers to assume he was merely bashful, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere with a few low chuckles. Upon hearing the laughter, GMO Sang suddenly realized that his appearance had altered, and his aura had changed. Bai Ruo Wei would not recognize him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he awkwardly addressed the crowd, offering an apologetic smile. "My younger sister is still quite young and speaks without restraint. I hope you all can forgive her." The officer in charge merely smirked, shifting his gaze to Hong Wan standing behind Jimo Sang. Hong Wan, strikingly beautiful in her red attire, drew the officer's attention. His gaze filled with a mix of lewdness and malicious intent as he brazenly appraised her. Having encountered such lecherous gazes before, Hong Wan stepped forward, concealing her face with a light laugh. "What seems to be the matter, esteemed officer? Why disturb our slumber in the dead of night?" The officer leered at Hong Wan, responding, "Naturally, we have matters to attend to, but fear not, my dear. We are merely looking for someone." With that, the officer turned and commanded his subordinates to begin questioning everyone in the lobby. Initially believing it would be a simple inquiry, GMO Sang's unease surged when he noticed someone entering with a wooden box. A foreboding sensation gripped him. "Each of you, line up and take a look at what's inside this box," the officer instructed. Under the pressure of the soldiers, the guests reluctantly formed a queue, perhaps due to Hong Wan's presence. The officers maliciously allowed Zhi Ning and her companions to cut in line, positioning them directly behind by Ruo. Zhi Ning maintained a cheerful facade, but upon witnessing the officers' inappropriate advances toward Hong Wan, a fierce glint ignited in her eyes. She lowered her lashes, suppressing the murderous intent boiling within her. Mo Sang, standing behind by Ruo Wei, felt increasingly helpless, torn between wanting to inquire about her presence and fearing that his exposure would endanger her. At that moment, the first person in line peered into the box, unable to contain a gasp, swiftly covering their mouth and retreating, pale as a ghost. Others remained composed, betraying no reaction. When the queue reached the soldier holding the wooden box, GMO Sang, being slightly taller than Bai Ruo Wei, caught a glimpse of its contents. Inside lay a severed head, ghastly and lifeless, its wide-open eyes reflecting the defiance held in death. Simultaneously, GMO Sang and Bai Ruo Wei froze in shock. The head belonged to a personal maidservant of GMO Sang's mother, a figure who had watched him grow up and thus was akin to a familial elder. The entirety of the GMO family, as well as the elite of Bai Di City, were well aware of GMO Sang's respect for his mother's maid. Hence, GMO Kong had resorted to such a gruesome display to force GMO Sang, who was hiding within the city, to reveal himself. Bai Ruo Wei recognized her as well and understood the significance this maid held for GMO Sang. Just as GMO Sang could no longer contain himself and reached for the wooden box, Bai Ruo Wei acted first. "You beasts!" she shouted, dodging the box and striking the soldier before her. The officers, witnessing Bai Ruo Wei's aggression, immediately identified her as the target of their search. He sneered, "We've been waiting for you." "Seize her!" With the order given, a swarm of soldiers charged in from outside. The GMO Sang, seeing this, instinctively grabbed Bai Ruo Wei's clothing, attempting to restrain her. Yet, it was too late. The lobby erupted into chaos, with terrified individuals scattering in all directions, desperate to escape. "She is my GMO Sang," began urgently, yearning to explain. Before he could elaborate, Zhi Ning's voice cut through the clamor, stern and commanding. "If you wish for everyone to avoid capture, then hold your tongue." The GMO Sang suddenly recalled Zhi Ning's earlier words, promptly acquiescing to her directive. Chapter 86. Reunion. By Ruo Wei, being relatively weaker, found herself at a disadvantage against the numerous high-ranking cultivators dispatched by Lu Zhong for the purpose of containing Zhi Ning and her companions. Had she been outside, she might have had a chance to escape. But now, surrounded by innocent civilians within the lobby, her movements were heavily restricted. The assailants realized she was reluctant to harm the innocent, prompting them to use the civilians as leverage. Before long, Bai Ruo Wei found herself unable to continue fighting. "Strike again, and I will kill everyone here," the officer threatened venomously. Bai Ruo Wei tightened her grip on her sword, casting her gaze over those civilians already seized as hostages, ordinary people devoid of spiritual power. Gritting her teeth in silent fury, she ultimately retracted her spiritual sword. "Take her away," the officer barked, watching as Bai Ruo Wei was led away before turning his attention to Hong Wan. He approached Hong Wan. A wicked grin plastered across his face. "I have taken a liking to you. You shall come with us as well." Everyone expected Hong Wan to refuse or resist, yet to their astonishment, she smiled brightly and stepped forward willingly. Even GMO Sang and his supposed sister showed no reaction. Quite perceptive, I see. I like that, the officer said, wrapping an arm around Hong Wan's waist and laughing heartily as he strode toward the exit. You stay here, Zhi Ning commanded, her demeanor shifting from that of an innocent girl to one exuding a terrifying intensity. Take tea that moment. The officers reveled in their perceived victory, anticipating rewards from Lu Zhong for capturing their target. Suddenly, a figure emerged, blocking their path. Who goes there? The officer raised his hand, signaling his men to halt, eyeing the figure warily. The one who will take your lives, Zhi Ning replied, slowly lifting her head. The intricately carved mask she wore casting an air of mystery in the moonlight. Upon recognizing her, the officers realized she was the very person Lu Zhong sought, that we've searched for you all night. And here you are, presenting yourself, one officer remarked, drawing his sword as his comrades surged forward, encircling Zhi Ning. General Lu is making a fuss over nothing. A mere child cannot possibly. The officer's words trailed off as a surge of spiritual energy rushed toward him. His pupils constricted in fear as he dodged, just in time, yet a gash was still carved across his cheek. You! The officer exclaimed, terror-stricken, unable to comprehend Zhi Ning's prowess. Recovering slightly, he retreated a few steps, shouting, "Capture her! General Lu has promised a reward of 100,000 spirit stones to whoever brings her in." With that, soldiers surged forward in a frenzy. Zhi Ning, lacking the patience to engage in a drawn-out confrontation, summoned her spiritual sword and unleashed a formidable wave of energy, cleaving through the soldiers charging at her. The sword aura, fierce as a tiger, uprooted the cobblestones beneath, striking down every soldier that dared approach. In a single blow, dozens of soldiers fell to the ground. The remaining soldiers halted, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Zhi Ning. Hong Wan, save him, Zhi Ning uttered coolly before brandishing her sword. Moments later, those below had been largely dealt with by Zhi Ning, leaving only the earlier commanding officer. Why? Zhi Ning flicked the blood from her blade, her gaze icy as she regarded the man before her, whose complexion had turned ashen, his legs trembling. Which hand was it that dared to touch my Hong Wan? The officer was momentarily taken aback. If I recall correctly, it was your right hand, was it not? Zhi Ning disregarded his confusion and, with that, swung her sword towards the officer's right arm. That a flash of white light followed, and the soldier's entire arm was severed cleanly. To a scream pierced the night sky as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Zhi Ning approached slowly, her sword aimed menacingly at the officer's groin, her voice frigid. You insatiable wretch, do you think my Hong Wan is within your reach? With that, she struck again, crimson blood instantly staining the ground beneath them. The officer's remaining arm flitted between covering the wound and dropping helplessly, his cries gradually diminishing. Meanwhile, G.M.O. Sang paced anxiously within the room, upon hearing the sound of a door being pushed open next door. He hurried out to investigate. Bai Ruo Wei, filled with numerous questions, had yet to voice them when a man burst forth from the adjacent room. She glanced at him but failed to recognize that he was the G.M.O. Sang she had been searching for. You should come over too, Zhi Ning said casually. Inside the room, Zhi Ning removed her mask, revealing a transformed visage. My lady, why have you intervened to save me once more? Bai Ruo Wei inquired. Because of him, Zhi Ning replied, gesturing toward GMO Sang, who stood nearby. Bai Ruo Wei was perplexed. He's the one you have been seeking all along. How can that be? Bai Ruo Wei scrutinized GMO Sang closely. Despite his altered appearance, he bore no trace of familiarity. GMO Sang gazed intently at Bai Ruo Wei, the affection in his eyes nearly overflowing. I at you. The Crown Prince? Bai Ruo Wei asked, her voice trembling as she met his familiar gaze. It is I. Bai Ruo Wei hurried forward, completely disregarding propriety, grasping GMO Sang's hand to examine him for injuries. GMO Sang's ears flushed crimson, his voice tinged with shyness as he assured her, I am unscathed. There is no need for concern. Princess, I visited the prince's residence and found it in utter disarray. I feared you had been detained by GMO Kong. No, I managed to escape. I encountered this young lady along the way. It was she who rescued me. That is a relief. I apologize. Your letter was intercepted, and I was unaware of the impending dangers. which delayed my arrival, Sang lowered his head, his voice soft and warm as he continued. There is no need for apologies. At that time, I feared I might not escape Baidu City and wished to convey certain sentiments to you. GMO Sang's letter had subtly revealed his feelings for Bairua to you, that moment. He had resigned himself to a fatalistic mindset, never expecting to see her again. He had anticipated that once she understood his affections, their reunion would be tinged with some shyness. Yet Bairua Wei displayed no hint of bashfulness. Instead, she looked at him with utmost sincerity, resolutely stating, "Rest assured, no matter what occurs, I shall face it alongside you." Zhi Ning, seated nearby, stroked Hong Wan's fur expressionlessly and remarked, "You two have it all figured out, yet this is hardly the time for romantic entanglements." Chapter 87. GMO Sang's intentions at Zhi Ning's words. GMO Sang and Bairua Wei finally recognized the presence of another. Bairua Wei, who had previously shown no sign of shyness, now felt a flush creep across her cheeks. "Thank you for your timely rescue." Young lady. Zhi Ning waved her hand dismissively, speaking in a casual tone. "My motives were not purely altruistic. There is no need for gratitude." Bairua Wei, taken aback by Zhi Ning's response, cast a puzzled glance towards GMO Sang. Although GMO Sang did not fully understand Zhi Ning, he had gleaned enough about her character over the past few days. While her ultimate aim was the ice cicada, she possessed strong principles. Though she claimed to be considering a partnership with Lu Zhong, she had repeatedly positioned herself as his adversary. Perhaps, as Zhi Ning had suggested, had she not encountered him first, he might have found himself on Lu Zhong's side. Such a person defied easy categorization as good or bad. However, within her principles, everything seemed to gravitate towards a favorable outcome. GMO Sang recognized that Zhi Ning's rescue of Bairua Wei was not solely out of concern for her, nor was it a means to achieve her own ends. The young lady is rather carefree. The princess need not worry excessively. Bairua Wei regained her composure before inquiring what had transpired with GMO Sang. He, having no intention to conceal the truth, recounted the upheaval faced by the GMO family in detail, including GMO Kong's destruction of his wife's family. "Has GMO Kong lost his sanity?" Bairua Wei exclaimed in utter shock. She had encountered GMO Kong during her previous training expedition to the extreme north and remembered him as a man who, despite his eccentricities, was devoted to his wife, Feng Shi. Even if GMO Kong's reputation did not match GMO Sang's, he was not someone capable of such heinous acts that I too believe he has gone mad. Our emperor and empress have treated him with utmost kindness, yet he has descended into such moral depravity for the sake of power. What will you do now? Bairua Wei asked with concern. GMO Sang lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed together as he quietly stated, "Before the emperor's incident, he had sent word to me, instructing me to seek assistance from someone in the imperial capital." However, GMO Sang paused, quickly glancing at Zhi Ning. Before continuing, "I first need to fulfill a promise I made to someone." Bairua Wei pressed on. "Can this not wait? You could first seek the individual in the imperial capital before attending to your promise." "It cannot. Zhi Ning, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Bairua Wei turned to her with confusion in her eyes, though Zhi Ning regarded them with a calm demeanor, slowly stating, "My matters cannot be postponed." It was then that Bairua Wei comprehended that the someone else GMO Sang referred to was indeed the woman before them. She opened her mouth, pondering for a moment before saying, "My lady, the crown prince's situation is of great consequence, affecting many lives. It cannot be." When I say it cannot, it simply cannot. Zhi Ning interrupted Bairua Wei's words. She tilted her head, her gaze icy, devoid of any emotion. "To you, GMO Sang's affairs are of utmost importance. Yet to me, my own matters hold equal weight. But this concerns a nation. You are merely what? Just a single person?" Zhi Ning smirked slightly. "What happens within Baidu City has no bearing on me. How can you presume that I do not carry the weight of others' hopes upon my shoulders?" Bairua Wei opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She pressed her lips together and nodded gently like the tea that moment. A black spiritual bird flew in from outside, perching upon the windowsill. Hong, who sniffed curiously and remarked, "It is Chinya." Shortly thereafter, The spiritual bird transformed in the air into several lines of text, which read, GMO Kong is hosting a palace banquet to summon the esteemed members of Lingshan Academy. Would the young lady like to attend? Do you wish to go? GMO Sang nodded eagerly, saying, I currently cannot approach the palace. To obtain the key to the tomb, I must enter. Moreover, the entrance to the tomb lies within the imperial palace. Hearing Zhi Sang mention that the entrance to the tomb was within the palace, Zhi Ning suddenly realized something significant. Zhi Sang might not be as simple as she had initially perceived. He was playing the part of cunning fox, quite clever indeed. You almost deceived me. Zhi Ning chuckled softly. Her interest in Zhi Sang piqued. Zhi Sang had not anticipated that Zhi Ning would catch on to his plan so swiftly. Indeed, ever since he witnessed her achieve the pinnacle of Xianzong, accompanied by two formidable companions, Zhi Sang had entertained a rather unrealistic notion, just as he pondered how to enlist Zhi Ning's assistance. She proactively presented her terms. You are even more astute than I imagined. Zhi Sang did not deny his intentions to use Zhi Ning. He lowered his voice and continued, Now we both have our needs. It remains to be seen if the young lady is willing to assist me this time. Each with our own needs, Zhi Sang. You must realize that aside from you, I have another option. Zhi Ning regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Both options can achieve my objectives, but it seems that aligning with you carries greater risk. Zhi Sang's hands, resting at his sides, clenched slightly, his throat bobbing. What if I can offer other terms? Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow. Do tell. The ice cicada is a spiritual entity that the GMO family has relied upon for generations. While I am unaware of its exact purpose, it exists in various tiers, century-old, millennium-old, and even 10,000-year-old specimens. To my knowledge, there lies a 10,000-year-old ice cicada within the tomb. If I were to offer it as a reward, would the young lady be willing to assist me? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning's eyes flickered momentarily, her lips curling into a smirk. The GMO family's treasured spiritual entity, so easily bestowed upon an outsider. Chapter 88. The palace banquet. From the moment the GMO family became the guardians of the ice cicada, a legacy that has persisted for 10 millennia, they have done everything within their power to honor this blessing. In the present day, facing the calamity that has befallen her family, I find myself compelled to choose the former option. Upon hearing the words of GMO song, a flicker of doubt stirred within Zhi Ning's heart. Could it be that the GMO family is indeed the ancestral guardians of the ice cicada? Thus, should the young lady assist me, I would willingly present the millennia-old ice cicada with both hands. GMO Tsang's voice interrupted Zhi Ning's fleeting speculation, and she pursed her lips, replying, Words alone hold no weight. Upon hearing this, GMO Tsang grasped Zhi Ning's intent. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a blood-stained golden token from his garment. The token emanated a pure aura of profound ice, and it was evident that a dense spiritual energy resided within it. This token serves as the insignia of the next ruler of the GMO family, and it is precisely what GMO Kong desires most at present. Moreover, only the bearer of this token may enter the profound ice cave to obtain the ice cicada. My sincerity reaches this point. I implore the young lady for her assistance. Although Zhi Ning was merely a passerby, the necessity of mutual benefit compelled him to take a gamble. Why Zhi Ning did not hastily accept the golden token. Instead, she lowered her gaze, contemplating the matter. To be candid, she had no desire to involve herself in the affairs of state. Yet at this juncture, if she wished to acquire the millennia-old ice cicada garment, she must possess GMO Song's token. Taking his life to seize the token was not something she found appealing. After much deliberation, she resigned herself to a path she was reluctant to take. A fleeting look of compassion crossed GMO Song's eyes before quickly dissipating. He spoke in a deep voice. If he acknowledges his mistakes, let him forfeit his cultivation and spare his life. But if he remains obstinate, then let the young lady decide his fate. Agreed. After Zhi Ning accepted, she reached out to take the token GMO Song offered, stating, Once the task is accomplished, the ice cicada will be mine, and I shall return the token to you to the very least. She had not chosen to surrender herself to GMO Kong in exchange for the ice cicada. Having committed to this matter, Zhi Ning naturally kept in her thoughts. She turned to Bai Ruo Wei and inquired, "Does your identity as a princess hold any weight here?" Bai Ruo Wei shook her head in confusion, asking, "What do you mean by holding weight? I mean, does your status as a princess allow you entry into the imperial palace?" "It does. Bai Di City is located in an extremely cold region. And although a grand formation protects it from the biting winds, keeping the city warm, many daily necessities, including fruits and vegetables, must be transported from afar. While Bai Di City is quite distant from the imperial capital, there exists a degree of trade between the two nations, with the imperial capital being the most frequent trading partner to SA Princess. Bai Ruo Wei naturally possesses credentials to prove her identity. As long as she can demonstrate her connection to the Bai family of the imperial capital, the GMO family will treat her as an esteemed guest, since GMO Kong intends to host a banquet for all those from Lingshan Academy. She can accompany Qinya and the others into the palace. As for the others, Bai Ruo Wei will visit in her capacity as a princess, while GMO Tsong, a Yuan, and Yi Chonglin will pose as her attendants. Once inside the palace, a Yuan and Yi Chonglin will assist GMO Tsong, while Hong Wan will provide covert protection, as long as GMO Tsong can obtain the key to the tomb's opening. Everything will proceed according to plan, directly unlocking the tomb. 2 days later, Zhi Ning, wearing a remarkably simple expression, entered the palace alongside Qinya and the others, since Lu Zhong had seen her wearing a mask. She had to alter her appearance to avoid unnecessary complications. When the others beheld her rather unremarkable features, they fell into deep contemplation. All began to silently question whether Zhi Ning could truly be the daughter of the esteemed master of the empire. The master is renowned as the most handsome man in the 9 Radiance continent. How could he possibly have produced such an ordinary daughter? Zhi Ning was acutely aware of their scrutinizing gazes. Yet she deemed it unimportant. This was precisely the effect she desired. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived outside the palace gates. Liu Zhong had already assembled his troops there and respectfully led Qinya and the others into the palace. Along the way, Lu Zhong noticed Zhi Ning trailing behind Qinya. Though he struggled to recall her distinctly, he dared not make any assumptions, burying his doubts deep within the imperial garden. GMO Kong had meticulously arranged everything, donning the ceremonial robes of the new monarch as he sat at the head of the table. Flanking him were low tables adorned with fresh fruits, delectable dishes, and fine wines. Zhi Ning took her seat alongside Qinya, occupying a relatively esteemed position. GMO Kong, observing this, cast a curious glance at the seemingly ordinary woman, just as he was about to inquire about her identity and why she was seated with elder Qinya. He received a telepathic message from Fan Yuran. "Husband, I desire that individual in the dark blue dress." GMO Kong's eyes swept the room, ultimately landing on Zhi Ning, having already sensed GMO Kong's gaze upon her. Zhi Ning feigned ignorance, focusing intently on the sumptuous feast before her. At that moment, a palace attendant announced Bai Ruo Wei's arrival, causing GMO Kong to narrow his eyes, intrigued by the entrance. "What brings the second princess to this frigid land?" GMO Kong rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he regarded Bai Ruo Wei. Bai Ruo Wei, confronted by GMO Kong's disingenuous smile, suppressed a revulsion and forced a smile of her own. This princess, having nothing to do, has come to seek out an old friend for a drink. The curve of GMO Kong's lips widened. His gaze toward her laced with ulterior motives. How delightful. Perhaps the old friend awaits the princess's arrival. It was well known to GMO Kong that Bai Ruo Wei and GMO Tsong shared mutual affection, a fact he had gleaned from intercepting the letter GMO Tsong had sent, initially perceived as a plea for assistance from the Bai family of the imperial capital. Now that GMO Tsong's whereabouts remained uncertain and Bai Ruo Wei had arrived at Bai Di City, GMO Kong mused that she could serve as bait to draw GMO Tsong out. While the second princess claimed to be in search of an old friend, why not first sample the wine of this lord? Bai Ruo Wei lightly chuckled and nodded. Very well, yes. She turned to take her seat. The smile on her face waned somewhat. At that moment, the banquet commenced. GMO Kong had arranged for dancing maidens to perform. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filling the air, mingling with the aroma of wine. Suddenly, a crisp fragrance wafted in with the wind. Why, Zhi Ning's eyes sparkled momentarily as she looked up to see Imo Chun-in stride in, like a gentle breeze. The arrival of Imo Chun-in plunged the lively banquet into an abrupt silence. The attendees from Lingshan Academy had already knelt in reverence, and even the other officials followed suit. Except for Zhi Ning, who remained seated, gazing intently at him. Imo Kong hastily set down his wine cup. Panic etched across his features, and quickly rose to pay his respect. I was unaware of the esteemed master's arrival, and failed to greet you. I beg your forgiveness. Mo Chun-in cast a fleeting glance at GMO Kong, a subtle air of intimidation flickering in his indifferent gaze. In the next moment, GMO Kong found himself involuntarily bending at the waist, the weight of the oppressive aura rendering him breathless. Yet, in an effort to preserve his dignity before his subordinates, he gritted his teeth and endured. Observing this, Mo Chun-yin's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible cold huff escaping them. At that moment, a faint sound broke the stifling silence. The crowd turned to see Zhi Ning grasping a pair of chopsticks, with another having fallen onto the jade platter. She met his gaze, offering an awkward smile before hastily bending down to retrieve the shrimp that had dropped to the floor. She had merely wished to eat a shrimp. Mo Chun-in approached her, and just as those unaware of the situation presumed, Zhi Ning might be in peril, they witnessed the esteemed master conjure a jade platter brimming with spiritual fruits from thin air. He placed the fruits upon the table before Zhi Ning and spoke in a gentle tone. These are for you, as you like. Qinya, quick to read the situation, promptly rose to vacate his seat for Mo Chun-in, even retrieving his personal tea set from his storage ring to place on the table. Zhi Ning stared at the fresh, succulent fruits before her, blinking in surprise, and then turned to the already seated Mo Chun-in. Have you recovered? She had intended to ask, yet the current setting felt inappropriate. Mo Chun-in tilted his head, earnestly observing Zhi Ning, silently awaiting her next words. Did you come all this way just to deliver this to me? Zhi Ning hastily concocted an excuse. A soft chuckle escaped Mo Chun-yin's lips as he adjusted his hands resting on his knees, affirming with a simple For reasons unknown, Zhi Ning found that single syllable to be like a gentle breeze caressing her heart, evoking a peculiar sensation. Lowering her gaze, she refrained from further scrutinizing the man before her. The audience, aside from those from Lingshan Academy, including G.M.O. Tsang and Bai Ruo Wei, stared at Zhi Ning in astonishment. Why are you all just sitting there? Continued Mo Chun-yin's cool voice resonated throughout the Imperial Garden, amplified by spiritual energy. GMO Kong, who had remained unacknowledged throughout, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Silently grinding his teeth, harboring resentment toward Mo Chun-in, yet not daring to show it. Where is GMO Zheng? GMO Kong's figure stiffened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. Realizing that Mo Chun-in was growing impatient, GMO Kong dared not feign ignorance any longer. He turned cautiously to regard the formidable figure he could not afford to offend, that my father has been unwell of late, which is why I'm standing in for him to host this banquet. Unwell, is it? Mo Chun-in remarked, pouring a cup of tea for Zhi Ning from the teapot at his hand. GMO Kong swallowed hard, feeling as though he were teetering on the edge of a precipice, a chilling draft swirling beneath him, threatening to send him plummeting to his demise. Upon hearing Mo Chun-yin's words, Zhi Ning deduced that his purpose for attending was likely related to the affairs of the GMO family. She lowered her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts. Not far away, standing behind Bai Ruo, Jima Sang also discerned that Mo Chun-in intended to intervene in the matter, causing a surge of excitement within him. If it were the esteemed master of the empire, even with tenfold courage, Jima Kong would have to think twice. Esteemed master, my father is currently recuperating in the palace. Perhaps we could wait until the banquet concludes before I send someone to bring him to meet you. Jima Kong understood that he could not obstruct Mo Chun-in and could only resort to this tactic to delay, allowing his people to extract Jima Zheng from the secret confinement. Mo Chun-in, however, was acutely aware of Jima Kong's intentions. Had it not been for the token he once left for Jima Zheng being tainted by malevolent forces, he would not have arrived injured. He remained silent. his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Jima Kong. That moment, Zhi Ning subtly tugged at the hem of Mo Chenin's robe from beneath the table. He lowered his eyes, softening his expression to regard her. What is it? Zhi Ning had heard Jima Sang mention that Jima Kong had imprisoned their sovereign and sovereign consort. According to reason, Jima Kong's people would surely attempt to secretly release them, initially pondering how to locate the place of confinement. She realized the opportunity had presented itself. I have yet to fully enjoy this performance. Must you be such a spoilsport? Zhi Ning murmured. However, most present were cultivators, and since she merely lowered her voice without taking care to obscure it from others, her slightly coquettish tone piqued the curiosity of those unaware of the rumors regarding the relationship between this woman and the esteemed master. Mo Chenin's dark pupils reflected Zhi Ning's figure, even though her appearance had been altered. His gaze remained exceedingly gentle. Very well. He replied softly to why Zhi Ning bit her lip, the faint, refreshing scent of Mo Chenin lingering at her nose, leading her to think that he seemed to oblige her every request. Except for the matter of becoming his disciple, this moment, Jima Kong felt a sudden sense of relief, silently grateful to Zhi Ning. He contemplated that when he later presented her to his wife, it might be wise to administer a sedative to alleviate some of the pain. Witnessing Mo Chenin's indulgence of Zhi Ning, the attendees at the banquet grew increasingly observant, the while Zhi Ning slightly squinted her eyes. A smile involuntarily gracing her lips, Jima Kong commanded the dancers to continue, and the banquet regained its lively atmosphere. Mo Chenin sat beside Zhi Ning, watching her diligently peel shrimp, only to pause after each one to wipe her hand with a napkin. Observing her fingers reddening from the repeated wiping, he unexpectedly reached out, taking the partially peeled shrimp from her hands. Startled, Zhi Ning immediately looked up at him. I shall do it, Mo Chenin said with a gentle smile, his long fingers beginning to peel the shrimp shell. In no time, he had filled a small bowl to the brim and placed it before Zhi Ning. If this is insufficient, do not hesitate to let me know. Chapter 90. Rescuing people. Although she had known Mo Chenin for some time, the sight of the entire bowl of shrimp meat before her left her somewhat flabbergasted. This was different from the previous care he had shown her. What is the matter? Noticing her gaze fixed on the bowl, Mo Chenin leisurely wiped his hands with a damp cloth, asking softly why Zhi Ning found herself at a loss for words, her eyes glued to Mo Chenin's hands. Mo Chenin blinked in surprise, glancing down at his hands, misinterpreting her reaction. I washed them before coming. They are not dirty. That is not what I meant, Zhi Ning hastily clarified. Now, it was Mo Chenin's turn to appear perplexed. He distinctly recalled witnessing his father treating his mother this way when he was young, and thus, seeing Zhi Ning peeling shrimp, he instinctively took action, believing she would be pleased. Do you not like it? Mo Chenin pondered for a moment, a hint of caution reflected in his eyes. Why Zhi Ning looked at him, blinking rapidly, berating herself internally. He has already peeled them. I should simply eat and not ask so many questions that create awkwardness. No, I do like it, she replied, flashing a toothy grin before diving into the shrimp with great satisfaction. The flavor of the shrimp meat that required no peeling was exquisite. Chenin smiled faintly. His eyes reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, he poured her a glass of water, advising, take your time to in that moment. The guests found the enchanting dance no longer captivating, their curiosity shifting towards the interaction between Mo Chenin and Zhi Ning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jima Kong's people hurried towards the place where Jima Zheng and the others were imprisoned, unaware that Hong Wan and a Yuan were stealthily following behind. Before long, they arrived at the hidden chamber concealed beneath the artificial mountain. Inside the chamber, Jima Zheng, the sovereign, and the consort, Xiao Shi, along with several family members of high-ranking officials, were detained. Upon noticing their arrival, Jima Zheng, who had been seated on a straw mat, opened his eyes, though he had grown gaunt. The aura of an emperor still lingered about him. Jima Zheng, the sovereign requests your presence, one of Jima Kong's men announced arrogantly, standing before the iron bars. When ignored, the man grew incensed and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards Jima Zheng. Stripped of his cultivation, Jima Zheng possessed no means to resist. Just as the energy was about to strike him, a flash of red light appeared, intercepting the blow. Jima Zheng's gaze flickered, a glimmer of light igniting in his otherwise dull eyes. He quickly turned to the entrance of the chamber, spotting a figure with 9 swaying tails. When he looked closer at Hong Wan, expecting to see a familiar face, he was surprised to find it was a woman. "Who are you?" one of Jima Kong's subordinates barked. Hong Wan's elongated fox eyes glimmered with ferocity as she spoke to a Yuan. "You go rescue them. I'll handle this one. With that, Hong Wan dashed towards a man. The chamber was small, and Hong Wan's large form nearly filled the entire space, cornering the man. She had anticipated being able to crush him directly. However, unbeknownst to her, the man pressed a hidden switch, causing the ground beneath to collapse, revealing a massive pit. Both man and fox fell into the abyss. A Yuan cried out in alarm. Yet Hong Wan's voice echoed, "Do not worry about me. Focus on getting them out." Upon hearing this, a Yuan opened the prison door, speaking in a calm tone, "Everyone, follow me." Initially excited to see Hong Wan, Jima Zheng hesitated upon realizing the newcomer was a stranger. The others were even more apprehensive, having been confined for so long that they were on high alert and unwilling to trust anyone easily. Seeing their lack of response, a Yuan furrowed her brow slightly and continued, "Jima Sang entrusted my young lady to save you. If you do not leave, I will simply knock you out and carry you away." "Jima Sang? Is it Jima Sang who sent you?" Xiao Shi emerged from behind Jima Zheng, her expression agitated. "Yes. Time is of the essence. We must move quickly to avoid detection," a Yuan stated flatly. Jima Zheng, glancing at Yuan with hesitation, did not have time to speak before Yuan interjected, "My master does not have time to waste." "I understand." Jima Zheng nodded, then called for everyone to follow him as they departed with the Yuan. They had not gone far when they were confronted by patrolling soldiers. "Go report to the sovereign. There has been a jailbreak," a soldier shouted, rushing forward to block a Yuan and the others. Jima Zheng, now devoid of cultivation, required support to walk, while Xiao Shi had some cultivation but had been pampered in the palace for years. And Jima Kong had administered drugs to suppress their abilities to prevent escape. Now, only a Yuan stood against the relentless advance of the soldiers. The soldiers, being cultivators of considerable strength, posed a challenge for a Yuan, who found herself struggling. She tossed the protective talisman Zhi Ning had given her. "You all take the opportunity to escape," a Yuan urged Jima Zheng and the others. "Want to flee? Not so easily." The captain of the soldiers, having noticed Jima Zheng being supported, exerted all his strength, commanding his subordinates to confront a Yuan while he pursued Jima Zheng and his group. Simultaneously, as the man fell into the pit, Hong Wan landed in a vast ice cave. The cave was filled with bizarre ice pillars and frost-encased rock walls. A dark river flowed along the icy bed, emanating an aura of cold. The man thought he could escape by falling, but for a beast, scent detection was second nature, especially in a lifeless ice cave where human scent was easily traceable. Hong Wan narrowed her eyes, swiftly whipping her tail to shatter an ice pillar, revealing the person hiding behind it. In the next moment, the shattered ice fell upon the man, rendering him immobile. Hong Wan approached slowly, gazing down at him with disdain, then raised her paw to step down. After a brief scream, she cleaned her paws in the icy river, then curiously surveyed the ice cave. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the ice above began to fissure. "Oh no!" Hong Wan exclaimed, unhesitatingly soaring towards the cave's entrance. Behind her, a cascade of ice blocks collapsed. In her haste, Hong Wan failed to notice 2 eggshells, glimmering with a dark sheen, lying quietly amidst the rubble. As Hong Wan departed, the ice cave collapsed, and the ground trembled violently. The banquet. The guests rose in astonishment. Jima Kong turned towards the source of the most vigorous shaking, witnessing a pavilion collapse with a thunderous crash. Chapter 91. How is your injury? Such a tremendous commotion made it impossible for Jima Kong to maintain an air of nonchalance. Regardless of how hard he tried, Zhi Ning granted him no opportunity. Directly instructing Xingya to investigate the cause of the disturbance, he did not hold back, openly declaring the emergence of the ice cave before all present, just as everyone presumed it to be a mere ground collapse. Xingya proceeded to utter words that left everyone astounded. When the subordinate ventured forth to investigate, he unexpectedly encountered Jima Zheng along with numerous officials' families. According to their accounts, It was Jima Kong who had imprisoned them within a hidden chamber. Had it not been for the collapse of said chamber, their escape would have remained impossible. This revelation was akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, sending ripples throughout the assembly, prompting several officials to rise abruptly. Jima Kong sought to defend himself, yet he found himself at a loss as he beheld the Shao family supporting Jima Zheng, accompanied by the families of various officials, who had already arrived at the entrance of the imperial garden. Each of them appeared disheveled and in utter disarray. The sight of them rendered Jima Kong momentarily paralyzed, and the facade of composure he had intended to maintain began to crumble. If not for Jima Sang and Bai Ruwei having discreetly departed to seek the key to the mausoleum while Jima Kong was preoccupied, he feared that witnessing his parents in such a state would compel him to reveal his true identity. Zhi Ning had not anticipated the rapid unfolding of events, which completely bypassed her prior plans. Observing the rescued Jima Zheng and his companions, she braced herself for the spectacle, standing at the center of the banquet. Jima Zheng commanded attention as the dancers retreated, leaving only the officials and members of the Ling Mountain Academy. Wretched child, his deep, resonant voice echoed as he cast a furious glare at Jima Kong. Jima Kong remained frozen, his body rigid as he regarded them, his mind a whirlwind of turmoil. He had believed that by subduing them and eliminating Jima Sang, he would be free from worry. Yet, now with Jima Sang still at large, how had matters devolved into this chaos? My lady, what should I do? Jima Kong disregarded Jima Zhang's furious rebuke and discreetly conveyed a message to Fang Yuran. In the next moment, a fissure rapidly spread towards Jima Kong's location. As the crack drew near, a strange odor permeated the Zhi Ning quickly held her breath and rose to inspect the fissure. Sensing something lurking within, Mo Chun-in intended to act, but Zhi Ning restrained him with a gentle hand. Your injuries have yet to heal. She had scrutinized Mo Chun-in earlier, though he appeared outwardly unscathed. The pallor of his complexion was notably diminished compared to their first encounter. Zhi Ning was uncertain of the severity of his injuries sustained while shielding her from the lightning tribulation. But given the brevity of time since, the likelihood of recovery seemed slim. Chun-in's fingers subtly curled as he gazed down at Zhi Ning, who radiated concern for him, and a delicate flutter of emotion stirred within him. His eyes glimmered with mirth, and a faint smile graced his lips as he replied softly. Moments later, the fissure extended to Jima Kong's feet, and instinctively, he recoiled in fear. Suddenly, a black tendril surged forth from the crack. Jima Kong's eyes widened in horror, and before he could call for help, the tendril ensnared him and dragged him into the abyss. The crowd watched in stunned silence as something swiftly departed from the fissure. Leaving Jima Zheng and the others in bewilderment at it is our turn to Zhi Ning observed the shadow fleeing from the fissure and deemed the moment opportune. Subsequently, the members of the Ling Mountain Academy were divided into two groups. One remained to assist Jima Zheng in maintaining order, while the other followed Zhi Ning in pursuit. They soon arrived at the site where Jima Zheng and his companions had been imprisoned, now transformed into a vast chasm from which a chilling aura emanated. The fissure that had consumed Jima Kong originated from this very spot, and the strange odor continued to waft from the pit. Are we to descend into this place? A voice inquired from behind. Zhi Ning stood at the edge of the pit, peering down into the inky depths, seeing nothing but darkness. Zhi Ning turned to suggest that others scout the area. But before she could finish, Mo Chun-in abruptly furrowed his brow. Hong Wan is in trouble. Where is she? Zhi Ning asked urgently. Below. He replied, I shall find her. With that, Zhi Ning summoned her spirit sword, preparing to leap into the chasm. Fortunately, Mo Chun-in acted swiftly. Grasping her arm, I will take you down. He then instructed Gue to assess the situation and lead others into the pit. Before lifting Zhi Ning effortlessly into his arms and soaring downwards, Chun-yin's embrace was wide, enveloping her entirely, and the previously faint, refreshing aura around him seemed to intensify. That's why Zhi Ning instinctively clutched his attire. Her gaze fixed intently on his visage, her heartbeat quickening imperceptibly. The sound of rushing wind accompanied their descent, and the icy chill enveloped them. Yet before Zhi Ning could register the cold, she felt Chun Yin's arms tighten slightly around her. The next moment, a protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloped them, shielding against the frigid air. Your injuries, Zhi Ning fretted that this exertion would deplete too much of Chun Yin's energy. Before she could finish her thought, he gently reassured her, "Do not worry. I am fine. In truth, I am capable as well." Why, Zhi Ning murmured softly, believing that the chill was trivial for them, and thus had not considered conjuring a barrier to fend off the cold. It was not that she was incapable I understand, but Ning Ning's spiritual energy must be preserved to protect me later, Chun Yin replied, his tone laced with mirth. Why, Zhi Ning blinked in surprise, her ears flushing slightly as she realized he was catering to her concerns. Why is it that he always seems to know precisely what I am thinking? Before long, they reached the bottom of the pit. Chun Yin, despite his inner reluctance, set Zhi Ning down carefully once his feet were firmly planted. There is an aura of malevolence here. Be cautious. Upon their arrival, Chun Yin detected the faint traces of dark energy lingering in the air. Although subtle, it was evident that malevolent forces had once been present. Why, Zhi Ning nodded quietly, and seizing a moment of privacy, she finally broached the question that had been weighing on her mind. She leaned closer to Chun Yin, gazing earnestly into his eyes as she inquired, "Tell me the truth. How are your injuries?" Chapter 92. "I will carry you." Chun Yin initially intended to dismiss her concerns, but upon meeting Zhi Ning's earnest gaze, his words faltered in his throat. He pondered whether deceiving her now would lead to her anger when she eventually learned the truth. Nevertheless, he refrained from divulging the extent of his injuries. Upon hearing her inquiry, Zhi Ning felt a pang of guilt. "I am sorry." Aside from those 3 words, she struggled to articulate any further sentiment. She remained perplexed as to why Chun Yin continually aided her. When she had asked him, he merely stated that she would come to understand in due time. Initially, she surmised that his assistance stemmed from ulterior motives, yet after much contemplation, she concluded that he was not her adversary. "But please, do not engage in such perilous endeavors as you did last time. As the saying goes, the bonds of human affection are the most challenging to repay, particularly when life is at stake." For all else, she could find alternative means of reciprocation, but when it comes to matters of life and death, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Chun Yin's heart sank at her words, though aware that Zhi Ning had not regained her memories. He felt a sense of melancholy at her clear delineation between them that "I do not seek your repayment. In this life, my sole desire is you." Chun Yin left his thought unspoken, wishing not to alienate Zhi Ning further. She blinked, awaiting his continuation. "Desire Chun Yin began slowly, his obsidian gaze locking onto hers, continuing to see my wish fulfilled. Why, Zhi Ning smiled softly, reaching out to pat Chun Yin's shoulder. "You are a good person. Surely, you will achieve your heart's desire. However," she added, "you have aided me immensely, and I must repay you in kind, that if you cannot think of a way now, let it rest for the future, when the day comes that you need assistance. Remember to seek me, that my promise to you is eternally valid." Upon hearing Zhi Ning's words, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Chun Yin. "Really, eternally valid?" he inquired cautiously. "Of course," she affirmed. "Very well." Chun Yin etched her words into his memory, casting a lingering glance at Zhi Ning before lowering his gaze to conceal the smile that danced in his eyes. Why, Zhi Ning sensed something peculiar about the way Chun Yin looked at her. Yet when she turned to investigate, she found nothing amiss. Just then, a sound of falling debris above drew her attention, prompting her to refocus. That moment, others began to descend from above, Higui, into Yao. Both mid-tier Xiansheng cultivators were the first to reach the pit's bottom. "Master, why have you all come down?" Zhi Ning approached them with a question. "Upstairs, Ji Xian and 2 other teachers are overseeing matters. Given the uncertainty below, we could not risk allowing only the Imperial Master and you to descend. It is fortuitous you have come down. Upon our arrival, we discovered traces of malevolence that had lingered here. The situation regarding Hong Wan remains unclear. Chun Yin and I will search for her, while you and the others will confront the malevolent forces in Jima Kong." "Very well. Let us proceed accordingly. He nodded, and once all the disciples had gathered, Zhi Ning and Mo Chen-in parted ways with them. The icy caverns at the bottom of the pit were interconnected, and Zhi Ning and Mo Chen-in followed the direction of Hong Wan's aura, soon arriving at a fork in the path. Before them lay 5 distinct ice caves, each entrance wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. As they drew nearer, they could sense an even more intense chill emanating from within. Why does each entrance bear the aura of Hong Wan? Zhi Ning remarked gravely as she stood before the 5 openings. Mo Chen-in furrowed his brow slightly, extending his palm to release the bond he shared with Hong Wan. Why? Zhi Ning stood to the side. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the golden thread in Mo Chen-yin's palm, which seemed to possess a life of its own, extending towards 5 cavernous openings. She had expected this to enable an accurate identification of the path chosen by Hong Wan. However, just as the binding thread reached the entrance of the cave, it abruptly dissipated. Is it a blockade? Zhi Ning was taken aback. She had always believed that once a contract was established with a spirit beast, as long as the bond remained unbroken, both parties could sense each other's location regardless of life or death. Why then was there now talk of a blockade? She must be in a place of immense power, within a formation or a secret realm. After a brief silence, Zhi Ning retrieved a small tuft of Hong Wan's fur and a piece of talisman paper from her spatial pouch. I have another method, she declared, promptly sitting down on the ground to diligently draw a talisman. I came across a fragmented talisman in an ancient text on talisman arts, which stated that one could use fur or clothing to locate the individual. The breath-seeking talisman, a high-level talisman art. Have you mastered it? Not at all. I merely glanced at it and made a rough note. Then allow me to take over. Chen-in expressed concern, knowing that high-level talisman arts demanded a significant amount of spiritual and mental energy, fearing she might not be able to endure. Yet Zhi Ning immediately declined his offer. You are injured and cannot afford to deplete your spiritual energy any further. Do not underestimate me. I am capable, she insisted, immediately channeling her mental energy into the talisman drawing process. Her eyes appeared vacant, and her hand moved slowly with great effort. Once a talisman practitioner enters a drawing state, interruptions can lead to unforeseen backlash against themselves. Mo Chen-in stood beside her, his eyes filled with concern. After a while, Zhi Ning was nearing her limits from the mental drain of the high-level talisman. Crimson blood began to trickle from her nose, followed swiftly by her eyes and ears that Mo Chen-in watched in horror. After about the duration of an incense stick, Zhi Ning finally completed the breath-seeking talisman. Look, I've drawn it, she turned to Mo Chen-in, bloodied and exhausted, and, as her words fell, the talisman shot swiftly towards one of the cave entrances. That way. Let us proceed. Just as Zhi Ning stood up, her figure swayed unsteadily. Mo Chen-in hurriedly reached out to support her. His eyes filled with concern that I shall carry you. Chapter 93. Unintentionally entering the water realm, having said this, Mo Chen-in squatted before Zhi Ning. She looked at his broad back and suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recalling her earlier jest that he was her father, Mo Chen-in waited for a moment without a response from Zhi Ning, then turned to her. If you do not hurry, the efficacy of the breath-seeking talisman will expire. Zhi Ning shook off her chaotic thoughts, swallowed hard, and sheepishly touched her nose at Mo Chen-in sighed softly, exuding a hint of helplessness. If you are unwilling to be carried, I can simply embrace you. No, I can ride on your back. Why Zhi Ning did not insist on her pride and climbed onto Mo Chen-yin's back. The excessive depletion of mental energy was perilous for a spirit master, and she understood the gravity of the situation, choosing not to dwell on trivial matters at this moment. Mo Chen-in felt her lighter than when he held her in his arms, contemplating that he ought to nourish her to a healthier weight in the future, and then he proceeded towards the cave where the breath-seeking talisman had flown. Inside, the light was dim, and Zhi Ning took out a luminous stone to illuminate their path. The ceiling was adorned with oddly shaped ice formations, in some places forcing her to crouch low to avoid hitting her head. Mo Chen-yin's strides were steady, and his strong arms supported her while lifting her legs with the back of his hand. Mo Chen-in, if someone were to use your identity as a shield, would you be angered? Zhi Ning, having wrestled with her thoughts throughout the journey, finally asked. After all, no one would be pleased to unexpectedly find themselves labeled as a parent. The cave was eerily quiet, making her voice resonate ethereally. Chan-in maintained a deliberate pace, and upon hearing her question, he already had an answer in his mind. In this era, within the entire geocontinent. The only one foolish enough to invoke his name was likely Zhi Ning herself. He curled his lips into a subtle smile, his voice laced with amusement. If it were you, I would not mind. Not under any circumstances? Zhi Ning pressed further. Indeed, he replied lightly. Why? Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow. Feeling somewhat reassured, she instinctively wiggled her feet. You must uphold your word. No backtracking. Very well. No backtracking. Chan-in discerned from her demeanor that she seemed more at ease than before when addressing him. This realization brought him a flicker of joy, prompting him to draw a fraction closer. The cave stretched on inexplicably, and after what felt like an eternity, they still had not reached an end. Let's take a break. You may set me down, Zhi Ning suggested, worried that Chan-in, still nursing injuries, might grow weary from carrying her. We cannot stop. Chan-in had sensed something strange about the cave. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning understood his implication. We have been walking in place. Moments later, she too recognized the issue. Yes, it appears we have inadvertently entered a formation, likely one left by a formidable being. Chan-in remarked as they continued walking. Can you not decipher it? Zhi Ning inquired to her words. Chan-in's gaze flickered, and a distant memory resurfaced. He recalled a time when, being 1 year younger than Zhi Ning, he was often regarded as her younger brother, with her always shielding him, making him reliant on her. As a child, his greatest desire was to grow quickly, so he could protect her in return. However, countless events transpired that led to their prolonged separation. Now, hearing her question, Chan-in felt a sense of fulfillment in being needed once more. With me here, you shall be safe, he said lightly, playfully adjusting his grip around her. Why? Zhi Ning tilted her head. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded him. Why did she sense that Chan-in seemed rather pleased? Indeed, he was delighted. The fact that Zhi Ning had unconsciously begun to view him as reliable filled him with warmth. Chan-in, you should let me down. I have regained some mental energy and can walk on my Why? Zhi Ning lowered her head, her warm breath brushing against the nape of Chan-in's neck. Chan-in's throat moved slightly, his fingertips subtly tightening as he replied in a hushed tone. Soon, just a little longer. Why? Zhi Ning found his words perplexing and was about to inquire further when she noticed the surroundings beginning to shift. Why? Zhi Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Could he truly be powerful enough to break the formation without anyone noticing? Before she could voice her thoughts, the scene before them transformed entirely. The light rippled like water, dispelling the previous gloom, and the once confined cave morphed into an expansive ocean. Countless fish of various species swam in schools around them, while aquatic plants danced like ethereal spirits in the water's embrace. Zhi Ning was awestruck by the sight before her. This the underwater realm? Chan-in confirmed with a soft hum before carefully setting her down. Upon her descent, Zhi Ning discovered the ground beneath her was soft and sponge-like, akin to walking on water, shielded by a layer of bubbles. How fascinating! What is this place? She gently prodded the bubble with her finger, noting its elasticity. Are you suggesting this is the unfrozen realm of the extreme north? It seems so, although I cannot be certain. Chan-in had only heard of it during casual conversations between his father and Lingchi when he was a child at IT. Was said that the extreme north was once the most beautiful place in the three realms, home to the most exquisite beings, the merfolk. However, something inexplicable transpired, and the extreme north was encased in ice overnight, leading to the disappearance of the merfolk. Neither of them lingered on the location they found themselves in. Chan-in once more released the binding connection with Hong Wan, the golden spiritual thread swiftly darting ahead. Before long, Zhi Ning and Chan-in followed the thread to a coral reef. The corals here were astonishingly large, resembling mountains on land. As they navigated through the coral formations, countless peculiar little fish swirled around them, their curiosity evident. The corals emanated an otherworldly glow, radiating in a myriad of colors. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing, they finally spotted Hong Wuan. However, at that moment, Hong Wuan was unconscious, her massive fox form ensnared by numerous tendril-like seaweeds, her 9 tails languidly swaying with the currents. Hong Wuan, Zhi Ning's heart tightened. Just as she was about to approach, the once tranquil waters erupted violently. Suddenly, a blade of water surged towards them, prompting Imo Chun-in to swiftly pull Zhi Ning behind him, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from his palm to counter the incoming attack. The two forces collided, sending a powerful gust of air scattering outward, shattering several coral formations. Who dares intrude upon the water realm? Chapter 94. The Merfolk tribe. As a clear, melodious voice resonated, Zhi Ning beheld a graceful figure gliding towards them. The newcomer was a mermaid, her long hair a shimmering azure, adorned with a hairpin carved from shell resembling fish patterns. She wore a short top with translucent sleeves that glimmered with tiny blue sparks, while her lower half was a magnificent fishtail of a soft lavender hue, its scales sparkling as if embedded with countless gems. In the cerulean waters, she gracefully swayed her tail, wielding a silver spear, her enchanting face marred by anger as she regarded them with evident displeasure. Leave this place, or face dire consequences. The merman stood before Hong Wuan, speaking in a tone that was far from amiable. Chun-in released his grip on Zhi Ning and offered a slight bow towards the merman, saying, "We did not intend to intrude upon this place. The red fox behind you is my spirit beast, and I have come in search of her." Upon hearing this, the merman's tone grew colder as he inquired, "This fox is your spirit beast?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Humph, what a fortuitous turn of events. I was just lamenting my inability to find you." As the merman spoke, he raised his weapon, aiming it at Imo Chun-in, and declared fiercely, "This fox has trespassed into the waters, destroying the hard-earned legacy of my merman clan over millennia. Yes, master, the debt is now yours to bear." Imo Chun-in's gaze flickered slightly as it shifted from the merman to Hong Wuan, and he spoke slowly, "As her master, I accept that any calamity she causes must be accounted for by me. At least you possess some sense of responsibility." The merman scoffed lightly, before his expression turned icy once more. "In that case, surrender your soul." "Absolutely not," Zhi Ning blurted out without a moment's hesitation. "The soul is equivalent to Imo Chun-in's life. As long as the soul remains, he can gradually cultivate and solidify his human form. If the soul is lost, then everything is truly gone. Why?" Zhi Ning stepped forward from behind Imo Chun-in, positioning herself protectively in front of him. "You assert that Hong Wuan has destroyed your legacy without any proof." Placing her hands on her hips, she questioned him fiercely, regardless of whether Hong Wuan had truly ruined their so-called legacy. Demanding Imo Chun-in's life upon their arrival was simply unacceptable. The merman was momentarily taken aback by Zhi Ning's challenge, then gritted his teeth and retorted, "If I say she has destroyed it, then she has." The merman clan had been frozen in this deep sea for 1,000 years, unable to reach the outside world. Eventually, a powerful figure from their clan discovered a method to break the ice, offering the merman clan a glimmer of hope. Just as they were on the verge of freedom, a fox appeared and obliterated their hard work. "You expect us to wager our lives on your mere word? How absurd! Moreover, by your logic, I could just as easily claim that you have destroyed my clan's legacy over the past millennia." You're simply twisting words." The merman struggled to respond, finally managing to utter this retort. "You are being unreasonable. You are tyrannical and overbearing. You are throwing a tantrum." Imo Chun-in observed the two of them, akin to squabbling children, his eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and affection as he gazed at Zhi Ning. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "What will you say now? You have no arguments left, do you?" Zhi Ning raised her chin, triumphantly looking at the merman. The merman, witnessing Zhi Ning's self-satisfaction, felt a surge of frustration that brought tears to her eyes. Wiping her tears away, she turned and swam off, leaving behind a parting remark. "Just you wait. I will summon others." Watching the merman flee in tears, Zhi Ning furrowed her brow in disbelief and muttered, "Is crying all you can do when you lose an argument?" At that moment, A light chuckle came from behind her. Why? Zhi Ning turned to see Chen covering his mouth, a smile gracing his features. Meeting his eyes, filled with playful mockery, Zhi Ning suddenly realized the childishness of her earlier exchange with the merman. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "What are you laughing at? I was arguing for your sake." Chen suppressed his laughter, murmuring, "I was wrong to laugh." Why? Zhi Ning's brows knitted deeper. She sensed that Chen's apology was not merely a simple concession, but rather an expression of affection. Wait, she thought, shaking her head to dispel the strange notions swirling in her mind. Rubbing her arms for comfort, "Go check on your fox," she said, turning away with an air of pride. Chen, rarely witnessing Zhi Ning exhibit such sulkiness before him, wished he could linger in this moment a little longer. He gazed deeply at her profile, his eyes drawn to her slightly puffed cheeks, an impulse to reach out and pinch them rising within him. However, he restrained himself. Though Zhi Ning had grown less distant than before, she was not yet at a stage where he could freely act towards her. Patience, Chen reminded himself. Before proceeding toward the location of Hongluan as they drew closer, they discovered that what appeared to be seaweed ensnaring Hongluan was, in fact, covered in intricate runes. After a period of study, they concluded that this was a type of rune they had never encountered before. That it was insolvable. Chen attempted various methods, but found no way to break the binding. Why? Zhi Ning leaned in closer, her eyes scanning the densely packed runes on the seaweed, which seemed to shift and change with a life of their own. Even though she could decipher a small portion, the next moment the arrangement would transform into something entirely unfamiliar. Fortunately, due to the bond between Chen and Hongluan, they could sense that she had merely lost consciousness and was not in immediate danger. Subsequently, they began to search the coral reefs for any additional clues. After about half an hour, the earlier merman returned, accompanied by a crowd of his kin, approximately 20 to 30 mermen of various hair colors, predominantly red and gold, with the blue-haired merman being the very first one they encountered. "That fox is their spirit beast," declared a female merman, standing beside an older male merman, pointing at Chen and Zhi Ning. Upon hearing this, both Zhi Ning and Chen turned to face them. And when their gazes landed on the older male merman, a flicker of dark light passed through their eyes simultaneously. He emanated a sinister aura. Chen transmitted a thought to Zhi Ning, detailing the power hierarchy of the realms. Chapter 95. A couple locked up together originally. Zhi Ning intended only to rescue Hongluan and depart, but upon hearing Chen's words, she found herself reconsidering her approach. After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement, for with her presence, he could protect her should any trouble arise. Having made up his mind, Chen stepped slightly forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhi Ning, his expression calm as he faced the merman. The leading male merman appeared to be in his 40s, with long red hair and a deep gray fishtail. His demeanor was imposing, his eyes fierce as they fixed upon them. "Seize them," he commanded, bypassing any conversation with Chen and directly ordering their capture. Upon entering the city, both Chen and Zhi Ning were further astonished to find the atmosphere thick with a malevolent black mist. Yet, each merman radiated a faint golden light, repelling the encroaching darkness. This sight immediately suggested to them that this place harbored considerable secrets. Chen's expression grew serious as he discreetly reinforced Zhi Ning with protective energy, shielding her from the black mist's influence. Soon after, they were brought to a dungeon and locked up together. As the iron bars clanged shut, the initial female merman stood outside, triumphant as she gazed at Zhi Ning. "Now let us see how you can maintain your bravado." Zhi Ning, opting not to continue the verbal sparring, instead smiled and asked, "Hey, what is your name? What do you want?" The sudden shift in Zhi Ning's demeanor left the female merman perplexed. Leaning against the iron bars, Zhi Ning adopted a cheeky, streetwise attitude. "That you've locked me up here. At least let me know who you are." "My name is Mu Wonking, princess of the merman clan," she replied, raising her chin with pride. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ning raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Mu Wonking now tinged with intrigue. "All right, I understand." With that, Zhi Ning lost interest in further dialogue, turning away to sit on a nearby coral bed. Mu Wanqing, infuriated by her unpredictable attitude, shot her an angry glare before departing. Once Mu Wanqing was gone, Zhi Ning's expression turned serious. The malevolent presence in this place surpassed that of the southern wilderness marsh. Sealing formation? Zhi Ning pondered. So, this place is sealing something? She chose not to interrupt, patiently waiting nearby. After a moment, Emo Chenin finally recalled where he had seen something similar before. It was in the Guishu realm. A millennium ago, he had been forcibly cast into the Guishu realm by his father, and the array beneath the abyss bore a striking resemblance to this place's formation, albeit on a much grander scale, sufficient to seal the entire abyss. What lay sealed here was likely a malevolent being. Zhi Ning exclaimed, surprised. The sudden freezing of the extreme north realm was likely closely linked to the evil sealed here. Mo Chenin was all too aware of the dangers posed by such malevolent entities. As a descendant of the divine lineage, he had vanquished numerous evils lurking within humanity over the millennia. He had believed that the essence of these malevolent beings had been sealed, and as long as the seal remained intact, the scattered evils would not pose a significant threat. However, it seemed that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Mu Wanqing claimed that Hongwan had destroyed their clan's efforts to break the ice, and if this ice sealing was indeed related, then once it was broken, the sealed evils would return to the world. Listening to Mo Chenin's analysis, Zhi Ning's brows furrowed deeper. It appeared that Hongwan must have sensed this danger, prompting her to recklessly disrupt their plans. Indeed, beasts possess a keener sense of impending peril. It seems we will need to invest more time on this journey. Mo Chenin nodded slightly, a rare hint of discomfort gracing his elegant visage. Upon noticing this, Zhi Ning assumed he felt uneasy about being alone together as a man and a woman. So she glanced around the confines of their cell. After surveying the surroundings, she remarked, "I have a curtain here. If you feel uncomfortable, I can use it to create some separation." As she spoke, she prepared to retrieve a curtain from her belongings. Realizing she seemed to misunderstand his meaning, Mo Chenin quickly interjected, "I did not mean that." Injured as he was, if it weren't for the need to check on GMO Zheng, he would have remained in the secret realm to recuperate. Zhi Ning, always perceptive and astute, gave him cause for concern that she might discover the true extent of his injuries. Observing his apparent reticence, Zhi Ning refrained from pressing further, instinctively creating distance between them. She chose a corner to take out talisman paper and a brush, beginning to prepare her own equipment. Watching her withdraw from him, Mo Chenin felt a profound sense of grievance. "Ning Ning," he called softly. Zhi Ning lifted her gaze, looking at him with curiosity. "What is it? I need a moment to heal. Could you protect me?" "Of course, no problem at all." Without hesitation, Zhi Ning tossed aside her brush and approached him. Once Mo Chenin sat cross-legged, she suddenly remembered something. After telling him to wait a moment, she fetched a porcelain bottle from her belongings. "This is a healing elixir. It should be beneficial for you." The bottle contained a high-grade healing elixir.